say this, politician-y. Okay. He goes, oh, I'm in the Freedom Caucus, but then I'm going against this, I'm going against that. I'm too tired today to go through specific examples, but I can put together a list for you down the road if you want. But Mays Middleton, I believe, is more MAGA aligned based on what I remember researching. And Chip Roy is, hey, look, I think that we'd be fine if Chip Roy won. I think that it would be okay. This isn't like a Thomas Massey, Ed Galrain thing where I'm looking at two wildly different people. But I personally think Mays Middleton would be the better choice because I did the research. So you go do your research and you choose whoever you want. That's all you have to do. But whatever you do, full screen for this, whatever you do, please do not do your research on X. Do not do your research based on X, based on social media, based on what they say. Do it on voting record. Now, if somebody has a voting record and somebody doesn't have a voting record, what do we do? How do we fix that problem? Chip Roy has a voting record, right? So I'm assuming your comment or some people's comments might be, well, this guy has a voting record, this guy doesn't. So then what you do is you go, okay, I'm going to look at the voting record of the one guy. Do I agree with it? Let's say most of the time. Yes, vote for that guy. No. What are the promises from the other guy who doesn't have a voting record against the guy whose voting record you don't really agree with? Maybe pick that guy instead of the guy with the voting record of lately. Like if he lately agrees with you, it's probably because he's trying to win re-election. Right? That's probably why lately you agree with him, because lately he's trying to win your vote so he can go right back to being the other guy after he wins your vote. Anyway, just something to think about. I'm not here to teach you how to do research. I'm just telling you to do it. All right, next up, what's the next story here? Let's get into news. Middle East crisis. No, I'm tired of it. No, let's go to something new. Yes, crisis in the Middle East. Fucking every week. Every week.
I don't know why you got to do it in front of the kid.
It's every
with the iPhone. All you got to do is say earmuffs to him. Earmuffs.
It's every day. It's every week. It's every hour. Yes, I get it. It's still happening. I'm not saying we shouldn't talk about it, but maybe, hold on, maybe, just maybe, let's take a break. All right. Maybe let's not get so hyperfixated. Maybe let's just go on to something new that'll probably piss us off just as much. For instance, Trump calls Pope Leo weak and terrible and extraordinary broadside. Okay. I understand that I have a very Christian audience here. I'm Christian, but I mean, I'm not really. I'm what they call the naughty Christian. All right. I woke up this morning. I saw a bunch of people really upset about Donald Trump posting like an AI thing and going after the Pope and what have you. And I may lose some people with this, but I don't care. I don't care. You know why? Because I have said in the past, F the Pope, right? I have been very clear about my position on the Catholic Church. I was raised Catholic. I have been Catholic my entire life. I don't even know if I'm not Catholic anymore. I don't know how it works. I was asked this question this weekend because we had a lot of Christians at the event, and they were, I was like, I don't know. I mean, according to the Catholic Church, I'm Catholic for life. And I went and I started going to a non-denominational church. Kind of liked it. Don't really go every week. But I do one thing. I just open the Bible and I read and I pray and I connect with God, and that's how I do it now. I also don't like the Catholic, not necessarily don't like the Catholic Church. I acknowledge that the Catholic Church has become more of a political organization than an organization that's really more focused around God. And that's just my opinion. And when I see the Pope say something, I see a man saying something. I don't see, you can call him a holy figure, but the last Pope with, the Palestinian thing, I'm like, shush. Anyway, long story short, I'm a little out of it today, but long story short, if Donald Trump goes after the Pope, I'm okay with it. Okay. Also, Donald Trump posted an AI thing where he looks like Jesus and everyone's freaking about that. We'll get to that. Don't care about that either. Right? I understand that there are people that are going to be really upset about that. And here's my advice. Take a break. Okay. It's not real life. It can affect real life, but most of the time it's a joke. Most of the time it doesn't matter. And Trump has a long history of saying stupid things. You can call them stupid. You can acknowledge they're stupid. You can do the head shake, but don't spend a whole day on it. All right? Anyway, let's get to this story. Donald Trump delivered an extraordinary broadside against Pope Leo the 14th, saying he does not think the U.S.-born leader of the Catholic Church is doing a very good job and that he is a very liberal person. Oh, the humanity. Oh, my goodness. I can't believe that Trump said he does not think the Pope is doing a very good job. I have personally, not about this Pope, the last Pope, I've said, F that Pope, right? And I've meant it. But Donald Trump said he doesn't think he's doing a good job? No way. Neither do I. Thinks that he is a very liberal person? I would agree. Oh no, strike me down right now. Should stop catering to the radical left. I have said many times, and I think that there is evidence to back this up. The Catholic Church has become a political organization, and that political organization is probably a political organization as a whole that leans one way. There you go. Throw enough money at something, it'll lean your way. I'm not saying that the Pope is bought and paid for. I'm saying throw enough money at something, it'll lean one way. Anyway, so the part that looks like it's the real as Trump said, apparently, Pope Leo is weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. Yeah, I mean, I don't like. I think that Trump means his opinions. The president wrote in his post, adding, "I don't want a pope who thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon." Same, right? Now, break down. All right, here's the. All right, this is hilarious, but people are taking it very. People are taking it pretty hard. All right. They're saying that Trump is portraying himself as Jesus. I don't think so. I think he's portraying himself as a holy figure. Right. And that's Trump stuff. There are literally bald eagles in the background. There are F-15s, the American flag, and soldiers, and it's something stupid that Trump probably thought was yeah, yeah, I like that. Send. Do I like it when Trump does this? No. right? However, I also don't care. This is not something that bothers me so much where I go, oh, right? I go, here's what I do when I see it. I go, oh, that's it. Kind of like, like when your friend makes a joke that's a little like too much, right? Like, like you kind of like almost laugh, but then you're like, ah, but what you don't do is you don't go, that's out of line, bro. That's out of line. You can't do that. You can't do that. You go, ah, come on, man. Like, all right. I still love you, but Jesus. Sorry. See, now I just did it. Now you made me do it. But you get what I'm saying? Okay? He's talking crap about the Pope, and then he posts this. It's more likely he's just saying, I'm a better religious person, which is so stupid. Trump should not be. Trump should just like sometimes he should just go, nah. All right. I hope everybody, I don't think I need to go deeper into this. I think that we all get it, right? The thing is, if you get upset about things that Trump does after Trump has done those things for so long, what's changed? Because I didn't get upset about this ever. Like, have some consistency. Don't like Trump finally just crossed a line. No, he didn't. He did not cross that line. If that line was crossed, it was 10 years ago. Okay? Keep the same consistency. And yes, feel free to maybe say something along the lines of, wish you didn't do that. Right? But don't start with the whole, this is just absolutely, oh my God. Clutching pearls, it's one side's job. And the moment you start doing it, just understand that that's the beginning of the end for you. It won't, thank you. It is what it is. It won't change my day. Thank you in the chat. Somebody just said that. All right. New York Times, we won't be able to read. At least 30 killed at a historic fortress in Haiti. I don't know why, but this is interesting to me. Let's go over this one. What happened? I didn't hear about this. Maybe because everyone's talking about the other thing. All right. At least 30 people, many of them young, have died, and dozens more reported to be injured after a crush at a mountaintop fortress that is a popular terrorist spot. Oh, that sucks. Is it an earthquake? Jean-Henri Petit, the head of civil protection for the country's Nord Department, said the incident took place at the large 19th century fortress. He told local newspapers the death toll could rise. What happened? Initial reports said visitors were crammed against a single entrance and a scuffle broke out between those trying to leave and enter the site. Oh, a fight happened. Other local media reports say the gathering took place after being advertised on TikTok, and rumors that the police at the site used too much tear gas to break up the fight, which caused people to panic and triggered a crush. Like, what's a crush? Like, a crush is like a caving in? Is that why I'm not understanding this? Haiti's prime minister offered deep sadness. Yeah, like, I don't know what a crush is. Like, is a crush like it fell over? Let me find this out. I'm interested. What is, oh, sorry, there it is. What is a crush in reference to a castle or fortress? I think we're going to find this out right now. Fortress, North America, Canada. In a castle or fortress context, a crush usually means a place built to smash or trap attackers, not literal crush of the building itself. Oh. The place, the most likely term you're thinking of is Mecca, sort of a stone opening or overhang on top of a wall used to drop stone. No. Huh. I don't know. I think it means that, I'm starting to think it means that there was a fight and this is just the word. Many people killed at Torsworth. It doesn't make sense to me. Does it make sense to, am I just like wet brained today? Anyway. All right. Well, we're moving on. Anyway, let's get to the daily breakdown. Yeah, here it is, by the way. Look, I don't care about the dumb AI slop posts of Trump healing Uncle Sam. I don't care. I think it, like I said, I will reiterate. I do not think it was well advised. But Trump has done this so many times. People get over it quickly. People get outraged quickly. People get over it quickly. We all move on and we accept the fact that he is very imperfect and his sense of humor is not for everybody. Like a stampede. Okay. Thank you in the chat. It was a... Why didn't they just say that then? You got me looking dumb over here live. Should have just said stampede. Is there a difference? Why do they use a different word that I've never heard of? So for anyone wondering, this story is apparently about a stampede. Why can't I get to it now? There we go. At least 30 killed in stampede at historic fortress. That would have been perfectly acceptable, and I would not have looked like an idiot. Jerks. Anyway, are we all good with this? We're good with Trump? I mean, we're going to get to it again, but... All right, I did that twice. Yeah, Dom Lucre. I don't know how to say his last name. Lucery. Is it possible Trump depicted himself as the Pope and not Jesus? Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. He's probably not saying I'm Jesus. But even still, whatever. I think we're over it. Speaking of Dom Lucery, there is apparently a... I really didn't research this much, so forgive me if I get any of these facts wrong. But there's like a crackdown going on X for people who are posting a lot of clickbait. Dom is one of these people. I have Dom muted. I follow Dom. Dom follows me. I've met Dom, kind of, sort of just like a handshake thing. And I don't like his style of content. I don't think he's like a horrible person or anything. I just don't like, the same thing goes for like Nick Sorter, Benny Johnson, all these other people. It's like a bunch of slop. It's just garbage, right? And you know, that's how you fix that, by the way. I don't know. Just mute them. You can block them if you really want. You can engage with them if you really want. But for stuff like that, I usually just go, meh. Now, apparently there was a back and forth with Nikita Beer, and they came out and said, I believe that's a guy. All aggregators had their payout reduced by 60% this cycle. We will add another 20% deduction in the next cycle. And then Dom was like, yeah, I post clickbait. That's why I rarely use the word breaking. It's like, he's used the word breaking 91 times in 5 days. So this is what I'm saying. Like Benny Johnson, Dom Luceri, whatever the hell his name is. And a lot of these other people, even like Nick Sorter, right? A whole bunch of other people They're just like breaking, like this is, or oh my god, or like this. It's just something that's just meant to grab your attention. It's low, it's lazy way of delivering information. It dilutes anything that's actually breaking. Like if something breaking happens, it's Boy Who Cried Wolf, right? It's like, anyway, it doesn't bother me to the point, just like the Trump portraying himself as like a holy figure, right? Like, does it bother me? Maybe a little. Does it bother me so much where I go, like, not really. No, that doesn't. So Dom doesn't bother me that much. However, apparently X is trying to crack down on that now. All right, and X is going to be trying to take their money away. So Dom posts, I've been told this app isn't the same already. I'm done defending myself. I have seen time and God do before they will reveal everything. I wish people wouldn't do that. I wish people wouldn't be bringing God into a post where you're talking about how you get paid for tweeting. Anyway, I'm sitting at the top of my tower watching the world burn. What? No, you're sitting at the top of your tower watching your X payout burn. I'm really getting tired of. I think it's more offensive for people like Candace Owens and Russell Brand and Tucker Carlson to use their Christianity, right? Let me full screen for this one. All right. Tell me if you agree with me in the chat, in fact. All right, let's bring this up. I want to find out if I'm alone here. Okay. What do you find more offensive? Right? Because I get it. We've already agreed that what Trump did with that post, right, is not the best, right? What do you think's worse, though? Do you think Trump posting an AI picture, kind of trolling, kind of being silly, stupid Trump like he normally is, do you think that's worse? Or do you think when Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Benny Johnson, Russell Brand, all these people use their Christianity on a daily basis and become proselytizers when they're not really spreading the word of God? Do you think that's worse, or what Trump's doing is worse? Because I think what Candace Owens is doing is way worse. Misfit Patriot, you need to leave LFA. You are terrible. No. I'll leave when they tell me to leave, or I'll leave when I want to leave. I will not leave when Little Debbie R thinks it's a good idea. Little Debbie R, you can go f yourself. You can eat a big fat dick. The latter is much worse, Misfit. Okay. All right. I think people are in agreement with me. Little Debbie R, by the way. Yeah, no, I think that it's worse to proselytize as a either baby, new, fake, or whatever type of Christian. I think it's way worse to go on and seriously try to convince people that this is the way that Christians behave, as opposed to what is still kind of not okay, what Trump did, right? We can definitely call out both sides. We can do that. We can say, Trump, don't do that. Is it really like something that I'm going to lose my shit over? No. Is it really, really bad? No. Is it great? No. No, you should have. That one you should have kept in your pocket. All right? That one you should have kept in your pocket. All right? That's all we're saying. But what I'm saying is, I think that we have I
don't know why you got to do it in front of the kid. Max, can you earmuff it for me?
Wrong one. What I'm saying is, right, I think that if we're going to go down this road of that's not Christian, sure. But I also don't like to get on my soapbox and tell other people how to do their Christianity Well, I'm not doing that good of a job myself, right? Like I do what I can, but I just wish everybody would stop doing it as far as I'm concerned. But I don't think what Trump did was even close to what they did. All right. But anyway, this community note, Dom Lucre is openly selling paid comments, retweets, and quote tweets on his website. This is blatant platform manipulation. Does he do that? Does he actually sell retweets on his website? Advertising rates. Holy shit, he really does. He's literally like, wow, I never even knew that. He's literally just selling his influence. Oh. Yeah, well, so that's what you get. See, I don't follow him. That's how you fix that problem. Just don't follow these people. I mean, I follow him. I'm sorry. I meant to say he's muted. See how it says unmute? He's muted. I don't see him. I'm not going to unfollow him because I don't dislike him. He followed me, I followed back, but I just don't listen to his shit. Oh, now this, by the way, is also just don't do this, by the way. Do not simp out for Trump when he does something wrong. When you, like, it's not, and by the way, again, not really even that wrong. Just kind of stupid. Not wrong, but stupid. America has been sick for a long time. President Trump is healing the nation. No, you can either do one of two things at this picture. You can either laugh or you can condemn. Whatever you do, do not validate. All right. Anyway, what else did I have here for you? Oh yeah, that's right. So, Eric Swalwell. Eric Swalwell. Have you guys heard this? I was off my phone. By the way, I forgot to give you guys the most important post of this whole thing. All right. 95% of this weekend, I was off my phone. I checked in. People are still mad about everything. I'm not mad about everything. Maybe the phone's the problem. Because I was basically off my phone most of the weekend, right? Like, and I'm talking like most of the time it sat down, I picked it up, I made a post, I put it back down maybe, I don't know, 3 or 4 times. But the vast majority of the weekend, we were either training or we were talking or we were in the pool, the hot tub, the mini putt. We were having a great time. It was awesome. When I looked at my phone again, I saw Eric Swalwell was in some trouble. And I didn't have enough time to like go down and do a deep dive, but then like I pulled out my phone. I think we were like, on like a lunch break or something in the middle of the gun training this weekend. And I was like, is that a hooker? Like, I'm not joking. I was like, oh, he's screwed. And then I saw a little bit, like, this is the only story that I saw the whole weekend where I was like, I pulled up my phone and I was like, damn. And then I had to put my phone back down because we're about to go shoot things again. And it's pretty bad. So I noticed that the Democrats were like, sort of railroading him, right? And I'm not sure if I finished this draft. I bet you I didn't. I think I wrote a draft. Yes. Look, I forgot to even finish this, right? I never even pressed send because I was like, I put my phone down and I forgot about it. Yeah, Democrats are definitely railroading this dude, but it doesn't seem to change the fact that he did all that stuff, right? The real question is whether or not he did what he's accused of. He did. The question is, why would this all come out now? And I didn't finish writing. Luckily, we have our assist from the great Sean Farish. So let's explain this, all right? And by the way, we'll get into don't worry, we'll play the video. Sean has answered this question. I just saw this, okay. Now that Swalwell is out, a Democrat will likely finish in the top 2 of the gubernatorial primary. Now that Swalwell's out, a Democrat will likely finish in the top 2 of the gubernatorial primary, which means a Republican won't win the governor's race. This is why the media were willing participants. This is not just why the media were willing participants. This is why this all happened. Okay. Again, let's go to Eric Swalwell. I think I got this. Maybe not. Stay with me, guys. It'll be good. Okay. So here is the video of Eric Swalwell drunk with a prostitute, grabbing her face, making out with her. This is obviously something that somebody had in a folder for a long time that they could drop whenever they needed to. Right, that's what railroading means. I think we've already seen this video before.
A fascist at some point and alluded to him being a national security.
Well, anyway, that's a minute long. We won't even play that, right? But Eric Swalwell has been drunk. This is cover your eyes. Cover your eyes if you're sensitive, right? But this is the prostitute, apparently, from Libs of TikTok, porn star, prostitute, whatever, same thing, in my opinion. Okay. But when we saw, and there's so much, by the way, guys, this just gets worse and worse and worse and worse, right? But what's the point, right? What's the reason for this? This is important, right? What's the reason for this, right? Well, because California had Chad Bianco and Steve Hilton leading in the governor's race, which means Swalwell was pulling up the rear and taking votes away from one of the other candidates. I can't remember which one. Now, if you take him out of the race, right, you may be able to get your Democrat candidate in to top 2 place. If top 2 place, then when it's going to go to the primary, they should be able to steal the election and either steal or maybe legitimately vote in, I doubt it, the Democrat, because Democrats only care about power. They care about the power of the party. They care about their power. So they will throw one of their own under the bus. I don't think that it is a coincidence that right before this dude is about to, campaign and all this stuff, like it all comes out at once. 4 different women come out and accuse him. Video evidence drops. All of the, well, not all, the majority of the Democrat Party comes out and they go, this is abhorrent. We can't allow this. I mean, think about what they did with that guy, Menendez, who was caught with gold bars, him and his wife. They said that Menendez should stay in his seat because it was about power, because they needed his votes, because they needed his position. They don't care. This is not about, oh, yeah, they did it with Biden too. Sean Farish in the chat just came out and dropped another truth bomb. Biden was going to F everything up. They got rid of Biden. This is all about power. They will always, thank you, Sean, always sacrifice one of their own for power. So, while that's true, it's also true that Eric Swalwell is a scumbag and did all that shit. We already knew that, right? Fang. But how many times does this need to happen to open the eyes of the people that vote Democrat? Because that's where we should be steering this conversation. we should be steering this conversation into, do you guys not see it yet? Like, do you guys not see that they manipulate you? They're not manipulating us. We have no reason to be mad at them. I mean, other than the fact that they hate the country. My party is not necessarily lying to me, right? Like, sure, I'm sure they do a little bit. Let me rephrase that. My party overall, right, in general, is not lying to me about what they want to do for me. Does that make sense? Because Democrats lie to their constituents about what they want to do for their constituents, right? They don't want to do anything for you. They want to do for themselves. All right. When my party says we want to secure elections and make the voting fair in this country, because free and fair elections are the staple of a true representative republic, that's not a lie. All right. When Chuck Schumer gets on stage and says, is Jim Crow 2.0 and this is racism, that is a lie. So that's what I mean. The party as a whole is not lying to me. Your party as a whole is lying to you. Why are you okay with being lied to all the time? You know, like Eric Swalwell is just, this isn't the story. The story is, why is the Democrat Party so hell-bent on power that they will take their scummy candidate and ruin his whole life, ruin his whole career, because people in California finally got tired of their shit and decided to put two Republicans in the primary. Like the two leading Republicans, they are going, one of them's going to win. And they were like, break glass in case of emergency. We have Swalwell's hooker video. Let's drop it. Bro, that's insane, right? That's crazy. I'm not saying Republicans don't do this. I'm not saying Republicans are perfect. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying the Democrat Party entirely is like this. That's the crazy thing. They've done it over and over and over again. They will continue to do it. And if they care only about power, they should never have it. I'll take Satan for 200, Alex. That's correct. All right, it's 8:59. I made it through. I am tired. I am sunburnt. But Sean Farish is coming up next to save me. I will be much better tomorrow after I hydrate and stretch. But stay tuned for Sean Farish with the Ungovernables. Tomorrow we will have TDS Tuesday, where we will try to make you laugh. And we got some guests coming up this week. We got some good things coming. So I will see you guys then. Let's do a quick shout out until the 9 o'clock hour hits. 9 o'clock Central. Funmon, Wiki Nod Nod, JJNSAEX, CQ707, Parrot Mom, the 1 a.m., and Eileen Jimenez. 9 o'clock. Here we go. Sean Farish. See you later.
A partially valid, a half-truth, if you will, is being pushed.
I can't wait to find out all sorts of new and exciting things I didn't know about myself.
So you just hate Jews, bro.
Yeah, you're just an anti-Semite. Congratulations.
You're
Go
not
join.
What would you say?
Exactly.
Well, that's different. It's not different. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's
that just we are the only society on earth who has the obligation to self-destruct, to blame ourselves for every problem that has ever existed, and we just think of ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, of which I know many, they're irrelevant.
Good morning and happy Monday to the Ungovernables, the Captain's Crew, the LFA family, McGroin Nation. We're coming to you live once again, finally, live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rebel.com/LFA TV. Welcome to Ungoverned. Happy Monday to everybody. And a big thank you for holding it down while we were pre-recorded last week, Thursday and Friday, but we are live this week. It is real. We are here. We're back. I had a great trip up to Ohio this weekend. Met a bunch of folks up there who are big supporters of the show. Saw that when I first walked into the venue up at the Warren County GOP Lincoln Reagan dinner, a gentleman, I don't remember his name, but said, "Hey, I watch you every day. I forgot my pearls." So to the gentleman who told me about the pearls, apparently the pearls are a big hit. This one's for you, pal, up there in Warren County, Ohio. Here's your pearls. You can clutch them. There's still some clutching going on over Trump's social media posts last week and other things. Now he's blockading Iranian ports in the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, this is never going to end. We'll get into that because, believe it or not, I actually have a really educational piece in Politico that I read yesterday that, usually Politico is pretty biased, but they played this one straight down the middle. But a great weekend up in Ohio. Vivek Ramaswamy, hopefully Ohio's next governor, spoke at the Warren County GOP meeting. Mahek Cook did a great job. A couple of local candidates did a great job. Beverly, J.D. Vance's mother, and Corey Bowman, J.D. Vance's brother's mother, spoke, gave some great remarks. I had a little bit of fun on stage up at Warren County. Anthony Munoz, the NFL Hall of Fame offensive lineman for the Cincinnati Bengals, did a great job as well. So it was a lot of fun up there. And I could say this pretty confidently, and I think you could say this pretty confidently too. Everybody here can agree. I think we all had a better weekend than Eric Swalwell. I think so, right? What a tough weekend for him. And I don't feel bad for him. But I'm going to tell you something, and Zach was just touching on this, Misfit was, a few minutes before we went live. There's a reason why it happened when it happened. Everybody should be able to see this. Some folks on X didn't quite get where I was going. It's hard to say all these things in a text post, and then you over-explain, and then it's too long because we live in the internet generation where if it's not easily digestible within 90 seconds, people go away from it. So we'll get into it here because you're all here for, obviously, the hour, long-form content here, so we'll get into it. There's a reason why it happened when it happened, okay? And it was purely political, and we have seen the Democrats do this before. That doesn't mean I want the truth buried. I want to be clear. Because I don't want people to be like, oh, so you want Swalwell to just get away with what he did? No, I don't. But some of these things have been somewhat known to people for years, and now they're making a big deal out of it. So we're going to get into that. We'll break that little bit of it down as well. Strait of Hormuz. The United States Navy is now blockading Iranian ports. Some people thought, they're closing now the U.S. is closing the Strait of Hormuz. It's not what it looks like is happening. Looks like they're trying to demine it if there are mines. And they're blockading Iranian ports. So any oil or anything that Iran wants to send out of their ports, no. It's not happening anymore. It's like, what's that going to put? They don't have a Navy either. Their Navy's all, as Will Chamberlain said last week on 1210 WPHD, we share the ocean with the Iranian Navy. They got the bottom half. So that's where all their ships are. So we have that. We've got another disturbing story about an illegal alien. That's a terrible one. Real bad. And I'm just looking at my lineup here. Sabrina you guys know who Sabrina Carpenter is? She's the espresso. Please. I don't like her music. It's not for me. But she got hit with a little dose of cancel culture over the weekend. It's always great when, You know, it's ain't no fun when the rabbit's got the gun. It's always great when that type of thing happens. All right, quick break. Let's get to our sponsors, our friends over at OFP Farms. OFPFarms.com, OFPFarms.com, OFPFarms.com. We are now within 1 month of Mother's Day. Celebrate Mother's Day with a unique OFP Farms gift box. This Mother's Day surprise her with a truly unique OFP Farms Mother's Day gift box. The heartfelt gift conveys appreciation, highlights the importance of relaxation, reminds her that she truly deserves it. Each box is thoughtfully crafted on OFP Farms' family farm and is filled with meaningful elements infused with love. Whether it's for your mother, your wife, or a remarkable individual deserving of recognition, this gift serves as a daily reminder of calm, care, and gratitude. Now, this is the way it's going to go this year, folks. Once these boxes are out, they're out. They have limited supply, and the Mother's Day boxes are always the biggest hit. You see it on your screen. Once they are gone, they're gone. Caramels are now in stock as well. The Mother's Day boxes are sweeter than ever with caramel options as well. Also, the America 250 box. Maybe you got a mama. She don't like the whole Mother's Day thing, but she loves America. Get her America 250 box for Mother's Day. Those boxes are in high demand. Once those are gone, they're not going to be back either. So go over to OFPFarms.com, show some love for mom while embracing your patriotism with an America 250 gift box. Don't forget to use the code Sean at checkout, SHAWN, to enjoy a 10% discount on your entire order. That is OFPFarms.com, Oscar, Foxtrot, PapaFarms.com. OFPFarms.com, promo code Sean, SHAWN. OFPFarms.com, promo code Sean, SHAWN, for 10% off your entire order. That is OFP, Oscar, Foxtrot, PapaFarms.com/Sean for 10% off of your entire order. Next up, this is a product, colostrum. It's one of my favorite life hacks out there. Colostrum is nature's first food. It is a superfood. It can help with a lot of things. You know I'm always looking for life hacks, right? You know I'm always looking for ways to enhance my metabolism, my fitness performance, my hair, my skin. That is what colostrum can do for you, and then some. It's the first nutrition we ever receive in life, and it contains all the essential nutrients that our bodies need in order to thrive. Now, colostrum can help reactivate your hair growth, help your skin glow, can help fortify your gut health. That's the big one it's done for me. It's helped the gut in a big way. And ignite your metabolism. It can also help fuel your fitness performance and recovery. Check it out at that's TRYARMRA.com/LFATV. TryArmra.com/LFATV for up to 30% off of your first order. TryArmra, TRYARMRA.com/LFATV. That's TryArmra.com/LFATV for up to 30% off of your first order. All right. Again, a big thank you to everybody who turned out for our 2 pre-recorded shows last week. We didn't even see a decrease in numbers, which is great.
Oh yeah, I was supposed to tell you to honk the hog first thing.
Oh yes, yes, you guys did great. So we're gonna double hog it. All right, this morning, and just as a special treat for you, if we hit 800 today, we'll go right to Magamo. So I'm moving the goalposts in the other direction. Wow. See, I can be a compassionate ruler. I can confirm he is a compassionate ruler. I can be a compassionate ruler. Okay, so if we see, look, if we, right? Okay. I hereby decree that if we hit 800 today, you get Magamo because of how great the support was while we were away on pre-record. So there you go. The royal decree. There it is. 800, one time only. It's a one-time exception, but we get 800 likes today on Rumble, rumble.com/LFATV. You will get Magamo today. So we move the goalposts in a good direction. I can be a compassionate ruler. Eric Swalwell, you know, I call him his flatulence, right? Sir, why do you call him that, sir? By the way, sitting at the table in Ohio, and I'm hearing Vivek Ramaswamy talk. First of all, I like the guy. I think he's going to be a great governor of Ohio if he wins. So if you're up in Ohio, that's it. Now, people, you're getting paid by Vivek. No, I'm not getting paid by Vivek, okay? And yes, my voice does sound better. It's I've been taking less Zyrtec. The Zyrtec is what rips up my throat. But anyway, so Vivek was talking about, this is interesting, right? So you always hear about the American dream. You don't hear about a dream like the Canadian dream, the English dream. It's the American dream. But he also mentioned, he said something, and I was texting Brennan when I heard it, because I'm a child. You know, he said the astronauts, the Artemis 2 astronauts, flew around the backside of the moon. And I was like, backside? That means ass, right? So I'm sitting there, and I went up, and I started cracking a joke on stage. I said, you know, the Artemis 2 astronauts, they flew around the backside of the moon, and then their next mission is to fly around the backside of Rosie O'Donnell. Everyone starts laughing, and then, you know, it's otherwise known as Uranus, right? Think about it. So it was good. It was. I want to say thank you to Vivek because I came up with that one on the fly, right before I went on stage. But anyway, where am I went trying to? Oh, because I said it's Swalwell. I call him his flatulence. So before we get into all of the nasty, actual nasty stuff that he's been accused of doing, and we're going to be fair, accused. Now, there's some video. I'm not going to play it for you because it's kind of nasty, but there's some actual video with him and a hooker on a bed. It's like, it doesn't really look like accusations. Kind of looks like he's cheating on his wife. Nasty guy, smarmy guy, by the way, and I'm not defending Eric Swalwell. Like, a very high percentage of the people who are in Congress are like this, okay? So this is why we say don't idolize politicians, because a lot of them are just dirty, dirty people. Anyway, I want to get to the... You may need to up your sound a little bit for this, but this is why we refer to Eric Swalwell as his flatulence, because his flatulence on live television, it sounds like ripped ass on live TV, and you're not supposed to. We tell him, I said to him, Eric, you know, you're not my friend, but you're not supposed to do that. So I want to play this, and then we'll get into the more serious stuff that happened to Swalwell over the weekend.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard from Republicans all last week was that you don't have...
There it is. So there's a little noise. Now, I believe that was dubbed over. There was a little bit of a slighter noise in there in the original video, but you get the point. In the original video, there's a fart noise. I don't think it's coming from the host. I'm pretty sure Eric Swalwell ripped one on live television. Anyway, this is what happened. Eric Swalwell dropping out of the race. He calls the allegations false. He has every right to defend himself. We live in a constitutional republic where the accused are innocent until proven guilty, even if we don't like them, okay? However, there are videos, there's evidence, there's testimony, and there's stories about the wrongdoing and some of the not great behavior from Eric Swalwell. This on Breitbart. Eric Swalwell announced that he is suspending his campaign to be the next governor of California days after he was accused of sexual assault by several women. And it's weird because it all happened at the same time. Okay? So when you deal with something like this, you see whether it's accusations, whether it's bad press, and it's all at the same time, it should make you go, hold on. Candace, Alex Jones, by the way, he posted on April 2nd with, of course, as one person online called him, the glory hole gangster, Kyle Seraphin, the glory hole gangster. Right? The glory hole gangster, Kyle Seraphin. I'm just drinking tea. It's fine. I'm just drinking tea is the new, I'm just asking questions.
Just drinking tea when there's no tea around.
No, there's tea there. I was just, licking it off my lips.
It's a pre-tea.
I had to get myself primed to drink the tea. Okay? Alex Jones had the glory hole gangster, Kyle Seraphin on his show April 2nd. I said, high-level sources are telling us that Kash Patel's going to be fired today. And he wasn't fired. Now, of course, the cult-like hive mind of people who follow Alex Jones and believe everything he says is correct, despite the fact that he's only gotten one story correct, that a fluoride of water turned the frickin' frogs gay. If it wasn't for the frogs reenacting Brokeback Mountain, he would have gotten no stories correct. So the hive mind cult, beehive followers that follow Alex Jones, they don't hold him accountable for repeatedly making these predictions, and over and over and over again, they don't come true. So I have taken on the responsibility of going underneath that post on X every single day. I started on April 11th. I did one yesterday. I'll do another one today. Hi Alex. Today is April 13th, 2026. Kash Patel still has not been fired. Your clickbait is getting old. And these are garnering thousands of likes in his replies. So he's either going to block me or delete the post, or maybe both. But screenshots are forever. Anyway, I don't know how I got to that one. But you have these allegations here Oh, this is why. Because we have to ask the question, when you see all of these accusations come out at the same time, you don't have to assume it is coordinated, but it is, and one could assume, and it would be reasonable to believe that it could be coordinated, right? You see what I'm saying? Ask the question here, is this coordinated and why? Okay? If it's coordinated, what is the Democrats' motive? Why would the Democrats want to sacrifice one of their own in this race? What is to gain by taking down Eric Swalwell? Well, you know, the Fang Fang files are coming out. Kash Patel wants to release the Fang Fang files. Eric Swalwell, we call her Chinese takeout, right? You know, he had too much roast pork lo mein one night. Horrible. He never should have done that. Fang Fang. Now you've got these sex workers, as they call them, hookers, right? He says, I am suspending my campaign for governor. To my family, staff, friends, and supporters, I am deeply sorry for mistakes in judgment I've made in my past. I will fight the serious, false allegations that have been made, but that is my fight, not a campaign's. Okay, so he's out. Why are the Democrats... Why am I saying it's the Democrats? Because you've seen a wave of members of Congress call for him to drop out of the California governor's race. You've seen the mainstream media now become willing participants of this political hit job, right? In the media. And you have to ask yourself, if the Democrats and the left-wing media apparatus are all targeting this guy, there has to be a reason. What is that reason? Nolte over at Breitbart nailed it. And while I'm totally cool with celebrating this guy's demise because he is a scumbag, he has been an anti-American for a long, long time, there is a motive every time the Democrats do something like this. Bob Menendez, Joe Biden, Andrew Cuomo. Andrew Cuomo, he just ran for mayor. He lost. Andrew Cuomo in New York was running for re-election. New York! And all of the stories came out about how he was a little too handsy with his staffers. And then he came out with the excuse, I'm not perverted, I'm Italian. And it was a whole thing. Why did the Democrats get Andrew Cuomo off the ballot in New York in the 2022 cycle? Why? Because he couldn't win. He was not going to win re-election. The Democrats just saw in the state of New York in 2021 a massive red wave, particularly the one that materialized on Long Island. School board seats, county level seats, state legislature seats, district attorney seats. I was a very big part of that. Okay? As were many thousands of other patriots on Long Island during that education revolution that put Republicans in amazing positions to win, from Long Island to New York City to upstate, all over the place. They saw that momentum. And they saw a lot of that momentum unifying around a deep-seated hatred of Andrew Cuomo. Because of COVID, because of the nursing homes, because of mask mandates, because of vaccine mandates, because of cashless bail, Andrew Cuomo was incredibly wounded. So they take him out. It was the Democrats that took him out in New York, not the Republicans. And again, while it was nice in the moment to watch this guy basically just get fried and burned to a crisp by his own party, there was a motive, and the motive was putting in a candidate that gave them a better chance to win in 2022. And unfortunately for the Democrats, that candidate was Kathy Hochul, but it wound up working out. Okay? It wound up working out. No, and I still see this all the time. It was Zeldin won in 2022. Folks, he didn't. I love Lee Zeldin. I hope he's our next attorney general. I'm not saying there's no voter fraud in New York. There is. Brennan saw, I still have them to this day. I did hand calculations of there was no path.
Every time a Republican loses doesn't mean it was rigged, unfortunately.
There's Watch. There's voter fraud in every election. But voter fraud doesn't decide every election. Right. That's the point. So I'm not, you don't think there was voter fraud in New York? I never said that. I said there was voter fraud in New York. But even if you take the voter fraud out of the equation, Hochul still wins. It's what I'm telling you. I did handheld calculations. I was there. I was in the state. 2.5 years of my life I dedicated to that race and that cause. I know what happened there, okay? Believe what you want to believe. I'm just telling you from the driver's seat what I saw. Why do the Democrats take out their own? Why did they take out Andrew Cuomo? Because he couldn't win. Why did they take out Joe Biden? Remember? He was fine up until the whole world saw that he wasn't. And then they were like, guy's got to go. He's got to go. Because he couldn't win. Now, they're not necessarily taking Eric Swalwell out because he can't win. Oops, sorry. They're not necessarily taking Eric Swalwell out because he can't win. They're taking Eric Swalwell out because there's too many Democrats taking too much of the vote share. And the way California does its primary, it's referred to as a jungle primary. Okay?
Oh, I like that.
So everybody runs, both parties, Republican, Independent, Democrat, anyone. They're all on the same ballot. So the primary is a free-for-all. Anyone can vote for anyone. If you're a Republican and you want to vote for a Democrat, you can do that. If you're a Democrat and you want to vote for a Republican, you can do that. Everyone runs on the same ticket, okay? In the primary. A lot of states have a Democrat primary, a Republican primary. The winner of each face off in the general. This is not like that. In a jungle primary, the top 2 vote getters advance to the final round, okay? So what was shaping up was Steve Hilton, a Republican in California, and Sheriff, I think his name's Chad Bianco, but I know it's Bianco, a Republican in California, were positioned in some polling, and probably in internal polling, Democrats, or else they wouldn't have done this, to be the top 2 vote getters in the jungle primary. If that happens, it means 2 Republicans run against each other in the general. There's no Democrat, and the Democrats lose the governor's seat of California. Not because Republicans outvoted Democrats, but because there were too many Democrats that split the vote, allowing Republicans to be the top 2 vote getters. Do you hear this? Do you get it? So if you have Hilton at 15%, Bianco at 14%, and then Swalwell at 13.5%, Katie Porterhouse at 13%, Tom Steyer at 12%, Democrat at 9%. The top 2 vote getters are Republicans. Democrats don't advance to the general, and they are iced out of the general election. So what are Democrats doing here? They're doing math, and they're going, oh, sugar honey, I see the math ain't mathin'. We got to get rid of one of our Democrats that are taking up a lot of the vote. That Democrat, the easiest one to get rid of in this situation was Eric Swalwell. Whether it was Fang Fang or these allegations, out. They're the party of believe all women. So now Swalwell's 13.5% can consolidate behind either Katie Porterhouse or Tom Steyer. Okay? So if Katie Porterhouse and Tom Steyer are both sitting at around 13 or 12%, and they get half or a quarter of Swalwell's votes, they now surpass Bianco, and now you've got 1 Republican and 1 Democrat advancing to the general election. And as long as the Democrats have a candidate on the ballot in the general election in California, there is an upwards of 90% chance that the Democrat is going to win, because Democrats don't care that their party sucks. They are cultists. They are collectivists. They are a hive mind. They're like the Borg. They do what the party says. And from the party standpoint, that's a good thing, because it usually means the party's going to win. But from an actual policy standpoint, it's a bad thing, because there's no internal pushback. So getting rid of Eric Swalwell benefits the Democrats in the primary. Now, the one thing that could go wrong here, is the deadline has passed to have a name removed from the ballot. My point, Swalwell is going to receive votes. He's not going to receive as many votes as he would have received had he actually been actively campaigning. So while he may not get 13%, he may still get 5%. Could that play a role? It could. Hilton is probably going to win the primary. But unless Bianco places second, or another Republican, but in this case it would be Bianco, if a Democrat places second, California and New York are very similar. If a pair of sweaty gym socks ran for some office in California or New York City, for example, the pair of sweaty gym socks would win if it ran as a Democrat. My point here, the reason why the knives came out for Eric Swalwell and the reason why they came out for Eric Swalwell now, whereas these rumors have been circulating for a long time, is because the Democrats looked at the polls and their internal polls were probably worse than the public polls that we're seeing. They had to take out one of their top vote getters, and the easiest target was Eric Swalwell. He's a white man. He's got a extremely checkered past, whether it's Fang Fang or these other allegations about him cheating on his wife with the video and these women that are now coming out and saying these things about him. It takes his 13 or 14% of the vote. The majority of that now will consolidate around another Democrat in the race. The Democrats are hoping they consolidate around Katie Porterhouse or Tom Steyer. That moves them up enough to overtake Sheriff Bianco in the jungle primary. And now you're left with one Republican and one Democrat as the top two vote getters in that jungle primary, meaning a Republican and a Democrat advance to the general. Whereas if Swalwell had stayed in the race, he may take enough votes away from the others, and they may split the vote up and divide the vote up among themselves, where two Republicans become the top vote getters, and now there are no Democrats on the ballot in the primary. That's why it happened now. That's why it happened now, and that's why this piece in Breitbart talking about it is worth your time. Now, I'm not saying that we should have said, we should have waited. No, the truth has to be exposed, and I'm fine with this guy being exposed, but I just want you to understand there's a motive and a reason for the timing. And that's the motive and the reason for the timing. Okay. Annette Smith is correct. He needs to be removed from Congress, but Democrats ain't going to do that, are they? They never do it. LaMonica McIver assaulted an ICE agent. She's not removed from Congress. Bob Menendez with the gold bars. He wasn't removed from the Senate. Ilhan Omar and all the fraud that she's involved with. She's not getting removed from anywhere. Sherfilis McCormick in Florida, that woman with the FEMA, she might get removed, but Republicans wasted no time getting rid of George Santos. And I'm not the biggest George Santos fan, but he voted the right way. You gave up a seat, and now a Democrat holds a seat. All right. Let's take a quick break. New sponsor, guys. Yay! Guys, new sponsor. Brand new sponsor. Cove Pure. Cove Pure. Who is Cove Pure? What does Cove Pure do? All right, here we go. Cove Pure, ladies and gentlemen, water purification. I don't take a lot of things at face value anymore. I don't. And I'll be honest. Tap water was one of the last things on my radar until I actually looked into it. That is why now we purify our water with Cove Pure. Over 176 million Americans are drinking tap water with PFAs in it. They're man-made chemicals used in food packaging, nonstick software, cookware, firefighting foam. Scientists call them forever chemicals because once they're in your body, they stay there forever. They don't break down, and they're linked to hormone disruption, immune damage, and increased cancer risk. But here's the part that stopped me cold. The EPA set legal limits for PFAs in drinking water back in 2024, but water systems have until 2031 to comply. That's 5 whole years from now. Until that deadline arrives, a utility can be operating above the legal limit right now and isn't required to notify you. You're just drinking it. You have no idea. The EPA knows these chemicals are harmful enough to regulate. They're just not making anyone act on it yet, which means it's on you to take matters into your own hands. Cove Pure was engineered exactly for this. Unlike the normal pitcher filters you get at the store, their clear wave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants, PFAs, heavy metals, fluorides, pharmaceuticals, filtering particles hundreds of thousands of times smaller than a single human hair. We have a Cove Pure unit. This thing is sick.
Oh my gosh.
It is
amazing.
so cool. It is, it absolutely enhanced the quality of our water.
Oh, 1,000%. It
I'm
smelled
not-
like a pool. Like before our tap water, it smells like chlorine.
I'm not picky about water. Like I was drinking it until we had the algae thing last year. And then I
very
said, no,
picky.
this stuff, there is a huge difference. And I'm not just telling you that because they're a sponsor. I love this thing. Okay. The best part about Cove Pure is they make it so easy. It sits right on your countertop. You don't have to drill any holes or call a plumber. You just plug it in. Don't wait for 2031. Take control of your water quality right now. Head to covepure.com/Sean and you'll get $250 off for a limited time. That is Cove Pure. COVEPURE.com/Sean. Covepure.com/SHAWN. This unit is cool. It's quiet. It is efficient. And you don't have to replace the filters every month. It's like 6 months for the...
It depends on how dirty your water is.
Like at the very worst, 4 months. At the best, it's like 14 months.
And there's 2 different filters, so one of them
One
can go
filter
24
lasts a year and a
months,
half or 2 years.
depending on your water.
Depending on your water. So
And it shows you when you need to replace the filters. Like there's little lines that show you when it's getting
It's all
worse.
on your screen.
Yeah.
It is so cool. This thing is awesome.
It really is cool.
We drink out of it now. We don't have to buy the water from Costco anymore, so we're not dealing with the plastics
Yeah,
and all
I
that
was
stuff.
refusing. I won't drink tap water from the city.
So-
I think it's disgusting. So now I get to drink water and not worry about it. And it's so nice. Oh my
Cove Pure. Cove Pure, COVEPURE.com/SHAWN. Check them out. It looks like a lot of money up front, but it's actually going to save you in the long run, whether it's medical bills or you're buying water, bottled water, or you're going through filters with your Brita filter every month or every month and a half. This thing is cool. So check it out, covepure.com. We thank them for being a part of the show. One more on Eric Swalwell before we get to the Straight Up Form News. The DHS is investigating Swalwell for hiring an illegal alien who as a Brazilian nanny. Okay? Just wonder what was going on there. Brazilian nanny, huh? Okay. All right. The DHS federal authorities have been alerted to separate allegations involving Eric Swalwell. As scrutiny of the California Democrat continues to build, Citizenship and Immigration Services said it has been collecting information regarding claims that Swalwell hired a Brazilian national as a nanny without proper work authorization, and confirmed the matter has been referred to the Department of Homeland Security Law Enforcement Division for investigation. Now does it make sense why they're against mass deportations? Because they're going to take whoa, isn't this interesting? That we've been saying this for, 5+ years. Why are the Democrats against mass deportations? The same reason the Democrats were against ending slavery in the 1860s. Because we're taking their cheap or free labor away. If you free the slaves, who's going to pick the cotton, they said. If you deport the illegals, who's going to clean my toilets, they say? Who's going to pick our fruit? Who's going to farm the avocados? I don't know, maybe Americans? Working for a living wage? You want to talk about the affordability crisis? Let's talk about it. You are allowing jobs to be undercut by people who don't belong in this country working for crumbs, and you're fine with them not working for a living wage. We get Bernie Sanders... Our workers, the laborers in our country, deserve to be paid a living wage. $25 an hour minimum wage. We're up to 25 now. It used to be 15. $25 an hour. Living minimum wage. That's Bernie. Well, if you're forcing companies like McDonald's to put a fry cook or a drive-thru attendant at $25 an hour, They're either going to automate that process, which they're definitely doing, or they're going to find someone in one of these other fields that can just find a person who's not supposed to be here to work off the books for much less. So by raising the minimum wage, you're actually encouraging more slave labor because these companies can't afford it. But Democrats want to talk about the affordability card. The wages are too low. Okay? And yet you refuse to get rid of the people who are undercutting the wages and forcing wages down. Because it benefits them. Again, it benefits Democrats. Why would Eric Swalwell be against mass deportations? Maybe he doesn't want to lose his nanny. And maybe his nanny is more than just a nanny. I don't know. I'm just asking questions. Literally, this is me just saying, I don't know. Maybe she is. Maybe she's not. Maybe she's just a nanny. Okay. The Strait of Hormuz, ladies and gentlemen, the Strait of Hormuz. The United States is blockading the Strait of Hormuz. Folks, I don't often use Politico articles in this show. But I'm going to use a Politico article on the show today because this one I read yesterday, and Megan Messerly, that's the woman who wrote it, she didn't do a bad job. This is pretty straightforward. It's down the middle. We're going to get into it. Before we do that, I want to get into what J.D. Vance said as talks appeared to have broken down in Islamabad, Pakistan. So here's J.D. Vance on the weekend of negotiations with Iran in Pakistan.
Well, good morning, everybody. And let me say a couple of notes of appreciation. First of all, to the Prime Minister of Pakistan and to Field Marshal Munir, who were both incredible hosts. And whatever shortcomings in the negotiation, it wasn't because of the Pakistanis, who did an amazing job and really tried to help us and the Iranians bridge the gap and get to a deal. We have been at it now for 21 hours, and we've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement, and I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. So we go back to the United States having not come to an agreement. We've made very clear what our red lines are, what things we're willing to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we've made that as clear as we possibly could, and they have chosen not to accept our terms. Questions?
Sir, Nick Robertson from CNN. Precisely.
So J.D. Vance explaining that they did not meet some of the red lines. One of the red lines, the biggest red line, is Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. More on that in a second. I want to get to a word from our friends at Silent before we do that. slnt.com/Sean. That's slnt.com/SHAWN. Folks, your phone is a tracking device between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those pesky cyber criminals. They are all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint. And the craziest part is they don't ask you anymore. They just go on and take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, it is available to you to protect your family, secure your digital footprint, and protect your freedom. Just drop your phone in a Silent Faraday sleeve and it's off the grid, completely silent and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their cross bodies, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just visit slnt.com/Sean to save 15% and get free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com, slnt.com. Silence the chaos. Go silent today. slnt.com/Sean. That is slnt.com/SHAWN. Okay, what is happening? Brennan just basically chopped her knee off.
I'm going to be okay.
You going to make it?
I'm going to make it. I had to make sure that was our neighbor outside.
And it was?
It is.
Okay, good. All right, and your knee? Is it still attached?
We'll see. I don't know. It's fine. I'm really fine.
I know more thing
Living
about
when
you.
I'm walking and I'm pimping when I'm talking later, then you'll know why.
Something about that. There we go. President Donald Trump on Sunday. This is that article from Politico. This is, again, I don't often use Politico articles, but this article is a good one. It's a good piece. Play it right down the middle. Paratruth Social Post. Trump said the U.S. military would begin blockading ships entering or leaving the strait and would also intercept any vessel that has paid tolls to Iran to transit it safely. He also said any Iranian who fires on the U.S. military will be blown to hell. He said it's world extortion. And leaders of countries, especially the United States of America, will never be extorted. The weekend talks were brokered by Pakistan. It was the highest level of engagement between an American official and Iranian since the 1979 Islamic Revolution. The Strait of Hormuz sees roughly a fifth of the world's oil through it. Reopening the strait has become an economic imperative for Trump, whose approval ratings have sagged amid spiking oil prices and growing anxiety about the war's toll on an already turbulent global economy. Maybe a little dramatic there, but I'd say they're onto something. Vance said they have chosen not to accept our terms. The simple fact is that we need to see an affirmative commitment that they will not seek a nuclear weapon, and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon. Bingo, ding, 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 stop. Now, the reason I used a Politico article, someone said Emerald is saying it's the Strait of Hormuz.
Because it's hog honking time. You gotta honk Magama.
Okay. Get him. Here we go. There we go. There he is. One-time
is so cheeky.
One-time exception because of how good everyone did last week.
Only a one-time.
Yeah, one-time exception for Magamo today. Tomorrow it's back to regular.
That's still fun for the one time.
Yeah, I'm a compassionate ruler. Okay.
Yes, you are.
I'm compassionate.
All
right.
Go shopping whenever I want.
That's right. The Strait of Hormuz and this Politico article. This is why I chose this piece from Politico, because they cite the biggest and most important red line in the talks between the United States and Iran. So we hear from a bunch of people on the left and, on the, what you call it, the woke right, the doomer right, the black pill, whatever, okay? That, Iran wasn't trying to build a nuke. Okay, you are free to believe that. But I'm now going to ask you a question that you can't seem to answer. If Iran was not trying to build a nuke, why won't they agree to stop trying to build a nuclear weapon? Answer that for me, and then once you answer that for me, maybe you'll sell me on your position. But you can't seem to answer that for me. It's like when I pointed out, and we all point out, Democrats don't want ICE agents at polling places, right? But they tell you that illegal aliens aren't voting in elections. Well, if illegal aliens aren't voting in elections, why are you so upset with ICE agents being at polling places if the people who ICE is looking for don't show up to polling places? The answer is because the people who ICE is looking for do show up to polling places. Illegal aliens are voting in elections, and Democrats don't want them to get caught. Iran does not want to commit to stop trying or commit to never try again to build a nuclear weapon because they're trying to build a nuclear weapon. They won't commit, as J.D. Vance said, to stop pursuing the tools to try building a nuclear weapon because we destroyed the tools that they already built. The nuclear facilities last June are destroyed, but they're trying to achieve more centrifuges, more equipment to further enrich the uranium that they have, that they're in possession of right now. It's been enriched to 60%, which is far beyond the threshold for civilian energy production. Vance pointed out they will not commit to stop pursuing new tools and equipment that will help them achieve a nuclear weapon. Again, if they're not trying to build a nuclear weapon, why won't they commit to stop trying to build a nuclear weapon? If they were truly using this enriched uranium for energy production, they would say, sure, we won't be building a nuke. We're not trying that anyway. These terms are fine. This doesn't impact us in any way, shape, or form. The fact of the matter is they are trying to build a nuclear weapon, and their resistance to commit to stopping that endeavor proves that they're trying to build a nuclear weapon. And folks, you're seeing it with the Strait of Hormuz. Are there mines in the strait? Are there not mines in the strait? Nobody knows. The fact of the matter is, Iran is a theocracy run by terrorists. And you can't just assume that the terrorists are bluffing, because they're terrorists. They're not guided by any compass other than terror, right? That's it. So there could be mines in the strait, or they could be full of sugar honey iced tea and there's no mines in the strait. But anyone who's going to send a ship through that strait, $1 billion ship with very valuable cargo, isn't going to be comfortable doing so, because you never know if the terrorists are telling the truth. And they would do something as drastic as putting mines in the Strait of Hormuz to wreak havoc on the global economy. That's the point. And that's why, again, this Politico article has been, was a good piece. Now, here's an anonymous official, but the White House has not refuted any of this, and I get the feeling this is one of those controlled leaks. Like, yeah, tell Politico the same thing. This is in line with essentially what Donald Trump has been saying. Back to this piece. This is a great piece, worth your time. A U.S. official granted anonymity to share details of the negotiations, said the two countries failed to reach an agreement on 6 red line issues for the United States. Ending all uranium enrichment, retrieving highly enriched uranium, dismantling all major nuclear enrichment facilities, establishing a peace framework including regional allies, ending funding for Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, and fully opening the strait with no tolls for passage. They will not agree to any of that. They will not agree to any of that. No deal. Sorry. Not going to happen. They don't have the leverage. They don't have the leverage. The official added that Vance went into the negotiations understanding the history of mistrust between the two countries, and that one of the vice president's goals was to ensure mutual understanding of each country's objectives. The Iranians, the official said, did not understand at the start of the talks that the U.S.'s central goal is ensuring that Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon, a misperception Vance corrected through the talks. And again, the reason why I think this anonymous source is reliable is because he's painting J.D. Vance and the United States position in a positive light. Okay? A second U.S. official granted anonymity to speak candidly said that no members of the negotiating team remain in Islamabad, including Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, or members of the technical teams. And Vance alluded to that as such in his comments. We're all going back to the United States with no deal. Iran said the peace talks fell apart, you ready for this, because of a lack of trust. Iran's parliament speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf said on X on Sunday that the United States failed to gain the trust of the Iranian delegation. Okay. Yeah, we're the ones with the trust issues. Here is Donald Trump on with Maria Bartiromo talking about this exact issue, the Strait of Hormuz and the blockade. Listen.
This morning is saying that we will begin the process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. And at some point, we will reach an all being allowed to go in and all being allowed to go out basis. Right. So tell us what you're trying to accomplish with this blockade,
all in,
sir.
All out. Yep. It's called all in and all out. There'll be a time when we'll have them all come in and all come out, but it won't be a percentage. It won't be a friend of yours like a country that's your ally or a country that's your friend. Is all or nothing, and that'll be that won't be in too long a distance. No, we're just bringing the ships up. We got a lot of ships, so we're bringing them up. We think that numerous countries are going to be helping us with this also, but we're putting on a complete blockade. We're not going to let Iran make money on selling oil to people that they like and not people that they don't like or whatever it is. It's going to be all or none, and that's the way it is. And it'll be, you saw what we did with Venezuela. It'll be something very similar to that, but at a higher level.
And Mr. President, you say that there may be a mine out there somewhere that nobody knows about but them, and this is world.
There might be a mine out there somewhere nobody knows about but them. It sounds like it's a psychological thing, right? You know, you can't travel it. It could be a mine. It's like I always go back to this movie. Pirates of the Caribbean, right? But I think it's when they're on Isla de Muerta, the first Pirates movie. And Barbossa is getting ready to kill Jack Sparrow. And Jack says, hey, don't kill me. I've got information you need. Yeah, sure, whatever. And he just goes, your funeral. You know whose blood we need. I know whose blood you need. Right? That's what Iran's doing. They're saying, all right, well, you know, there's a mine out there. You can believe us or not, but it's, you guys can risk whatever it is you want. There's a mine out there. And they're trying to force the world to push back on the United States over the Strait of Hormuz. This is extortion. It's absolutely extortion. And yet, you got the mainstream media, you got the global media, and everyone, oh, Iran, we're so compassionate. Look at how good. They're the ones effing things up for you. Well, the strait was open before Trump went to war. Yeah, and Iran was about to get a nuclear weapon, and then what? Then try negotiating with them. You see, here's the thing. Iran has no military, no air force, no navy, no air defense. Their missile capabilities have been severely diminished, and no nuke. I'd rather negotiate with that than negotiate with an Iran that, okay, Strait of Hormuz is open. Sure. Robust missiles, drones, Air Force, Navy, air defense, nuclear weapon. You can't negotiate with that. Now, you really can't negotiate with terrorists either, and we're watching that play out. And Donald Trump always likes to wait. Give them as many chances as they can to make a deal, and then when they don't make a deal, you use force. And you essentially force a deal. But the entire world is watching and seeing you can't negotiate with terrorists. Okay, quick word from our friends at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA, and then we'll finish up for this morning. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA, goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. One final bit here from this piece in Politico, which again, I think is worth your time to give it a read. They have not left the bargaining table, Trump says. I predict they come back and give us everything we want. And I tell my people, I want everything. I don't want 90%. I don't want 95%. I told them I want everything. Now, of course, Trump wants everything. But this is a part of the tiered, step-by-step approach that Donald Trump takes to negotiations. He negotiates. Bongino went over this last week. He negotiates. If those negotiations don't work, he escalates. If the escalation does not force a deal, he takes a maximalist position. That's what he did when he said, I'm going to end the whole civilization. I don't want that to happen. I saw somebody on X go, well, when Al-Qaeda says they want to end the United States, we call them monsters. Yeah, because Al-Qaeda doesn't qualify that with, I don't want that to happen. Al-Qaeda says death to America. Iran says death to America. Trump said death to Iran, but I'd really prefer it not happen. When's the last time Al-Qaeda said, I prefer there isn't death in America? I'm here. I'm waiting. Negotiate, escalate, maximalist position, and advance the baseline. So by the end of each one of these processes, this cycle, he's now starting from a baseline that is better than when he'd started at the beginning of the cycle. It's the same thing as, you take 3 steps forward, but you take 2 steps back, but you're still in a better position than where you were when you started the process. So he says he wants everything. Yeah, he may eventually settle for 95%. Because the 5% that he gives to Iran might not mean much to us. But we know one thing for sure. The strait's going to open. No nukes. No pursuing nukes. No pursuing equipment for the nukes. And the terror proxies in the region have to stop being funded. because that's part of his campaign promise of peace in the Middle East. You can't have peace in the Middle East with Hezbollah, the Houthis, Al-Qaeda, Hamas running around shooting rockets at everybody they don't like. You can't have it. All right. I want to end with a little bit of fun. Sabrina Carpenter got in a little bit of trouble at Coachella. This is funny because I don't like her. She got mad that ICE used one of her songs in their videos or something. I don't know what song it was, but they used the song. You can't use my song. Shut up. Okay? Sabrina Carpenter, in the middle of two of her songs, heard a fan make a noise and had a little bit of fun with them. And okay, here comes cancel culture. Watch this.
Is that what you're doing? I don't like it. That's your culture, is yodeling? Is this Burning Man? What's going on? This is weird. You know, the last...
So you heard that like... Did you hear that? It kind of sounded like Elizabeth Warren. Right out there. Did you hear it in that video? So she was like, that's your culture, yodeling, because white people yodel, obviously, right? So you can make fun of yodelers because they're white. You could do it. It wasn't a white guy or a girl, and she wasn't yodeling. She was, she's an Arab, the person who did that, and was doing some sort of Arabic chant or call of celebration. And so, because Sabrina Carpenter was like shaming her, like, stop it, I don't like that. It's stupid, it's weird. They called her Islamophobic. So, of course, it was a zagruta, what it's called, a traditional ceremony, a celebratory vocal expression used in Arab cultures at events such as parties or weddings. Carpenter immediately faced pushback online from her own audience. Sabrina saying that she doesn't like a cultural Arabic cheer? This is so insensitive and Islamophobic. I'm very disappointed in her. So, of course, Sabrina Carpenter apologized. Please, 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 shut up. My apologies. I didn't see this person with my eyes and couldn't hear clearly. My reaction was pure confusion, sarcasm, and not ill-intended. Could have handled it better. Now I know what a zagruta is. I welcome all cheers and yodels from here on out. Okay.
Before her apology, I was on her side, honestly.
Yeah. No, me too.
Calling out something weird.
It's weird. Who cares?
Fine with me.
Don't give it, folks. Don't give into this stupid stuff. It's my culture. If my culture was...
If some white guy was yodeling
I'm
out
thinking
there,
of a really,
I would have been fine with someone making fun of him.
I'm thinking of a really bad example, but like, you know, I'm not going to use that example. It's really nasty. It's really gross.
Oh, no. You got to tell me after the show.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, okay. I'll tell you now.
Okay.
If somebody was honking their hedgehog in public.
Right.
And he says, you can't criticize me. That's my culture.
Right. I'm Italian.
Cuomo, I'm not perverted, I'm Italian. That's a much better example. I'm not perverted, I'm Italian. It's just my culture to grope my staffers. No, that gets criticism. You don't get to hide behind your culture. Now, that was harmless. Whatever that noise, harmless. But cancel culture still, cancel culture still came for her, and she very, very, very quickly apologized. Okay, Jeremy Herrell is up next here on rumble.com/LFA TV. Also, if you can, please subscribe to our podcast, the audio version of this, anywhere you get your podcast, Apple, Spotify, any podcast app. Search Ungoverned, hit subscribe. Hit that thumbs up button before we go. We're back tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern Time. As President Trump says, we will never give up. We will never give in. We will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Jeremy Herrell up next. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
morning. Good looking. What you got cooking? You're locked and loaded here on rumble.com/Lfa Tv. This is live from America, and we are obviously live from the Hawkeye state of Iowa. I am your ever so humble, God-fearing, and God-loving host of the show, Jeremy Herrell, the hip-hop patriot, and I am broadcasting from, like I said, the Midwest Hawkeye state of Iowa. But we got another guy part of the show here. His name's producer Eli, and he's broadcasting from the Northeast, where I hope it's warming up there, getting ready for spring. How we doing on Monday, brother?
It's not horrible, but it's still chilly and I can't stand it. But anyway, that shouldn't stop you from hitting the rumble button to hit the share button because we got news to get to. Swalwell's out.
Yeah, they might say bye to Eric Swalwell. Sharon TX, Coral Reef is here. How you doing? S. Rose is here. Andrew Hobart is in the building. Joe Bo is here. Scotty, Denise, good to see you. Jessica O'Brien, Jacluse. L. Spragg, Willie Rumble, Mooster Trump, Roxanne is here, Redneck is here, Redline Live, Big Mama Campbell, Khaki Danny, True International Under Pressure, and Betty. Good morning. Wow. We got some good news over the weekend, didn't we? A lot of news happened this weekend, but I think the greatest news is little by little, bit by bit, we're starting to see evil unravel, aren't we? We may not, or we may, we don't know, get to where we would love and have everybody that's ever broke the law, everybody that's ever lied to you and I, everybody that's ever deceived their own voters and their own constituents. It'd be nice to see them all living behind bars. I don't know if we'll ever get there. We may get there. But I'll tell you what, it's a good start watching the front runner for the Democrat Party in California pack his bags and leave the race, leaving two people far in the lead in the primaries in California, both Republican. And the way California primaries work, we might end up turning California red. Ladies and gentlemen, God does not work on our time. He works on his time. God does not fulfill our plans. He fulfills his promises. And we never know what's going on. But we're going to talk a lot about that today. Now, you probably don't see a ticker at the bottom of your page. That's my fault. I forgot to send the ticker in to the program, but I can tell you today we're going to be talking about these things. Attacks on conservative journalists, Eric Swalwell and his current state and what's going on in his state, expulsions from Congress, Iran, gas prices, Department of Homeland Security update, Congress, and the 17th Amendment. So we've got a lot to talk about today. And I pray that you guys will actually reach down, smash that thumbs up button, and share. Now, we're also going to be talking about something else as it pertains to President Trump and something he posted and how people are reacting. Before we get to any and all that, please tell your friends, family, coworkers, enemies about lfatv.us. The official website where you can go become a partner here and be a monthly donor, where you can go and watch old shows, current shows, past short clips, where you can go and get your updated news, the most clear and updated and transparent news that you could ever get, and you can sign up for the newsletter. You can do all that and shop at our store at lfatv.us. Also, wherever you get your podcast, Live from America with Jeremy Herrell, Rise Up, and the Live from America news show that goes on for 3 hours a day. You're getting 4.5 hours a day of content right there on the audio side. If you listen to podcasts or you have friends who listen to podcasts, maybe they're at work, maybe they can't watch, maybe that's the best way to do it. Catch up on all shows. Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. And lfatv.us. You know, I wrote a song once called Build the Wall. Does anybody remember that song? Goes a little something like this. Build a wall, 10 feet, 20 feet, 100 feet tall. Build a wall, 10 feet, 20 feet, 100 feet tall. So it begs the question, are we still building the wall? Because the wall was never finished. Thanks to Congress. Thanks to people that were around President Trump that was giving him bad ideas and bad advice. T. Mitchell said the USC was great on Saturday. Absolutely was. Why? Because the man himself was there. He was there with his son, Eric Jr. He was there with Ivanka. Marco Rubio was there. Let's check in with one of my favorite people in the administration. And I'd like to give him the introduction of saying, ladies and gentlemen, it's Miller time! Stephen Miller.
I just learned today that CBP says they will soon be at the milestone of 1 mile per day in new border wall. Nice. And that includes, by the way, a water barrier. So on the Rio Grande, they are putting a water barrier in place. There's 5 miles so far, but it's going to stretch all the way across to stop water-based human smuggling.
So a couple of things, Stephen. Everyone said it's impossible to talk about immigration reform without sealing the border. Nobody I know, Democrat or Republican, who does not believe the border is sealed. Leads some to say, like farmers and meat packers, what about some of the illegals here that are helping my company? Which led Mike Lowell, a Republican in a battleground district, to roll out the Dignity Act. Here's a little of it.
It says if you've been here more than 5 years, so not the people that came under Joe Biden's disastrous administration, but the people who have been in this country more than 5 years, 10, 15, 20 years, whose children and grandchildren may in fact be American citizens, they would qualify if they have not committed a crime. They pay back taxes, they pay a fine, they have a job, and they do not collect government benefits. They would qualify for a legal status, not citizenship.
So a little about what he mentioned, but here's some of the facts with the Dignity Act. Where do you stand with it, Stephen?
Well, you know that this administration opposes amnesty. President Trump has always been clear in his opposition to amnesty, and I, of course, you know my own views. But I want to reframe this whole conversation, Brian, if I could, to something that President Trump has been very focused on for a long time, and that's about having the kind of immigration to this country that makes us stronger, not weaker. I think this conversation gets siloed too often when we have to look at the whole picture. You know, you saw the recent tragic case where an illegal alien from Haiti bludgeoned a woman to death in broad daylight with a hammer, smashing her skull in one hammer blow after another. That's what happens when you have open borders to this country from some of the most dangerous parts of the world. That's one person that Biden let in, the Democrats let in, to maim and murder our citizens, but there are thousands more. When you have open migration, as we've had, Brian, largely, it was very bad under Biden, but largely for 5 decades before President Trump, we had open migration from the most dangerous places of the world. How do your schools work? How do your hospitals work? How does your economy work? How do you have a society that can win all these great civilizational struggles against our adversaries around the world if you have to feed, house, clothe, educate, support, give affirmative action to millions and millions of people from failed states around the world? So President Trump has said, we want to have high-value migration into this country, not low-value migration. And we have to deal with the fact that we have millions of people here who are on welfare, who are not contributing, who commit a lot of crime, who consume a lot of public resources, and it's in the best interest of this country for those people to be humanely returned home. That's the big conversation. And so this old Washington conversation about amnesty is missing the whole point. The real conversation is, how do we have an immigration policy that makes America stronger and more unified, not weaker and more divided?
So,
amen. A mile of border wall a day is being built right now. CBP put out a statement. Also, in the Rio Grande area, they are even building blockades there through the waterways. So all of this is going on while you're hearing mostly about Iran, Epstein, X, Y, and Z. Not to say that those things are not important to talk about. Not at all. But for sure, the one thing that I really needed President Trump to do was secure the border, A, and make sure that we deported everybody that was in here and make sure we let nobody in. And you know what? Behind the scenes, that's all happening. A mile a day of new border wall. I don't know how many miles are left. Eli, can you do me a favor? Is there any way that you can check, look in, and see how much more border wall would we need to completely secure the southern border with Mexico? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a lot more to build than there was that was already built. And a lot of the reason why we couldn't build was because of geography, because of mountain terrain and things like that. So there's probably always going to be places where we can't build. But I would like to see how many miles left are there that aren't currently being occupied by a wall. Is there any information on that, Eli?
As of early 2026, the U.S. government is in the process of constructing significant additions to the U.S.-Mexico border wall to reach a planned total of 1,400 miles. Total border length approximately 1,954 miles. Existing completed barrier. The U.S. has built over 650 miles of primary barrier with a goal of approximately 1,419 in total.
Wow. Okay, so if we're talking a mile a day, right? How many days left are there in this current administration? Eli, can you find out how many days left are there until January 20th of 2028? Or, excuse me, January 20th of 2029, right? Because the election is in 28. How many days left until then?
I don't really understand how it can't give me an total answer, but it says approximately 1,013 to 1,017. I guess we're going to hit some kind of time paradox.
Okay, so that really doesn't, okay, that might track. Okay, let's say we have 1,000 days left, okay? 1,000 days left, a mile a day is what they're doing right now. We should easily be able to get the rest of the border wall done. If their plan is 1,400, which means that there's probably approximately 500 miles in which they can't build a wall for whatever reason, terrain, mountainous regions, whatever. But we should easily be able to get to the goal of 1,400 plus, and we're not even halfway there. So that's great, actually, that President Trump is continuing to do that. Shannon said, as of April 26th, the U.S.-Mexico border wall is under construction with a stated goal to complete the project by 2029. So there you go. You know, that to me, that's great but what's scary is that we still have, if you don't count the 500 that we can't build on, we still have 700, 800 miles that's not touched, that there's no wall at. 700 or 800 miles, and I agree with what Rob Trips, 1972, is saying in the chat. Build a northern wall as well, because that's all they're going to do. They're going to come through commie Canada, and they're just going to, because Canada lets anybody in, right? Mark Carney lets anybody in. He's worse than Trudeau. Matter of fact, he wants a complete relationship with China, who is asshole. So I say, you're probably right, Rob. We're probably going to need a border wall to the north as well, unfortunately. Hey, before we get started here today, folks, do want to tell you about a big sale going on right now over at, been here a long time, great people, CB Distillery. CB Distillery right now has up to 60% off site-wide by using the promo code RUMBLE. April is CBD Awareness Month, and CB Distillery is celebrating with one of the biggest sales of the entire year, even bigger than they did during the holidays. For a limited time, you can save up to 60% on everything when you use code RUMBLE at checkout. Normally it's code LFA, but for this sale, it's code RUMBLE. This is their deepest discount, so it's the perfect time to stock up and finally give CBD a try and get off of that over-the-counter, big pharmaceutical, whatever it is that you're buying. Whether you're looking for better sleep, less stress, better mood and focus, relief from workouts, or whatever it is, even for your pet's arthritis, CB Distillery has a clean, plant-based solution for you. This is premium quality CBD at CB Distillery. Nothing artificial, no fillers, just clean, plant-based solutions at work. Over 2 million happy customers, 60-day money-back guarantee, and thousands of 5-star reviews. I'm going to pull it up here for you on the chat or at the bottom of the screen. It is cbdistillery.com, promo code RUMBLE at checkout. That's cbdistillery.com, promo code RUMBLE at checkout. Save up 60% off. Big shout out to CB Distillery as well for always coming back when they're having a sale. We have a lot of CBD users in the chat. A lot of people use it for their pets and their pets' hips and arthritis as well. So check them out, cbdistillery.com, promo code RUMBLE at checkout. Also want to give a big shout out to Rumble, if I can, right now, for Rumble Wallet. Now, last week I got another digital tip via Rumble Wallet. Now, while most of us don't actually have digital currency, I hadn't had any until people started donating that to me during the in the Rumble rant section with their Rumble wallets. That's the cool thing about this. And creators get to keep 100%. We've talked about how anybody who runs money can freeze your accounts, freeze your bank, freeze anything. Look what they did to people like we know, like Mike Lindell. They did this to a lot of Americans around J6 as well. If you have digital currency, nobody can stop this. It's literally real Tether Gold or Bitcoin on the blockchain and yours forever. It can't be touched. It can't be stolen. It can't be manipulated. It can't be taken or suspended or froze or anything. All because you decided to house all of your digital currency right in Rumble Wallet. Empowering voices and enabling transactions. Click the QR code on your screen or go to wallet.rumble.com today. Big shout out to Rumble, making moves, as always. All right, let's go to the Lord in prayer. What a great rise up we had this morning on Monday to start the week. Might as well keep it going right here. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. I want to tell you too, folks, first of all, thank you for praying with me. I want to tell you that this morning I was going through the emails finally. I hadn't got a chance to really get to it. I answered like one or two. But this morning I went through the emails and I deleted all of the stuff that I usually get from the White House, media scrambles, any kind of scheduling for President Trump and media. I get those every day. I probably get 10 emails a day. I completely filtered through all of those this morning so that after the show today, around the time that I do my Facebook Live, I'll be able to go in there and finally answer emails. I got it all together so I could just go right down the line. So if you've emailed in the last 3 weeks or so, I'm going to try to get to it, as many as I can today. And I know there's a lot of you in there. Arm Spear, Rockin' Robbins, and so many others. So I'm going to get to those as soon as I can after the show today. First and foremost of the day, I think the biggest story of this weekend is what happened to Savannah Hernandez. If anybody knows Savannah Hernandez, if anybody's ever met her, she's very tiny. She's very petite. She's got a fiery spirit like a lion. But for a group of men and women to physically attack her, assault her, punch her, push her, kick her, wave dildos in her face and smack her with them. Why aren't these people federally charged? That is what people are pushing for. They've got state charges. I will say that. That's great. But how come federal charges haven't happened already? Because a lot of these people weren't even from the area. You know how this works. A lot of them are bussed in. I don't know how to the extent, as much of to the extent of which the feds will charge her, but I know they're involved. I know the FBI is investigating right now, but at least in the meantime, they have been state charged. Don't know how well that's going to go over, though, in the state of Minnesota. That's the problem. And guess who was there, by the way? Guess who doxed her to the crowd? Eli. Do you remember the woke farmer? The guy who's literally on bail right now after an indictment of what he did in Minneapolis? That evil, sadistic son of a bitch needs to no longer be in the picture, if you catch my drift.
Yeah, I totally hear you. I saw the scumbag there harassing her just like everybody else. And let me ask you this, Jeremy. What are they investigating? It keeps, all this crap always reminds me of Spaceballs. When like, driver, prepare to move out. What are you preparing? You're always preparing. Just go. We have multiple angles. We've got Dolby Digital surround sound of that bald-headed, blue shirt-wearing scumbag literally throwing Savannah to the ground. So what's being investigated? Why is he just not in prison forever?
Well, the feds are investigating who's funded it, who was there. They're not investigating necessarily the beating or the assault or the pushing or the punching. That's evident. When they say they're investigating, what the FBI is investigating for federal charges is, where do these people live? Where did they come from? How did they get there? Who are they representing? Who are they with? Are they out of state? If they are, it's a federal crime. I think when the FBI says we're investigating the entire incident, it's not so much the punching and the beating that you caught on camera. State charges have picked that up. Federal charges will look for anything they can to build that case bigger than just the punching and the hitting, because they want to be able to throw the book at these people, I assume. But when they say they're under investigation for stuff like this, they're investigating the how, the who, the what, the when, the where, and the why. That's my best answer.
I guess I sort of kind of understand that. Even to the point, though, 4 minutes after it happened, I expect the FBI to be like, oh, it's Joe Smith, and he lives in Minnesota.
I know.
Go get him right now.
Yeah, I know. I know. They wasted no time to come to my door. They wasted no time to go to the January 6ers doors. They wasted no time to go to Grandma and Grandpa's door that were standing outside of a birth Planned Parenthood. They wasted no time to put mom and dad on no-fly lists and domestic violent extremist lists who decided to go to a school council meeting or whatever, a public meeting about what's going on in the school, a school board meeting, and they came and addressed their opinions. So yeah, no, 100%. But this is the difference between Democrats and Republicans. Democrats do everything. Republicans do absolutely nothing. Let's get into the top story. TPUSA reporter Savannah Hernandez was brutally assaulted on Saturday at the Whipple Ice Facility in Minneapolis. The anti-ice protesters organized National FUCK Ice Day. How nice. Demonstrations in major cities across the country, such as Chicago, Los Angeles, and Minneapolis. I swear these people are begging for ICE to come there and begging for the National Guard to come there and just crack their skulls, in which I wish would actually happen. Organizers confirmed that more than 600 sex toys were shipped from Minneapolis to Los Angeles for Saturday's protest. Why? Oh, because F ICE. Now I get it. How stupid and gay, by the way. I have some of the video footage of the event itself. We also have video footage of what happened to Savannah Hernandez. Thank God everything was caught on multiple different cameras. Let's start the videos. Video number 1 of F ICE Day. Oh, look, there they are. Oh, look. Oh, I bet you they took them home and used them afterwards, too. The gay, sick sons of bitches. And look, to each their own.
600 in total.
Oh, yeah. I bet you're glad to hold on to it.
Dude, these things are fucking heavy too, guys. They are not light. They are not light at all.
Can I feel it? Yeah, look at, they just love that kind of stuff.
Huge, dude.
Look at that. By the way, sorry, viewer discretion advised if there's any kids, but this is the way your Democrats act. You should see it. Like, this is protesting in 2026. This is protesting. You can't say F ICE without getting a bunch of rubber dildos there, waving them around and shoving them in fence posts and grabbing them and playing with them like they're toys. Like, I'll never understand the left. Ever. Again, I'm sorry for not saying viewer discretion advised. If you have any kids watching, you may or may not want them to watch. If it was my kids, I'd be like, this is what the Democrats do. What are those, Daddy? Oh, those are, and I would tell them what the Democrats do and what they use. Look, I'm not judging anybody, Eli, for what they do in their bedroom. Okay? Albeit for me to be in somebody's bedroom. That's your bedroom. You want to be gay in your bedroom? Be gay in your bedroom. There's nothing I can do about that. You want to use sex toys in your bedroom? Use sex toys in your bedroom. I'm not judging you for that. I don't care what people do in their bedroom. I seriously don't. Where it crosses the line for me, where I really go after the LGBTQ community, is when they bring it outside the bedroom because we let them out the closet, and now they expect their whole world, Eli, to be the playroom. And I'm just not having it. And I don't think many adults in this country are okay with this.
I'll never understand what their fascination is with dildos. They dress like frogs. They dress like vaginas, excuse my terminology. And then they wonder why they don't get taken seriously. They're starting to get more and more violent in these protests, and they're the ones that call us the cult and conservatives and MAGA the dangerous people.
Yep.
As we just wake up and lead normal lives.
And somebody in the chat said something profound and amazing. Where was the Pope on this one? The Pope's busy calling out President Trump for, trying to bring peace to the world by killing evil terrorists. But where's the Pope on this? Where's the Pope on the sexual immorality, the public sexual immorality that's going on? You want to know why President Trump posted that picture that everybody thinks is him depicting himself as Jesus, even though he didn't have long hair, didn't have a beard at all? Was literally posting a picture that, the way I took it, was an anointed man by God doing the work of God. Isn't that what he called the disciples to do? Everybody's all pissed off and up in arms because President Trump shared a picture of himself in Hebrew garments, saving the United States of America and helping heal the sick and the poor. I don't know if anybody's got their Bible here, and I'm no scholar, but I do remember the book of Acts. Does anybody remember the book of Acts? Does anybody remember what happened at Pentecost? Anybody, please, raise your hands. Did not the followers of Christ get the power of Christ? Did not the followers of the Christ receive the Holy Spirit? Did not the disciples and the followers of Christ, the apostles and the disciples, did they not receive the power of the Holy Spirit? Were they not commanded to go heal the sick? Were they not commanded to go resurrect? Were they not commanded to spread the gospel and be like Christ and do like Christ did while on earth? Is there not a saying called, what would Jesus do? Do what Jesus would? Isn't there a saying like that? Why is everybody all up in arms, even Christians? I've seen so many Christians do this today. I can't believe President Trump did this. You know what? Everything else I have stood behind him for. Everything else I have stood with him for, but not this. This is blasphemy. Please tell me, is it your interpretation that's blasphemous, or is it the picture itself? Because Eli, if he was portraying himself as Jesus, I would expect him not to have blonde hair and a comb over and a naked face. I'd expect him to have long hair and a beard. Now, I'm not sure that that's what Jesus looked like, but if you believe in the Shroud of Turin, or however you want to pronounce it, and judging by what people wrote about him, he had a beard and long hair. So, is it the interpretation of the picture that makes people go, oh, that's blasphemy? Because because Trump was depicted in Hebrew garments, helping save his country. Did not these same Christians say after Donald Trump was shot that he was anointed? Didn't they say he was anointed by God? He must be. He's the guy chosen by God, as imperfect as he is, to help save this country. Didn't y'all say that? I remember it. I don't see things the way the world sees things. Want to know why? Because I'm not of the world. I've changed that path. Do I adopt some of the things of the world once in a while? Do they creep up and come back in my life? Absolutely. Want to know why? Because I'm not Jesus. But I don't see the things the world sees. I don't. I see them different. Anyway. Video number 2.
Down there in the parking lot, there will be hot dogs.
Right down the fences. Tired says the movement of MAGA is coming to an end. Jesus is returning soon. The movement to save this country will be at an end when Jesus says it's at an end. And I'm not going to worry about when that day is. All I know now is that MAGA is alive and well. Endorsements are doing great. Candidates are doing great. Trump is the boss. Again, you might have seen it a different way than I saw it. But that's what I saw. Eli, what'd you see it as? Have you seen that? Have you seen that picture that everybody's freaking out about? Trump posted. I mean, I know you haven't been a Christian for a long time or had a relationship with Jesus for a long time, but what did you think of it?
I don't know. I didn't think too much of it. I mean, Trump posts things like that all the time. I've learned by now not to go off the deep end and freak out when, Trump will post something like that. There's an immediate part of me that's like, dude, come on.
Yeah. No, don't get me wrong. Yeah, I feel the same way.
The type of reaction that he was looking to get, and it worked. It always works.
Yeah. No, don't get me wrong. I feel the same way. I almost wish he would just not even toe the line sometimes. Just handle your business. Handle your business. But guess what? I'm sure that you wish that I wouldn't read the chat sometimes. I'm sure that I wish I wouldn't swear sometimes. I'm sure the chat would wish I didn't read the chat sometimes. We all do things that we're not proud of. Okay? Hicker's great analogy. Just because I dress up in a Cowboys jersey doesn't mean I think I'm Troy Aikman. Nailed it. Like I said, loving your commentary in the chat, man. Absolutely. Guess what? I wear Jesus shirts all the time. Eli, I wear a sweatshirt that says Christ is King, and on the back shows a big picture of Jesus. Is that blasphemous? Is it? Again, he was wearing Hebrew clothing. Didn't depict himself as Jesus in his facial features or anything. So anyway, I'm going to move on from that. But that's where I stand on it. Everybody, I'm sure, has their own whatever. Now, this is the guy. This guy, William Scott Kelly, the woke farmer, the guy that's every word out of his mouth is the F word, he incited that mob against Savannah Hernandez. He's the one who identified her as she stood at the fence taking video of the ICE facility at that protest. Same guy that was storming the church with Don Lemon, Eli. in Minneapolis. Remember, he moved to Minneapolis. He said, I'm effing moving here. You effing guys are the effing greatest. Me and my effing wife are going to effing move here because you guys are the only effing ones that are effing mobile. And I effing love it. Remember that video?
Oh, how could I forget, Jeremy? This is the guy who just talks like this and, just tries to get your attention by sounding like a tough guy. He's got the most gravelly voice in the world, and he has to say the F word every other word out of his mouth. Blah, blah, blah. He's back.
Oh, I can't stand that guy. Oh, I can't stand that guy. So, anyway, let me show you some of the video of poor Savannah Hernandez. And look, I know, I've seen people online, Eli, get this, check this out. I've seen people on our side of the aisle, right wing, whichever part of that right wing you're on, whether you're MAGA, whether you're America First, whatever you are. I've seen people on our side say, if you put yourself in positions and scenarios like this, situations like this, you have to expect this to happen. And I hope you think that when the shoe's on the other foot. I hope when people come up to my truck and start bashing me or my kid because of the fact that we're driving it, they put themselves in a position, Eli, to get throat punched, right? Because I guess we can resort to violence if we put ourselves in that position.
Yeah. That a-hole statement just infuriated the shat out of me, the living shat right out of me. Because you're right, if it was the other way around, this would have been worldwide, not national, worldwide news. Conservative, MAGA, psycho, cult, drinking the Kool-Aid, scumbag, attacked an innocent liberal, blah, blah, blah. And this is what I'm saying, Jeremy. These scumbags, nothing's happening. There's no real accountability, so they're getting more and more and more and more violent. And what do? We just have to keep taking it? This is what kind of irritates me. I want Trump to do something about this. I don't care how ridiculous this sounds about the First Amendment and whatnot. I want protesting outlawed. It's useless. It gets nothing done.
Well, I mean, this kind of protesting is outlawed. That's the thing, Eli. Is this protesting that we're seeing every day, all the time? It is outlawed. Because they go from standing and saying, this, I want my voice heard, which is what we did on January 6th, right? That's what the First Amendment is. As soon as you cross the line into damaging property, hurting somebody, blocking traffic, burning something, you know what I mean? Disrupting society. I mean, I see cops arresting people all the time, Eli, for disturbing the peace. All the time. Is this not the ultimate disturbing the peace on steroids? You know what I mean?
Yep. Absolutely, 100%. Damn Skippy. I'm getting sick and tired of seeing this crap, especially, I don't know, men, I'm not trying to get into the whole men-women thing, but, men can, for better or worse, take a beating. Savannah Hernandez is like 5 pounds soaking wet.
Yeah.
And all I have in my head repeating over and over is that bald, blue-headed, shirted scumbag bashing her to the ground. Who the hell do you think you are?
Yeah. Well, let's get to what I'm talking about.
I got her? No! Stop touching me! You fucking touched me! Jesus Christ! Leave me! I'm trying to leave!
Just go, though. Look, we're trying to help you. Let's get you out of here. Trying to leave. Let's go. Let's get you out of here. Let's go. Where are you going? Where do you need to go?
I don't have a car here. Where do you want me to go?
Derek, can we get her somewhere?
We're trying to help you, though. Like, we helped you.
No, you didn't.
Yes, we did. We stopped people from hitting you because you were
I was standing here for an hour.
If we didn't help you, you would have been attacked.
I started attacking me.
We told them to stop.
I didn't do anything.
Coach, you're like trying to play victim so hard when we.
What?
Okay, so I have all this on camera. It's fine. And because we're Minneapolis, you can't press charges against any of these people either. Anyway, so yeah, there we go. There we go, guys. There we go. Minneapolis, incredible. What am I gonna do?
Okay, there's one video. That's not even the worst. There's more. Let me go back to this clip here. What's up, Eli?
I was just wondering if everybody happened to notice that fat, useless, assault vested wearing sheriff milling around like a cow. Do something, fat boy.
Yeah, and they were talking about detaining Savannah Hernandez. Believe it or not, that's what they were doing. This video here, no sound on it. For whatever reason. This will be another angle. We're going to show you multiple angles today. She gets shoved into that fence here in a little bit. She gets pushed down by that guy in the blue, Eli, that you've been talking about. She gets literally, like, shoved in the back to her head, like whiplashes. That person right there to the left of her, they're arrested right now. We're going to get to her in a minute. Her, him, they, them. This moment, she's trying to leave. She's getting smacked in the face with the dildo. That's the girl that's arrested that pushed her into the fence. That fat hog right there with the horn, she's arrested. See that? She just got shoved to the ground there by that girl again. Punching her, kicking her. She puts her glasses back on. You'll see this fat guy in the blue come and smoke her in the back, push her so hard, like whiplashes her. Oh, and by the way, if the woke farmer was the one who instigated all this, Eli, A, that's a violation of his bail, right? B, that should be new charges.
Yeah, damn Skippy. Damn should be. This crap is hard to watch, dude. I am so tired of this shit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I reached out to her today. I haven't heard back from her yet. She's probably recovering. Here's some more angles. You're going to see more that you haven't seen yet as well, because I got a few more videos to show you here of this, but we're just going to go through them. That guy right there. That guy right there. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. That guy right there. Did you see how hard he hit her? Like a man. Hit her like a man. Oh, I wish I would have been there. Play it over. See that? See that?
Guys, it's over. It's over. Back the fuck up. It's over. It's documented. She'll get charged. It's over. Fucking kid again. Dude, we love you. We love you. We love you.
So, he said, touch my kid again. Apparently, in all the scuffling, they had their kid there, and their kid, yeah, like Savannah Hernandez hit your kid, right? Now, before they got arrested, by the way, state charges, which aren't going to be much, the people that were beating her, punching her, kicking her, they're screaming victim. It's all on camera, though.
This is Emma, Angry Daughter, also known as Pedro Strushko. And I was the girl that literally just got fucking assaulted by a fucking piece of shit Turning Point bitch. And first of all, her fucking, I ID is expired. 2023 is when it expired. And second of all, I got released. They're gonna like do investigation and all that for video, but I need everybody to send their video that they got of her assaulting me first. And then second of all, my boyfriend that was protecting me,
the bald
Lorenzo
guy,
Garcia, the one that was talking about his dad, yeah, they fucking took him for protecting me. I need everybody to get the word out to go to Hennepin County Jail and help him get out because he was assaulted and unlawfully arrested for no reason for protecting his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Please send videos. Please get the word out. And thank you to everybody that's been...
Yeah. I was just assaulted by a TPS USA loser. Bitch. Savannah Hernandez posted this, and I'll bring it up here for you in a minute. By the way, we're only 250 people away from 4,000 people, folks. I know I ask a lot, but we're all in this together. Please share the link out to your social media, whether you got to manually copy and paste it or a quick share. She said, thank you to Leftism for You, who has been exposing every person who attacked me yesterday by celebrating. Chris, Dayanya, and Paige Ostrushko are not going to be allowed to hide from this. Meet Chris Ostrushko. He's one of the people who attacked Savannah Hernandez while she was filming at the Whipple Federal Building in Minneapolis. He owns Lychee Lounge, a gecko breeding and selling business. Of course he does. His wife and his daughter, who both assaulted Savannah, can be seen in the video, and they can be seen right here. This is them. There they are, folks. Lychee Lounge LLC. That's the business. They have social media. Looks like they have Instagram. Looks like they have TikTok. That looks like maybe TikTok. Not sure what that top one is. The bottom one's for sure Instagram, though. Top one maybe TikTok or Snapchat or something. He owns the business. Go find it, folks. Lychee Lounge LLC. I wonder if they've taken it down. That's the guy who pushed Savannah Hernandez in her back like she was a man. Coward. Bald, fat, old, fat loser coward. That's him. Eli, I have that video queued up for myself. She said, this is the man who threw me to the ground outside of the Whipple Ice facility. This is Savannah Hernandez posting that picture I just showed you. I had multiple women also swinging on me simply because they found out I work for TPUSA. I wasn't even interviewing people today. According to Hernandez, the situation became even more disturbing as she later identified the attackers. Found out that the 3 people who attacked me today are family that states they're, ready for this, Eli? Ukrainian Iranian. So those people claim to be Ukrainian and Iranian. After the daughter assaulted me, the mom came up and attacked me, stating, "You effing hit my daughter." The man who violently pushed me to the ground then screamed, "Don't touch my effing daughter." Prior to their assault, all 3 had come up to me and were calling me a B word, screaming in my face, putting dildos in my face, blowing whistles in my ears, and then assaulting me as I tried to leave. This is the face of these self-proclaimed Ukrainian Iranian attackers. They do look definitely demonic, but they also do look Ukrainian, maybe Iranian descent. She says, Paige, Diana, and Chris Ostrushko, you're not going to get away with this. I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that you are charged for the brutal attack that you committed against me. I told Savannah, I said, come on the show. You should make your round around all of the conservative podcasters, raise a bunch of money, and go get lawyers and go after these people for everything that they're worth, even their citizenship if they're not born here in America. Go after them. I'm sure she's busy as all get out today. I'm sure I'll hear from her in the coming days. 6 sons of bitches is what they are. And do you want to know who these people really are? Ask yourself, why have they been on CNN before? Why have they been on MSNBC before? Why have they been praised by people of the likes of Circleback Jen Psaki? Weird, right?
Goes by the nickname Minnesota Angry Man, and he's using his newfound fame to encourage others to stand up for community too. Ahead of nationwide strikes and protests tomorrow, we asked Chris if he had any words of wisdom to share, and here's what he had to say.
We need some peace and harmony in our state and across our country. We've been dealing with enough tyranny. We're done with that. We need some peace, love, and harmony. Please come out. Please show up. Get off that couch. If I can do it, you can do it. We can march. We can dance. We can sing. We can hug it out. We can swear at the sky.
From the couch to the streets, what a rallying cry there. Love to hear it. Chris.
Yeah. From the trailer park to the White House, Jen Psaki. Why did you have this guy on? How was he highlighted on a national news organization prior to this moment? Eli, the guy said he wanted peace. He wanted to hug it out. He wanted love. As he pushed a 5'3" girl like she was a 6'2" man. Coward.
Hilarious too, the fat pussy boy I see. I see an Instagram page, it's private. I'm not finding anything on Facebook. Well, did you take everything down because now you're oppressed, fat boy?
Yeah. Well, you hiding everything now? I thought you were a man. I thought you were strong, bro. Somebody said that David Rodriguez, he remembers David Rodriguez challenging people to sanctioned fights. Can I join that? I think that's what we should do from now on. That's not resorting to violence. That's actually resorting away from violence. Yeah. That's resorting away from violence. That's actually resorting back to what we did in the old days. You had a problem with somebody, it was a one-on-one. You didn't take it out on the community. You didn't take it out on innocent bystanders. Loser leaves. That's what I've been calling for. Loser leaves the country, denounces their citizenship and leaves the country. Deletes your social media, something, I don't know. Can I get in on that? Here's Hennepin County chokeholding these individuals. That's her right there.
Why are you grabbing her? If you just want her side of the story, why are you grabbing her?
Don't touch me.
Don't talk. Is she under arrest? Hey, why are you grabbing her?
Because she was beating a woman.
Why are you grabbing her? Hey, wait. Why are you grabbing her?
Chokehold, baby. Chokehold. How's it feel now? Yeah.
I just got maced.
Ain't so fun when the rabbit got the gun, is it? See that guy filming right there? I'd have kicked him in the face too. Grab her.
Why are you grabbing her?
Yeah. Why are you grabbing her? Oh, I don't know. Probably because she just engaged in a family domestic assault against a 5'2" journalist, woman. How's it feel when a man chokeholds your daughter? Chris? Coward Chris? Oh, look at her cry. Oh, I can't breathe. I can't breath. A lot of people can't breath in Minneapolis, it looks like. And are all these people going to get arrested for trying to impede an active arrest and investigation going on in the streets? Cowards. We're 140 people away from 4,000, folks. Appreciate that. Why are you choking her? Don't grab me, bro. Don't tase me, bro. Like I said, Eli, ain't so fun when the rabbit got the gun.
It's absolutely amazing the restraint that some of our law enforcement have. I could never do it because I would accidentally break so many arms, putting them behind their backs and putting them in cuffs that it wouldn't even be funny.
Oh, yeah, I'd be like, how many times did you hit her with the dildo? Oh, no, like 15 times. Good, this is Mr. Nightstick. This could be used as a dildo. Probably not. Actually, the main function for this while you're sitting there on your stomach on the ground with your hands tied behind your back and your feet hog-tied together with a zip tie, watch this. Actually, you can't see this because you're face down. Crack right on the back of the elbow. Crack right on the back of the kneecap. Crack right on the spine. Oops. Sorry. I wonder if that's how she felt when you guys were assaulting her. Here, let me lift you up real quick. Let me push you back down face first. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Slipped.
Do you know what a dislocated shoulder feels like? Well, you're going to learn today, sweetie. Hold tight.
Yep. Yeah, and after you break it, go, you need a hand? Anything? No? All right. Here's another view of this crazy situation.
Is she under arrest? Don't touch. Is she under arrest?
She was touched.
Hey, why are you grabbing her?
I'm under rights. I need to know my rights.
Why are you grabbing her?
You know your rights if you're asking for them.
Wait. Why are you grabbing her?
Run, they're saying.
This is it. Okay, stop. You hear the voice that's saying, you put her in a chokehold, you piece of shit, look at you. I want you to hear that one more time. Tell me, whose voice is that?
Hey, wait. Why are you grabbing her?
Run! Fucking joke. This is it.
You're a monster. You're a glorified mall cop. Look at you. A fucking disgrace. You're a glorified mall cop. Leave them alone. That other girl instigated everything and punched her in the face. The other girl
Okay.
did everything.
All right, that's the giraffe guy, not the woke farmer. They sounded a lot alike.
Piece of shit. Unredeemable piece of shit. Oh, you're gonna punch everybody now?
I thought you just wanted to talk, motherfucker.
You're a piece of shit. Unredeemable. Leave her alone.
I thought you just wanted to talk.
Go do detail in a Panera Bread, you piece of shit.
I thought you just wanted to talk to her.
Didn't you just want to talk? Why don't you just talk to her? Why don't you get her side of the story?
Don't need her side of the story. It's on
Her
camera.
side of the story.
I thought you just wanted to talk. I thought you just wanted to talk.
No, you just want to shoot bear mace because your wife will return your fucking emails.
Where's the de-escalation, you fucking piece of shit? Back off! Back off! Back off! Back you up, everybody! Back off then! Back off!
Nobody's close.
Back off!
You look like
Back off! You set your point. Back
watch the videos before you
These officers said they just wanted to talk, and now they're arresting her. They have no reason to be arresting her. They said they just
So, every one of those people that were surrounding her were holding her from the cops taking her into custody. This is how far Minneapolis is out of control. Cops are overrun and overpowered by gay men who tuck their sack back and wear giraffe costumes. And I'll guarantee you the cops didn't even want to do it. That's how weak they are there. I'll guarantee the cops didn't even want to arrest her. Oh, do we really have to? Kind of have to. It's all on video. These cops don't care. They're on the side of those protesters. That's why the protesters aren't beating the cops, and the cops aren't beating the protesters. They're like, come on, John. Really? Come on, Ken. These guys are coming to our town doing this to us. Don't take them away. I got it, guys. Sorry. That's Minneapolis for you. Sickening. Poor Savannah. I'm going to see if she's texted me back yet. Not yet. I wonder how many of those people either cross state lines to get there or used GoFundMe money that was donated across state lines to get there. Or we're having messages back and forth on WhatsApp or Signal or Snapchat or Discord where they were planning this with people over state lines. Somewhere, so when the FBI says we're investigating on this, they're finding ways to bring federal charges against them, and I pray they do. Keith says, tell her LFA is praying for her. You got my word. Cadino Doctor says, Savannah held up better than most men. She didn't panic. Amen. When we come back from this quick 2-minute break, the big news of the day, even bigger than this, believe it or not, Eric Swalwell has dropped out of the California race, governor race. His loss is the rest of the country's gain. Speaking of loss and gain, how much have you lost since the stolen election of 2020? How much did you have to rack up in credit cards, personal loans, debt, interest? How much of your 401k did you have to tap into? The question remains is, how much debt do you have that is bad debt? See, there's good debt and there's bad debt. How much bad debt do you have? How many thousands of dollars of credit card payments do you have to make at 28% interest? That, ladies and gentlemen, is what Done with Debt is here for. They specialize in getting rid of the bad debt and only structuring the good debt into your life. They are trained debt professionals. This is what they do. They specialize in resolving your debt, getting you on a plan to get you perfectly by the date that they say, by this date we'll have you there. They're great at that. DoneWithDebt.com, 888-322-1054. DoneWithDebt.com, 888-322-1054 today. Fill out the questionnaire on the right-hand side. How'd you hear about us? Lfa Tv. Submit it. They'll get a hold of you. You guys can have a long conversation about how to get you out of that debt. As we just crossed 3,900 live viewers. Folks, we crossed 4,000. I'm a happy camper in off season. You keep sharing, you keep liking, I'll keep reporting. How about that? The big news of the day. Eric Swalwell, representative, probably not for too much longer, has dropped out of the governor's race amid the allegations of sexual assault. Again, Eli, not really much allegation that needs to be verified when you're starting to see videos of what this guy's done. Right? And you remember when Nick Sorter confronted him when he was drunk, and I showed that video last week, where he's like, "What's the matter, Eric? What's the matter? You don't want to talk about Fang Fang? You said you only F10s. You only F10s, meaning he only sleeps with hot people. Meanwhile, he's got a wife at home." I saw the video that him and his wife made about him running for governor. They're walking down through town holding hands while she answers questions about him from the camera, from the people. What would you like the people to know about your husband? Well, he's a good husband and he's a good father. Does a good father and a good husband sexually assault people, have sex with multiple women, including threesomes in his own home? Does he do that? Eli, last I checked, I'm not the greatest father and the greatest husband in the world, but last I checked, that's a no on the good husband, good father scale.
Absolutely not. And he already, apologized for it, basically. I got to read this for him, dude. I love it so much. To my family, staff, friends, and supporters, I am deeply sorry for the mistakes and judgment I've made in the past. I will fight the serious false allegations. You just said I'm sorry for doing horrible, horrible things. And you're like, I'm going to fight it, though, because I didn't do it.
Yeah. For the deeply and horrific things that horrific things that I've done to cause such deep harm to my family, I am so sorry. But you have my word. I will fight these lies with every fiber of my being. But you just said that you did some, sounds like a political answer to me. To me anyway. But who am I? I'm just a father and a husband myself, Never did anything like that. But anyway, let's find out. I am suspending my campaign for governor. Ooh, why? To my family, staff, friends, and supporters. This is what Eli was talking about. I am deeply sorry for my mistakes, in judgment that I have made in my past. But I will fight these serious false allegations that have been made. But that's my fight, not the campaign's. Last I checked, you don't have a campaign anymore. Hold on, I got it. There it is. There it is. Another one bites the dust. And another sick son of a bitch gone, another liar, another hypocrite. Now, before the videos came out, and I don't know, have you seen the videos, Eli? We're going to show them, so in case anybody hasn't seen them. Have you seen the videos of him and the women?
I think I might have seen one or two, but I'm sure you've got some more juicy ones to show us.
No, I mean, they're the videos that have come out. Apparently, there's a lot more. Apparently, also, the Democratic Party knew about this for a long time and allowed this guy to go on show after show talking about how it is not okay to abuse women and all women should be believed. Apparently, members of the Democrat Party not only knew that this was going on, but they knew who he was doing it to. And now they're coming out saying it. Well, actually, I know one or two of the victims, and the stories are horrific. Really? Did you just hear about them today? That's weird. That's weird. Here's what he said before the videos came out.
A lot has been said about me today through anonymous allegations, and I thought it was important
you hear
that
them from
you
me.
see and hear from me directly.
Oh, yes. Let's hear it.
These allegations of sexual assault are flat false. They are absolutely false.
Oh.
They did not happen. They have never happened, and I will fight them with everything that I have. They also come on the eve of an election where I have been the front-runner candidate for governor in California.
Not anymore.
I do not suggest to you in any way that I'm perfect or that I'm a saint.
Didn't think you were.
I have certainly made mistakes in judgment in my past.
Oh.
But those mistakes are between me and my wife. And to her, I apologize deeply for putting her in this position.
So deep.
I also apologize to you if in any way you have doubted your support for me. But I think you know who I am. For over 20 years, I have served the public. As a city councilman, as a member of Congress, and as a prosecutor who went to court on behalf of victims, particularly on behalf of sexual assault victims. That's who I am and have always been.
That's who I care about.
This weekend, I'm going to spend time with my family and friends. And I appreciate those who have reached out to me to show support. And I look forward to updating you very soon.
Do you? You going to update us through Chinese media or what? Hey, how about this? Ready? Let's flush that turd down the toilet. Oh, and let's give him one of these too. Do you remember that lefty billionaire who owns that mansion that Eric Swalwell was staying in while he wasn't in Congress voting? You remember when I told you about that, right? Yeah, well, he kicked him out. Lefty billionaire boots disgraced Swalwell from his $26 million Beverly Hills mansion and demands, ready for this, $1 million back after the heinous sex assault and rape allegation. Then changes his political party to Republican, saying, F the Democrat Party, I'm done. Bro made this billionaire even switch his party affiliation to Republican, and now he's going to give the billions of dollars that he has, or the millions of his billions, apparently, to Republicans. They flip whichever way is going to benefit them. Lefty casino and timeshare mogul Stephen Klobuchar, who once called Swalwell his little brother and poured over $1 million into his flailing campaign for California governor, has dramatically cut all ties, kicked out the serial liar and abuser out of his luxurious $26 million Beverly Hills mansion. Klobuchar is now demanding every penny of his cash back after these allegations that Swalwell sexually assaulted multiple women, including a former staffer who claims that the Democrat raped her while she was too drunk to consent, reported by the New York Post. Swalwell had been living in this lavish 9,700 square foot estate for a long time, actually. He was there more than he was in Congress. Congressional records show that Swalwell missed House floor votes on at least 3 days when he was posting content from the mansion. Swalwell missed more votes in 2025 than any other active member of Congress, and more even than the late Representative Raul Grijalva, who died in March. Klobuchar has been a major backer of Swalwell's gubernatorial campaign. He contributed $1 million to a supporting committee, provided resources from his own short-lived 2025 governor bid, and previously spent $31,000 on a trip flying Swalwell to Nice and France, according to congressional gift reports. Klobuchar has publicly referred to Swalwell as his little brother. The billionaire is done with the entire Democrat corrupt party now, saying F the Democratic Party. I'm a libertarian now who will probably vote Republican. He added, I'm going to change my GD party affiliation because I cannot stand the Democrat Party at all anymore. I'm done. Finito. Well, God moves in mysterious ways, folks. But that's not all for Eric Swalwell. He's got a couple more bad things coming his way. Jack Posobiec dropped the additional video of Eric Swalwell in bed with the alleged sex worker, which made it 2 videos that we saw yesterday. Let's see. Let's go to those. I have the videos in case you haven't seen them. which I'm sure you have already. But in case you haven't, we're gonna go get them. Let's see here. The second video, too, by the way, is actually the better because it actually shows another woman in the background filming. And if you can remember, Eric Swalwell was always all over the place talking to women about sexual assault and all this other stuff. Let's see. I'm trying to find the best one here for you, just in case you haven't seen it. Now, this is probably the best one. Let's go to this. There's no audio here in this one. So this is him. Before we play it, let me set the stage here for you. He's sitting on a bed here. There's a woman that's going to be over his shoulder right over here, a blonde woman. This woman right here is confirmed to be a prostitute. Then there's a guy on the bed as well. So I don't know, maybe some foursomes going on or something. I don't know. But they're saying that this was in his house. Now, that looks like a hotel to me. It doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be a hotel. Can very well be a house, too. But they're saying that he was bringing sex workers into the house that him and his wife live in. And at first, he stopped taking donations. And then he just full-on canceled his campaign. I'm trying to look for the other video where you can see the other woman. It doesn't look like I saved it, but regardless, it only shows like another second and a half of it. And then after that, you can see this other woman pop up in the back. But that's just one of many, apparently, that are coming out. And he knows the ones are going to be coming out, so he decided to drop out. Now, again, problems are going to worsen for him because now there's allegations of immigration and campaign finance violations as well. So his problems are just getting started, folks. Just getting started. Let me read this for you. According to a report from the New York Post, 2 complaints filed with the FBI claim that Swalwell and his wife kept a Brazilian national, Amanda Barbosa, working for them after her illegal work status expired. One complaint filed with the Department of Labor alleges the couple misled federal authorities to extend her stay. A separate complaint filed with the Department of Homeland Security claims that Swalwell paid Barbosa under the table. We talked about this 3 weeks ago. Using campaign funds while she lacked valid work authorization. Now, Barbosa first arrived in the United States in 2021 on a visa. She was hired later that year to care for the couple's 3 children. Federal Election Commission records show that Barbosa received $3,914 in campaign funds in 2021, followed by a whopping $46,930 in 2022. Now, her visa expired in December. Under visa rules, which she later used, she was not permitted to work off campus. Despite that complaint, alleged she continued working as a live-in nanny for the family. Social media posts reviewed in the filings appeared to show Barbosa regularly caring for the children throughout 2023 and 2024, far after her visa was up, including family events and public appearances. Campaign records show that payments made to Barbosa stopped on paper after 2022. Producer Eli just emailed me the second video. So we're going to go get that right now. And thank you to Suzanne for sending it to him. I don't know why I didn't have that second one pulled up here, but I'm going to have to download this one. I don't like downloading sex videos onto my computer from congressmen, but for this purpose, I guess it'll be okay. Let me fit it to the screen here for you guys. What you're about to see is the second video posted by these people who were posting them in the room, I guess. But what you're going to see here is the woman in the back as well. Here we go. Don't know why that's not playing. Hold on. We were doing this on the fly, folks, so kind of happens sometimes. All right. Should be able to play now. Let's go over there. There you go. There's the second video. There's a dude right there, and there's a woman who comes, who you can kind of see in the back in this video. See if we can play it again. There she is, right back there. There she is. See her? Now, apparently she was filming. I don't know who was filming here. I don't know if that was a camera on the desk or if it was a tripod or what. It looks like they're drinking. There's another guy there. So more than likely they were having orgies or sex parties or something. I'll bet you P. Diddy was there. Thank you, Eli, for supplying that. Appreciate it. So now we got the campaign violations, and then there's this. Nearly a dozen major Democrats have abandoned Swalwell's governor bid for sexual assault allegations, including Gavin Newsom, Nancy Pelosi, Hakeem Jeffries, Adam Schiff, and more. Now, remember in 2018 when Eric Swalwell was making his round saying, we should believe all survivors no matter what. Remember with the Kavanaugh stuff and everything? Believe survivors. Godchick said that sex worker looks like she was ready for action. Looks like no panties were on. Tired says, this is AI, LOL. I'm sure that's what they probably want the world to believe, right? Now, the next set of problems that he has is support is growing in Congress to remove Representative Eric Swalwell, and expulsion could happen this week. Well, if that's the case, can we also get rid of, while we're at it, can we also get rid of Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar? Representative Eric Swalwell is now facing a potential expulsion from Congress vote in the House as lawmakers prepare action following multiple allegations of rape and sexual assault. Representative Anna Paulina Luna of Florida said that she will force a vote to expel Swalwell when Congress returns from recess this week. Well, Congress, you got a lot to do. Don't let that stop you. Swalwell says he wanted you to hear it directly from him in that video that I showed you. Well, we heard it directly from him, and then the video dropped. How much more is going to come out in the coming weeks? How long have people held on to this? How long have the Democrat Party known? Were they going to let it go until somebody put it out? Who put it out? Who were the first people to put it out? Was it New York Post? Who gave it to them? Was it Katie Porter trying to get ahead in the Democrat polls? Could be, right? Now, expulsion from the House requires 2/3 majority, making it a difficult threshold to meet. Yet some Democrats are still proving reluctant to take action against one of their own because he's one of the biggest and staunch Trump enemies, and they want to keep him. Andrew Solinder, who authored the Axios story, is providing a list of Democrats and Republicans who want Swalwell expelled. Among the Democrats already showing support for expulsion is Pramila Jayapal, Mary Gluesenkamp Perez, Ro Khanna, and Teresa Ledger Fernandez of New Mexico. Also up for expulsion is Texas Representative Tony Gonzalez, who admitted to an affair with a staffer who later died by suicide, and Representative Sheila McCormick, who is facing a raft of corruption allegations. 2 Democrats, 3 Democrats actually in total if you talk about Eric Swalwell, and 1 Republican. Even Schiff called for him to stop his gubernatorial campaign. But how can you call for a stop to a gubernatorial campaign, but not call for expulsion of the seat that he already has? Think about that. Now, Katie Porker, as I like to call her, she has sexual allegation charges against her too, as well as abuse against staffers. These are your Democrats, California? These are it? Here's Anna Paulina Luna says she's going to force a vote.
Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell dropping out of the California governor's race, and now some representatives say that they would support expelling him from the House should he refuse to step down.
Yeah, it's completely inappropriate. I will be filing a motion to expel Eric Swalwell. It is unacceptable for him to just index his campaign for governor in California, but still sit in the House of Representatives. It is unacceptable. And frankly, I don't think that they deserve taxpayer dollar paychecks while they're going through all this.
The 45-year-old Democrat has been accused of sexual misconduct by 4 women. Allegations include one former staffer who says Swalwell sexually assaulted her on 2 occasions. Swalwell has repeatedly denied these claims. Last night, he made this announcement on X, suspending his campaign, writing, "To my family, staff, friends, and supporters, I'm deeply sorry for mistakes in judgment I've made in my past. I will fight these serious false allegations that have been made, but that is my fight, not a campaign's." Now, the Department of Homeland Security is investigating another case, whether Swalwell hired a Brazilian nanny illegally. Hiring a foreign national without the proper visa would violate immigration law, and the department's Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell dropping out of the California.
So, will he be expelled from Congress? The number's growing, so I don't know. But if these Democrats who have called for his stepping down from the governor race in California don't also call for his expulsion from Congress, it's going to look really bad on them. Real bad. Now, getting back to the whole nanny thing, USCIS, which is United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, has referred what they're calling Nannygate to the Department of Homeland Security and ultimately to DOJ for a criminal investigation into Eric Swalwell and his wife. They're calling it Nannygate, involving both Eric Swalwell and his wife. Homeland Security posted on X, USCIS has been collecting information on the allegation involving Congressman Eric Swalwell and the hiring of a Brazil national as a nanny without lawful work authorization. USCIS has referred this matter to DHS law enforcement for investigation, which will then probably have to go to the DOJ. The entire Nannygate scandal exploded thanks to the tireless work of independent reporters and independent filmmaker Joel Gilbert, who filed detailed federal complaints with the DHS and the FEC back in February of 2026 this year. So big shout out, and we're going to give the Smarty Award of the day to independent filmmaker Joel Gilbert for doing all the heavy lifting. Something that the mainstream media should do that they don't. Joel Gilbert, you get the Smarty Award today here on Lfa TV. Eli, do you remember all of the who is going to wash our clothes? Who is going to watch our kids? Who is going to pick our fields? Who is going to clean our toilets? This right here is a perfect example of they want these people here for slaves and to vote for them. And that's it.
Right you are, Jeremy. It always makes me think of Ozzy Osbourne's daughter on that episode of The View actually brought up that great point about who's going to flush our toilets, who's going to cook our food and pick it in the fields and whatnot. And all right, back to you, mate. All right.
That's exactly right. Slaves and votes. And he's paying them with donor money, not even his own. It looks like Eric Swalwell might not only be expelled from Congress, stepped down from running for governor, in trouble with the law for campaign violation and work visa violation, but also the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, which I don't hold a lot of faith in them because you know who runs that. Hey, Fat Alvin Bragg. They've launched an investigation, a criminal investigation, into the sexual assault allegations. So now he's got that to deal with. This guy's got like a laundry list of problems, folks. A laundry list of problems. And we just got word that President Trump may be speaking soon So as soon as President Trump speaks, we'll jump to that. News reports came out that he may be calling an immediate press conference here. Brave Matt said, "Where did Jeremy go?" This is a new segment. Brave Matt must be too far behind in the video. The Manhattan District Attorney has launched an investigation into Eric Swalwell over the very serious allegations of sexual assault. The San Francisco Chronicle on Friday published a story about a woman who claimed that Democrat Eric Swalwell sexually assaulted her twice and probably drugged her in order to do it. Ready for this? The woman who worked as a staffer in Swalwell's office for 2 years told the San Francisco Chronicle that Swalwell began pursuing her just weeks after she was hired at the age of 21, and this was in 2019. After the San Francisco Chronicle dropped their bombshell report on Swalwell, 3 additional women spoke to CNN and provided evidence about alleged additional misconduct by Eric Swalwell. The staffer said she was sexually assaulted in 2019. The staffer also said that Swalwell raped her years later in 2024 after she left his employment. Quote, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office said on Saturday its investigation on the sexual assault charges against Swalwell are ongoing and serious. The unidentified former female staffer sat down with CNN and recounted some of the horrific details about the alleged rape that occurred in 2024. Now, for those of you who have been through this before, if this triggers anything in your past, I'm sorry, but I have to read the quotes here. It says, "I went to the bathroom, and I don't remember anything after that." Adding that she started remembering the next day. She said she could see flashes of that evening of him on top of me pushing him off, him grabbing me and forcing himself back down. It was a lot more aggressive. It was aggressive, she said about the assault in 2024. And he didn't stop. He didn't stop. I woke up the next morning naked, alone in his hotel. For a moment, I didn't even know that it was his hotel. That's how incredibly intoxicated I was. CNN said that they corroborated the woman's claims by speaking with friends and family that she confided in after it happened. CNN also reviewed photos and screenshots of the text messages. Back and forth. The outlet reviewed a message from her medical provider that week after she received a pregnancy test and STD test, calling her a survivor of rape. Her physician said. Later Saturday, CNN reported that the Manhattan District Attorney's Office is investigating the sexual assault charges against Adam Schiff. We urge survivors of anyone with knowledge of these allegations to contact our Special Victims Division, they said, at 212-335-9373. The DA's office said that in a statement to CNN, quote, our specially trained prosecutors, investigators, and counselors are well equipped to help you in trauma-informed, survivor-centered manner. Oh, were those same professionals that were violating Donald Trump's rights left and right? Yeah, I'd put a lot of faith in them. But who knows? When it comes down to taking a politician for sexual assault charges, it seems like people can't bite their teeth into that enough. So maybe he really will go down. Maybe this will be far more than Eric Swalwell's end of his political career. This might be the end of Eric Swalwell's life as a free man as you know it for a very long time.
Breaking news about Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell. Hours ago, the Manhattan District's attorney announced it's opening an investigation into the congressman after a former staffer says Swalwell raped her in 2024 in a New York hotel room and sexually assaulted her in 2019, both times when she was heavily intoxicated. Several other women have also accused him of sexual misconduct. MS Now has reviewed text messages and medical records regarding the former staffer for Swalwell, who confirmed yesterday that she made the sexual assault allegations reported by the San Francisco Chronicle and CNN on Friday. When asked why she decided to come forward, she told MS Now, quote, "I finally felt like I had the support to help me come forward, which was a huge deciding factor that I did not have when this happened in 2019 or in 2024. She spoke with CNN Friday, and a warning, some viewers may find this content disturbing.
I said no. In my flash that I can recall, I was pushing him off of me saying no.
And what did he do?
He didn't stop.
After this news had broken in the San Francisco Chronicle and at CNN, I got in touch with the woman who was central to these allegations. She told me, she confirmed to me that she was indeed the one who had told both those outlets that she was sexually assaulted by Congressman Eric Swalwell, both in 2019 and in 2024. Today, I did review text messages and medical records regarding those allegations, and they are damning allegations against the congressman. There are a number of Republicans who are already saying that he doesn't need to just step aside from the governor's race. He also needs to resign from his seat in Congress. Notably, no Democratic lawmakers, current sitting Democratic lawmakers, have called for that. But the House returns to session on Tuesday, and I can assume this is going to be a top topic of discussion amongst lawmakers.
Michael, do you think that Swalwell and Representative Gonzalez are at risk of an expulsion vote? It's very rare, and it's only happened 6 times in the last 200 years or so. But do you think that congressional members you've spoken to are taking it that seriously?
Yes, they are at risk of that. I can tell you already. Next week, the pressure on Eric Swalwell is going to be increasing in the Capitol. Congressman Lauren Boebert, the Republican from Colorado, she says she's going to bring a censure resolution against Eric Swalwell. Censure used to be rare. It's become a little bit more commonplace, but it's still a weighty thing in the Capitol. And Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, the Republican from Florida, says she's going to bring a motion to expel Eric Swalwell from the body next week.
With breaking news about Democrats.
Do you know the craziest thing about this, Eli? Is now the Democrats have to hang their entire hopes on Katie frickin' Porker. She's the only Democrat left that has any kind of support. And she was like number 4 or 5 on the polls. There are 2 Republicans topping the list. In California, the top 2 people in the poll or in the primaries go on for governor. Go on to see who, in the general election. So if it's between a Republican and a Republican, if it's between good and good, I'll take good. Katie Porker now is the front runner for the Democrats, but not the front runner in the state. And she's going to have to stay poised and not, I don't know, beat her staff members for the next few months.
I'll bet they never saw that one coming. Wah, wah.
That's exactly right. Here's for Katie Porter.
In my flash that I can.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yep, exactly. I don't think Katie Porter's got what it takes. We'll get to Katie Porter here in a minute. But do you know who I haven't heard from in a very long time? Trump is on Fox Live right now. All right, we'll get to that. Thank you very much. Got to stay on top of that. We'll play this video and then we'll go to Trump.
I don't have much time left, but I want the allegations against Eric Swalwell, which have not been independently confirmed by ABC, he's denied them all. But serious sexual misconduct allegations, and now you have an army of Democrats abandoning his campaign for governor. He was the leading candidate, Democratic candidate for governor, and now he's facing calls to drop out from people like Nancy Pelosi.
Listen, let me be very clear. I tried to get rid of Swalwell 6-8 years ago. When I got the briefing, when I became leader with the FBI, Nancy Pelosi was in the room. I turned to her and said, how can you keep her on Intel? Intel is a select committee that only the leaders put on, that you know all the secrets that the members do not.
But
I made a motion.
Was this about sexual misconduct allegations, or?
It was a combination with the Chinese spy and led to all that. Every member in Congress knows not to let any young staffer get around Swalwell or Matt Gaetz. It's not a secret there. There's a reason why you didn't want those 2 people around. He was the leading candidate for governor. He probably could have won the.
Well, hold on, everybody. Sorry about that.
I agree.
Donna, should he drop out?
His campaign is in a free fall right now with top staffers leaving. And let me just say this. as someone who knows at least one of the victims that have come forward, I'm very concerned.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to President Donald J. Trump right now. He is live, and if we have to take it back a little bit to when he first came out, we will. Apparently, he's talking about that meme that was posted. Let's go to him now.
You know, the amazing thing is we don't, can you believe this? We don't use this trade. We don't need this trade. We have our own oil and gas, much more than we need. We have more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia. Think of this. We produce more. Saudi Arabia and add Russia to it. Substantially more. And by next year, we'll have double that amount. So we don't need it, but the world needs it. And many ships are heading to our country right now as we speak to load up with the best.
He's not lying about that.
Really, I guess you could say, somebody said the best and sweetest. I don't know exactly what sweet is, but when it relates to oil, it's a good thing. But they're coming to our country right now. There are many boats coming to our country. Now, it could very well be this is going to be settled before that. We've been called this morning by the right people, the appropriate people, and they want to work a deal. They would like to work a deal.
Is it your anticipation, Mr. President, that other countries will assist in this effort to blockade Iran and those?
Yeah, other countries are going to also.
Which countries, sir?
We don't need other countries, frankly, but they've offered the services. We'll let it be known probably tomorrow.
Has the blockade started, sir?
Yeah, started 10 o'clock.
Bishop Robert Barron supports you and your policies. He praises you for defending religious freedom.
Yeah.
He now says you owe Pope Leo an apology. Will you apologize?
No, I don't, because Pope Leo said things that are wrong. He was very much against what I'm doing with regard to Iran, and you cannot have a nuclear Iran. Pope Leo would not be happy with the end result. You have hundreds of millions of people dead, and it's not going to happen. So I can't. I think he's very weak on crime and other things. So I'm not. I mean, he went public. I'm just responding to Pope Leo, and you know his brother is a big MAGA person, and he's a great guy, Louis. And I said I like Louis better than I like the Pope. No, you have to have law and order in our country, and that's what we have now. We have the lowest crime numbers we've had in a long time, despite the fact that many criminals were allowed into our country, but we've gotten a lot of them out. We've done a great job on crime. So we have the lowest murder rate in 125 years. Since 1900, the lowest murder rate. So we believe strongly in law and order, and he seemed to have a problem with that, so there's nothing to apologize for. He's wrong. The other thing is he didn't like what we're doing with respect to Iran, but Iran is wants to be a nuclear nation so they can exterminate the world. Not going to happen.
And Mr. President, on Iran, if the deal is not reached by the end of the ceasefire, does your threat from before still stand?
Yeah, I don't want to comment on that, but it won't be pleasant for them. Let me put it that way.
Do you still plan to charge your toll to use restraining order, sir? Has your timetable changed in any way in terms of ending this conflict?
No, it's going on. Just right now, there's no fighting. Right now, we have a blockade. They're doing no business. I didn't like seeing boats come out if they were doing business with Iran, but if they weren't, no boats came out. So now Iran is doing absolutely no business, and we're going to keep it that way very easily. Don't forget, their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft is gone, their radar is gone, and their leaders are gone.
And oil's at $93.
Coming from predominantly going to China, Mr. President, has Xi Jinping reached out? I know you're going to be...
No, but we have a very good relationship with China. He would like to see this ended also. He certainly wants it ended. Everyone, I want to see it ended too, but we can't give a nuclear weapon to a group of people that have caused nothing but havoc for 47 years. Look, I'm the president that's done something about it. This should have been, and many other presidents regret that they didn't. You know, so I'm doing something about it.
Ukraine impeachment documents that were just declassified show that Eric Charanella not only submitted false information, but that he had no direct knowledge of the alleged conversation. It was all hearsay. Do you feel vindicated by those?
Yeah, I do. They're a bunch of crooked people. You're talking about with respect to all of the things that they put against me? Yeah. Well, it's come out that in so many different ways. Thank you very much for that question. I appreciate it. But in so many different ways, the election was rigged. The 2020 election was rigged. We found that out. What you just said is just a piece of that. It's a big piece, but minor, relatively speaking, compared to what they did. They cheated in the election. They cheated on the vote. They cheated in every way possible, and it's the only way we got an incompetent man to be a president. And he was an incompetent man. Many of the things that we're talking about, even including this would have been settled a long time ago, not now. And it should have been settled by other presidents. But the election was a rigged election. We can't let that happen to our country.
It's concealment of exculpatory information. What should happen?
Well, it's a very serious charge against them and the Democrats. They cheat. They can't get elected with their policy. So their policy's no good. They want to have, open borders. They want to have men playing in women's sport. Do you think that men should play in women's sports?
I really don't have an opinion on that.
You don't? I'll bet you do.
No, I'm here about
pizza.
no tax on tips.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Now you can meet with a TurboTax expert in your community.
Get more oil out from this area.
Yeah, I think they're going to be doing very well there, and I think they're doing very well here. You know, a lot of tankers are coming up here. They're coming in empty and out full. And we have a great capacity to take care of that business.
Ma'am, may we know your name, please? Have you delivered to the White House before?
I have not. My name is Sharon Simmons.
And are the White House good tippers? Do you know?
Wait.
Potentially. Yes, very.
Mr. President, can I ask you something
That's
about
good. Thank you. You reminded me.
Mr. President, one on Cuba, sir. You previously said that you had no problem with countries sending fuel to Cuba after previously promising to tariff them. What happened? What changed?
Well, we're going to see with Cuba. Cuba's another story. Cuba's been a terribly run country for a long time. It's got a bad system. It's been very oppressive, as you know. And we have a lot of great Cuban Americans, all of whom just about voted for me. And they were treated very badly. In many cases, family members have been killed. They've been beaten up and mugged, and terrible things happen in Cuba. And Cuba's a failing nation. And we're going to do this, and we may stop by Cuba after we're finished with this. But Cuba is a nation that was just been horribly run for many years by Castro.
You said may stop by regulator Bill Pulte regarding those two recent referrals for Letitia James for insurance fraud. Do you know if federal prosecutors have evidence to charge?
Well, I don't know. I know she's a very corrupt person. And you're talking about the so-called Attorney General of New York. She's a very corrupt person. That's been proven now. And I know I have nothing to do with it, but they're looking at things all over the place, more than one state, concerning her and concerning people like Comey, who's a dirty cop. Comey's a dirty cop, and dirty cops are bad. Nobody likes the police more than me, the law enforcement more than me, but Comey's a totally dirty cop, and we're not gonna stand for it. Yeah.
The UFC fight that's happening at the White House this summer, UFC typically numbers those fights consecutively, but should they label this one UFC 1776?
That's a good idea. I'll tell that to Dana White. I like that idea, actually. I will say I've been involved with a lot of big events. I have never had an event that's had more interest in the UFC fight that we have right at the front door. Right there, they're going to start building about a 4,500 seat arena. And then in the back, at the Ellipse, we're going to have maybe 100,000, 50 to 100,000 people, I guess. They're building tremendous stages, and you're going to have massive screens of the fight. And it's a very popular sport. But I have never been involved, because of the White House and everything. There's a lot of reasons for it. But we're having a fight at the White House on June 14th, and we're going to have an arena built right at the front door.
Oh, wow.
And if you want, is your husband up to coming, do you think? Does he like UFC?
He might.
If he's feeling good, we'll make sure you come, okay?
That would be wonderful.
That's
Thank
better
you.
than the tip I just gave you, I'll tell you. That's a lot better. But no, if he's feeling good, right?
Yeah.
Is he doing okay? Is he going to be okay?
He's doing very well. He's doing very well. He actually, during the process, he wrote a book. And
go ahead, give him the name. Maybe yourself.
He hasn't had it published yet, but it's a book on humility, and his name is Leo, and he's just
good guy.
Doing good. He's doing great.
How long are you married?
We have been married for 6 years.
Oh, so that's good.
We've,
Okay.
you know, like most people, we've been together for over 10. So
That's very good. Well, that's very nice to say hello to him. He's going to be good. Okay, he's going to get better, and he's going to be good.
yes, sir.
Good.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
I want to thank you all, and I especially want to thank you for being here.
Well, I want to thank you
Thank you very
for
much.
the no tax on tips.
That's good.
It has helped my family out immensely, and I definitely appreciate it. Thank
That's
you.
so nice. You know, the one thing that I just in leaving, we've had more good press for a change, having to do with the fact that people are receiving more money from their tax refunds than they ever thought possible. We had a man the other day got $5,000. Another one got $7,000. They weren't expecting anything like this, and it's because of the great big beautiful bill. And that's why you came, and I really appreciate it. And tell your husband to get better.
I will.
And if he's feeling good, you'll come up and you'll watch that fight.
All
okay,
right.
June 14th.
I appreciate it.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Take
much.
care of yourself.
Thank you.
Any update on
Thank you.
DOJ, though,
Thank you.
Mr.
Your
President?
reaction
You went
to
to leave
Mr. Orban?
DOJ. Any update on who you went to leave DOJ who you're going to nominate?
Well, I think Todd, as far as doing a fantastic job, I will say that. He's a great lawyer. I know that because he's been with me a long time. And so far, he's doing a great job. But we have incredible people in the DOJ, getting better all the time. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
So we're actually I'm gonna take it back to the beginning when President Trump first came out, because I want to hear what he said about the meme. And apparently that's what he said when he first came out, was discussing the meme itself, the meme that he put out that's got everybody all up in arms, apparently. Let's see. Right about here. Let's go here.
Is that surprising to you, actually?
It was very surprising. Very
It's a
surprising.
great big beautiful bill. And that doesn't include overtime in your case. This is only just based on what we did in terms of every other aspect of the tax bill, right?
Yes, sir.
So it was 11,000 saving.
Yes, sir.
Isn't that incredible? And that's what it is, the tax cut. It's really, you know, we call it the great big beautiful bill. We should call it the great big beautiful tax cut bill, because it's tremendous amounts of money. And that's overtime. That's also on Social Security, as you know.
Yes.
And it's pretty amazing.
Yes, it is.
Well, you're really nice. Would you like to do a little news conference with me with these people? These are not the nicest people. They're not nice like you. You know that, right?
I'll do whatever you ask me to do, sir.
So the no tax on tips is something special, right?
It's very special.
And that's the one that really pertains to you more than anything else.
Yes, sir.
It's
Yes.
fantastic. It's such an honor to meet you. And I think you voted for me, do you think?
Maybe.
Yeah? I heard you're a great supporter. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'll put this over here. And why don't we have a news conference with the president? Okay. Want to do it?
Sure.
You don't have to say too much. I think they're looking about hormones straight and various other things. Do you have any questions?
Mr. President, did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross, as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one. So I just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, and I do make people better. I make people a lot better. As an example, the 11,000, I understand your husband's going through treatment.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He's
He
going
has
through
cancer.
some very serious cancer treatment, so
Yes, sir.
this goes a long way.
Yes, sir. It sure does.
Mr. President, are another round of talks planned with Iran? And if so, will you send Vice President J.D. Vance with?
Well, he's done a good job, and Steve and Jared, they've all done a very good job. And I can tell you that we've been called by the other side. They'd like to make a deal very badly, very badly.
What was the sticking point over? You said it was over nuclear.
It was over nuclear, very similar, yeah, very good. I guess you're listening. It's over the fact that they will never have a nuclear weapon. Iran, you marking it down? Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. And we agreed to a lot of things, but they didn't agree to that. And I think they will agree to it. I'm almost sure of it. In fact, I am sure of it. If they don't agree, there's no deal. There'll never be a deal. Iran will not have a nuclear weapon, and we're going to get the dust back. we'll get it back. Either we'll get it back from them or we'll take it.
Mr. President, as far as the naval blockade is concerned, what's the end game? Is it to force Iran back to the negotiating table? Is it to open up the strait so that gas prices ultimately come down?
Maybe everything. I mean, both of those things, certainly, and more. We can't let a country blackmail or extort the world, because that's what they're doing. They're really blackmailing the world. We're not going to let that happen. And, the amazing thing is we don't, can you believe this? We don't use the strait. We don't need the strait. We have our own oil.
All right, and that's basically where we chimed in at, right about there. So I just wanted to see what he said. I don't know. Everybody's going to have their own opinion of it. Everybody's going to take it their own way. Me, Trump, nobody's going to get somebody to think of it a different way. You're going to think of things how you think of them. You're going to think of them what you first saw. And I'm going to be honest with you. The first thing that I said when I saw it was, I know what he's doing, but why did he do that? That's the first thing I said, Eli. I didn't say, oh, look, Trump looks like Jesus. The first thing I said is, I know why he's doing this. I get it 1,000%, but I also know what the people are going to say about it. Why'd you even do it? That's all I said.
With his explanation that he gave the people, even there, I was like,
yeah.
Come on, bro. There's so many different ways for you to depict yourself as a doctor or a healer or whatever. That is very Jesus-like, but I digress.
I mean, again, he didn't make the picture. He didn't order somebody to make it. It was shared to him. He shared it. You know what I mean? People need to get a hobby, dude. They really do.
True, they do. I agree. But again, I would have tried to put myself in a billionaire's shoes. Oh, look at this picture. I kind of look like Jesus. Post that. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't even think he looked like Jesus. I just thought he looked like somebody anointed. I thought he was, when I first saw it, because it had Trump's face and his blonde hair, I saw it as a Hebrew-dressed anointed man healing people of today. That's what I saw. Now, had I saw long hair and a beard, you got it pulled up right there, right?
It's just, yeah, it certainly looks like he's of those times and he's using some type of power.
Yeah, yeah. It's called anointing and healing people, like the disciples did, like Peter did, like John did, like James did, like Thomas did, which is why they were killed. They brought people back. They healed people. That's the way I looked at it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy.
From one, you know me, I'm a very bottom line kind of guy. Stop posting friggin' pictures. Just run the country, bro. You'll be safe that way.
Yeah, especially if you delete them. Don't ever delete. Ever. Unless you're wrong in reporting something, don't ever delete. Ever, ever, ever. And who knows? Maybe he did it on purpose to get people talking about that. Because he knew they would. Who knows? Don't know. Maybe he made a mistake. Speaking of mistakes, let's go back to Swalwell just real quick here. Because I want to take you down a trip down memory lane. Eli, do you remember the guy who said that he got a thrill up his leg? Did you ever hear that before? I get a thrill up my leg when I see Obama talk. Remember Chris Matthews said that?
Yeah. I can't quite remember who said it, but I have heard it. It's not one of my choice phrases.
Yeah. I got a thrill up my leg. This is back. Let's go back in the day to Eric Fartwell.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard from Republicans all last week was that you don't have anyone who...
Hold on.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard from Republicans all last week was...
Eric Fartwell, ladies and gentlemen. Taking you back when he was on the Chris Matthews Show. Farting on the Chris Matthews Show. That's why we call him Eric Fartwell, Eli. Loud and proud, baby. Just let it rip.
You know how he totally could have saved himself and just redeemed that entire situation? You adjust your tie and you pull the old Rodney Dangerfield. Oh, somebody step on a duck?
Actually, to be honest with you, if it was me, I would have been like, ew, bro, you know I'm live. Sorry, people walking around in here.
Crime in Italy. Sounds like somebody shite themselves back there, but it wasn't me. Anyway, what was your question?
Sophie said, Jeremy, JoJo the Ho-Ho on X, I can't stand that woman, by the way, is saying Swalwell is perfect for our next president. He's handsome, smart, young. Well, he's not handsome. He's not smart. He's probably pretty young. I don't know his age, but anyway, I love the internet never forget stuff because I love going back and seeing these people. April Silverman posted this, and so I figured I'd play this for you too.
It's just for everyone else, like women in their bodies, kids in their safety at school.
Sure, talk about my body. I dare ya.
It's me. Democrats sometimes we stand too much on virtue and modesty.
So modest. Guys, just roast the people.
To the regular folks and not make this so complicated. Just
Right.
You say a lot of nasty things about you on Fox News to your parents. Doesn't that upset them and make them go, I see that what they're saying is not true. I shouldn't believe anything
Slept
else.
with a Chinese
My
spy.
mom told me recently that when
And he farts a lot.
Carlson or Sean Hannity go after me, she would change the channel. She's like, I don't like
Sure.
Hey, Eli, do me a favor. Try to find the video, and you might not be able to find it. You might have to look on X or Instagram or search in there. Try to find the video where Eric Swalwell and his wife are talking about his gubernatorial campaign. You might be able to find it on X. But I told you that now California is stuck with this woman, ladies and gentlemen. That is the new Democrat frontrunner, California. Take a good look at her. That's the face of California if she wins, right there. If you think that Governor Gavin Newsom is a bad governor in California, this girl gets her hands on the reins, you ain't seen nothing yet. If this staffing abusive also has sexual assault charges against, assault claims against her even, sexual abuse claims, if some reason the two Republicans don't make it out of the primary as the two top front runners, this will be your next governor of California, folks. There she is. Katie Porter. Sorry. The race for the next California governor has been thrown into turmoil now that Swalwell's campaign has collapsed. With every major Democrat endorsement now withdrawn, the race has rapidly shifted focus to remaining candidates. At the top of that list, for Democrat is former Representative Katie Porter, but her own record is now facing renewed scrutiny. Swalwell's political standing deteriorated almost overnight, leaving a sudden vacuum in a race where he once led. And that shift has elevated Porter into the leading position, which has caused a lot of people to say, was it Katie Porter who ended up getting the story out? A lot of people think that she's behind it because this is how Democrats play. They don't care. However, unlike the narrative being pushed by much of the media, Porter's background is not without controversy as well. Porter has faced longstanding allegations stemming from a contentious divorce with her ex-husband, Matt Hoffman. According to court documents and reporting, both Porter and Hoffman filed domestic violence restraining orders against each other in 2013. Hoffman made serious accusations at the time, alleging that Porter engaged in physical and verbal abuse. His claims included allegations that Porter struck him, causing injury during a domestic dispute, and engaged in degrading behavior, which we've seen with her own staff. Among the most widely cited claims were that Porter allegedly dumped a boiling pot of hot water and potatoes on him during an argument and shattering household items that caused injury. People make allegations against each other after messy divorces quite often, but if Hoffman, Porter's ex-husband, was lying, it would not add up. Specific stories like a boiling pot of potatoes are much harder to fabricate than consistently maintaining, general claims. At the same time, they'd be pretty hard to disprove as well. Porter has consistently denied these allegations, and her campaign has pushed back aggressively, arguing that Hoffman later walked back aspects of his claim. She's also got claims and other issues as well with staffers. Staffers have said that she's abused them physically and verbally. So you've got that going on. In addition to the domestic dispute allegations, Porter also faces significant criticism from staffers who have accused her of fostering the worst toxic workplace environment that they've ever seen. Reports describe emotionally abusive management practices, and even physical altercations of grabbing and pushing. One resurfaced video further fueled the narrative, showing Porter angrily rebuking a staff member who showed up in the video. Eli, remember that? She's like, "Get out of my shot! You know I'm live, and you're in my shot!" "Oh, I'm so sorry, said the staffer, running out.
Oh, you're talking about Trunchbull from Matilda.
Yeah,
I remember. I think she forced a chocolate cake down her throat after that.
Yeah, I'd put her in the chokey. "You're going in the chokey!" I will bet you that Katie Porter in her campaign office, Eli, has chocolate cake and a chokey. And that's where her staff members have to go when they're bad.
You know where naughty staffers go when they're bad, don't you? In the chokey.
Remember the other one where she couldn't get the light right or something like that? It was too dark, then it was too light. She told her to come in, and she came in, and she was so scared to come in and turn the light on. She ran out as fast as she could. I was like, that poor staffer, Katie Porker.
I bet she ran into the wall and knocked herself out. That's why we didn't see her a third time.
She's probably killed herself. Remember the video that Katie Porter was getting asked questions by CNN, and she's like, I don't want you asking me these questions. And they're like, well, I'm an investigative journalist, so, I'm going to ask these questions. She's like, well, nobody's done this before. And the reporter's like, so nobody's asked you questions regarding your life running as public office before? Never. And I don't intend to start now. I have the video. Would you like to see it? Here it goes.
What part of I'm me? I'm running for governor because I'm a leader. A single question you ask.
Every other candidate has answered.
I don't care. I don't care. I want to have a pleasant, positive conversation in which you ask me about every issue on this list. And if every question you're going to make up a follow-up question, then we're never going to get there.
Ms.
And
Porter,
we're just going to circle around.
I am an investigative
I have never
reporter.
had to do this before, ever.
You've never had to have a conversation with
to end
a
an
reporter?
interview.
Okay, but every other candidate has done this.
So I am going to make...
So you're not going to answer questions from reporters? Okay, why don't we go through? I will continue to ask follow-up questions because that's my job as a journalist, but I will go through and ask these, and if you don't want to answer, you don't want to answer. So nearly every legislative...
I don't want to have an unhappy experience with you, and I don't want this all on camera.
I don't want to have an unhappy experience with you either.
What part of...
I'm not going to answer these questions. Okay, well, just don't answer them. No, you're not even going to ask them. So now, Eli, the Democrats have gotten to a point where they don't not only not want to answer the question, but how dare you even ask them? If you ask them, I'm out. Like, wow, that could be your next governor, California.
I love how it showed three angles, one on her, one on the reporter, and then one that showed both of them. And then she's like, I don't want any of this to be on camera. I would have been like... They're sitting in front.
I was gonna say it's on camera now.
Screens behind them.
Yeah, it's on camera now. You're in the camera right now. You're in that moment. You're on it. You've been on it. Snorting, squealing like a little fat piggy, a little curly tail. Katie Porker. So here's the thing. Democrats are stupid, right? But they do have a good turnout when they need to. Can you catch them sleeping in California? Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the primary right here is really the next big fight in California. Can you catch the Democrats sleeping? Can every single Republican in California get up off their ass and go vote in the primary. If that's the case, you might get 2 Republicans to go through. Right now, they're both beating her in the polls by a lot. Now, I'm sure she'll close the distance now that Fartwell is gone. But they're closing the distance quickly, folks. She'll close the distance very fast now that Eric is gone, but you still have like a 7-point lead over her. GOP, Republican Party, what are you doing in order to make this happen? What are you doing? Are you out on the streets? Do you have Scott Presler there? Have you hired him? Because, man, if the choice between a Republican and a Republican, Bianco and Hilton, I'll take either one over any of the other people. Because if she gets it, California, you thought you saw bad, you just wait. And I'll tell you what, I'll encourage you Democrats in California too. Get your stuff together. Hey, Real Messenger, we do not allow non-LFA related links in the chat. Thank you. But I love the American flags that you put up. Now we're going to move on to Iran. But before we get to Iran, you guys remember our friends over at Brickhouse Nutrition, right? The people that gave us Field of Greens for so long. Well, they're back for another round of lean weight loss. Now, I will tell you that I said to my wife, you know what, because we've been dieting and exercising daily since the 1st of January. And I said to my wife, I said, man, it's very hard to lose weight these days. What we're doing right now, had I done this 10 years ago, I'd have dropped the pounds so much, double the pounds that I've dropped already. I said, I'm thinking about reaching out to Brickhouse and seeing maybe if I can get some lean for some sponsorship for the next few months to kind of really just, boost that into extra high gear, because I have a goal. It's just taking a very long time to get to that goal because, the older you get, the harder it is. And that's what it's for, ladies and gentlemen. It's not for the casual dieter. It's for the people that are looking to drop pounds and drop pounds quick. It's safe. It's effective. It's Brickhouse Nutrition, folks. Same people who bring you Field of Greens. Everybody's talking about weight loss injections and Ozempic and all that. Why? Literally stabbing yourself daily with something to lose weight. All you have to do is take a couple pills from lean weight loss from a trusted partner that you already know, Brickhouse Nutrition. If you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections or something that you can't stop and you wither away to nothing, well then maybe, ladies and gentlemen, without all the intensive side effects, you can come to Brickhouse Nutrition's lean weight loss. That's why doctors created this supplement called Lean. And the results are remarkable. They studied ingredients in Lean have shown to lower your blood pressure, lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and your cravings, making you not hungry. Again, Lean is not for the casual dieter. This is for frustrated people who are trying to get pounds off. So, 20% off right now. TakeLean.com, promo code LFA. That is TakeLean.com, promo code LFA at checkout. 20% off right now. Get that promo code in there. Get your lean weight loss sent to your house. 20% off. Promo code LFA for your lean weight loss today. And a big shout out to our friends over at Brickhouse Nutrition. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so very much. Also, since we're talking about health, Fatty 15. Another pill containing an ingredient called C15. That's all those little pills carry. An ingredient called C15. And C15 is an essential fatty acid harnessed in one pill to take daily that repairs the damage to your cells at a biological level and changes the way you age, especially as you get older. Slows down your cells and the aging process of them, literally resulting in a longer life. Now, this you can also get a big discount on with the promo code. And that promo code is LFA as well, but it's fatty15.com/LFA. Promo code LFA, fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you, Suzanne. fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Hundreds and hundreds of peer-reviewed studies. Definitely every batch independently tested, made in the USA in the highest standard manufacturing possible. Live longer and prosper, right? Fatty15.com/LFA and use that promo code LFA. Thank you to both of you guys for helping us. And thank you to all of you for your donations here at Lfa TV. Remember, $1 a day from everybody would keep all advertisers away. Think about that. $1 a day from everybody. $7 a week. But not everybody can do that, so we get some help. And that's why we've been able to be successful. So thank you all very much. Moving on, Iran. The U.S. and Iran did not reach an agreement following Vice President J.D. Vance's marathon negotiations over these points. And it's kind of at a standstill right now. That is why President Trump sent in the blockade today. And why is he doing this? Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you watched the Crest Report on Saturday, you probably heard me read a Truth Social from President Trump. And that was a record number of empty oil ships, the largest oil vessels in the world. This weekend, we're heading to the Gulf of America. Why? To get oil from the United States of America. Why? Because they can't get it through the Strait of Hormuz. Why? Because Donald Trump basically destroyed everything you could about the Iranian military. And a lot of people say, well, it's Donald Trump's fault that the Strait of Hormuz is closed. You're not wrong. Had he not went after the Iranian military, the Iranian regime, they would have never closed the strait. You're not wrong. Not at all. But why did he do it? And what benefit are we going to get from it? Well, two things are happening right now. Everybody's sending oil tankers to America to load up on good, clean, beautiful oil. And they're also doing something else. Saudi Arabia has reopened its pipeline to bypass the Strait of Hormuz. Constant ever-flowing oil. Where? To Israel. Not for Israel, but for us to get from Israel. Again, one more time, the real mess anger. We do not allow live links in the chat. You are more than welcome to put links down in the lower section before. That's number 2. If I see another link in there that's not LFA related, I'm going to have to get rid of it again or be muted. So please don't do that. You're more than welcome to put the links down below. We do this for the safety of our audience, okay? We have no idea what links are being put in there. Mary says, we want our gas to go down. So do I. Absolutely want it to go down. We'll get into all that in just a minute. Vance made the announcement during the press conference on Saturday. The vice president traveled to Pakistan to engage in historic direct negotiations with Iran after President Trump announced a double-sided ceasefire last week. He says, we've been at it now for 21 hours. And it just doesn't look like we can come together on certain things. So good. Wipe them off the face of the map, take their oil, take everything, take the strait, and just get over with then. That's what I say.
We've had a number of substantive discussions with the Iranians. That's the good news. The bad news is that we have not reached an agreement. And I think that's bad news for Iran much more than it's bad news for the United States of America. So we go back to the United States having not come to an agreement. We've made very clear what our red lines are, what things we're willing to accommodate them on, and what things we're not willing to accommodate them on. And we've made that as clear as we possibly could, and they have chosen not to accept our terms. Question.
Okay. So what do we do? Now, Bucklebrush says if we're selling American oil to others, our price goes up. How does that, how? We're not selling our gas. We're selling oil. I don't know if it's, I'm sure it's refined at this point. But how would that make our prices go up? We're not using that in we're not putting those reserves into our market yet. So President Trump is getting the world to rely on the United States so they continue buying from the United States even after this is done. We're going to hopefully, right now we're getting about 500,000 to 600,000 barrels a day from Venezuela. They want to ramp that up to 3 million. You ramp that up to 3 million plus our oil that we're doing here, plus whatever we do Whatever deal we do in Greenland, I think they might have some oil. Everything that Trump is doing here is to ultimately get our gas to the lowest it can be. He doesn't want us to lower our gas 30 cents just so that a year from now, some crazy Muslim terrorists jump it back up $1. He wants to get it as low as he possibly can and it stay there forever. And he said, in order to do that, we're going to go through this pain. This pain is he's waiting until everybody is shifting to bypassing Iran. He is going to kill Iran and China in 2 moves, Venezuela and Iran. They're done. It will come. He's not doing this for nothing. It'll come. Here's our demands. End all uranium enrichment. Dismantle all major nuclear enrichment facilities. Retrieve highly enriched uranium. Accept a broader peace, security, and de-escalation framework that includes regional allies. End funding for terrorist proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. And fully open the strait, charging no tolls for passage. They turned that down, which means they want to continue their nuclear facilities. And they said that what they'll do with them when they get them. They turned down a peace deal with regional allies. They turned down funding for Hamas, Hezbollah, and Houthis. They turned down opening the strait and not charging tolls for people for when it goes through. They turned it all down. The ball was in their court. So, F them. And now President Trump ordered a U.S. Navy blockade blocking any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz, effective immediately after Iran defies the nuclear demands. Why would President Trump do that? Sending gas prices higher, ultimately, you would expect. Why? Because he is going to cripple Iran and China. And this is what it takes to do it. This is what it's going to take to do it. Period. You don't like it? Move. President Trump has taken decisive action in the escalating standoff with Iran, ordering the U.S. Navy to immediately begin blockading the Strait of Hormuz, one of the most critical oil choke points in the world. The decisive move comes after the radical Iranian terror regime once again defiled America's nuclear demands and refused to comply with the ceasefire terms following the devastating U.S. strikes that have already crippled their military. President Trump made the announcement on Truth Social on Saturday. So there you have it. And the meeting went well. Most points were agreed to, but only points that really mattered, nuclear, was not. So effective immediately, the United States Navy, the finest in the world, starting at 10 a.m. today, will begin process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. How do you like that, the UK? How do you like that, England? How do you like that, NATO? And that began at 10 o'clock today. You heard President Trump talking about it. He put out a Truth Social today that said, the United States will blockade ships entering and exiting Iran ports on April 13th at 10 a.m. Thank you for attention to this matter. And he started. Won't that drive the prices up higher? Probably. Why is he doing it then? To cripple them completely? To make the United States of America the country that everybody wants to get oil from? Where everybody wants to get energy from? And now, how about this? Failing British Prime Minister Keir Starmer still refusing to help enforce the United States Navy Strait of Hormuz blockade. So screw him. Let him choke. Let Keir Starmer, let the UK, let them choke. They have nothing. They have no military. They have no power. They have no might. They have no culture anymore. They have no country. They're basically wastes of space at this point. They do not help us in any way. They don't give us any help. They don't give us any allied forces. They don't help us with resources. They take from us. They give nothing. So screw them. F them. Right in the A. Who cares? Time to play big dog. Time to play boss man, time to play bully, whatever you want to call it. You don't want to help out? That's your oil, dude. Where are you going to get it from? Russia? They're not going to sell to you. Where are you going to get your oil from? I can tell you where. The United States of America. I am tired of Keir Starmer. I am tired of the UK. I'm tired of NATO. I'm tired of all of Europe. You know everybody wants to go on a European vacation, Eli? I want to go and backpack Europe. Why? For what? To see some old buildings and some people who think that they're better than everybody on Earth? No, I'm good. I'm good. I don't need to see Europe. If I visit a European country, I'll probably do that. But I'm not going to go backpack and visit all the European countries. I don't care about Europe. Never have, never will. 1776, baby. That's when the world started.
There's a couple places over there that have actually held their own for a number of years, like Poland and Hungary. Now, I'm probably just biased to that because I'm Polish-Hungarian, but still, I've read up some facts on, like, Poland. They've kept all that crap out of their borders. They've secured their borders. I think they just hit $1 trillion in their country's revenue, for the first time ever. But, yeah, the rest of it I can do without.
Yeah, Poland, but we lost one country that had it right there, Viktor Orban. He lost to the globalists in overwhelming fashion, so that sucks. Badger Mama says LFA is the only podcast I listen to anymore. It was once dozens a few years ago. Now Jeremy is the only one I really feel I can trust to hear the truth. I appreciate that. We spend a lot of time making sure that what we speak on here, outside of our personal opinions, is truth and fact. But I can't do the show without putting my opinion in it as well. Because I'm a American citizen taxpayer, we'll see if the taxes get paid, but you know what I'm talking about.
This morning is saying that we will begin the process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. And at some point, we will reach an all being allowed to go in and all being allowed to go out basis. Right. So tell us what you're trying to accomplish with this blockade,
all in,
sir.
All out. Yep. It's called all in and all out. There'll be a time when we'll have them all come in and all come out. But it won't be a percentage. It won't be a friend of yours like a country that's your ally or a country that's your friend. It's all or nothing, and that'll be that won't be in too long a distance. No, we're just bringing the ships up. We got a lot of ships, so we're bringing them up. We think that numerous countries are going to be helping us with this also, but we're putting on a complete blockade. We're not going to let Iran make money on selling oil to people that they like and not people that they don't like or whatever it is. It's going to be all or none, and that's the way it is. And it'll be, you saw what we did with Venezuela. It'll be something very similar to that, but at a higher level.
And Mr. President, you say that there may be a mine out there somewhere that nobody knows about but them, and this is world.
All right. All or nothing. It's going to be all our way or no way. He said he's going full Venezuela on the situation. Now, here's what I could not wait to show you. You ready for this? I'm going to show you the Gulf of America. Okay? This was as of 12 hours ago. I'm going to show you what the Gulf of America looks like right now. It is packed with super tankers. Super oil tankers. What are they waiting for? Oil. U.S. oil. Record exports. Global energy demand is shifting directly to the United States of America. What did Donald Trump post late last week? That this was a reset of the world. Economic boom is incoming. And I want you to pay very, very close attention to this. I'm going to pull this up on the screen right now. Absolutely beautiful. Here it is. This is the Gulf of America, folks. Right now. Look at the ships coming in and out. Record number. We have never exported oil like this, ever. It's never been allowed. And the reason why it's never been allowed, because those that have power don't want that power to come to the American people. They want to keep it all for themselves. That's what it looks like. I have another picture here too. Check this out. This will blow your mind. This right here that you're about to see, I'm going to enlarge this here for you so you can really see it. The most concentrated level of ships and where they're going to and from. Here it is. Look at this. This is the United States of America over here. This is North and South America. Look at all of the ships that are coming to and from. Now, it used to be everything was pretty much over here. But now, things are changing. And the reason why things are changing is because President Trump is changing the world order. He's changing who holds the cards, who's the strongest, who's not. Hundreds of tankers from all over the world are heading to the Gulf of America for oil. The Hormuz Strait will be cleared of mines in danger by the United States of America. The Iranian regime's pursuit of a nuclear weapon will end. The uranium in Iran will be secured one way or another. The Middle East will move towards long-lasting peace under President Donald Trump. The world order will change forever and for the better. The United States will win in the end, and it's about the energy game. I want to read something here for you. In war, you beat your enemy by making them feel like they're winning. Trump let Iran think that they'd played a card. Turned out it was their only card. Then he flipped the table, destroyed their military, took the strait, locked in Venezuelan oil. The Gulf of America wasn't a rebrand. It was a plan all along. War is a game of deceit, not just death. Perspective versus perception. And Trump is a master. Not only that, check this out. Great video here. I was actually going to read all of this for you, and then I found this video, and I'm like, oh, I don't have to read it. I'll just play this video for him.
Stunning 11th hour reversal. President Donald Trump scrapped plans for a complete ceasefire with Iran after an urgent, high-stakes phone call from Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman dramatically changed everything. Trump had been ready to halt all U.S. military operations in exchange for Iran immediately reopening the Strait of Hormuz. But that intense conversation with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman convinced him that stopping now would waste a historic opportunity. MBS pleaded with Trump, "This is a historic opportunity. We must finish the job and weaken the Iranian regime once and for all." In return, Saudi Arabia offered an unprecedented mega deal, $100 billion to cover American war costs, $1 trillion in new U.S. investments, and $500 billion in American weapons purchases. The package also includes full Saudi-Israeli normalization after regime change, a new direct oil pipeline to Israel's Ashdod port, a powerful new U.S.-led defense alliance, joint naval forces to control the Strait of Hormuz and Bab el-Mandeb, funding for U.S. bases in Israel, and a joint fund to rebuild a secular, moderate Iran. Instead of a full ceasefire, President Trump announced only a temporary pause, a bold move that senior diplomats are calling a historic turning point for a stronger, more stable Middle East. This pivot showcases Trump's legendary deal-making skills and his commitment to America's long-term security and energy dominance. Follow at TrumpNews.baby at Jonathan Gregory.
He nailed it. He nailed it. He basically said everything that I was going to say when I showed you this next picture. Let's bring up the picture of Saudi Arabia pipeline. Here it is, folks. Check this out. There you go. There it is right here. Look at this pipeline. The red is the east-west crude oil pipeline. The yellow is the NGL pipeline. The blue is the domestic product pipeline. And the dotted is offshore pipeline to Bahrain. Donald Trump has said for weeks, take the deal. You're going to want to take the deal. He made them play their only card they had. And now they're screwed. Everybody's going to redirect where they... People don't give a shit where they buy their oil, folks. Do you think countries actually give a damn about where they get their oil from? Not in the least. Just that they're getting their oil. There's a steady supply. It's not going to stop. Nobody's going to interrupt it. And they're getting it for a good price, market price. That's all they care about. And all that is shifting to the United States of America. And the United States of America is going to control what? The Strait of Hormuz and Venezuela, which is going to cripple who? China and Iran. Venezuela will be fine. They'll be built back up to be a great nation as they once were. But anybody who didn't take the deal, you're screwed. They didn't take the deal. You told them to take the deal, and they're screwed. When I've been telling you for months that President Trump is onto something way bigger, this is what I was talking about. Reliance on America once again for the world. We're done being the world's piggy bank. We're now going to be the world's market. Everybody's going to buy from us or else. And like I said, a few months of high gas for that, so my kids don't have to worry about it. I'll take it. Because what Trump is doing is not going to be able to be undone by the next president. It's going to be way too difficult to undo this. Especially after they see everything that we're getting out of it. Debbie said Trump will have to write a new book, The Art of the Oil. The Art of Oil. Maybe The Art of Energy. Maybe that. Freedom says China's proxy is Iran. Bye-bye, Iran and China. Absolutely. And guess what's going to happen? Guess what's going to follow energy being bought from the United States? Products and goods being bought and made and grown in the United States. Why? Because the other countries are going to fail. The national average price of regular gas held steady. $4.12 per gallon for the second day in a row. Comes after 3 days of consecutive decreases following last week's announcement. Remember that? President Trump announced ceasefire. Boom, 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 boom. Gas prices decreased right away. Now, how's that possible? You see how many people, you see who's manipulating this here, folks? How did the people who sell the oil and the gas automatically have it for a lower price just because something President Trump said? Because it doesn't need to be this high right now. The only reason it's high right now is because they're making it that high right now. The oil and gas companies and executives are making it that high right now because it's all out of fear. It's like the stock market. Stock market isn't physical. The stock market is emotional. If somebody farts today and it doesn't smell right, stock market crashes. Same thing with oil. How did the price of gas go down 3 days in a row following an announcement? There's no way that could have made it from product to consumer to data. There's no way that can happen. It's impossible. So why is gas high, you ask? Because the people that own it control it. They control the manipulation of it. They control the prices. They control the fear. They control it all. Until we do. And that's exactly what Donald Trump is doing. He's making it so we control it all. Okay, let's move on to illegal aliens for a little bit and crime-ridden cities, like Democrat-run cities. Suzanne says, and this doesn't just happen in Trump's term. This has happened for decades. Fluctuation of gas is always going to happen as long as it's globally controlled. You nailed it, Suzanne. You nailed it. That's exactly right. So anybody out there bitching and crying and complaining and I want this war to end the gas price has nothing to do with that. Has nothing to do with that. Has everything to do with the executive and their emotional fear over what might happen. Will Johnson said that the prices go up quick and they come down slow. But this time, they're going to go down quick. Fast. They're going to drop quick. The world's changing. So you either change with it or you complain about it every day. Like the addicted to rage people are. President Trump fired 6 more immigration judges for blocking deportations. Fire them all. Fire every one of them. Don't wait. On Friday, President Trump fired 4 immigration judges and continued his spree of firings on Saturday, firing 2 more. Sophie says, are the gas stations price gouging? I don't think so. There might be some out there that are, but as a whole, I don't think so. I think it's the oil and the gas, it's the Mobil, it's the Chevron, it's the, it's those people. You know what I mean? Not necessarily the gas stations, the gas executives. Hicker said, is Will coming in hard again today? Hope not. Hope he comes in hot. According to the New York Times, Trump fired 2 of the immigration judges on Saturday for blocking the deportations of 2 Palestinian activists. Can't we just do that with every one of them then? A fired immigration judge described the firings as a Monday afternoon massacre. The court has been eviscerated, says Olivia Casson, another immigration judge who was fired in November, told the New York Times, it feels like the Monday afternoon massacre. More than 100 immigration judges have been fired or resigned under President Trump since he took office. In July, 20 immigration judges were fired alone last year. A few of the federal immigration judges recently fired by the Trump administration over email lashed out at Trump in an interview on CBS News. 3 of the fired judges, George Pappas, Jennifer Payton, and Carla Espinosa, spoke to CBS about the terminations. The disgruntled judges claimed they were politically pressured by the Trump administration to grant motions to dismiss cases. Quote, it was arbitrarily unfair, George Pappas told CBS News of his firing. An attack on the rule of law. You're an attack on the rule of law. And now you don't have a job, dipshit. We as judges, we live in fear. Maybe you should do your job then. We were concerned, said Carla Espinosa. That makes it very difficult to be impartial. We were not succumbing to that pressure. But it does feel like pressure. Payton whined that once the illegal alien left the courtroom, ICE would handcuff them and whisk them away. No shit, Sherlock. That's their job. Fired judges crying now that more judges are being fired. Get a life. Go get a new job.
Now to the president's crackdown on illegal immigration. At the same time he is deporting undocumented migrants, about 100 immigration judges have been fired or transferred, or they've resigned.
In July alone, 20 judges have been let go. We talked to 3 of them about how it went down.
It was arbitrary, unfair, and it's an attack on the rule of law. It's an attack on judges.
George Pappas, Jennifer Payton, and Carla Espinosa were all fired this month by email. They'd been federal immigration judges who together ruled on thousands of cases in Chicago and Boston. Did they give you a reason why in your email?
My email was 3 sentences. I had no cause. I had no explanation.
We as judges were in fear. We were concerned. And that makes it very difficult to be impartial. We were not succumbing to that pressure, but it does feel like pressure.
Do you know what? You know what? You don't have to succumb to any pressures if you rule on the rule of law based on the Constitution of the United States and not your stupid Democrat Party or your feelings. That might have kept you in your seat. So, good job, President Trump. Fire more. Moving on. Florida cops pulled dozens of truck drivers over on roads, including illegal aliens with literally no name. What's your name? Yo no sé. What's your name? Yo no quiero. What's your name? Nombre. Where's that number? Eli, name is nombre, right? Look that up for me. Spanish is a little rusty these days. I think number is numero. Nombre is name, correct?
Sí, Jeremy. Nombre es name.
Oh, you have a nicer airport here, Ryan Meta.
Oh my God, I just did Spanish language with an Asian accent.
You did. See ya, Jeremy. What is that, Spanish? Chinish?
¿Dónde está la biblioteca? ¿Dónde está?
Oh, where are your airports? Sí, ¿cómo está usted? Florida authorities announced that they were recently conducted an enforcement crackdown for commercial trucks, resulting in 100 and 76 drivers being removed from service. Think about that, Eli. 200 trucks, 176 trucks sidelined because of illegal alien truck drivers. Think of the goods. Think of the supply chain it's disrupted. And think of the ones we didn't catch that are out there on the roads. I bet there's millions.
Yeah. On top of that, how do we really know where they're bringing this stuff? Maybe they're bringing them to like little illegal communities and stocking these, a-holes up like the Somalian communities and crap.
Oh, you might be all right. Over the course of 4 days, Florida Highway Patrol and other agencies examined over 3,300 vehicles, according to the report from WKMG. They observed many safety issues and tried to resolve them. The most dangerous things that we see, this is a quote, the most dangerous things that we see were cracked brakes and broken airlines. If there's an air release in the brake line, they have no brakes. Florida Department of Law Enforcement Commissioner Mark Glass, meanwhile, said that authorities came across serious identification issues. He says some of the driver's license that we would find wouldn't even have a name on the CDL. Literally no name. Imagine that. Driver's license and registration, please. Here you go. See. There's no name on this. It just says driver. The enforcement action resulted in dozens of arrests, including 35 drivers on criminal charges and 42 on immigration violations. Florida agencies put about 10% of the drivers they inspected out of service. That level marked an uptick from past enforcement efforts. Good. Get them off the streets. Now, Congress, right now, is on their stupid little 2-week break, whatever it is, 3-week break. Who knows? They never work anyway. Says that they're going to tackle the DHS shutdown, government funding, and the voter ID bill, and Eric Swalwell's expulsion upon return. Well, how the hell are you guys going to do that when you can't even wipe your own asses? After 2 weeks of recess, Congress returns today, facing a still shuttered Homeland Security Department and a massive legislative to-do list. By Monday, the Department of Homeland Security will have operated 55 days without core funding, the longest government shutdown by far in U.S. history. Democrats are demanding that any annual Homeland Security appropriations bill, which funds ICE, Border Patrol, TSA, FEMA, the Coast Guard, and other agencies, include a laundry list of restrictions on enforcement for illegal immigrants. After weeks of failed negotiations, Republican leaders have determined the only way to reopen DHS without folding to Democrat demands is to strip ICE and CBP funding from the Homeland Security bill. Such legislation has already passed the Senate and only needs the House approval to reach the president's desk. Republicans then plan to use party-line budget reconciliation bills to shower the immigration enforcement agencies with cash, not only for the current fiscal year, but for years ahead. Unlike other struggling DHS agencies, ICE and CBP have remained unaffected by shutdown of DHS. Republicans' previous reconciliation bill, the One Big Beautiful Bill, gave each one of those agencies over $70 billion in funding boost, separate from their annual appropriations money that Republicans are trying to push through now. Using budget reconciliation as a vehicle to provide annual appropriations funding is an unconventional and risky maneuver, but however Democrats do it all the time, it's about time we do it. Here's how you could get around all of it. Kill the filibuster, John Thune. Kill the freaking filibuster today. Get around it all. Don't have to concede anything. Don't have to negotiate with them on anything. Obviously, they stood by a guy who's got sexual assault charges anyway. Is it even worth it? Time to end the fraud. Kill the filibuster deal. Get the the Save America Act through. Pass all the bills to open up the government. Look at the Democrats. Give them 2 middle fingers. And go about your business. Why is it so hard? Watch this guy catching all the voter fraud in his car.
I can touch you I want to touch. This guy broke out his martial arts skills after I asked about the petition spread across the hood and dashboard of his car. I'm at ABC 7. I'm looking at the petitions.
Stay right there. What's going on?
That's all I'm doing. I'm looking at the petitions.
What you looking at them for? You illegally looking at them, dog.
It's illegal?
Yeah,
Why is it
illegally.
illegal?
You violate my personal property. My privacy rights, brother.
If you can see this,
you violate my privacy rights. Stay away from my car.
If you can see
you
this on the
violate
street.
my privacy rights.
If you can see this on the street.
If you can see what on the streets?
I can see those petitions right there on the
So
streets.
what? They right there. They mine.
They're yours?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you paying people? Are you paying people?
I ain't paying nobody.
I've had difficulty identifying the gentleman and woman with a young child, but I saw them give money to homeless people who signed petitions at their car. Earlier in the day, Tenderloin Cafe owner and neighborhood advocate J.J. Smith put on his video glasses to document what they're doing.
You get $5 for doing it?
Mm-hmm.
Which one?
Can you write neatly?
Can I write neatly? Yeah.
Yes. Do hers.
Do hers?
The couple offered $5 for signing 10 petitions.
It's right here. O-F-H-U-A.
Come back.
But they instructed Smith to sign someone else's name.
That's not my name, though. Never can. Oh, no, I can't do it with somebody else's name. I'm sorry. Don't be right. Like, that's not illegal. That's not right.
Smith tells me he has seen different groups over the past few weeks offering cash for phony signatures on petitions. He sees it as taking advantage of the homeless.
Then the people who they're giving the $5 to, they're giving them $5 to go to buy them some drugs with. They're preying on the homeless out here and drug to the people.
And Nick Shirley, James O'Keefe, and others have been sounding the alarm on this for weeks now. Hopefully something happens and happens soon. All right. Where should we go here? What do we got here? Got about 6 minutes left. All right, let me take you to this story, these next few stories. Vermont. A 14-year-old kid, Eli, in Eli State, is running for governor. Can a 14-year-old run for governor? Legally, looks like he can. And Vermont needs a kid like this. Watch this.
He isn't even old enough to vote, but our next guest is making history by launching a run for Vermont governor at just 14 years old.
Dean Roy says that he wants to see real change for his generation, and he joins us now to explain how he's going to make it happen. Good morning, Dean. Thank you for joining us. Talk to us about your platform that you're running on.
Yeah, so the platform that I'm running on mainly is focusing on housing, energy, healthcare, and education. For housing, it's mainly revolving around deregulating in regards to Act 250 and increasing taxes on short-term rentals, which are a very prominent problem in Vermont. For energy, it's nuclear power. If we were to reopen a nuclear power plant, we would secure energy independence. And for education and healthcare, it's auditing those systems, which are very inefficient in Vermont, and making sure that we get them to be efficient once again, and make sure that they're at the standard where Vermonters can both afford them and can lower their tax bill.
Crazy. Crazy. Now, I don't know in what capacity at a 14-year-old he could actually serve, but he reminds me of a young Charlie Kirk. You know, Vermont used to have a power plant, a nuclear power plant. They shut that nuclear power plant down when Vermont went full granola crunch eating liberal retards, which then made them buy energy from Canada. And that's why the energy prices in New England are so high right now. Because Vermont could be completely self-sufficient on energy if they wanted to be. They could just open up the power plant again, the nuclear power plant. But they don't want to do that. They cited that it hurt fish and streams and wilderness and this and that and the other. Meanwhile, Vermont has turned into a service state. There's no manufacturing there. Nothing gets built in Vermont. The only thing that gets made there is Sweaty Balls, Ben & Jerry's ice cream. That's probably even imported. Vermont is nothing but a service state, and it's dying right now. It doesn't even have 600,000 people that live in the entire state.
Yeah, I'll attest to that like a mofo. Damn Skippy. And another thing, to any out-of-staters that want to come here for a little vacation, first and foremost, Massachusetts, Connecticut, everything south of us has the exact same trees, the exact same scenery, and Vermont sucks now. It ain't even green anymore. The whole state looks burnt.
Satan had his way with New England, and now its wrath of God is come upon it. And I think we got out in the nick of time. I really do. We might have even gotten out a little too late. I loved New England when I lived there, when I moved there. I loved Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine. I even loved Massachusetts. I still love going and visiting Boston here and there. But it's become so bad that I don't care to ever see it again. You can't live. Check this out. Just give you an idea. The last electric bill that we had for the studio when I was there was over $400. Electric bill. That's it. We were only there working for the studio. 5 days a week. My electric, water and sewer, and heat were just over $200 here in Iowa last month. All of them combined. They're pricing you out of New England. You can't live there anymore. And don't even think of the word thrive. You can't even take a vacation. And I think we got out just in time. Now, I really want to talk about this before we go. President Trump and Dana White are huge friends. President Trump was at the UFC this weekend. Every time, you notice, Eli, every time he goes anywhere, every time he goes to the UFC, every time he goes to a game, you got the liberals saying, oh, the crowd was booing. Crowd was booing. Right? Everywhere he goes.
One of my family members' friends said, well, if he's there and JD's over in Iran, who's running the shop? And I was like, the White House? They don't have to be there.
Unreal. Here's what longtime friend Dana White said when he was asked a stupid question by a reporter.
And obviously politics is very polarizing. Was there ever hesitancy or consideration of perhaps having an event at the White House and maybe a certain part of the fan base that is not lenient to those politics or the administration?
Yeah, I don't think like that. It's not like I'm out here saying, even if you look at any of my speeches at the Republican convention, they're never political. I'm never talking about one side or the other side. This guy is a very good friend of mine, and that's it.
Thank you.
And he's of the sport.
He said he's a fan of the sport. The two most loyal guys on this planet, if you ask me, President Trump and Dana White. All right, folks, that's going to do it for Live from America, because Will Johnson is coming up next here at Lfa Tv. Be sure to stay on and talk with Will Johnson and see what he's got planned for you. I'm sure he's got more news about the Strait of Hormuz. Having said that, there are right ways and there are wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh, so stand up tall. Keep your shoulders back. Keep your chest out. Keep your head up high, because you are a child of God, and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Sophie said, Jeremy, please explain why Tucker, Owen, Frentis, Jones, Smith, they're all bashing our president. They're saying MAGA is dead. Because they're clickbaiting retards who don't have real substantive information anymore, and they've lost their way, and they're not to be listened to. They're nothing but clickbaity scumbag retards who are all going to fail in the near future. Having said that, keep your family, your friends, and your pets close. Keep a smile on your face, and whatever you do, never stop spreading the gospel. God bless, guys. Peace.
The armor of God now. I wear the armor of God now. Free birth of America. Been a long time coming, and we all learned something that we won't ever give it up. No way. Long as I'm bleeding, I'ma never stop screaming that we first in America. Black, white, brown, all cities, all towns, the rebirth of America. Long as I'm living in
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Will Johnson, and this is the Culture Wars. Let's go.
This is Lfa Navy Station. You must alter course and go back to the Indian Ocean immediately. If you don't obey my order, you will be targeted. Out.
This is Coalition Warship 121. Engaged in transit passage in accordance with international law. No challenge is attended to you.
U.S. Navy warship transiting in the vicinity 4J report and Oman Sea. This is Lfa Navy. This is Lfa Navy. Last warning, last warning, last warning.
Close to High Island 4.
Attention all vessels, attention all vessels, attention all vessels in Oman Sea. This is Iranian Lfa Navy. If you see any warship in your vicinity, keep a distance more than 10 miles from them because I'm ready to open fire on them without any warning.
Without any warning. Without any warning. They're about to open fire on them. I saw a report where they were saying that the Iranian government is separate from the Navy. So they have some militia groups that are targeting U.S. vessels, military vessels in the Strait of Hormuz, targeting them. They don't actually have leadership. They don't have one person that is actually leading anything. The leadership can tell them to cease fire, and the other ones say, no, I'm not going to. We're going to continue to shoot. We're going to continue trying to kill Israelis. We're going to continue trying to kill Americans. We're going to continue to stop the oil from transporting through the Strait of Hormuz. They're constantly saying it. Now, there's a couple of things I want to share with you where these lunatics overseas. For me, this is what it's really coming down to, because the United States of America, and Jeremy's 100% correct. President Trump is positioning the United States of America to be the top dog. Rightfully so. That's the reason why we as MAGA Republicans support what President Trump is doing, because he's putting us in a position to where we will never, ever have to depend on any foreign oil. President Trump is putting us in a position where we control the world's oil. And of course, the radical leftist lunatic liberals, they hate it. They want us to be dependent. The same reason why they want us as American citizens to be dependent on the government. It's no secret. They haven't hidden that for many years. They're all in the open with it. It's the same thing with this global one world order. A lot of people didn't know this. The global one world order, for them to do it, that means that certain nations will produce certain products. And that's what they're trying to achieve. And they don't want President Trump stopping what they're doing. Now, listen to these idiots here. These idiots talking about President Trump because they want President Trump to lose. And it's not even just the Democrats here in America. The idiots, the liberals around the world, want President Trump to lose.
And Donald Trump says the U.S. Navy will begin the process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. That declaration comes after peace talks between the U.S. and Iran broke down in Islamabad in the early hours of this morning. Joining me now is Rear Admiral Joe Sestak, former Deputy Chief of U.S. Naval Operations. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here on the program. I just want to first get your reaction to this latest announcement by President Trump that the U.S. Navy would be blockading any ships trying to get through the Strait of Hormuz.
Now, let me stop it really quick. That's not what I heard President Trump say. To my understanding, President Trump is saying that he's going to stop any ships from going up to Iran, any ships that's going to Iran to pick up oil. Now, all the other ships, be on your way. Go where you want to go. But no ships going into Iran getting the oil from Iran. None. Not a zero. Zip. And they are lying. They're putting it out there that President Trump is preventing all of the oil. And they're doing this to try to make the oil prices go through the roof again. And let me ask you this question. If, let's just say, President Trump is stopping all of the oil from going to any country in the world, let's just say he's doing that. They didn't have a problem when Hamas was doing it, or Hamas, when Iran was doing it in the Strait of Hormuz. They said, oh, look at this. Iran is controlling the strait. Iran is controlling it. But if President Trump is controlling it, now it's a problem. Now it's a problem. They were all complaining about the oil prices. And you know what? They want the oil prices to go up because there's a couple of reasons. One is because they want the whole green stinking New Deal to go through. They still want it, even though they're not in America. They're all about the climate change. They all want us to get off of fossil fuels. They all want us to be dependent on what the government is telling us and how we are supposed to use oil and how we're supposed to go green. Listen to this.
I don't see a purpose for it. I mean, it can only harm the world even more by doing that. He's trying, in my opinion, he's merely trying to show some sort of act that isn't going to have any purpose to it to do this. The U.S. Navy used to ensure that there was freedom of the seas, and here we are, as even though there's not much going in or out, taking away that freedom of the sea. Okay, so if President Trump is taking away the freedom of the seas, it's really bad. It's going to make it worse for the entire world. Knowing good and well, that's not what President Trump is doing. But when Iran does it, when the Iranian National Guard is taking away the rights to travel through there, it's okay. They want them to control it. They want this. They want the conflict to be there. They want the conflict to escalate. The oil prices are high, just like Jeremy said, because the powers at be want the oil prices to be high because they're making money. And just because someone says something, mentions something, then all of a sudden the gas prices go up, the oil prices go up. But then they want to bring them down slowly. They do want to bring them down slowly. It's like, oh, it goes up really fast as soon as President Trump sneezes. But as soon as he says, okay, we're going to straighten it out, everyone gets the oil, they'll try to bring it down slowly if they have control. But Jeremy is correct. President Trump is putting the United States of America to have control over it. And this is what they're upset about. This is what they don't like. And of course, they're not going to mention that part to anybody.
You know, I guess the big question in this moment is that doesn't this entire saga show the failure of the U.S. Navy?
Really? Really? Where's the failure at? The failure of the U.S. Navy? Really? The U.S. Navy has taken out all of the Iranian Navy. And they have these little small boats now. The only thing that they have left are these little small boats that the Iranians have been using to try to take over the strait. They have these little small boats, and President Trump has made it clear that if they try to travel through there with those little small boats, he's going to take those boats out the same way he did in Venezuela. And the Democrats are upset about it. Like, oh my goodness, how dare he do this? Did you know they're upset with President Trump because he says he's going to take out these little terrorist boats in the Strait of Hormuz? He did it in Venezuela. The Democrats complained about it. He's getting ready to do it in the Strait of Hormuz. The Democrats are complaining about it. Oh, you didn't know about it? You didn't know about it? Well, let me share it with you. Let me share what the Democrats are saying about this. They're so upset. President Trump put the statement out there and they're mad about it. Why? Because it's about the global one world order. They don't want President Trump disrupting what they've worked so hard to do. Check it out. Listen.
Breaking news, President Trump posting on social media about the U.S. Navy's blockade in the Strait of Hormuz, saying in part, warning, if any of these ships come anywhere close to our blockade, they will be immediately eliminated using the same system of kill that we use against the drug dealers on boats at sea. It is quick and brutal. With us now to talk about all of this is CNN military analyst, retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Cedric.
Quick and brutal. Quick and brutal. Look what President Trump did. Look how he achieved, how he's controlling Venezuela now. And they don't like it. They're so upset about it. Why would you be upset if you're an American citizen and the president showing strength, taking control? Why would you be upset about that? See, we as MAGA Republicans, we're willing to endure some of the pain. We are, because we know the price of eggs are not going to come down overnight. Things going to have to be put in place. Things are going to have to take action. President Trump is setting us up for success. The Democrats want him to fail. President Trump is setting the United States of America up for success for years to come. Not just during the 4 years that he's in office now. He's setting the United States of America up for success for his grandchildren and his great-grandchildren. That means we get to reap the benefit of it. He's setting it up for all of us, not just the elites, not just these Democrats who they think should only have control and power. He's setting it up for all of us. I don't know why it's difficult for people to understand that. President Trump has made it clear multiple times that he doesn't want to have to do this. This is not his goal. He's not wanting to have to do this, but someone has to do it.
Leighton and Sanam Vakil, director of the Middle East and North Africa program at London's Chatham House. All right, good to see you both. Let's dive into this. Colonel Leighton, what do you make of the president's threat?
Yeah, that's a pretty considerable threat, Pamela. And one of the things to keep in mind is that it's going to be a lot more difficult to do that kind of an action, a preemptive action against ships in the Persian Gulf compared to, say, off the coast of Venezuela. But the threat is definitely there. I think it would be an environmental disaster if they hit an oil tanker. And of course, that would be exactly contrary to the kinds of things that the U.S. should be doing in this particular case. We need to be protecting commerce. We need to make sure that the ships that are waiting on both sides of the Strait of Hormuz can get through. And that really is the most important thing, because the economies in the Gulf, especially on the Arab side of the Persian Gulf, they need to have that commerce flow right now. And that should be really the preeminent job that CENTCOM does right now.
Let me ask y'all a question. I know it's the different location where Venezuela and the water is there. And it may be a little more salty or less salty. The temperature might be different in the water from the Strait versus the Gulf of America. All right? The temperature is probably different, but it's still water. And you mean to tell me that President Trump, our U.S. military, the Navy, is not capable of distinguishing between a terrorist boat, like the narco-terrorist little small boat, versus a tanker like the one you see here? Come on. They're monitoring all of it. And President Trump just laid it out there, and he said, well, you know, they might hit a tanker, you know, cause a major problem. The Iranians been hitting tankers. Has that not been causing problems? Something needs to be done. Enough is enough. President Trump is on the pathway of bringing peace to the Middle East. I'm telling you right now. And the reason why they're upset about it, the Democrats, of course, you know, Democrats, the reason why they're upset about it is because it's not supposed to be Trump. Now, Trump is only going to get so far. We know this because our allies, they're not in lockstep with President Trump. Can we be honest about it? NATO, they're not working with President Trump. Now, they've come out and said that President Trump, we're sticking with President Trump. We're going to side with President Trump. We're going to help President Trump out. The only reason why they're saying that is because of fear of President Trump dropping out of NATO. That's the only reason why they're saying it. But behind closed door, I guarantee it. They're all saying that we need to figure out how to stop Trump and how to get away from Trump. I'm telling you right now, this is what they're thinking about. They're also thinking about how to stop the United States of America from being the power in the world. How is it that the United States of America has so much authority? Have y'all ever wondered that? I have in the past. I'm like, how is it that the United States of America is able to put sanctions on different states and even different people? And the rest of the world said, well, we can't do anything because sanctions have been put on you by the United States of America. Now, of course, other nations put sanctions on other countries, sure, but when the United States of America does it, the entire world pays attention. China, supposedly, allegedly, has been helping out the Iranians, and President Trump is not happy about it. President Trump said if this is true, that we're going to hit them with a 50% tariff. It won't be good for them. They will not like it. So he's encouraging them not to do it any longer. If they are doing it, President Trump is trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, or even if they have done it, President Trump is saying stop doing it. Because see, China, the only reason why China hasn't really got all the way into this conflict, because they know what President Trump is doing. The rest of these world leaders know exactly what President Trump is doing. They see it. They didn't have to be in on the plan. As I mentioned last week, President Trump, he doesn't need one, but he wants one. Do you know what I'm talking about? Let me say that again. He doesn't need one. It's not going to make a difference on how I support President Trump and how the world looks at him. But President Trump wants one, and that is a Nobel Peace Prize. He does want one because it is an achievement. And you don't get an achievement by starting wars. President Trump didn't start this war. It's been going on for 47 years. Enough is enough. And you know what? They all go and say, well, this is a problem that we have, going on, and someone needs to stop these terrorist organizations known as Iran, but not Trump. Have y'all heard him? Yes, they are a terrorist organization. Someone needs to stop them, but not Trump. Why not Trump? Who else is going to do it? No one else in the past have had the balls, the gall, to the withdrawal, the strength, the know-how to even try to do it. But President Trump, he does. And every single time President Trump sets out to do something, they all try to jump in and say, it's not going to work. He can't do this. It's not possible. Give you one example, the southern border. Joe Biden said he couldn't do it. You need Congress to do it. And President Trump said, you can do it. Just sign it. Say, close the border. Say the border's closed, Joe. And the border would be closed. President Trump came in. Guess what happened? The border was closed. Every time. Oh, he can't do it. He can't do it. He can't shut it down. You can't shut this down. And President Trump shut it down. Everything that President Trump has set out to do, to accomplish, the Democrats have been there to try to stop him every step of the way. And this is the very reason right now why President Trump doesn't tell them anything. He can't tell them. He can't tell them anything that he's going to do because they will leak the information to the enemy. The enemy within will leak it to the enemy outside of the country.
It's it's very difficult to predict Trump because he doesn't really know what he's going to do himself, but it's looking like he's going to block everything. And what makes me very nervous is oil prices are already going up. We were looking at over $100 a barrel last night. That's very.
And this is a total liberal here. See, I'm going to tell y'all, all the feminist liberals, they're the same all over the planet, no matter where they are.
Very devastating for everyone in the world. But B, you've got oil ships heading for India and China that have been going through the Strait of Hormuz for the last week. And I'm very, very nervous that if one of those ships is pursued by the US Navy, you're going to drag a very, very powerful force into this conflict in a way that could be devastating.
Why do they insist that President Trump is going to target a oil rig, a oil ship? Why do they keep insisting on that? See, they're making up. President Trump has never come out and said that I'm going to target these oil carriers. Not a single time has he said that. He's only preventing the oil carriers from going into Iran, into their ports, picking up any oil, or even coming out from Iran. Everybody else, handle your business. Do your thing. Iran is not the only one exporting oil. The Strait is a major hub. 20% of the world's oil is not only coming from Iran. It's other nations right there exporting oil. They're making money too. President Trump has made it clear that all of you get to ship it out. Just Iran. They know this, but they keep leaving that information out.
You mean an Iranian oil ship could be sunk on its way from the Strait of Hormuz?
To China or India.
Ooh, yeah. I hadn't thought of that they could actually sort of sink it from behind. Yeah.
I mean, we don't know how this blockade is going to be managed because we've had very little information from Trump. But it's a very, very major intervention. And what alarms me is that we're being told by Trump that these talks fell apart because Iran has nukes, or they're very, very close to getting nukes, and they won't give up their civilian nuclear program. And yet he's also saying, I don't care if they come back to the negotiation table.
And look at the image they use on Trump. Look at the image, this woke, I don't even know the name of this this network that this is on, this woke, it's overseas, wherever they are. Sound like they're like in the UK or something like that. Maybe y'all seen them before. But look at the image that they're using for Trump. Like, they're trying to make him out to be like he's a madman. You know, they're all saying this right now. Oh, he's a madman. For finally someone stepping up and doing the right thing, he's a madman. If they were actually doing all the crazy perverted stuff, they would love President Trump had he been doing that.
I mean, if I was trying to work with a force that has nuclear capacity, you need them in negotiations. You cannot let talks collapse.
I mean, they've got some somewhat enriched uranium that's underneath a lot of rubble, apparently.
Yeah.
And the Americans were apparently thinking, can they go in on foot and try and get it out? And they won't be able to. I don't know where this ends, because I think Trump is getting dragged in here, isn't he?
There is no point trying to make sense of any of this. The man, like I've said, is deranged. All it's going to do is increase Iran's leverage. What's going to happen to the price of oil now? It goes up and up and up, as does their leverage. He talks in that unhinged Truth Social post about the 1.
And this is another feminist liberal. Are y'all hearing this? Now, the only reason why I'm sharing this with you, the only reason why is because the lunatic liberals exist everywhere. Liberalism is a mental disorder all over the planet. They have an issue with a great president actually working on preventing a terrorist organization that's been terrorizing the world for 47 years, bringing it to an end. And they have a problem with it. These are the same people, I guarantee it, without me even hearing them saying it, because I've never seen these people before. I guarantee without listening to them in the past, they will tell you that a man, and I'm going back to it because it's insane, they will tell you that a man can be a woman in a dress. Now he's a woman. Same people, they have the same mindset no matter where they are on the planet.
The point that mattered was nuclear. Obama signed a nuclear deal that blocked all pathways to Iran enriching their uranium.
What a bunch of BS. And that's another thing that they've been bringing up here. That's another thing that they've been constantly talking about. Well, Obama, he signed a deal with them. Obama, he made it to where they were not trying to create a nuclear bomb. What a bunch of idiot liberals. Obama, Joe Biden, and the Democrats, they were all trying to fund Iran, and they were telling Iran to hurry up. This is what, look, full transparency here. I wasn't sitting in the room, but we can clearly see this is what they were doing. It doesn't take a Elon Musk rocket scientist to figure this out. They were purposely trying to help Iran create a nuke. Obama said, well, we're just giving them the money so they can help out the people in Iran, billions of dollars. And the situation for the people in Iran declined. The same thing that happened in the Gaza Strip, another prime example. Our tax dollars and even monies from other countries was going into the Gaza Strip, billions of dollars, instead of them taking that money, making that a beautiful location. It could have been better than Dubai, people, and cheaper for everybody to live there. It could have been more beautiful than Dubai, how they talk about Dubai. It could have all the technology, everything. The people could have been prospering. They could have been successful. But instead of them spending the money to help the people, to help them prosper, they dug tunnels. They tried to build rockets. It's the same thing happening with Iran. They did not take the money to help the people. They're quick to bring up Obama. Obama, he was trying to help them get a nuke. And as I mentioned, I saw someone mentioning here about the New World Order. What they were trying to do was get somebody to set off a nuke. They wanted Iran to set off a nuke. If they couldn't get Iran to do it, they tried to get Putin to do it. And now President Trump has disrupted it. Putin's like, you know what? Putin could have nuked Ukraine. He could have sent a small tactical nuke, blow up really good portion of Ukraine, and been done with it. But then that would have caused other problems, because soon as the nuclear fallout when it went into a NATO country, then they would have all been kicking and screaming, said, "Oh, Putin is trying to kill us." So then they would have caused a nuclear fallout. It's been prevented. Then they went over to Iran, trying to get Iran to do the same thing, and President Trump has prevented it. It's all about this one world global system that they're trying to achieve. Most people will never see it. And as I mentioned multiple times before, you have NATO, which consists of European nations, the Western world, aka United States of America, and so on and so on. And then you have the other side of this new world order. There's two fractions of a new world order trying to take the top spot right now. NATO and the ones with Russia, Iran, what's Venezuela? Are y'all seeing the picture here? China, are you seeing what's happening here? We are at war already. And President Trump, in such a brilliant way, most people would never even see it because President Trump can't tell anybody. I'm seeing it on the outside looking in. And all this time I've been telling y'all that there's been this fraction of this one world order fighting each other. And President Trump sees it too. Or why would he do this? Why would he go ahead and try to disrupt the global elite cabal from the making money? Or you think President Trump, after how many years? Remember, I played the video clip with Joe Biden talking about the narco terrorists back in 1998. Joe Biden, as a senator, was talking about the narco terrorists, that they should be stopped. But he shut up about it when the money started flowing in. As long as they were all getting paid, they shut up about it. President Trump has targeted every single thing. Every single thing that they have been making money from, President Trump has been targeting it. President Trump has been stopping it. Okay. Agus put it here again. It's not showing up for me here, but let me read it out here. Well, I heard it from you first. The one world order, the globalists need different nations to supply certain products so they can easily control nations and people. Make things a lot more clear. Thank you. I talked about that so much. And that's exactly what it is. And it goes right along with the oil. They want certain nations to build certain products, so we'll have to depend on that nation. And the climate change is right in there with that. Have y'all heard of the climate credits? Have y'all heard about that? Have y'all heard about how certain nations will have credits for the climate change? And once a nation runs out of credits, like, for example, the United States of America, because we're only allowed so many credits. So when we run out, guess what? We have to go to other nations that's not using any credits because they don't have the infrastructure. They don't have the industrial complex that we do, not just the military, but building things, putting up buildings. All of that will go against your climate credits. Have y'all heard about these? So what would end up happening is that the smaller nations that's not building anything, they have all of these credits. Well, we need credits. So what they're trying to do is make it to where we go to these smaller nations, we buy their credits, they get money, we have credits to build more. So now they have more money. This is a way of socialism trying to spread the wealth. Most people don't even know about it. Most people will never even see it. Don't even have a clue. We'll be right back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1-month supply. You get a 3-month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you're going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
Tehran. He's joining us from Iran's capital. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. So Iran's parliament speaker is saying that the negotiating team for Iran had raised forward-looking initiatives, but it was, as he put it, the opposing side which ultimately failed to gain the trust of the Iranian delegation. What would the US have to do to generate that trust by Iran?
Let me stop it really quick. He's saying that we, as the United States of America, we need to gain their trust. We need to, it's not Iran that's in the wrong of anything. It's the United States of America. We need to gain their trust, right? Because we should trust them, but they need to trust that they don't trust us. So we need to work on having them where they trust us. Because they don't trust us to do the right thing. Now, they're the ones trying to get a nuke to kill and destroy Israel and to kill everybody else on the planet. And you know the reason why I think the top reason why they're trying to get a nuclear weapon to set it off, because they're trying to bring the end of humanity, because they believe they bring the end of humanity, then it will usher in the time where their Quran says that their leader will show up and rule over the planet. And on top of that, they believe that death should be welcomed. They believe death is sweeter than honey.
I think they need to get real, because when you hear J.D. Vance saying that he is worried about Iran's nuclear program, the best way to make sure that Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon is to go back to something similar to what we had in 2015.
With Obama. You listen to this. He want to go back to Obama era, where Obama just kept sending the money, allowed them to continue to build the nuclear program to destroy the American people and Israel and everybody else. Let's go back to that.
At Al Jazeera, you talk to a lot of experts every day. You cannot find any nuclear expert anywhere in the world that would tell you can make a nuclear weapon with uranium that's enriched at 3.65%. And this is what we had in JCPOA. And it was Trump that left the agreement. Under JCPOA, we had extensive inspection of Iranian sites. The best way to make sure that Iran doesn't make nuclear weapons is to go back to something similar. And the Iranian side, I think, is willing to do that, go back to something similar. Trump can call that the Trump agreement and declare victory. And when you see they are talking about Iran's nuclear program, but they are not interested in these type of topics, you can tell that the nuclear program is an excuse to achieve other goals. Trump is on record talking about taking over Iranian oil, changing Iranian border, changing Iranian government. These are more serious subjects that they are interested in, not the nuclear program.
Whatever. President Trump said the people of Iran should be able to run their own lives. They should be able to run their own government. This dude works for the terrorists in Iran. This is, I mean, really. And you know what? President Trump never said that he wants to do the regime change. It's the people. The people should rise up. But they've disarmed everybody. So anytime the people rise up and protest against what the tyrants are doing in Iran, guess what happens? They start killing them. They'll start mowing them down. They start eliminating people because they don't have any guns to defend and protect themselves. None at all. None at all. And that's the same thing that the Democrats want to do in the United States of America, disarm all of us. So then they can implement whatever it is that they want. And if we decide we want to go protest, let's just say it was the other way around, right? Let's say the Democrats are successful come this November. They steal the House. They steal the Senate. They impeach President Trump. They impeach J.D. Vance because they're already talking about it. Put Hakeem Jeffries there, and then they're going to do away with the Constitution. They'll stack the courts. They'll do all the Puerto Rico and all of D.C. like we constantly say. They do all of that. Immediately, as soon as they suspend the Constitution, they're going to disarm the people. And guess what's going to happen? The military, because there's still a lot of woke ones in there, Hegseth is firing a lot of these generals, but not enough of them have been removed as of yet. They're going to say, well, I'm just doing my job. The people voted for this. That's what that's how they'll spin it. And the Democrats will work on everything possible to prevent another President Trump from happening. And then they're going to implement the full-on tyranny. And then they'll be able to just kill us, slaughter us for protesting, saying like, we go out there and say, no oligarchs, no kings. They'll just start shooting us. See, right now they can go out there and do a no kings protest because we know we don't have a king. We have a president. But in the case of the Democrats, they'll look at the same thing that they've done in China, the same thing that they've done in Iran, same thing that they've done in Cuba. As soon as the people go out and protest, they slaughter them. Why? Because the people have no means of defending themselves. President Trump has called for the people in Iran to rise up, but they can't when they go out there. And President Trump mentioned it. It only takes five snipers. You can have 1,000, 2,000 people out in the streets protesting, but 5 snipers located throughout the city start shooting people. People will start running. There'll be like a stampede. It only takes 5 of them. I heard President Trump mention that, and I said, you know what? That is so true. Because they have no way in defending themselves. Because they don't know where they're coming from. People start running around. They're not like looking around because they're trying to look how to get safe. But that's what the Democrats want. They love people being controlled. They love it. That's the reason why they had no issues for 47 years of Iran terrorizing and controlling the people the way they did. Now, J.D. Vance, 21 hours later. And have y'all heard this? The New York Times, I don't believe it. I talked about it last week. The New York Times put out a memo saying that J.D. Vance is against President Trump and everything that he's doing when it comes to Iran. The New York Times put this out there. New York Liberal Times. I didn't believe it when I first heard it. And listening to J.D. Vance, because if this was the case, J.D. Vance, he would have given them something. J.D. Vance would have like, yeah, we're going to make sure we do this. He had the opportunity to undermine President Trump. President Trump sent him there. He could have undermined President Trump, but he didn't do that. 21 hours later. And it's not the United States of America because President Trump made it clear that he's not wanting to do this. But someone has to do it. And these people, the way they are, They're sick in the head. And y'all heard, I'm pretty sure y'all seen this. I don't have to play it for you, right? Y'all seen this. J.D. Vance has made it clear after 21 hours that he's getting back on the plane and going back. And then today at 10 o'clock East Coast time, President Trump said that he's going to take over the strait. And then, of course, the Democrats got upset about it. They rather have the Iranian National Terrorist Guard control the strait versus the United States of America. You know that, right? That's what they want. They want the terrorist organization to control it. Why? Because then they can try to make President Trump look bad. That's their ultimate goal. That's their goal. Make President Trump look bad. And if they can make President Trump look bad, they, in their minds, they're winning. In their minds, they're being successful. That's all they can think about. That's all they can think about is how can we undermine President Trump to prevent him from being successful? How can we stop Trump? That's the only thing run through their minds. How can we stop him? They don't want him to be successful. And they were happy that J.D. Vance went over there 21 hours later and said, well, you know, he couldn't do it. No ceasefire. So what's Trump going to do? Not only are we having to deal with the enemy outside the United States of America, we have to deal with the enemy within America. And as all of them have mentioned, how they hate President Trump. They've all mentioned how they hate President Trump. And how they want to stop Trump. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, they all go, well, they need to be addressed, but they don't want President Trump doing it. Let me get right here. Listen to this.
As a way out. Keeping it simple, here's what he suggests. Iran gives up its more than 950 pounds of nearly bomb-grade, highly enriched uranium, and in return, the United States gives up on regime change. Both sides would then agree to end all hostilities, and that's it. No more American and Israeli bombing, no more Iranian and Hezbollah rockets, no more Strait of Hormuz blockade, and for darn sure, no U.S. troops on the ground landing in Iran. The three-time Pulitzer Prize winner and author...
See that? So they have demands for the United States of America and Israel, but they're going to continue trying to destroy Israel. Like, this is the one thing that really blew my mind, because they were saying that it was part of the deal that Israel would stop attacking Hezbollah in Lebanon. Did y'all hear about that? They said it was part of the deal, and it was never part of the deal. President Trump said it was never part of the deal. J.D. Vance said it was never part of the deal. President Trump's cabinet said it was never part of the deal, but Iran says that it was part of the deal. So, of course, the radical lunatic liberals, they go with Iran. Not what President Trump's saying, they go with Iran. With that said, Israel has no choice but to take him out because they're trying to kill him. Because Iran is saying that Hezbollah, Hamas, all of these terrorist organizations that are a proxy to Iran, they should be able to continue to try to destroy Israel. But Israel, you just have to let it happen. I'm surprised they didn't come out and say that they need to turn off the Iron Dome. No Iron Dome rockets at all. I'm surprised they didn't put that in there. Maybe it was in there.
Joins us now. Tom, I recognize the events are very, very fluid. I wonder if that's still your opinion, or are we too late for that kind of a deal?
That was written but while the war was still going on, Michael. It's probably too late for that simple a deal right now. The Iranians have recognized the leverage they've gained from getting control of the Straits of Hormuz effectively. And so there's clearly going to have to be some arrangement that addresses that as well.
So they pretty much squandered it. President Trump gave them a sweetheart deal. He gave them a great deal. But they all just threw it away. Here's another example, what I was telling you a second ago, how the Democrats want President Trump to fail. Listen to Tim Kaine. Remember, Tim Kaine was one running with Hillary Rodham Clinton. You remember that? This is that dude. He was running with Hillary Rodham Clinton against President Trump. President Trump beat out this one. Isn't it interesting that Tim Kaine somewhat favors Tim Walz? Have y'all noticed that? Now look, they don't look exactly alike, but they got the same head shape. They got the same mannerism. They got the same. I mean, can you see the similarities? Tim Walz and Tim Kaine kind of look alike. And isn't it interesting that Kamala Harris, along with Hillary Clinton, love wearing those pantsuits? You can't make it up. And they both ran against President Donald J. Trump, and they both got their butts handed to them. And the American people celebrated when President Trump beat out these two women that picked two guys that look like each other. I didn't make this happen, but it's just kind of weird to me. I mean, is it just me, or did y'all say it? But anyways, listen to him. Listen to him. He's a nutball.
Do you do not believe it's an existential threat, or there was an imminent threat?
There was no imminent threat. They are a regional threat. The regime is bad actors, for sure. The tragedy is the U.S. and Iran were friends in World War II. We were allies until the U.S. toppled the Iranian government in 1953. And since then, it's been back and forth between the U.S. and Iran for not 47 years, but for 80 years. And if war was the answer, we would have found it before now. They are a regional threat, but they posed no imminent threat to the United States.
You hear this? They suppose no imminent threat to the United States. So basically trying to say that, oh, President Trump is just doing this just to be doing it. Like he has no reason to do it. Like he didn't come to us and tell us his plan or why he was doing this. He didn't come to us and tell us. Okay, it looks like I'm about to run out of time here. There's so much I want to share with everybody. There's so much more I want to share with you all. Let me go to this one since we're talking about Tim Kaine's ex-running mate. Let me go to this one here. This is Hillary Rodham Clinton. She's mad. She's upset. She's talking about President Trump. She's so butthurt about it. Listen to this.
Cannot have affordability if you don't have accountability. And accountability starts with reining in the corruption in this White House. Because the corruption is not just the amounts of, money that, Trump and his family are shoveling in. It's also about who they favor, who they give benefits to, often at the cost of, middle-class families and working people. So let's focus on affordability, but let's also focus on accountability. One of the real unfortunate mistakes of the Biden administration is they didn't, really focus on the accountability measure. Well, now there is more than enough to look at and get people to understand the connection between their lives and the enrichment of the Trump family and the Trump cronies. Every single thing they do has a transactional cost that benefits them. So I think we've got a great story to tell.
You know what she's upset about? She's upset because Biden administration did not go after their political enemy, aka President Trump, harder. They tried to put the man in jail. Wasn't hard enough. Wasn't successful, I guess. Right? That's why it wasn't enough done. Now she's admitting that Joe Biden's administration was the one behind doing all this crap to President Trump. Hold him accountable? Really? You know who they're holding accountable, though? Eric Swalwell. Oh, my goodness. Eric Swalwell is in deep doo-doo. When you have Jayapal saying that Eric Swalwell got to go, you're in trouble.
I do want to ask you about your colleague, Congressman Eric Swalwell. You heard me discussing this with Congressman Donalds. He's facing allegations of sexual assault from a former staff member, which we should say Swalwell says are completely false and politically motivated. Notable, though, House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, Senator Adam Schiff, Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi are calling for Swalwell to end his run for California governor. Do you think that Swalwell should drop out of the gubernatorial race?
I absolutely do. This is, as you know, I've been very vocal on behalf of survivors of the Epstein scandal. And I think that what we are seeing now is an emergence of women across the country who have been dismissed, told to shut up, told to move on, who have been abused by men in powerful positions. This is not a partisan issue. This cuts across party line, and it is a depravity of the way that women have been treated. And I'm just inspired by the courage and the bravery of the women who came forward.
You know what? They've known about Eric Swalwell. This is nothing new to them. They've known about it. And who do you think brought this to the surface? Do you think that it was Republicans, the GOP, MAGA Republicans, that brought this to the surface about Eric Swalwell? Who do you think brought this to the surface? Think about it for a second. Who do you think brought it to the surface? What's the lady's name with Eric Swalwell? This was about 2 weeks ago. She was the first one to bring it up. I can't remember her last name. She brought it up, and then all of a sudden, everywhere after she mentioned it, I guarantee that it's the Democrats within California. Let's go ahead and release this on them now. We'll get him now. Eric Swalwell's done. He's done. And what a hypocrite he is.
I was a prosecutor in Oakland for 7 years. And where justice was warranted and mercy was warranted, I showed it. And where a stiff punishment was warranted because somebody got hurt, I stopped. And I will not be a governor that tolerates violence against women in our state. Period. That's not
Wow. And this is recent. If I'm not mistaken, that's the same black woman that was in the locker room of Gold's Gym, where the man was going into the locker room and she had a problem with him. And she's talking to him about protecting women, defending women. And here he is raping women. Oh, my goodness, you can't make it up. And you know, the biggest thing for me, looking at all of this, is that they claim President Trump did all this stuff was just a claim. No evidence, no proof of anything. And what do the Democrats do when it comes to Eric Swalwell? This is not really good, but we need to see the evidence first. This is what they're saying about him. But Nancy Pelosi jumped ship. See, the reason why they jumped ship so fast, is because they know it's true. If it wasn't true, they would have all came out and said, look, this is just the MAGA Republicans trying to make Eric Swalwell look bad because they know that he's going to be governor and he's winning. He's taking the lead. They would have said that. But did any of them say that? Absolutely not. Not a single one of them said it. You know why? Because they've known about Fang Fang and Yum Yum and the Chinese spy. They've known about it for years. And none of them said anything. None of them approached Eric Swalwell saying, hey, you need to step down because of XYZ. And now Eric Swalwell's in such deep doo-doo. I mean, really deep doo-doo, donkey dong, that they're pushing him out because it's all coming to the surface. See, this is probably the reason why I could never be a politician. Because I've been around a lot of people, and I've been around where some women have made advances, and I've never taken them up on it. I've never taken them up on it because I'm always fearful of me doing something that I shouldn't be doing, and I get a knock at the door, and I had to explain to my kids and my wife who this person is, or come out in the news. And you know what? All the times, every single time that a woman has made an advance to me, I've told my wife. I've told her about it. I don't hide anything. I don't hide anything. With that said, I do like women. I do like women, but I hate it. I tell it because that's the reason why I can't be a politician. Because they get dirt on all of them. And that's the reason why President Trump is the best politician, because we know how President Trump is a billionaire playboy, but now they try to get all this dirt on him. They make it up. They make it up on President Trump. False allegations, and they all say it's true with President Trump. But Eric Swalwell, they go, well, they want President Trump gone no matter what. No matter what. They're willing to go to the ends of the earth to try to remove President Trump, even if that means assassinating Trump. Listen to her. They're willing to do anything, by any means necessary.
Do you support using the 25th Amendment? Obviously, J.D. Vance is not the guy to do it. This cabinet is not going to do it. But your colleague, Ro Khanna, who I spoke to earlier this week, was talking about the need for a moral position and moral conviction in taking that position as opposed to just realistically whether or not it would happen.
Oh, absolutely. I said that a week ago, that we should invoke the 25th Amendment. As you point out, that is something that, unfortunately, by the process we have, and there was actually a bill that was introduced, I think it was last session, by Jamie Raskin to change that process, by the way, should we ever get control of the House back. But right now, invoking the 25th Amendment requires the vice president and then requires him to get a majority of the cabinet. And so I have taken the position that we need to do whatever we can to get him out, impeach him, invoke the 25th Amendment, push for him to resign, whatever it is.
Whatever it is. You hearing this, people? Whatever it is. Whatever it is. She doesn't care. They don't care. I'll see you tomorrow on the Culture Wars. God bless. Kevin Smith is right up here on Lfa TV.
What's going on, everybody? Monday, April 13th, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning into Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. What a weekend. What a weekend in news. Iran negotiations seem to be going nowhere as a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is currently happening. My friend Savannah Hernandez is assaulted in Minnesota by a guy who the Democrats formerly claimed was a man of peace and harmony, which should come as a shock to no one, which should come as a shock to almost nobody. But let's not forget, it's also tax season, so I'm sure everybody just got done paying their taxes, and if you're like me, your ass currently hurts after paying your taxes. But it could be worse. It could be worse. You could be Eric Swalwell, who he's not having a good time of it. Not having a good time of it whatsoever. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Could not happen to a nicer guy. We'll get into all the details. Oh yeah, and remember when we all said that Adam Schiff set up the whistleblower for the impeachment of President Trump, and we were all called crazy conspiracy theorists, and we were doing the bidding of Russian propaganda? Yeah, it turns out that's true too. So we'll get into all that good stuff today. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. Very good stuff. Good stuff all around. How is everybody doing today? Before we get rocking, before we get rolling here today, guys, head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show and everything we've got going on over here. You guys can use promo code RUMBLE to pick up all of your America 250 gear. We just got some new stuff in. Very good stuff. Also, like I said, I just paid my taxes, so now I don't have any money. So if you guys would like to hit that donate button at the very top of loudmajorityusa.com, I'd really appreciate it. Because currently I am the poorest MFer on Sesame Street. Very good. Let's dive right on in. We're going to talk about the Savannah stuff. I'll show you guys all the footage from it. I spoke to somebody who spoke to Savannah. She's doing okay. She's a little banged up, a little bumped, a little bruised, but she's doing all right. You know, this is now the fifth or sixth friend of mine who has been assaulted for covering the news. So for all the people out there who like to make shit up in the press and, you know, otherwise slander genuinely good people, this is what ends up happening. Where a girl who is about the size of a fourth grader, I mean that, Savannah Hernandez is like 5 foot, like 100 pounds, gets thrown about by someone the Democrats tried to claim is just a man of peace and harmony. But of course, that's what Democrats do. Before we jump into all of it, guys, once again, hit the thumbs up button, share the video out all over the place. So I'm gonna give you guys a little background of the story here. Savannah Hernandez, she's a field reporter for Turning Point. You've seen her. I've used her stuff on the show all the time. Plenty of times. She does phenomenal work. She was covering the anti-ICE protesters outside of the Whipple facility in Minneapolis. Obviously, that's where a lot of the kerfuffle has been going on since the 2 ICE shootings that went on following them trying to arrest illegal immigrant criminals. Before I show you the assault, I want to show you what led up to it, because none of this stuff happens in a vacuum, okay? None of it is just, oh, you're on the street, you're standing there, you're done. And somebody pushes you, bingo, bango, donezo. This usually bubbles up. And to be honest with you, it's a lot of the reason why I don't spend more time on the ground. Maybe it's impulse control. Maybe it's the fact that I'm just not going to allow someone to do shit like this to me. But this is what led up to the incident That I'll show you in a second. Savannah was just down there filming, recording, doing her thing. And then this happened.
Stop touching me! You fucking touched me! Jesus Christ! Leave me! I'm trying to leave!
I know, just go though. Look, we're trying to help you. Let's get you out of here. Trying to leave, let's go. Let's get you out of here. Let's go. Where are you going? Where do you need to go?
I don't have a car here. Where do you want me to go?
Jared, can we get her somewhere?
I try to help you though. Like we helped you.
No, you didn't.
Yes, we did. We stopped people from hitting you because you were
I
trying to.
was standing here for an hour.
If we didn't help you, you would have been attacked.
And started attacking me.
We told them to stop.
I didn't do anything.
Real brave, real tough guys out there. Now, there's another angle of what ended up happening where, I got to tell you, we know who this guy is. We know what his name is. But we know who he is for a very specific reason why we know who he is. Real tough, bro. Real, I beg you. I beg of you. Come do this to me.
Guys, it's over! It's over! Back the fuck up! It's over! It's documented, so get charged! It's over!
This fat ass right here with his little purse on, like a big bitch.
Dude, we love you! We love you!
Oh yeah, you're real tough, bro. Real tough. Real tough pushing a 100-pound girl down to the floor. I have a feeling that, you know, probably wouldn't have done that if it was, you know, a man. Because he knows he's going to get his ass knocked out. You're promoting violence. No, I'm not. Clip that. It's just wild. But the question is, how did we figure out who this guy was? How did we learn who this violent assailant was? And now many people within the DOJ, including Harmeet Dillon, are talking about bringing federal charges against him, which they should, which carries an 80% guaranteed prison sentence. Why do we know who this guy is? Well, because it turns out, at the height of all of this, he was featured on MSNBC. Why was he featured on MSNBC? Because we need to bring peace and truth and harmony back to our world.
Chris now goes by the nickname Minnesota Angry Man, and he's using his newfound fame to encourage others to stand up for community too. Ahead of nationwide strikes and protests tomorrow, we asked Chris if he had any words of wisdom to share, and here's what he had to say.
We need some peace and harmony in our state and across our country. We've been dealing with enough tyranny. We're done with that. We need some peace, love, and harmony. Please come out. Please show up. Get off that couch. If I can do it, you can do it. We can march. We can dance. We can sing. We can hug it out. We can swear at the sky.
From the couch to the streets, what a rallying cry there. Love to hear it.
Yeah, Pippi Longstockings over there, obviously promoting the violent assailant there, because that's what she does. That's what she does. Because she knows that her driver will never, will make sure that she never has to go out into the streets that she claims, where this stuff's just not happening. It's just not happening. Sure, there's multiple angles of it, sure. Wild. Just another one of my friends assaulted out there. They're coming for us. They're coming for my friends are being hunted in the streets. There's really no two ways about it. They're being hunted in the street. like I said, I've had friends out doing that. You know, Nick Sorter and some, Nick Sorter's a pretty big guy. Chad Caton got assaulted. Chad's an even bigger guy. Savannah Hernandez is literally the size of a middle school boy. She's like 5 foot, like 100 pounds soaking wet. And as I've said on this show numerous times, she's got bigger balls than most guys I know to go into some of the places in which she does. And I know that this won't deter her, that she's only going to keep going because she's a great reporter and she cares about the truth. The problem is, when does this escalate? And of course, I don't want to put too fine a point on it, but of course, nobody should be shocked by the fact that it came from a guy with a purse. Because a real man's man. The real man's man out there. Now, I will say that knowing Savannah's okay. Knowing Savannah is all good. You know, it does give us the opportunity to laugh at these people, to abuse them in public, which I think we should do. I think that people should be verbally accosted and made fun of on the internet as often as humanly possible. I think this world would be a better place. So if I were to, I don't know. For example, if I were to leave that image on the screen for a little while and I wondered what happened to these people. Of course, the guy who assaulted Savannah Hernandez looks like he should be running some kind of a Ukrainian gas station. And the angry cat lady down at the bottom, the internet, by the way, has had a lot of fun with the girl on the bottom right. I'm sure you can all assume what phallic object has been placed on that photo. Now that, really, this guy, look at top left. I will say he does look like Tim Walz, but he also looks like he should be fixing my cell phone in a mall somewhere. Both of those men carry purses, by the way. Just saying. So now that Savannah's okay, we can make fun of these people because we should make fun of each and every one of them. We should make fun of these people. The people that assault women to, protect women or whatever the hell that means. Now, I don't know why we don't take these people seriously, because they're obviously better than you and I. They're obviously better. They're wiser. They're more highly educated than you, the peasant out there. We should be listening to these people left, right, and center. So if we should be listening to them, and we should be because they're just better than us, why not check in on the bravest, on the boldest among them and see what it is they may be up to? Because, those were not the only images to come out of anti-ICE protests over the weekend. In Portland, for example, 2 of the anti-ICE protesters were having a sword fight. But not the kind of sword fight you're thinking of.
The sword fight. You got 2 weapons right there. Yes. You might want to join them.
Sure, it's not the first time that guy's been in that position before. But, why wouldn't we take them seriously? Why wouldn't we? When they're quite literally having a makeshift, and it's not even a sword fight, it's like a, what the hell's that Olympic sport with this with the swords? A fencing match with rubber penises. Why is it all these anti-ICE protesters seem to have like a full supply of dildos? Like, is there like a greater influx of dildo stores in these blue cities? Are they personal? How personal? I can't believe we don't take them seriously. There must be something wrong with us. There must be something wrong with us. By the way, just to the anti-ICE protesters out there, I'd like to congratulate you all. We are still deporting illegal immigrants left, right, and center. So very good stuff. Very good stuff. I may not be getting everything I want from the administration. I may be getting some things that I do not want. However, I am getting some stuff that I want. And one of those is the rapid deportation of people who have absolutely no right to be in this country in the first place. So, you know, I'm sure the housing market will level out relatively soon. Now that very soon there's going to be a large influx of available units. Not like that. I didn't mean units like those rubber penises that were flopping around, but you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Because we are still getting a great many of these people out of the country, and it's a good thing that we are. It's a good thing that we are. For example, like Portland, Oregon, ICE arrested a Mexican national who was convicted of rape and sodomy. Because, you know, we wouldn't be America. We wouldn't be America if we didn't let this guy into the country. This from the Post-Millennial. U.S. ICE and Customs Enforcement has arrested a Mexican national previously convicted of rape and sodomy in Salem, Oregon, raising renewed concern over sanctuary policies in the state. Cristobal Felipe Sarmiento. Why do they all have 3 names, or 4 names, or 5 names? An illegal immigrant was taken into custody on the 9th by Homeland Security in Portland, where the rubber floppy cockfight was happening. Federal authorities confirmed that he had 2 prior arrests in Marin County, is that in California, including first-degree rape and first-degree sodomy in 2016. He also had a conviction for driving under the influence in 2014. Driving under the influence. Oh, wait a minute. That doesn't fall under the Dignity Act that some House Republicans want to pass for no reason whatsoever. So if we pass the ridiculous Dignity Act, the illegal immigrant with the 3 names from Mexico who raped and sodomized somebody would still be allowed into America, even if he had already been convicted of a DWI, which he was in 2014. We could have thrown him out of the country then, but you know, DWI is not really that big of a deal. According to ICE officials, Felipe Sarmiento should not have been at large. Acting Assistant Secretary Lauren Biz sharply criticized Oregon sanctuary policies, stating that the convicted criminal had been released multiple times despite his record. Yeah. But right, we're the bad guy. We're the bad guy for pointing it out. According to the Statesman Journal, the underlying case dates back to 2015 when Felipe Sarmiento was accused of sexually assaulting a woman at a house party. Prosecutors said the victim was intoxicated, physically helpless, and unable to consent. Under Oregon law, physically helpless refers to a person who is unconscious or otherwise unable to communicate unwillingness. It's a good thing we had this guy in America, because, you know, if we didn't let Felipe Sarmiento in, the Statue of Liberty would just release one giant tear down their face. But now he's in custody, and he can go back to wherever the hell it is he came from in Mexico, probably end up working in some cocaine field, and hopefully get violently assaulted by someone a lot bigger than him. One can hope. One can hope. Defense attorneys attempted to suppress the statement, citing translation errors during the police interview. However, the Marin County judge ruled that the statements were admissible, noting that despite some inaccuracies, the interview demonstrated effective communication and intent. Following the 3-day trial in November of 2016, the jury convicted Felipe Sarmiento of first-degree rape, first-degree sodomy. He was acquitted of strangulation and 1 additional count of sodomy. Oh, so this guy's just a peach. Both convictions fall under Oregon's Measure 11 sentencing guidelines, which impose minimum sentences. Felipe received concurrent sentences along with a 12-year post-conviction supervision, which required him to register as a sex offender. Well, turns out that didn't matter. Turns out that didn't matter whatsoever. But hey, remember, we should not deport these people, according to these guys.
It's a sword fight.
Bow. Bow before your rubber floppy penis. Do it. I can't imagine why we don't take some of these people seriously. Can't wrap my brain around it. Speaking of sexual crimes, that's how you segue into Eric Swalwell, who is not having a good weekend. Not having a good weekend whatsoever. Before we get to that, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code LOUD for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code LOUD. What the hell happened here? Wait 1 second. Head on to MyPillow.com. Promo code LOUD. So, Eric Swalwell. Now, I want to be very clear. Under almost every circumstance, I would hold to my principles, and I would say Eric Swalwell is innocent until proven guilty. But Eric Swalwell is a self-righteous, pretentious asshole. So, I'm going to go with he probably did it. Now, with that being said, I think it is fair to say that Eric Swalwell being in the lead in California for the governor's race, this may be a coordinated attack against him. That's a fair statement. It's also a fair statement to say, I don't care. Why? Because I'm going to hold Eric Swalwell to the exact same standard in which he holds other people to, like Brett Kavanaugh, for instance. A guy who definitely, absolutely did not do what they claimed he did. So I'm going to hold him to the same standard that he would hold each one of us to. Here is one Eric Swalwell accuser,
decided to ask him to meet me for a drink. And I did this because I was so far removed from what had happened in 2019. I felt safe because I was established. I had a partner. I felt more secure that I could have a strictly professional relationship with this person. After that bar closed, we went to another. I went to the bathroom, and I don't remember anything after that.
You don't remember anything?
I remember the next day. I can see flashes of that evening, of him on top of me pushing him off, him grabbing me. It was a lot more aggressive. It was aggressive.
Did you say no?
Yes, I said no. In my flash that I can recall, I was pushing him off of me, saying no.
And what did he do?
He didn't stop.
He didn't stop. And you woke up the next morning.
I woke up the next morning naked, alone in his hotel room. I, for a moment, didn't even know I was in his hotel room. That's how intoxicated I was. And I called my mom, the only person I could think that could help me.
And we were able to corroborate that by speaking with friends and family she confided in, reviewing photos and screenshots of contemporaneous text messages. And we also reviewed a message from her medical provider the week after she received the pregnancy and STD tests, calling her a, quote, survivor.
Now, that seems like compelling testimony. We've also got footage of Eric Swalwell with what looks like a very unwitting hooker. That's the face of somebody who knows they're really not going to like what's coming next. Now, as I said, I would do the whole innocent until proven guilty thing, but I know that Eric Swalwell would not hold us, any of us, to the exact same standard because he's a bad person. He's a bad person. This comes on the heels of more than 50 other staffers making creepy allegations against Eric Swalwell. There's also a video of him out there, as I said before, with what looks like a very unwitting hooker. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Now, it shouldn't come as a shock to anybody that the guy who's most famous for banging a Chinese spy would do something like this. That shouldn't come as a shock to anybody. Also, he just gives off a very creepy kind of vibe, if you ask me. He's just a creepy guy. He farts on television. The videos are out there, and there are plenty of them. And you know what? I don't want to put too fine a point on it, but you know what? Let me see here. I don't want to put too fine a point. I'm going to keep making fun of Eric Swalwell just because I don't like him. But does it bother anybody that this guy kind of looks like this guy? I'm just going to leave these two up here and let you guys examine this for yourselves. I don't know. See, I don't like Eric Swalwell, which is why I'm doing this. Which is why I'm comparing him to famed human eater Jeffrey Dahmer. I'm not saying that, he does that. I'm just saying, where there's smoke, there's fire. When in Rome, add whatever sort of metaphor you want there. So, with all that being said, Eric Swalwell has suspended his campaign for governor.
Things changed really quickly, and it really left Eric Swalwell with no choice in terms of dropping out of the race. I mean, just take a look at the Kalshi prediction markets. Chance that Swalwell wins the California governorship. You go back to the beginning of the month, look at this. It was about 3 and 5. He was the clear favorite at this point to be the next California governor. But by Friday, his chances were already adios amigos, goodbye, basically. He was down to 2%. He saw the writing on the wall. And then, of course, now we're at a 0% chance as he has suspended his campaign. But Eric Swalwell dropped out of this race because, simply put, there was no path forward for him to be the next California governor.
Yeah, well, it would make sense that you would do that. Now, let's talk about the political. Because actually, Eric Swalwell suspending his campaign is actually bad for Republicans. Now, it's good morally. It's good that he will soon be out of politics in totality, probably to get a job on MSNBC right afterwards because they certainly don't care. But why is it bad for Republicans? Well, Sheriff Bianco and Steve Hilton were both polling at the top of the leaderboards in the 2026 governor primary. And the way California primaries work is that the top two candidates, regardless of party, go to a runoff in the general election. With Eric Swalwell dropping out of the race because he may or may not be, but probably seems to be a rapist, his 16% of the vote is now going to trickle down to other candidates, probably to people like Tom Steyer and Katie Porter. You'll remember Katie Porter. She's the lunatic who decided to throw a pot of boiling hot potatoes on her husband. She's also the person, let's see, do I have the photo pulled up? She's also the person who apparently thought it was acceptable to show up to Congress dressed like this. So it's a good chance that will be the next governor of California. Because now with the vote share, I'm just going to leave that picture of Katie Porter up there just to ruin you guys' day. I tell you what, though, if I had Katie Porter's confidence, I could probably take over a damn country. I really could. But, yeah, I'm going to leave that up there for a little bit while I go over the California polling results. Because, you know, I'm having a bad day. You guys might as well, too. So, now that 15, 16% of the vote will trickle down to the other candidates, perhaps putting one of them into that top 2 threshold, which would stop the Republican on Republican runoff that everybody was hoping for in the state of California. You guys done looking at Katie Porter yet? Are you? I'll do you guys that favor. I'll do you that favor and take it down. Because it is horrifying. It is quite horrifying. I had to see it, so you guys did too. I had to see it, so you guys did too. What are you going to do? But Anna Paulina Luna, probably who appears to be like one of 5 Republicans in Congress that we can actually count on for some things, is planning on putting forth a petition to expel Eric Swalwell from Congress based on these allegations.
Next week, you know, as you stated, I will be filing a motion to expel Eric Swalwell. It is unacceptable for him to just index his campaign for governor in California, but still sit in the House of Representatives. Meanwhile, he was allegedly harassing and potentially raping his own staff. But Kaylee, he's not the only person. And so I do believe as a result of me triggering this motion to expel, I believe there will be another motion to expel a Republican member of Congress who has since announced that he will not be seeking re-election. That would be Representative Tony Gonzalez. And ultimately, at the end of the day, this is about accountability for the American people. This should not be happening in the House of Representatives. It is unacceptable. And frankly, I don't think that they deserve taxpayer dollar paychecks while they're going through all this. Yeah.
And as APL says there, Tony Gonzalez may also be on the chopping block for more salacious sexual allegations. Not nearly as bad as, well, I don't know. Probably not as bad as Eric Swalwell. I'm going to keep Eric Swalwell at the top of that list because, you know, I don't like him. I don't like him. But those aren't the only ones. Apparently, there may be petitions over the course of the next week in Congress to expel 4 members of Congress. 4. Here's Rep. Andy Ogles.
There's just this feeling like there's a feeling in DC that permeates. There's like, I'm untouchable. I can do whatever I want, right? And I think that needs to be like knocked down hard.
I think I think you'll see at least 2, if not 4 members of Congress expelled this week.
Wow. Can you unpack that? Is it like who's that? Is it going to be Sherflusis McCormick? Right.
That's right. Corey Mills will likely have one against them, and then Tony down in Texas,
and then Swalwell. So it'll be
Swalwell. That's right.
So it'll be scalp for scalp. So 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats.
2 and 2. That's right. So I think Swalwell is almost certain to happen. Whether or not the rest happen, we'll see.
Okay.
Just to be clear, when I said that we could trust like 5 members of Congress, Andy Ogles definitely on that list. So as he said, 4 members of Congress may be facing the chopping block this week. I'm curious to see how many of these Democrats actually sign on for. Naturally, they'll sign on for the Corey Mills one, who apparently is up for sexual misconduct, domestic violence, and campaign finance violations. That one was new to me. There was Rep. Tony Gonzalez of Texas, who's not running for re-election. Sexual misconduct allegations, including an affair with a former staffer who later killed herself. It's pretty rough when you sleep with somebody and then they kill themselves. You got Eric Swalwell, who may be, potentially, may or may not be, could be, probably is, I'm not sure, in my opinion, a rapist. And you have Rep. McCormick from Florida, who funneled millions of dollars in disaster relief funds directly into her campaign. Now, I don't know if they'll actually do this, but I will say, the best among us, leading our nation, leading our, you know what's funny about paying attention to politics? You remember when you were a kid and, like, you thought your parents and your teachers were, like, the smartest people in the world, and then you became a parent, or parents, or teachers, and you're like, no. That's a lot like when you get into politics. People see, like, members of Congress, like they're this lofty thing who aren't into politics, and then you get into it and you find out that they're probably some of the least impressive human beings we have in America. It's time to clean house. Time to clean house. The only reason why I believe this may go through is because it's like a 2-2. Although I will say, I really don't see Democrats voting to get rid of Representative Sheila McCormick of Florida, despite the fact that she robbed disaster relief funds and put them directly into her campaign, because I just don't see Democrats having that kind of moral fortitude. Swalwell, Gonzalez, they could be in for it. We'll see what happens with the Corey. I don't think they should, just based on what I know of the cases. I don't really think they should get rid of Corey Mills, but we'll see what happens. We shall see what happens. One more thing that we're going to see what happens with is this war in Iran that I have been firmly told that I am not to discuss my true feelings about. Well, we'll see. We'll see. J.D. Vance went overseas to Islamabad, aptly named, Pakistan, to discuss getting terms on a peace plan. It didn't really go so well. Before we get to that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody. If you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmra.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmra.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. That's tryarmor.com. Use code LFATV. So J.D. Vance was in Islamabad, aptly named, Pakistan, over the weekend to try to negotiate some sort of peace deal with Iran. It didn't really go very well.
Precisely what has reacted here? Can you help us understand it a little bit?
Well, I won't go into all the details because I don't want to negotiate in public after we negotiated for 21 hours in private. But the simple fact is that we need to see an affirmative commitment that they will not seek a nuclear weapon and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon. That is the core goal of the President of the United States, and that's what we've tried to achieve through these negotiations. Again, their nuclear program, such as it is, the enrichment facilities that they had before, they've been destroyed. But the simple question is, do we see a fundamental commitment of will for the Iranians not to develop a nuclear weapon, not just now, not just 2 years from now, but for the long term? We haven't seen that yet. We hope that we will.
You know, JD, I'm a big fan. I just don't see them ever agreeing to that. I just don't. Why? Because if there's one thing that's true in geopolitics, it is that the minute you relinquish your nuclear weapons, you get invaded. I'm just saying. Libya, Syria, Iraq. You know two places that aren't being invaded? Pakistan, North Korea. Nobody's talking about invading North Korea anytime soon. Wonder why. Maybe it's because they have nuclear weapons. Nobody's talking about invading the United States because we have nuclear weapons. So if history shows anything, and I'm sure the current Ayatollahs have seen pictures of Gaddafi being dragged through the streets on the back of a car, they probably don't want that happening to them. So based on that, we have put a blockade in place in the Strait of Hormuz, which went into effect at 10 a.m. today. Now nothing is going through there. Nothing is going through there. Here's Fox News.
The U.S. Central Command says a naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz goes into effect in 16 hours. Now, the blockade will involve stopping any ships that come out of Iranian ports or Iranian coastal areas. U.S. ships will not be stopping vessels traveling from non-Iranian ports. The early stages of demining the strait has begun, and information about a safe path through the strait will be communicated to commercial mariners. Now, Iran's Revolutionary Guard put out a defiant statement that the Strait of Hormuz is now under their control, and any warship approaching the strait will be seen as a breach of the ceasefire and will be dealt with strongly. President Trump told Maria Bartiromo details of the naval blockade.
We're putting on a complete blockade. We're not going to let Iran make money on selling oil to people that they like and not people that they don't like or whatever it is. It's going to be all or none.
The announcement of the blockade came after talks in Pakistan failed to produce an agreement. Vice President J.D. Vance is back on U.S. soil after that marathon 21-hour negotiation. The demands from the U.S. included Iran open the strait, end funding of violent proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthi rebels. But the big hang-up was getting Iranian negotiators to abandon their nuclear ambitions.
We need to see an affirmative commitment that they will not seek a nuclear weapon, and they will not seek the tools that would enable them to quickly achieve a nuclear weapon. That is the core goal of the President of the United States, and that's what we've tried to achieve through these negotiations.
So we'll see how this ends up working out, how this blockade works out. If anyone sees this as a provocation, President Trump plans to allow certain ships in, certain ships out. So we'll see what all comes of that. We'll see what all comes of that. President Trump earlier today confirmed with Jack Posobiec that China wants to see this crisis end, which would make sense considering they get most of their oil through the strait in the first place. President Trump said that when he spoke to Xi Jinping, he wants to see an end to the crisis in the Strait of Hormuz. Human Events Daily host Jack Posobiec asked the president about the impacts of the closing of the strait, and here's what President Trump said.
Do you think those boats, Mr. President, those boats were coming from predominantly going to China, Mr. President? Has Xi Jinping reached out? I know you're going to be meeting with him.
We have a very good relationship with China. He would like to see this ended off. He certainly wants it ended. I want to see it ended too, but we can't give a nuclear weapon to a group of people that have caused nothing but havoc for 47 years. Look, I'm the president that's done something about it. This should have been, and many other presidents regret that they didn't.
He's right about that. So hopefully, China, if true, and I don't see why it wouldn't be, hopefully China can put pressure on Iran to reopen the strait to continue to allow Chinese oil or oil bound for China to continue through the strait with the president putting the blockade up, that kind of makes it a little bit more difficult, where China gets nearly 40% of their, I think it's more than that. I think it might be a little more than that, of their oil from this part of the world. So we'll see what happens. Nothing crazy has happened yet today on that front. I mean, markets pretty much stabilized today. The Dow, the Nasdaq, and the S&P opened up down, but they continue to remain relatively firm right now, with the Nasdaq being up nearly a full point, the S&P 500 up half a point, and the Dow staying just about level at 0.3 of a point. So, you know, even though I just paid like $9,000 in taxes in one shot, you know, at least I didn't lose money today. At least I didn't lose it. But let's talk more about Democrats. Because something very interesting happened over the weekend that I find to be confusing, interesting, pondering. We'll get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, guys, head on over to lfatv.us. That's lfatv.us. That is your home base, your mothership, your landing pad for all things LFA TV related. Check out the LFA TV store. And while you guys are there, consider becoming a monthly donor over at lfatv.us. That is the best way to keep the lights on over here, which after I just paid that tax bill, I really need it. So head on over to LFA TV or La Majora. LFA TV, you know, pick up your Donald Trump, pick up your, boom, look at that. That's a good one. Guys, lfatv.us, it's lfatv.us. So, over the course of last week, there was an event here in New York City called the National Action Summit. What that is, it is a convention where national Democrats from around the country come and they glue their lips to Al Sharpton's ass, which used to be a lot bigger, used to fit a lot more Democrats on that ass. Now he looks like an alien since he had the whole gastric bypass thing. Interesting enough is that as we head into the midterms, 2028 starts directly after the midterms. There was one person notably absent from this convention.
Martha, you got Governor Westmore, you got Governor Shapiro, Governor J.B. Pritzker, Representative Ro Khanna out in California, and Pete Buttigieg, who were all asked about what their future holds.
Are you going to run again?
You save me a seat, I'll be there.
Any of these people who are thinking about 2028, I need to see that you're taking 2026 seriously.
I don't know what I'll be doing after. I hope I win re-election after, but I can tell you this, I'm going to fight like hell to elect a Democrat in 2028.
There are those that have raised the prospect that you should run for president. And you're
going to be my running mate?
Well, I didn't mind Ro Khanna so much until that last statement. I've long said that I think Congressman Ro Khanna is the least batshit crazy person on the progressive left. And then he suggested that Al Sharpton should be his running mate. And I immediately take that sentence back. But if you noticed that there was one Democrat visibly absent from that whole thing. Now, why would Gavin Newsom not go to the National Action Summit to kiss Al Sharpton's ass? Why wouldn't he do that? I don't know. It's an interesting quandary. Does he think that he already has the Democratic nomination locked up? So much so that he can skip this sort of event? This way he can tack back to the middle in the general election? I'm not really sure. It is an interesting little kerfuffle why he wasn't there in the first place. One other person who wasn't there, California Democrat. No, not Eric Swalwell. He wasn't there because none of his staffers could get in. Apparently he can't get in either. But one other California Democrat who's found himself in a little bit of trouble is Adam Schiff, sorry. All the douchey Democrats, I just get them mixed up all the time. Adam Schiff. Adam Schiff, who? You guys remember the Russian whistleblower from way back when? The Ukrainian whistleblower from where? Well, Russia, Ukraine, it's all the same thing. Or at least it will be soon. Remember when he said he didn't have any contact with that whistleblower? And he said it over, and he said it over, and he said it over and over and over again. He had no contact with the whistleblower that decided to go and smear Donald Trump over and over and over again with nonsense that we all knew to be nonsense. You guys remember that? Just in case you don't remember it, because some of you may have forgotten.
Several of my colleagues made the statement repeatedly that I've met with the whistleblower, that I know who the whistleblower is. It was false the first time they said it. It was false the second through 40th time they said it. It will be false the last time they say it.
You guys remember that? Well, it turns out that not only did he have contact with said whistleblower, but Adam Schiff is the one who okayed the release of the classified documents that came from the whistleblower that he said he had no contact with.
It doesn't get much more serious than that. The chairman of the House Intel Committee doesn't have declassification authority over these types of documents. They are made available to Congress under very tightly controlled rules. This has been a source of tension for years. And members of both parties have gone out of their way to assure that this material would be closely held and not weaponized. Schiff was viewed as one of the most political chairs of that committee in its history. And this is a truly chilling account, if true. Now, when I first read it, frankly, I was taken aback because it's perfectly moronic to commit such a felony with a planning conference meeting with staff. That's not usually how things are leaked in Washington, D.C. What makes this different, Will, is that this was a statement made to FBI agents. The person who made this statement was no doubt aware that lying to FBI agents is not just a crime, but a crime that was repeatedly prosecuted during prior administrations, including the Obama and Biden administrations.
Right.
So making this statement puts you at risk. That's why someone's lying here and someone's a felon.
Okay, well, let's just for a moment hypothetically take this whistleblower at their word. Let's assume for a moment that it's true, Professor. What kind of punishment follows for leaking classified information?
Well, this is a very significant punishment. You can have, in addition to having multiple counts, you can easily go 10 years in terms of sentence, if not more, depending on the circumstances and the number of violations. Each of these leaks is an individual violation. Each of these documents would likely be charged as a violation. That type of count stacking is precisely what Mueller and others did. Remember, these are these are very similar to the types of claims made against Donald Trump in Mar-a-Lago, that he removed material and improperly stored them. There were also allegations that he might have revealed them to third parties. But this is much more serious in one sense. Trump was accused of negligence in most of these counts. This would be a premeditated criminal act to release classified information to damage one's political opponent.
Remember when we were conspiracy theorists because we all said that this was happening? You're a Russian stooge. You're doing the bit of the Kremlin. No, I'm just not a Damas. I can see things with my own eyes. We all knew that Adam Schiff was the person who leaked those documents. Now let's see what, if anything, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche does. Do I believe there'll be any sort of prosecution here? I don't know. Let's hope. Let's hope. Hold them to the same standard they hold us to. But I do have some good news, everybody, because while we watch the West and non-left-wing governments falter all over the world, Viktor Orban lost in Hungary, one of the most right-wing figures in all of Europe. We are seeing an uprising in Ireland, which is being backed by Ireland's most famous son. That's right, the Notorious.
What's up, Ireland? I hope you all had a great Easter, because I had my best one yet. Seeing the courage of our people standing together in unity against the failed rule of this government has been incredible. It has also been eye-opening. No matter which side of the political divide you are on, one thing is for certain. This government has lost the confidence of the public, and that is it. No confidence as a government and you are done. As a nation, we have all just seen the behaviour at the exact same time, and there is now no going back. The horse has well and truly bolted. Their complete failure on housing, their refusal to ease the crushing cost of living crisis, the disastrous handling of immigration that has overwhelmed their communities and services, and the shocking way that they have treated ordinary Irish people in recent days. Their hand has been exposed, and it is a busted flush. And we, as the mighty republic, hold all the aces. Ireland, we are another major step closer to the return of fairness. Fair cost of living, fair treatment, fair taxes, and a fair opportunity for your voice to be heard.
Hey, look, if anybody's going to unite the Irish people, it's going to be Conor McGregor. So at least there's one country in the West that might be starting to stand up for itself. Maybe. We'll be monitoring that because, let's be honest here, we all know what happens when the Irish people get upset about things. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Guys, it's 4 p.m. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. Hannah Faulkner coming up next right here on this network. Until tomorrow, everybody, stay loud.
viewers, welcome back to LFA TV Live with Hannah Faulkner. Hope you all are having an incredible Monday afternoon. So far, it has been just the wildest Monday you could probably imagine. I'll spare you the details, but I'm grateful to be here and to be alive and live with you all here on Rumble. If this is your first time joining us, thank you so much for tuning in. We could not do what we are doing Monday through Friday without you. Make sure to hit that subscribe button here on Rumble, and make sure you're following our X page, LFA TV US, and then my X page is Hannah F1776. So much has happened over the weekend in my own personal life, and I'm sure many of you guys have had a lot of stuff happen over the weekend. But probably one of the wildest things to happen over the weekend was a photo that was posted last night on President Trump's Truth Social. Now, there have been many reactions. Many have said, he didn't mean to. He was trolling. This looks like Jesus. It doesn't look like Jesus. It looks like he's just trying to heal the nation. Frankly, as a Christian, I was disgusted. There are many things that this administration has done that I have not been happy with in any sense at all. I think appointing the amount of women that President Trump has appointed to positions of leadership in his cabinet has hurt him greatly. And we've seen this time and time again. This is also part of the reason why I don't think that men and women should be in the workforce together, because it causes issues like adultery. It causes issues of a DEI, of hiring people because they're a woman and not because of their skill for the job. And so we've seen this time and time again with this administration, but just in general in life. And so this is why I don't think it works. You really cannot have men and women cohabitating in the workforce. Now, of course, in the influencer world, there almost is like a balance that could be had there. And this is another conversation for another day. There's so much that we could really dive into there, into that topic. And I know that's going to offend a lot of people, but it's just really the reality of it. Well, he posted this last night, and there's many things I disagree with from President Trump and the things that he's done. I try not to be a Debbie Downer. I try to be optimistic about the future and about this administration. But he really just makes matters worse when he comes out saying that he didn't mean it when he said it. Now, I'm just going to put my browser on real quick. Let's see here. I don't know why it's pulling up the chat. Let me see if I can pull up. There we go. So here we go. This is the post, of course. To the left, to the right, you have him, I guess, touching. I mean, come on. You really cannot, no matter how you try to slice it, no matter how you try to dissect this, he's posing as Jesus. Okay? He really is. And I'm sorry, spare me. Please spare me. The amount of emotional and mental gymnastics people are trying to, I'm getting texts from people saying, he's not trying to act like President Trump, or he's not trying to act like Jesus. President Trump isn't trying to portray himself as Jesus. Maybe there's like a 5D chess going on here. Maybe there's just, trust the plan. Don't be a panican, right? No, I'm so sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of it because young people are tired of it. People with the brain are tired of it. This is not the first time we've seen something like this. Just recently he said he wasn't going to end all child mutilation. As long as you write off as a parent, you give parental consent, the child can cut off his healthy breasts and genitals. It's like, no, this is not what I supported. This is not what I voted for. This is not what we the people want. We want more mass deportations. We want the American people to be put first. And we are talking more about news across the globe than American news. And that should be disappointing to anyone who actually cares about the United States of America. Now, I'm not an isolationist. You guys know that. I totally push back against isolationism. It doesn't work. But there has to come a point where we really focus on domestic issues. And President Trump, Charlie Kirk actually warned President Trump about that. Charlie Kirk was talking about this for months leading up into his assassination, that we have to focus on domestic issues. We're going to lose the midterms because of it. We're going to lose future elections because of it. We're not going to lose the midterms because we criticize President Trump. We're going to lose the midterms because this administration isn't focusing on domestic issues as much as they should be. And it's what the American people voted them to do. Literally the number one issue was mass deportations. Immigration. I'm glad that we have a closed border, but we've got to start deporting more people. Anyways, this is President Trump's response to that.
Mr. President, did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor
and had to do with Red Cross. As a Red Cross worker there, which we support, and only the fake news could come up with that one. So I just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, and I do make people better. I make people a lot better. As an example, the 11,000, I understand your husband's going through treatment.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He's going through some very serious cancer treatment, so
Yes, sir.
this goes a long way.
Yes, sir. It sure does.
And listen, I am so grateful for President Trump. There are so many things that President Trump has done that I am just absolutely so grateful for. The pardoning of the pro-lifers, the pardoning of the J6ers. You know, I'm grateful for President Trump on many levels, but trying to backtrack and say you were depicted as a doctor. I mean, I just interviewed Chloe Castillo, one of my good friends. She's awesome. And she said, there's no way you can even try to say that you look like a doctor. Like, there's no way around it. If you were trying to depict yourself as a doctor, then why wouldn't you put scrubs on? Why do you look like Jesus? Like, why, whoever made this, if you were trying to make him look like a healer, like a doctor, then why isn't he dressed as a doctor? The mental gymnastics is crazy. You will not find me defending this. It's so, it's really demented. And it's just like, it's very cultish. People that are spending their time to defend this, it's like this is why the MAGA movement has been attacked, ridiculed for looking like a cult, because it does. I mean, you look at some of these MAGA rallies and you ask some of the MAGA supporters questions, especially the boomers, you just think to yourself, is this a cult? Is this seriously a cult? I mean, my allegiance is not to President Trump. My allegiance is not to any politician or any leader. It's to Jesus Christ. It's to the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, Jesus Christ. It's to God. And once we forget that, once we cease to forget who has made this country great in the first place, which is God Almighty, we are never going to take back this country. So anyways, there's no way anyone should even try to say he was trying to portray himself as Jesus. Anyone who believes that is just naive. There's no way anyone should even try to say he was portraying. I'm confused by you trying to back him up. That's really confusing. Anyways. If he doesn't look like Jesus, stop it. They didn't wear scrubs in that time. Come on. My goodness. You guys are crazy. All right, well, we got a special guest joining us today because in addition to all of this, there have been many disagreements, many statements that I have disagreed with. It has caused me to do a lot of reflecting on where I want, I guess, my influence, where I want my platform to go. And I hope that my platform, I hope that my content serves as an inspiration to young women, especially to prioritize preparing themselves for being a wife and a mom and exposing feminism and realizing that the feminist movement has lied to them on all levels. Every single wave has been a direct rebellion against God's original intent for mankind. And so I've always hoped that that would be my intention. Over the years, I've realized that I need to shift some things. And so more recently, I've decided to focus on exposing the feminist movement, but also encouraging young women to prioritize preparing for being a wife and being a mom one day, if that's in the Lord's plans for their life. And so today we have Chloe Castillo, one of my favorite guests, joining the show today. She is the founder of Make Music Great. She is really fighting the good fight because not very many people are willing to talk about the dangers and the harms that come with this poisonous music. I mean, the music, if you guys have heard the latest songs, it's disgusting. It's filled with all kinds of radical ideology and just pure filth and degeneracy. So Chloe Cole's coming on the show today to talk about why music is so important, why she is willing to die on this hill to fight for wholesome and good music again, as well as what in the world is happening with the conservative movement today. Take a listen. Okay, I don't know what just happened. I tried playing the video, but of course it's not working. So let me see if I can play it. Alrighty, Handel and Isaiah, thank you guys so much for coming on the show today. Over the past couple weeks, I have been talking a lot more about your incredible product, Nutricell supplements, your methylene blue capsules. Very grateful for all of the work you guys are doing, not only from the values standpoint, but the product itself is absolutely incredible. So I appreciate you guys joining the show today.
Thank you. Yeah, we're honored.
Handel, I want to start with you because I think we had you on the show. You and Jonathan came on the show. I believe it was last June, July, or August of 2025 to talk a little bit about Nutricell, methylene blue capsules. Why did you start this company in the first place? When did you start it? Because I don't know if you explained a little bit about the backstory. Maybe you did very briefly, but explain to my audience a little bit of the backstory behind Nutricell supplements and why you decided to found this in the first place.
Well, we started as a retaliation to the COVID pandemic. We had a lot of loved ones getting sick, and actually some passed from getting the vaccine and also getting sick from COVID. So we knew we had to do something. We knew that the medical establishment was failing us on a national and global level. We found lots of peer-reviewed studies on methylene blue early on. This is when it was first starting to get popular. So we launched the company in 2020. Our main products at first were ivermectin, mebendazole, and methylene blue. And since we couldn't get the permits needed to sell ivermectin at scale, we were able to utilize, our capsules and put methylene blue in them. We became the first capsule form to market effectively online. And so we kind of took that risk. And we have since blown up. I guess it was 2023 is like when we started getting popular. I'd say Joe Rogan really blew us up in 2025. He did a whole show on methylene blue. And since they said go buy it on Amazon, a lot of people did that. And that's where Nutricell Supplements is now fairly well known for the methylene blue space.
Well, I have to say I appreciate the capsule form because I started taking methylene blue, not necessarily on a regular basis, but a couple times a week for the superhuman, protocol bed where you get in it and it has the red light therapy, the oxygen, and the magnetism. And they told us, you should take at least the methylene blue. It's not a capsule, it's like the tablet form. And so you put it on your tongue and your entire mouth is blue for literally a day and a half. And so when Jonathan came up to me and he said, you have to try the capsule form, I was really grateful because it's nice to not have blue teeth for a day and a half. So very grateful for that side of the things. But Isaiah, I want you to kind of explain a little bit about the benefits behind methylene blue for the audience. Maybe they've seen, trailers or they've seen, clips here and there from Joe Rogan. Alex Jones has also talked about it. Candace Owens and several other activists and podcasters have talked about it. But maybe if they just really don't understand the benefits behind methylene blue, is it just for people who lack energy? What are the benefits and why should really everyone be consuming and taking your methylene blue Nutricell supplement?
Well, so the way methylene blue works is it goes in and actually enhances your mitochondria, and gives us our natural energy. So, that means more energy, more focus, better focus. And so the reason I'd say everyone should take it is because of the engineering that's we've experienced in the past century of people like Big Pharma, like purposely engineering our food to make us unhealthy, so we are reliant on them for medications. And so just like the downgrading of our health, so all of our mitochondria are just not functioning as they once were. So methylene blue, I say everyone should take to get your mitochondria firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, well, and I appreciate a lot of the content that you guys have been putting out because you aren't just talking about, of course, the methylene blue supplement, the capsule, and why this is important, but you're talking about big pharma, big food, and how the pharmaceutical industry as a whole is really being weaponized against the American people. Things like raw milk. I mean, I live in the great state of Tennessee, and it's, quote unquote, illegal to sell raw milk. But of course, up until 2023, it was totally fine to chop off the healthy breasts and genitals of children, and seed oils and, food dyes in our food, all of these things that are making us sick. It's totally fine. And it's actually normalized and encouraged. But of course, consuming raw milk is highly advised not to do because it's somehow, harmful. for Americans. Anyways, very grateful for the content that you're putting out there, Isaiah. Handel, I want to ask you this. You just got engaged, which first off, congratulations for getting engaged. And hopefully soon you guys will be fulfilling Genesis 1:28 and being fruitful and multiply. And I'm sure you guys will do that just fine. But what is your message to young men, especially, obviously, this generation of young men, even young women, are really fed up. They're fed up with the lies from big pharma, big food, from our federal government as a whole, and this globalist elite class that really is trying to destroy our everyday lives. So what is your message to young men, Handel?
I'd say he who's faithful in least will be tested to be faithful in much. So if you want to have the nice things, you want to have a happy family, a house, a successful career, you have to start small and be faithful in where you're at right now. That means not, introducing habitual sin into your life, not squandering your youth or your talents or your skills, your time. I wasted a lot of time growing up. I do regret it. And so I kind of got a later start, but it definitely taught me a lot. God taught me a lot throughout the way, and it's never too late. Like if you're older, I'm 30, I just turned 30. I'm marrying a girl who's 18, kind of crazy age gap, and you could say what you want, but actually it's proven to be pretty ideal in terms of like submission and gender roles, marriage roles, respect, mutual respect. So I would say if you're, like my age, upper 30, you're gonna keep getting older and you're single, be faithful and really hit that wall of faith. You're going to hit a wall where you're like, I can't go any farther single. Like, Lord, I'm going to watch porn. I'm going to stumble in some way because you're not giving me what I want. Well, God wants to break you on that. He wants to humble you and break you and make you faithful to him. So if you can really break through that wall and just surrender your life to him, I'm telling you, God will start to open the doors and he'll reward you. It says, you're going to reap the benefits of good works if you don't faint and grow weary. So it's just a matter of being faithful for as long as you possibly can and then some. And the Lord has really opened a lot of doors in my life.
Amen. That's exactly right. I have to say, my dad got married when he was 27, 28. He didn't have his first kid until he was 30. And so, yes, it's never too late. Obviously, it should be a focus as young as possible to want to get married, but being in those pruning, refining seasons and making sure that you are able to be faithful with little, because if you're not able to be faithful in the seasons and the things that God has put you and entrusted with you now, then you're not going to be able to be faithful with much. And that's a family and children and a wife to take care of. So I appreciate that message from you, Handel, to young men and young people as a whole. Isaiah, I'm not sure if you have any final thoughts. Maybe you have a message to young men, but how can people find your supplements? I think I've got a bottle right here, Blue Boost. How can people find this stuff? And if you have any final thoughts, please share with the audience.
You can find our methylene blue capsules on Amazon, at Nutricell, or you can find them on our website at nutricell.store. Just be careful. If you don't go with our methylene blue capsules, there are several scams out there that have little to no methylene blue, heavy metals in their methylene blue. So if you always check the COAs of the company that you're buying from, you can find all of our third-party tests and everything on our website, nutricell.store.
Nutricell.store. Okay, guys, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Hannah.
Thank you, Hannah.
Alrighty, everybody. I apologize. I have no idea what was going on. I, of course, told you guys originally I was going to be bringing in today's guest, which is Chloe Castillo. She's the founder of Make Music Right. We've had her on the show a couple times before to talk about the picture that was posted last night. And then, of course, Caroline Levitt's recent comments on motherhood and having a job. But I couldn't get it to load. I finally have it loading, so I'm going to upload it in just a second into the film, or into the screen. But either way, I hope you guys enjoyed that short clip episode with the Nutricell guys. I've actually played that a couple times over the past couple weeks. But Nutricell supplements, Blue Boost, it's incredible stuff. You will not regret it. Literally gives you a little boost of energy. And my brother races cars. If you didn't know this, my brother races stock cars. Every single day this week, he has a race. He's in a series every day this week. And he's going to be taking his methylene blue every single day to give him that little boost of energy without having to take one of those jittery energy drinks. It's a great alternative where it's more natural and not as hard on your organs. like most energy or caffeine supplements. So methylene blue, Nutricell supplements, Nutricell.store is a great place where you can shop their methylene blue products. And I believe they have some new products coming out soon, so you'll have to stay tuned for that. Anyways, without further ado, let's go ahead and welcome in Miss Chloe Castillo into the show. Chloe, thank you so much for coming back on the show today. We were just talking off air about how much we really agree with each other on, especially just with the chaos and really just the confusing headlines that come out every single day, and influencers and content creators that you thought you would always agree with. And those that you might have even met at various, influencer meetings who seemed like solid individuals, and then start posting things that are just diametrically opposed to the ideas that they told us they believed in. It's just really disheartening. But it is encouraging when you get to meet like-minded, solid Christian conservatives like yourself, Chloe. So I really appreciate you coming back on the show as always.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Hannah. And thank you for having me on as always. It's always a fantastic time with you. And same to you. I mean, I was telling you off air, it's so nice to see someone else, another young person who truly is in the fight for the values you said you were in it for originally, and you've stuck to it. And so I just applaud you for that.
Well, Chloe, it's interesting because, I've been involved in, I guess, the political movement for several years now. Since I was 13. That's when I originally got involved with Turning Point USA. And I know you originally got involved. Was it PragerU Force? I think it was.
PragerU. Yep.
PragerU. Several years ago, I remember meeting you at America Fest. I had to have been several years ago, one of the first America Fest, the first or second. 23. And you were giving out the shirts and talking about, music and the importance of restoring classical music, but also just wholesome music that's good for everyone, because the music industry is just infiltrated with so much trash on so many levels. And even those that claim to be, the better ones, it's all about getting drunk and partying and sleeping around and literally just living a life of degeneracy. And then we wonder why this generation, even those that were raised in Christian homes, turn out to be absolute lunatics after they go to college, and they're sleeping around and they're drinking and they're doing all the things that their parents thought that they warned them against. And it's like, hey, you allowed them to listen to degenerate music every single day, and we're desensitized to this kind of behavior and content. And so it's not a coincidence. So I really appreciate that you're fighting this fight, because very few people are willing to talk about the harms that music has on people in general, and just the effects that even good music has on our brains and how we think and perceive various issues around us. So I actually kind of want to start off with that, because, for the audience that maybe hasn't been able to listen to any of our past interviews, why was the fight for good music, Make Music Right, which is your organization, and I'm so proud to be a part of this with you and be one of, on your advisory board, but what I guess was that driving factor of why you realized this was a fight that you were going to die on, the hill you were going to die on?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I mean, it's just, I think it's been something that, again, recently has become more clear to me. I started this when I was, I think, 15 or so, not the organization, but, my involvement in the movement. You were 13. My gosh, that's crazy. I'm like thinking back to when I was 13. I'm like, holy cow, like that's a year above 12. It just seems really wild, but God, it's been so long. Anyway, so I got involved in this basically just because like you said, I saw this as an issue, because the mainstream music of today is just shoving a completely degenerate ideology down the throats of literally everyone. And it's not just a matter of like being prude and going, oh, I just like Beethoven or whatever. It's just the matter of fact that, when you're singing about stuff that is literally no longer beautiful, it's no longer uplifting, it's no longer even entertaining in the sense beyond just like the most base desires of humanity. Like, can we talk about something other than sex every 5 seconds? I'm not opposed. I mean, trust me, I think it's flirtatious music can be great. I think Baby It's Cold Outside that they canceled a few years back is a great example of like actually good flirtatious music that like represented traditional values and a fun, relationship between a man and a woman, like that's great. Like I have nothing against that. But this whole perverted, and by the way, they've perverted sex too. You know, they've taken something that's supposed to be beautiful between a man and a woman and totally perverted it and turned it into just absolute degeneracy. And that's not what it's intended to be. And I think that when we have a society that you know, perverts every aspect of our lives, whether it be sex, whether it be partying, whether it be just relationships in general, it's so distorted. And as a musician myself, I honestly just got really sick of it. And I'm like, you know what, like this is something that is happening that I know my kids are going to have to, you know, somewhat be involved in, not because I'm, you know, telling them, hey, listen to this, but because that's the culture that is surrounding them. And so to me, it's worth putting up a fight. I don't believe I'm going to change this overnight as one person, you know, or even a few with, you know, the fantastic board that is coming along. I'm so happy you're part of this, by the way. But it's not an overnight fix, but it's something I think is definitely worth talking about and something that we need to make a topic that more people are aware of. And so that's why I'm in the fight to, you know, make music right, if you will. So I'm very passionate about it.
Absolutely. Well, and it's really sad because of course you expected the left to promote degeneracy and content and ideologies that we obviously opposed and disagreed with. But when you start to see the movement that you thought you aligned with, that, you know, the movement that you originally got started and really kind of kickstarted your passion and your fire, and you start to see these influencers promoting degenerate singers and organizations that you thought had common sense and would use their brain. And it's even beyond, I guess, just the music landscape of things, but just the ideologies and the ideas that are being promoted. Unfortunately, we saw just recently Caroline Levitt, who I think is a wonderful, you know, young woman. I think she has espoused great ideas. Obviously, there are many things I disagree with her on. And I don't know if it is of great prudence for her to be a White House press secretary. And I know I'm going to get so much pushback for saying that, but while being, you know, a wife of a toddler, or a, you know, wife and a mom to a toddler, a new mom, or new wife and new mom to a toddler, and now being pregnant. You really can't do both great. And so one of them is going to be lacking. And you have to choose. And this is like this lie that we've really told young women, is like, you can have it all. You can do both. It's like, no, you can't. Because frankly, I've tried even just partially emulating, like doing my show, doing everything I'm doing, and then trying to cook dinner for my family multiple times a week and prioritizing that. What'd you say?
Doesn't work. It's not.
Yeah, it's like, this is stressful. This is complicated. This isn't as easy as I thought, you know. My attitude is I'm not able to put like, you know, have a joyful attitude while doing all these things because, you know, I'm just always pressed for time. And so I realized, wait a second, these female podcasters who have 3+ kids are married. They're doing this as a full-time job. Even though they tell us they can do them both and do them both well, there is absolutely no way, because I'm not a mom. I don't even do this. I mean, this is my full-time job, but I don't even do it to the extent that they're doing it. So there's just no way. There is absolutely no way you can do both well. And so we recently saw Caroline Levitt on stage with Erica Kirk at a Turning Point USA stop. And she said that she not only is grateful to be doing both at the same time, but she actually encourages young women to have a job and be a mother because it gives you a greater perspective. And I'm sure she does have a perspective that some women won't have. But I don't think that she should go as far to recommend it, because that actually is what feminism did. So I'm curious, your perspective. You have a great mom. You've been raised in a wonderful home. Obviously, neither of us are married, but, you know, objective truth applies to everyone, regardless if you're married or not. So I'm just curious, what was your response to that clip, but just the messaging as a whole that we've been seeing from the conservative movement?
It's so sad. You know, I commented on this, and I think either I sent you my comment or somehow you saw it or whatever. And it's sad, honestly. I mean, as a young woman who, like you said, came into this movement, you know, with every intention of being like, finally, here are the people that get it. They've got these values. They will fight to the death for them. We've all seen this. And it honestly breaks my heart. Like, I don't even know how else to put it. There's slight disgust, I guess, towards certain individuals. I wouldn't say Caroline's necessarily one of them, but there's slight disgust towards some. But in general, it honestly, truly breaks my heart to see our movement so lost, you know, and our president, you know, being a part of that too, which I hate to say, but I'm not going to just be blind and, follow the leader no matter what. That's just not how it works. And, as far as feminism goes, I think we've definitely seen the normalization of, I guess, women in the workforce, if you will, but we're conservative. So it's great. We got Tulsi Gabbard, we have Caroline Leavitt, we have Kristi Noem, we have, so many people in these positions, and it's been glorified as like the beautiful hot MAGA girls and the women that are like all feminine, and they're in their beautiful outfits and their whatever, and it's like so appealing to young girls, if you know what I mean. And even though you might say, oh well, Chloe, you're the president of an organization, so shut up and like go sit down. Well, I don't intend to do this through being a mother, wife and a mother, as my full-time thing. I don't know how I'm going to handle it when I get there, but I'm not going to do it neck and neck, I can tell you that. And I'm not saying, I'm better for choosing that or whatever, but it's just like you said, it's objectively true that there is going to be, one or the other is going to take a hit. And Charlie talked about this all the time. Charlie Kirk spoke a lot. I remember being at events where young girls would come into the microphone and be, Charlie, I want to be a nurse and a mother. How can I do both? And he's like, you got to choose. Like, I hate to tell you that, but you have to choose. And everyone cheered him on and was like, yeah. And now we're seeing our movement and just, I mean, I don't mean to be at such loss for words, but I genuinely am, because it really saddens me to see young women being sold the lie just with an American flag wrapped around it, instead of, feminism and long, underarm hair. Instead, it's like, hey, I use Mar-a-Lago ball gowns instead. Is it better? Maybe it looks better, but fundamentally, it's still the same problem. So it just breaks my heart.
Well, and I hate to say this, but there is such a cultish feel about the MAGA movement. It's like MAGA, yeah, let's make America godly again, because we're not going to make America great again unless we make America godly again. And, I titled today's show, What's Happening, is MAGA crashing? And I hate to see that this is happening, but it's like, you have to admit it. Everything is falling apart, and everybody's like, well, we got to win the midterm, so don't speak out against Trump. Don't criticize Trump because we've got to win the midterms. And I'm so sorry, but we've been saying this for decades. Like, that's literally why we're here, where we have the GOP endorsing sodomy, endorsing child sacrifice up until, a certain, extent, rejecting feminism, but then, putting Bruce Jenner up on stage, who thinks he's a woman, and saying it's wrong to chop off children's genitals. But then if you're 18, actually, it's just fine because, you're old enough to decide if you want to chop off your genitals. And it's like, the list is endless. And then, of course, Operation Warp Speed. Look at what happened during COVID-19 when President Trump was like pushing out the vaccine. It seems like we've already forgotten that. And it's like, I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer or negative Nelly, but the, I guess, quote unquote conspiracy theorists about Trump continue to be right. Continue to prove that this is the result of Christless conservatism, as we've talked about. This is the result of not having God at the center of your movement. And now we have President Trump, who made a post on Truth Social last night, whether it was him, whether it was a staff member, it was obviously intended to be what it exactly was, and depicting him as like the healer of this nation. And some have said it, it wasn't him trying to act like Jesus, but it really did look like it. And so I guess, as we wrap this up, we don't have much time, but what is your message to people, boomers especially, because boomers fall prey to this so much, almost seeing him as like the savior of this country?
I think it's really sad, again, not to be short on vocabulary here, but I think that it is. I mean, honestly, so my first reaction to it, first of all, we shouldn't be too shocked because it is Trump. And he's always been super high with the ego. And I think that was served a purpose in a way, because it really rallied people together behind this, like, no matter what, I'm right, and we're going to fight to the death here over that. And so if that's what it kind of took, I guess, maybe it had, some benefits, during the campaign and whatnot, when it came to, bashing liberals for literally everything, because, usually it was, the right thing. And I think that served its purpose and its time. But now we have to understand that for President Trump to continue to be a strong leader for our nation, he has to understand that Christ is king above himself. Mm-hmm. And if that's not something he can understand, then we have a massive problem. And I hate to say that. Like, I think I was telling you this off air too. I don't want to be like, oh, Trump, is doing a bad job or whatever. And I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying that there are certain issues that we cannot just, like, to the boomers who are like, oh, but he has a plan. I am so sick of the 3D, 4D, 5D, 50D chess, whatever we're doing at this point. I am so tired of being told there's a plan. There's, you know, whatever new chess moves are going on. I mean, I'm so done. I can't say it another way than I'm just so done with being told this. So at this point, I want to see actual results. The gas prices are through the roof. Not that that has anything to do with him as Jesus, but like just understanding that we can't bow down to him no matter what. I don't believe in that. And when it comes to that image, it's obviously himself portrayed as Christ. I mean, I don't know who else looks like that. I mean, unless he's like one of the disciples or something, which is also absurd. I don't know. To me, it's a very obvious image of him as Christ. He comes out and says, oh, I was being a doctor. And I'm like, put on some scrubs. Like, what are you doing in a robe, like with light power coming out of your hand? I've never been to the doctor and seen his hand like reflecting heaven. So maybe just kind of, I don't know, treat your Christian audience and citizens of America with more respect than to think we're dumb enough to say, oh, well, I was just being a doctor. Like, what, we back to the vaccine? Who are you going to vaccinate now? Like, I don't know. I've had it. And I mean, I hate to even say that, but I'm praying for our president. I can tell you that my friend Chad Prather, who's also on our advisory board actually for Make Music Right, and a great guy, talks about how, you know, he was speaking about basically just we need to pray for Christ. We all, not pray for Christ, I'm sorry, pray for Trump. We all fall short and we all betray Christ at some point in our lives, every single one of us. So we shouldn't put ourselves above, you know, Trump, like, oh, or, you know, how could you? We all do something in our lives that disappoints our God, but it doesn't excuse it. And we should definitely pray for him. So that's, I think I just kind of want to echo that.
Amen. Well, Chloe, I wish that we had enough time to get into Coachella because that's originally what we had talked about bringing you on to discuss. But no, these are really important things that probably the audience is a little bit more familiar with than Coachella. But I appreciate you, Chloe. How can people find you and support what you're doing at Make Music Right?
I appreciate it, Hannah. Thank you so much for having me on. You can check out Make Music Right, the organization, at makemusicright.com. Also, please sign our petition over there and follow me at Class with Chloe on all socials and Make Music Right on all socials to stay up to date.
Alrighty, everybody. That is Chloe Castillo joining the show today. I hope you all enjoyed that segment with Chloe. There's so much to get into, so many headlines, but listen, I want to give credit where credit is due. And something that President Trump has done is no tax on tips. Obviously, I was very disappointed in the whole refunding of Planned Parenthood and still not having all of these gender clinics shut down. But no tax on tips was a win. And The Lion just reported on this. Of course, President Donald Trump had McDonald's delivered to the Oval Office on Monday, so of course today, via DoorDash, and he almost forgot to tip the driver. The delivery by Sharon Simmons who wore a shirt with a nickname DoorDash Grandma was meant to highlight the impact of no tax on tips, which passed in Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill Act last year. Simmons of Arkansas told Fox News she probably saved $3,000 to $4,000 with not having to pay taxes, money that helped pay for her husband's cancer treatments. After the delivery, which was staged for TV cameras, Trump held a short press conference with Simmons when a reporter asked if the White House were good tippers. Trump reached into his pocket and handed Simmons what was reported as a $100 bill. "Thank you. You reminded me," Trump said, as Simmons told the reporter. Yes. One comment online noted how Trump had come full circle working at a McDonald's drive-thru during the 2024 campaign, which many credit with helping him win the election. This is the video. Listen, I want to give credit where credit is due. I don't want to be just a negative Nelly about everything President Trump does, because there are plenty of things we could criticize. There are plenty of things that I disagree with, but this is beautiful to see. It's just cool that this woman who, I believe this is the same woman, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the same woman who was working at Target, I believe. And maybe I'm getting this story wrong. I don't know, but I thought, no, this is the wrong one. Different story, but this is cool nonetheless.
Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you. I have your DoorDash order for you, Mr. President.
That's very nice. Look at this. This doesn't look staged, does it?
They're all your favorites.
That's good. These are good. DoorDash is doing a good job. So, The reason for this is the fact that I heard you picked up an extra $11,000 that you didn't get because the tax bill was so big. The refund was the biggest you've ever had. Is that a correct statement?
It definitely was. Yeah, I saved over $11,000 by not having to claim.
Was that surprising to you?
It was very surprising. Very surprising.
Great big beautiful bill. And that doesn't include overtime in your case. This is only just based on what we did in terms of every other aspect of the tax bill, right?
Yes, sir.
So it was $11,007.
Yes, sir.
Isn't that incredible? And that's what it is. The tax cut, it's really, we call it the great big beautiful bill. We should call it the great big beautiful tax cut bill because it's tremendous amounts of money. And that's overtime. That's also on Social Security, as you know.
Yes.
And it's pretty amazing.
Yes, it is.
And you're really nice. Would you like to do a little news conference with me with these people? These are not the nicest people. They're not nice like you. You know that, right?
I'll do whatever you ask me to do, sir.
So the no tax on tips is something special, right?
It's very special.
And that's one that really pertains to you more than anything else.
Yes, sir.
It's fantastic. It's so such an honor to meet you. And I think you voted for me, do you think?
Maybe.
Yeah? I heard you're a great supporter. We appreciate it. I'll put this over here. And why don't we have a news conference with the president?
So, you know what? Obviously, there are plenty of things that we can criticize and be upset about, but this is just a cool moment that we should all get behind and celebrate no tax on tips. Also, I'm just so grateful. I have to say, we just had Chloe Castillo on. Chloe is 20. I believe Chloe's 20. She might be 19, but 19 or 20. I need to ask her. Maybe she's 21, but I'm pretty sure she's only a year to 2 years older than me. She's young, okay? She's a young, beautiful, bright young woman who is passionate about fighting for Christian biblical values and to preserve our Christian heritage. And there are so many young people, so many young girls, so many young men across the country that are waking up realizing how much we have been lied to, and they're refusing to side with the Democratic Party. And there's a reason why the Democrats are losing points, but there's also a reason why the GOP is also losing a record number of young people. And it's not because they're going to the Democrats, it's because young people are getting more and more based as time goes on. Because they realize that conservatism is not what's going to save us. Republicanism or the Republican Party is not what's going to save us. It's Christianity, which has made this country great, and it's what's going to save this country. But conservative teen girls stand their ground against a hostile St. Louis No Kings crowd. Now, these young girls, it looks like they're standing alongside this guy, Revolution to Fight Oligarchy. ICE is good, one of the girls said. Thank you, ICE. 2 teenage girls holding homemade signs supporting ICE agents found themselves up against an angry crowd of No Kings protesters. And if you look at them, they look so young. I mean, they look like 15, 16, 17 years old. Reagan, a senior at St. Joseph's Academy, walked to the very front of the March 28th downtown protest with her 14-year-old sister. So this is probably a 14-year-old and an 18-year-old holding up signs at a protest that say, ICE is good, thank you, ICE. They blew whistles in our ears, one of the girls said, whistles like the ones that you see on the videos that they blow in the ears of ICE agents as they're on the job. So now I know what it feels like, and it's not a pleasant sound, she said. One full-grown man repeatedly yelled at the girls and spat on them. Other protesters eventually had to physically hold back the man. There was one guy in particular who kept coming to us, and he would spit on us and started yelling at me and my sister. The people that he was with, having to hold him back, telling him it's not worth it. Police officers standing nearby helped them feel safe despite the hostile environment. Luckily, the police were standing next to us, and they were all sort of giving us thumbs up. We felt very safe, and we held up our signs in front of the protest. As you can imagine, it was not well received. I don't think we would be, and I was okay with that. I didn't think we would be, and that I was okay with that. The young girls, they're so young and so beautiful, standing against evil, and it's like, you just have to ask yourself, we need to see more young men like this. That's what I want to see, and I do believe that they're out there. I do believe that they're there, but I want to see more and more young men willing to have the courage and the boldness to be able to do that. And just get out there and say yes to the fight. Say yes to getting involved in fighting for this beautiful republic that we have the opportunity of stewarding. She said, one of the girls said, it actually surprised me that he was receptive to what I had to say, and he put down his sign and he walked away from me. One of the girls regularly attends pro-life marches and notices a massive difference in how the two sides behave to counter protesters. She said, every time I've attended a march, the people that I've been with who are very clearly pro-life, everyone there is smiling. It's just such a beautiful place to be. Anyways, obviously there's such a clear difference between the right versus the left. There's such a clear difference between how they protest. And that's because the right is protesting with purpose. They're protesting with heart behind what they're doing. And they have a mission. They have a goal. And that's to restore purpose. That's to restore life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, what our founding fathers enshrined in our founding documents. And that's why they're doing what they're doing. And the left, they're just fighting to destroy things, to destroy why and what has made our country great. And so there is a clear difference, but I'm so grateful for these young girls who had the boldness and the courage to stand up and say enough is enough. Anyways, we only have about 12 minutes left in today's show. I'm so grateful for you all and thankful that you guys chose to join us today. Make sure that subscribe button. We're going to go on commercial break for just a second, but we will be right back after the break.
Hey, everybody. How you doing? Well, it's that time of year again, isn't it? My favorite time of year, fall. Oh, I love the leaves. I love the autumn smell. I love the pumpkins. I love it all right before the snow flies. But what I don't love that comes with the cold weather and the fall weather is the flu, are the sniffles, the cold, all those common cold sniffles that you get every year. And if you have kids in the house, little kids going to and fro school, and they're coming back and they're touching everything and they're bringing the bacteria and all those viruses home from school, you don't want anything to do with that. You want to be proactive rather than reactive. That's why we're going to talk about propolis today. You know what propolis is? Well, ladies and gentlemen, propolis is what works as a barrier to keep the beehive absolutely safe. And what am I talking about? Well, beekeepers naturals. Now, my wife really turned me on to this. This is an endorsement of my wife and then myself as well. Beekeepers Naturals, folks, that is exactly what this is. This is a proactive rather than a reactive, all natural, all clean alternative to big food and big pharma. You've got your Beekeepers vitamin C packs, which are perfect for on the go, right? You've got your Beekeepers Propolis nasal spray. A few shots up the nose, clears out your nostrils, cleans any congestion that you have, and it's all natural, and it's going to work as a proactive barrier to any of that unwanted bacteria getting in. How about the Beekeepers All Natural Propolis Immune Throat Spray? 3 or 4 pumps of that a day, and anything that you're breathing in is going to be either repelled or killed right away. That's the amazing thing about propolis, and that is the amazing thing about Beekeepers Naturals. And I got a 20% discount for you. What's better than that? 20% discount. Look, you can even get the throat soothing pops and the kids prebiotic fiber pops along with the throat spray, along with the nasal spray, along with the vitamin C packs. Folks, they've got it all, and it's an all-natural, clean, beautiful option for you to have in order to, get away from the big food, get away from the big pharma, and go more natural, especially with a 20% discount. How can you not go to Beekeepers Naturals today /LFA and get your 20% discount? Clean out your medicine cabinet today with beekeepers.com/LFA. And now back to the show. Hey guys, we're back with another amazing deal from Everyday Dose Coffee. Remember, Everyday Dose Coffee. This is the size of the box. Now, you guys have heard me talk about this for quite some time. This is known as Coffee Plus Benefits, meaning that you're getting coffee with no crash, coffee with no jitters, 100% Arabica coffee, L-theanine, chaga, lion's mane, and collagen protein. And now, they have a birthday bundle out, 55% off. 55% off, and you get free 5 coffee to go sticks or 5 coffee to go packs. Check it out. You get that. You get the coffee. You get entered in to win $500. You get a rechargeable frother free. You get a gunmetal dose spoon absolutely free, and you get the recipe booklet too, ladies and gentlemen. And all you have to do is go to everydaydose.com/LFATV. No promo code needed. That's everydaydose.com/LFATV. 55% off. Go there now.
Alrighty, everybody, make sure to go check out all of our sponsors here at Lfa TV. When you shop with our sponsors, you are actively supporting us as the host, and we could not do what we are doing here every single day, Monday through Friday, without our sponsors and your support. One last article that I want to cover before we pass over the baton to the next host. This is just insane. The Heritage Foundation, they host panels and events at their facility in Washington, D.C. Pretty regularly. I've been to one of their events. It's been a while, but one of their most recent events, they uncovered that the CCP is murdering citizens for organs and profiting by billions of dollars. At the Heritage Foundation, policy experts recently exposed how China is murdering innocent civilians for organ harvesting. The April 7th event that occurred was titled Organ Harvesting: Communist China's Hideous Shop of Horrors. Featured Representative Christopher Smith, a panel of senior research fellows, and Jan Jikalik, I think, Jikalik, I don't even know how you say her last name, senior editor of the Epoch Times and the host of American Thought Leaders. The speakers discussed reports of forced organ harvesting in China and the implications for human rights. Among the horrors discussed is how the Chinese Communist Party profits from murdering healthy 28-year-olds to sell their organs to the rich. It is an industrial size, and tens of thousands of young people around the age of 28 years old are having their fellow non-practitioners, others of faith, targeted. In just 2 weeks, you can get a heart, you can get anything you possibly want. In China, a wealthy CCP member can order a heart, a kidney, a liver, or other organs needed to survive. The organs will come from young adults who are executed against their will. Ethan Gutman, a Chinese studies expert at the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, explained that the target age is always 28 because that's when your organs have reached maturity and yet you haven't started to deteriorate. An estimated 25,000 to 50,000 are murdered annually for their organs, and organ harvesting has grown into a billion-dollar industry in recent years. It is beyond anything you could possibly fathom what's happening in China. The House of Representatives approved a bill at 406 to 1 vote. The bill now awaits approval from the Senate. The legislation includes policies to promote voluntary organ donation systems and to hold accountable anyone involved in forced organ harvesting. It is so sick. Like, this is disgusting, depraved. I'm curious what some of you guys are saying in the chat. I know we only have about 5 minutes left, but it's so sick. That was reported by The Lion if you guys want to read more about that specific article. But I want to give a huge shout out to Sophie, Deb Paulin, JT Pyler, Har2. Paul Herrell said just walked into the studio. So excited. I know he's going to be taking over the show. He just walked into the studio and hearing all about organ harvesting in China. You never know what's happening in China. You never know if there's a new virus, some type of crazy bioweapon being created in China, or they're mass executing their citizens, or the underground church is being persecuted. You never know. But do pray for the people of China. Do pray for the innocent civilians in China, and definitely be praying for the underground church. There is a mass amount of persecution to Christians in China, and I cannot only fathom what they're going through on a daily basis, not to mention the organ harvesting and the forced organ harvesting. They're literally executing young 20-year-olds against their will so that Chinese Communist Party billionaires can get the organ that they want. Anyways, if you are so sick and tired of all this chaos and you want to restore America back to its Christian heritage, you're going to want to be at the Last Stand, Inglewood, Colorado, this June 5th and 6th. It is approaching faster than I can even blink. I can't even believe it's almost June. I will be 19 years old. I'm getting so old. I'll be 19 years old this year, which is just insane. Time is flying by. June 7th is my birthday, so I'll be turning 19 that weekend. But I would love to see you guys there. They just put out a new trailer clip of the event. AJ Hurley, Frank Turek, Ali Bestucky, Abby Johnson, Nick Freitas, so many powerhouses in the movement. You're not going to want to miss this. The Last Stand, June 5th and 6th. Here we go.
There was a time when America was more than a place. It was an idea, a vision, a standard. Strong men led their families. Mothers nurtured the next generation. Children played under open skies. And faith was not just welcomed, it was woven into our way of life. We weren't a perfect nation, but we were proud. Proud of our flag, proud of our families, proud of the values that built the greatest nation the world has ever known. We built homes that stood for generations. The family was sacred, life was sacred, and we trained our children to cherish both. But something changed. Now our children are more connected to screens than to their parents. Truth has become hate speech, evil is called good, and what was once unthinkable is now funded, protected, and celebrated. But throughout history, when evil crept in, it was the church that rose up. When tyrants ruled, when children were slaughtered, it was the people of God who stood in the gap. Not with empty words, but with unwavering courage. This moment, now, is no different. This is our time. It's our turn. It's our last stand. In the face of evil, you and I stand.
The Last Stand, Inglewood, Colorado, this June 5th and 6th. I hope to see so many of you Patriots there, especially if you are in the Inglewood area. I'm super pumped to be going to this. It's been a long time since I've been to Colorado, so I'm excited to be back. I feel like I'm going to have to adopt some of their accent. Anyways, thank you all so much for joining us today. Make sure to hit that subscribe button and stay tuned for tomorrow. We'll be back here 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern for another episode. I know Paul is taking over the show next. We'll see you guys back here tomorrow. I hope you all have a great and wonderful rest of your day. God bless you all, and God bless the United States of America.
Welcome to the show, everyone. Happy Monday. So, Last night, President Trump posted a now deleted AI picture of himself depicted as Jesus Christ healing the sick. It's a very controversial statement, by the way. The post offended Christians from all denominations. Honest question today. Should America make blasphemy laws great again? We used to have them. Also, China warns the United States not to interfere in their existing Iranian trade agreements. So does China intend to ignore the U.S. military blockade of the Strait of Hormuz? And could this result in a kinetic conflict between the United States and China? And Eric Swalwell, we can report to you today, will not be the next governor of California. He has exited the race because of leaked intimate videos, which I don't know if you gentlemen had the displeasure of seeing, and also allegations of sexual assault. We're going to cover this as well as Tulsi Gabbard's latest revelations, bombshell, shocker, the people that worked to impeach Trump did so in a treasonous way. The Paul Herrell program starts right now.
The Paul Herrell program.
All right, welcome to the show, everyone. Thanks so much for being with us. As always, we're broadcasting here on LFA TV live from the great state of Arkansas. We got a fantastic show. Hope everybody had a great Sunday. Rob Spencer, my co-host, is with us. Rob, happy Monday, sir.
Happy Monday. Glad to be with you in studio, Paul. It's an honor as always. Glad our good friend Eric Haynes is joining us today. Looking forward to getting to talking through all of that stuff. Swalwell. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's
Yes.
That dude was a creep anyway. Like, you could just tell everything that he says just comes out in this creepy vibe, you know? And so
real creep, yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of those you just knew in your gut something was not right with him. You just kind of knew it.
Well, regardless, I am a Christian. I am not offended by that picture. I just think it's dumb. I just whatever.
Yep,
Like,
yep.
I think, there's going to be some people that are offended by it, and we're going to talk about it in great length. But I think more people just thought, oh, it's just stupid. Just don't do that. You're just giving fuel to the lunatic left when you do that.
Eric Haynes is with us. Eric, how are you doing, sir?
So great and happy to be part of the conversation.
Also, you paid, it says here in your lower third, $3.69 a gallon for gas today out of Pine Bluff, Arkansas.
Tough day at the gas pumps.
So and Rob, don't pay attention to what your lower third says. Whatever you do, don't.
Okay, I didn't even see it. I was just talking. So
yeah, well, maybe you will. Maybe you'll see it at some point.
It's going to totally distract me.
I know, but maybe you just need to take a look at what it says. It's a
great.
callback from last week.
Okay.
And Eric and I were going to surprise you with. I'm not even going to. I'm going to make him have to.
I can't wait.
He's going to have to watch the Rumble feed in order. It's up there for a while.
Indian aroma connoisseur.
There you go. I was just saying. So we were gonna hit you with that. I think Thursday, or was it Wednesday? Or it was Wednesday, and you couldn't make it at the last minute. But Eric and I got the biggest kick out of that.
Still do.
It was all about you. Talking about your trip to. That was on Monday. That was last week. Anyway, your trip to Dolly World or wherever you went.
Dollywood.
You went to Dolly World?
No, your trip.
Dollywood.
Your trip.
That's
me,
Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg.
Yeah, I didn't go to that. We went to. It was Anakeesta. If you're familiar with Gatlinburg, Tennessee, which is just gorgeous. But yeah,
okay,
yeah, that's where the Indian ass was.
There he is.
Yeah,
okay.
That's where it was.
Okay, there it is. We can change it for you tomorrow. Whatever you want.
I'm gonna get canceled.
Whatever you want, brother. Whatever you want. All right, so here we go. Let's get to it. This is the post, and I'm thankful that President Trump deleted it. President Trump deleted his post with the AI image portraying him as Jesus Christ, following intense backlash. The right move. To me, I mean, I saw this last night, and I definitely, rolled my eyes as well, because I knew it would obviously invite criticism. But I think it's totally understandable. I'm certainly offended, just in terms of, I was offended by this. Yes, I was like, why do this? Why put yourself? And I know there's people that have tried to say that that's not Jesus, but that's clearly what it was. I
People, Trump said it wasn't Jesus.
Well,
he was like, "Well, I'm a Red Cross worker."
Yeah, okay.
I'm like, all right.
Well,
man.
yeah, that's the.
You made it worse.
That's actually the next clip here. Here was President Trump explaining, and he was asked. This lady went to DoorDash, or this DoorDash lady was there giving him some food, and then the press asked this question.
Hormone straight and various other things. Do you have any questions?
Mr. President, did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one. So
I don't know, man. I'm sorry.
Trump MD, baby.
Come on, baby.
I'm not buying that one, folks. Not buying that one, folks. So yeah, I mean, I don't know any Red Cross workers, that were dressed like this, that have like supernatural light beaming from their hands. What's interesting though is whatever these soldier/angels, I don't know, that you see this other weird looking
Statue of Liberty.
Is that what that is in the background?
Yeah.
That's the Statue of Liberty.
Apparently,
people remarked that it did not look holy. But this is what happens when you AI generate anything. I sent this to some people last night, and they immediately said, who in the world is running, the account? But President Trump on camera said that he's the one that posted it. I mean, he took personal credit because he doesn't run his account all of the time, and we all know this.
Yeah.
But this actually, I mean, it sparked condemnation from, people. Obviously, it sparked condemnation from Catholics because this kind of started right after. He posted this right after he went on Truth Social and attacked Pope Leo, calling him weak on crime, terrible on foreign policy, talks about fear of the Trump administration, but doesn't mention the fear that the Catholic Church and all other Christian organizations had during COVID. So he brings up a lot of points here, and it's no secret that when the Pope became the Pope, when Pope Leo became the Pope, people went back and looked at his social media, and before he was the Pope, he was criticizing. He criticized, border security. He criticized Trump. He criticized Vance. So it's no secret that Pope Leo, has adopted these false presuppositions of the left that are designed to virtue signal about, essentially promoting borderless. Like I said, that's no secret that, that's who the Pope is. And so the president going after him, I'm not a Catholic, right? I know you guys are not Catholic. So this particular post, while you could make the argument it might not be wise to, make angry a billion people that are Catholics in the world. I think that's what the number is. You could make that argument, but it didn't, affect me really the way it would affect a Catholic. I know Catholics in the conservative movement who were offended, but then it was the follow-up post, which was Trump as God, which I believe Jesus is God. Right, that's what the Christian doctrine teaches.
How soon was it after?
It was very soon. It was like the next post, or maybe there was one post in between. It's hard to tell now because again he deleted it, and the reason President Trump deleted it is because Christians were understandably outraged by it, whether or not he thought it was a Red Cross worker or not. Which I'm sorry, I don't buy that. But this is kind of where we are. Just a few of the comments here. Jack Posobiec on the post attacking Pope Leo says Cardinal Prevost, which was who he was before he was Leo, was promoted by Pope Francis and given a prominent Vatican position during his papacy. We found Prevost's Twitter feed last year where he was trashing Trump and Vance as well as the border enforcement and praising George Floyd. But interesting about George Floyd, do you remember the images of George Floyd, the AI images of George Floyd as Jesus Christ?
Oh, I didn't see those.
Do you not remember those? We were all outraged. There was no ambiguity. We all knew what was trying to be communicated here, right? So calling the photo blasphemy is biblically speaking, that's exactly what it is. And I'm glad he took it down. I wish President Trump would have apologized and said, made a mistake. There was a lot of different ways to handle it. I know everyone wants to move on, and that's great. Moving on to whatever the next thing is. Donald Trump is a man. Men make mistakes. Clearly, men make mistakes. I've seen a lot of people, try to excuse this. I don't understand why we want to rush to excuse it. He made a mistake. I know he's not a pastor, right? I get it. Was I offended by it? Yes. Won't be the last time I'm offended by something the president says, does, or posts, I'm sure. But this was a bridge too far. Like, mean tweets are fine, you know, but for a lot of people, this was a bridge too far. People are acknowledging it, express their opinions about it, and it is what it is, you know. So Donald Trump is not God, and that is the allegation. To your point about giving fuel to the left, a lot of people think that, you know, that's one of the things. Oh, Trump thinks he's God, and all a post like this did was reinforce that criticism of him. Right, so it's good that he took it down. I'm glad that he took it down.
Eric?
Well, let me just give you another example. I'm not just picking on Donald Trump. Look at this. The tech company...
Put me in the camp of those not offended, though. I'm just going to
Yeah,
go ahead.
I wasn't
I'm just going to go
offended
ahead and
by
say it.
I wasn't offended.
I respect the fact that you were.
That's
I,
totally fine.
I absolutely
Yeah.
was not offended
I wasn't offended by it because I know who the Lord Jesus Christ is, and it's not Donald Trump. And so, therefore, any sort of depiction, you know, somebody could say, well, he's depicting himself as, you know, one of the disciples, right, with healing hands and all of the stuff, or that he's depicting himself as a saint or something of that nature. But that's just really not what it was. You know, it's I think we all kind of got what it was, and I think that now. Do I believe that he knew exactly what it was? You know, I don't think there's on any planet that he thought there would be that much negative outrage.
Right.
Or he wouldn't have deleted it, because Donald Trump doesn't delete a whole lot. Yeah. You can still find some of his old posts here.
Do you think he thought it was a Red Cross worker?
No. I'm not trying to say that.
No, it's an honest question. I mean, no, I
don't think so.
Maybe some people do.
Yeah.
But I'm an equal opportunity offended by. I'm actually more offended by this, because this is an actual, attempt to recreate the image of Jesus, which is actually impossible to do. Like an act,
sure.
Now this is where my Presbyterianism is going to come out, because both are clear Second Amendment violations. But if I had to rank the two, I would put this one above it all. Tech company just like me has launched AI Jesus, which people can talk to or pray with for $1.99 a minute, and whose look was based on Jonathan Rumi, the actor who plays Jesus in the TV show The Chosen. So, like, I'm just if not more of it. And let me revise my statement about me being offended. Yeah, I was offended personally. Yeah, okay, because I'm like, okay, you're not God, and it seems like that's the first thing that I thought. I guess secondarily, I was more concerned for President Trump himself. Does that make sense? I was
it's not a good look.
I was more I was concerned for him personally.
Oh, on a spiritual level?
Spiritual level, I was like,
Yeah.
continue to pray for President Trump and and pray for. I mean, I think he's got influence. We talk about the people that are around him.
Yeah.
I think people like Paula White are I think she's a false teacher, and for her to be like the head spiritual advisor, I know there are others, but for her to be like the head is a big problem. I think he's getting unbiblical counsel from people like Paula White.
Yeah,
I do believe that.
Well, if you've read, so I read a lot of Donald Trump's business books as a business owner, and it's pretty obvious that Donald Trump, if he is a Christian, has come to that very late in life, because it certainly was not prevalent in his early writings when he was talking about, just how he has no forgiveness in business. It was, I will get even with you, right? And that's where the whole Rosie O'Donnell feud first started, was in business, and the leading into The Apprentice and all of that stuff. They've been feuding for years and years and years, and it's because she said something negative about him, and he's just kind of gone after her, and she didn't back down, and so he went even harder, right? And so he just has that thing. I'm not offended by this. I also do not look to Donald Trump in any sort of slight capacity as any sort of spiritual leader for me in any way. And so the things that he does or doesn't do, you know, the people with their false outrage on the left who say, oh, how could you support this blasphemy? You know, they're the same ones that said nothing when drag queens were depicting the Last Supper at the opening of the Olympics.
Yeah.
And so spare me your fake outrage, you know. Now, Christians seeing that and saying, whoa, Donald Trump, I support you. I believe in you. I believe that you're the right man for the job. I'm not looking to you for my spirituality, so don't share a picture depicting yourself as such. Okay? I don't like it. It doesn't give me a good feeling, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that I feel like that, you know, maybe that's where you were with it. Regardless, Donald Trump is not my spiritual leader. I hired him, right, with my vote. I hired him to lead this country, not lead me spiritually. I take care of that with my church and with my Bible and in my own prayer time. So I think that there is a lot of fake, false outrage about this and probably have made this thing into something way bigger than what it was. Because right now, Donald, if we had a booming economy, if things were rolling, we weren't involved in Iran, if job numbers were up, inflation was down, if
gas is cheap,
if everything was rocking and rolling, this would have gotten attention from the left. The right would be like, I just, you know, a lot on the right, I would say, Paul. I don't care. Look, my paycheck is this much bigger. I mean, my family has, you know, a much better life that Donald Trump is the president. So those are the things that I'm yielding to.
Yeah, so you're saying that it may not have been as big of an outrage if there weren't a growing bunch of people that are looking at things right now and
he's
saying,
in the negatives.
Are we kind of careening off a cliff here? What's going on? And this just kind of compounds it.
Yeah. His approval numbers are a good indicator of where things are going right now. And
I thought CNN said they were at 100%, though. That's CNN of all people, by the way.
It's the economy.
So I don't think this is an individual who believes that he's heavenward bound in general.
He said that recently.
That's true. Pray
for
him.
So think about it this way. Like, I don't look at this and be like, he thinks he's Jesus Christ superstar. No, not at all. I don't think he has that lens. So I don't think he assesses things like you and I do before we post anything on social media. I'm looking at it through the lens of who might this offend. And before I push send or post or whatever, I'm looking at things, and I've got a legal pad in front of me thinking, who's going to get ticked off about this, and who am I going to hear about, and what private messages am I going to get, or what am I going to be dealing with at work if I say something and the wrong person sees it. He doesn't do that, and he certainly doesn't think he's some Jesus Christ come to earth. So I made it very clear when we were talking that I was not at all offended by this, because this is just baked into the cake, and we can call this bad politics if we want, but I don't care about that, because bad politics is him, and it's what sets him apart from the good politicians like Eric Fartwell and all these others that get into Congress and have stayed there and will be there forever until we wheel them out in a wheelchair. So, you know, we got a few more years of bad politics, and I'm here for it. And if it offends people, I'm sorry, but I just that's just kind of where I land on this. It's not a personal thing where I think he's like, hey, let me put myself in as Jesus.
Yeah.
And that's what he posts. I don't think he thinks through things that way. He obviously doesn't think
But we
far
can
enough
all
ahead,
agree that it was a picture of Jesus in terms of it's a Christ-like figure we can all agree, right? Do the three of us agree that that's what that is supposed to represent? Because there are people that it's like they don't even want to admit that. And that to me is a red flag, where it's like, this is a picture of Donald Trump as divine, mimicking the photos that you can go find where Jesus is also divine.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it's as clear as day. And the reason I bring it up is because, here's Megan Basham. Megan Basham is an author of a book called Shepherds for Sale. So she took offense to it. She says, I don't know if the president thought he was being funny or if he's under the influence of some substance or what possible explanation he could have for this outrageous blasphemy. But he needs to take this down immediately and ask for forgiveness from the American people and then from God, or from God and then the American people. And so I saw this post last night, and I thought, all of us saw what happened at Butler. So that was my standpoint was, what happened at Butler was God has all of our days numbered, right? All of us. President Trump, he knows he is the Lord of when we exit this plane of existence. And on that day in Butler, he turned his head, however specific, and he was not supposed to check out, right? He was not supposed to check out. And so I immediately went to looking at him posting this, which I do think is, a blasphemous photo. You'd never post a photo of yourself in that context, right? None of us would. And you look back and you think, man, we need. I want President Trump, to recognize that there is a higher power, and he's not it, and maybe he does in some cases when he says, I want to get to heaven. I'm trying to trust my works to get to heaven, which is another reason we need to pray for him. So he's not, trusting on his own personal righteousness, because, everybody, no one's getting in based on that basis. Literally no one.
As an active, faithful Christian, I've seen this picture with Jesus' head on there instead of Trump's cropped in a billion times growing up. Right. And so, yes, of course, I would never do that. But do I have that expectation of Donald J. Trump?
I get it.
Nope.
I get it. I'm trying to talk about how there are people, it seems like there's people that don't even want to admit what it clearly was.
Oh, right.
Because admitting what it clearly was would require some level of, hey, I disagree with him on this one thing. Here's Gunther Eagleman, for example, who said President Trump just posted this powerful painting on Truth Social. Trump stands radiant in a red robe, laying his hands on a sick man while surrounded by American symbols, the flag, Eagles, fighter jets, the Statue of Liberty, and everyday heroes.
Come on, Gunther.
It's like, what in
That's
the
probably
world?
what President Trump thought.
Yeah.
I mean,
you may be right.
That probably goes in line with what Trump thought. I mean, he does think highly of himself.
All right. I see a lot of the comments, and they're all kind of saying, I get move on, all that stuff or whatever. But
we're about to move on.
But it's the biggest. It was the biggest story of the day today, other than the Swalwell breaking overnight.
Well, and we've got Hormuz,
and the big Strait of Hormuz. Yes.
So Laura Loomer says we don't have blasphemy laws here in the U.S. If you want to be outraged over blasphemy, I suggest you move to a Muslim country where you can be given the death penalty if you depict Mohammed. Why don't we don't do that here in America? Well, so Lizzie Marbach says, we had blasphemy laws for most of our nation's history, actually. Christians will always be offended and crash out when our Lord is mocked. If you want to be able to mock Jesus without consequence, then go move to China or Israel. Now, that brings up this story, which I look at the news as a tapestry and almost an art every day when you look at the headlines. And so sometimes things just flow. So I guess this was last month, though, and for whatever reason, I guess it came up in my algorithm. Britain adopts a backdoor blasphemy law. Rick Moran. There's nothing like a good old-fashioned blasphemy debate to get the blood pumping and temperature. After all, you get the incendiary mix of religion, politics, and free speech all rolled into one messy debate. In Great Britain, the debate revolves around whether the nation can be made safe for Mohammedans, as Winston Churchill charmingly referred to Muslims. And so it is getting harder and harder. Basically, in Great Britain, it's getting harder and harder to criticize the religion of Islam without having some sort of, the state coming after you in some way, right? We know this with the hate speech laws.
Sure.
Or we know this just in, the social media. People are getting arrested over there, left and right. So the question is, a couple of things with President Trump taking the post down and this. It's not a question of whether or not you have blasphemy laws, it's which one. Because you got a guy during the Biden administration that got arrested for squealing out and making tire marks on a rainbow sidewalk, right? That's blasphemy. You can't do that. We're going after you because, you're offending the woke sex religion. In this case, I think it's a really just something to make note of. President Trump took the post down. And I think that we should all kind of understand the power that Christians in America have within the Republican coalition. That when we do object to something, it is possible to get this administration to act. The fact that he took it down is a good thing, and I think we can use this, we should be able to use this as motivation to get other things corrected when we see a problem, and don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to be called, well, you're not a real MAGA person because, you were offended at something. No, reject that. Like, this is a coalition movement, and, if you disagree with something, I think you should vocalize it. All right, abject silence. Okay.
Spot on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I just didn't have anything else to add to it.
No, I get it. So anyway, I had a bunch of other comments in here, a bunch of other potentials in terms of, the reaction around, because obviously, Catholics and Protestants agreed on this, which is a rare thing. Anyway, so in other news, we have the Strait of Hormuz. All right, so didn't get a peace deal with J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance was over there with the Iranian delegation in Pakistan, and it didn't work out. And so then yesterday, President Trump announced that he was going to be putting a blockade in front of the Strait of Hormuz, effective immediately. The United States Navy, the finest in the world, he says, will begin the process of blockading any and all ships trying to enter or leave the Strait of Hormuz. At some point, we will reach an all being allowed to go in and all being allowed to go out basis, but Iran has not allowed that to happen by merely saying there may be a mine out there somewhere that nobody knows about but them. This is world extortion, and the leaders of countries, especially the United States of America, will never be extorted. So this blockade is now going to, I think it's just safe to say, economically, this is now the entire world economy. If there's no oil moving out of that strait, the world economy is in jeopardy right now.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I also think that there are some.
I mean, we've got a lot of oil
positives
here
for oil companies here in the United States, and that is, Harris Faulkner was reporting. I was listening to a little bit of her show earlier, and she was reporting just how that there were empty tanker ships heading toward the United States, and it was to buy American oil. Because they're just in this position where this is going to happen. And I keep going back to, nothing has ever made sense to me about the Iranian thing. Now, Marco Rubio gave a passionate, like, let me put this to you real simple. This is what Iran was doing, da-da-da-da-da-da. And I just don't, I want to give it more credit than, hey, we're trying to save the world by making sure that Iran, the number one, I mean, honestly, aren't they the number one state sponsor of terror in the world? I don't know that there's anybody else that gives more money to terrorist organizations than Iran.
Yeah, generally, I've heard that, my whole life.
Right.
And so, that, or maybe Saudi Arabia and Wahhabism. I mean, maybe they were a contender at one point.
Yeah. But again, nothing made sense to me until someone made the connection of the Venezuela, then Iran. Two of the biggest oil distributors for the world, and we took over, basically trying to sort of take over both flows of oil. Now, much easier in Venezuela, but, I think the United States has a partnership now with Venezuela. We haven't really heard much about this recently, but we have a partnership. So I think that the United States is going to benefit financially every time Venezuela sells oil going forward. And it makes me wonder if they're also trying to do that with the Iranian supply, which is why regime change would be the only way for that to happen. I don't know. Maybe that's giving too much credit, saying he's playing 3D chess and all of that stuff. I don't know. But it didn't make sense to me because Iran has been close to a nuclear weapon for as long as I can remember.
Yeah. For as long as, for 30 years. Yeah.
Correct. Just saying.
So Eric, feel free to sound off, Eric.
Well, so speaking of chess, like, what's the next piece? Who's on offense and who's on defense? Because as far as the way the chessboard is lining up, because you have now 2 U.S. destroyers cruising around sweeping for mines. You have Iran saying, okay, now the strait's closed again, and nothing can get by unless the ships come right by this little path that we want you to and pay a big toll to be able to go through. China's got to be freaking out because this is where they get the vast majority of their cheap oil. They don't want to have to go buy it on the open market. So, I mean, what happens here? There's all these ships now that like, you gonna go first? Nobody wants to go across in the middle of a bunch of mines.
Well, there's also a risk of World War III here.
Yeah,
so
but that's what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just saying too. I mean, are we talking about? Is he trying to force China's hand with a trade deal as well?
Well, but on that, we can complicate things here.
Okay.
R.N. McIntyre, interesting. It appears the new strategy is to make the Strait of Hormuz is everyone's problem and compel Europe to apply pressure or join the fight directly. The problem is Europe really doesn't have much of a military. This is the problem because they relied on NATO, and we're NATO.
Yeah.
The question then becomes, does the admin have the will to hold to a globally unpopular course with serious economic implications? Here's the deal. China is now saying, this is from India Today, don't interfere. China fires warning shot at U.S. over Hormuz blockade. The defense minister, Admiral Dong Jun, warning coincided with the with the start of the. Are you laughing at comments or this guy's name? With the start.
Well, the first laugh was Paul Herrell brisket prices are too high. I just saw that for the first time.
Oh yeah,
on your Chiron.
Yeah. Well, they are.
Yeah.
I'm going to lead a populist revolution.
And then the minute you said Dong Jun, he and I looked at each other. Our eyes met.
We're so immature over here.
It just is what it is.
Sorry.
I mean, bless those Chinese heart. They have names that are,
What was that radio voice you gave the Dong Jun?
Defense Minister Admiral Dong Jun.
Yeah, see? It's funny.
Warning coincided with the start of the U.S. naval blockade on Monday. So listen to this. A senior Chinese official has warned the United States against imposing a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz and cautioned it not to interfere in China's bilateral relations with Iran. So China already has trade deals with Iran over this oil. Okay, quote, we have trade and energy agreements with Iran. We expect others not to interfere in our affairs. Their waterways. Okay, so here's the deal. This is the situation. Does China just try to go up in there or come out of there and just dare the United States to do something about it?
Yeah, what is?
Because that's exactly what I think is going to happen. I think China is just going to sail in and dare the United States to do something, to enforce the blockade.
Yeah.
And so now you have two superpowers that could potentially go kinetic and just. It just is what it is.
He'll put a call in.
They're supposed to have a summit, too. In a couple of weeks, Trump's supposed to go to China.
Yeah, and Trump has enough of a relationship with him to where he can put a call in and he can work this stuff out and he can talk through this. In my opinion, I believe he does. I believe he has that relationship and that open line of communication. I don't know that, but I think he does.
Well, no, I mean, they do. I mean, clearly.
Yeah.
You know, they have...
Different than any other administration in the past couple decades.
Anyway, Strait of Hormuz, man.
Strait of Hormuz. It almost sounds like a cheesy porn title. We're going to see Ginger at the Strait of Hormuz.
So,
Strait of Hormuz.
Pivot.
So the price of oil is now fallen from $93 to $91.91. There we go.
Where are we at?
The price of oil.
91.
We were just at 93, but that was a few hours ago that I had that pulled up there. So
trending in the right direction, Paul.
Yes, we are. So what if we reset here? Coming up here in a minute, we're going to talk Eric Swalwell. When we come back from break, we've got Eric Swalwell and his political...
Creepy. He knows about the Strait of Hormuz.
Here is a guy, yeah. What was it? Was it a Brazilian nanny? Is it Brazilian nanny he had?
Yeah.
That's now come to light as well. Also, apparently
There's
on video
4 or
with
5 others
sex
the
worker.
girls that are coming by now. It's pretty bad.
It's a lot. It's approaching.
One girl's got a husband too that's speaking out, and he's pretty ticked off.
Oh, I bet. Yeah. Will it approach Tiger Woods territory in terms of numbers? Who knows? We'll have to. But anyway, we're going to take a quick break, folks. This is the Paul Herrell program. We're going to talk Eric Swalwell when we come back. Don't go anywhere. Thanks for watching.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Behind every precious life, there was a choice. Behind every family moment, behind every special memory, there was a choice. A life of joy. A life that is beautifully and wonderfully made. At 7 Weeks Coffee, we are funding the pro-life movement, one cup at a time. Will you let your coffee serve a greater purpose?
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right. Welcome back to the show. Thanks so much for being with us. Broadcasting here live from the state of Arkansas on Lfa Tv, as well as on the Paul Herrell Program YouTube channel. Whatever you do, like, share, subscribe, follow LFA on Rumble, like, share, subscribe, Paul Herrell Program on YouTube, and we appreciate our Facebook audience as well as our Hometown TV audience. Really do appreciate it. Here with my co-host Rob Spencer, as well as Eric Haynes, and we're going to talk about Eric Swalwell. Now,
creepy.
We should have probably known that it was all going to be downhill for Eric Swalwell.
Dude is a date raper, allegedly.
Allegedly.
I'm gonna say allegedly.
So we should have known it was all downhill when he broke wind on MSNBC with Chris Matthews, Thrill Up My Leg.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard from Republicans all last
It'll never not be funny. I'm instantly a 10-year-old boy,
You can see his shoulders move.
Well, and his voice broke a little bit when he did it because he just had to squeeze it out.
That's what you call the flatulence release.
Yes.
I mean, you can see it.
So he is now officially done. We have now over 50.
Oh, breaking news. Eric Swalwell set to resign from Congress.
Well, that's good. That's good because they were going to kick him out anyway. He really didn't have a choice.
Wow.
The House, we can report this. The House Ethics Committee had just launched an investigation into Swalwell following credible rape allegations. And you had people like Nancy Mace, I believe she was on the air saying, look, he either's going to resign or we're kicking him out this week. We're going to take a vote and remove him from the House of Representatives this week.
And if you followed Nancy Mace at all, she was going to keep beating that drum. That woman is not just lip service there. She meant it. She was going to go after. It was going to be a crusade against him.
100%. Now, the what's really at play here is California's jungle primary. You guys familiar with a jungle primary?
Jungle primary. I am, but explain it for the audience.
Well, so we're just going to read this. We've got Wall Street Mav say the fall of Eric Swalwell is a coordinated power play by Democrats.
Yep.
Because California is this close to getting a Republican governor.
He was the easiest because he had all this dirt. Well, it's not like they made this stuff up.
He's also now an example how many other Democrats and Republicans, for that matter, because we can bring up Epstein here all day long, how many other of these politicians have compromising information, blackmail that's out there that's being kept for this very reason? And Eric Swalwell refused to go away into the sunset. He refused to know his place within the party apparatus. I mean, this guy he was already on thin ice because of Fang being on the Intelligence Committee. I mean, it made no sense that this guy thought he could still do this. And the Democrats said, we asked you to drop out. You refused to drop out. And so now we're going to release all this compromising information on you and the Me Too movement. We're going to bring the Me Too movement back just for a little while.
So they're going to rally around Katie Porter, though?
Gosh, man.
Like,
that woman is
what
insufferable.
a disgusting individual.
Now, Katie Porter, is she the former congresswoman that was grooming, like literally grooming naked one of her staff members? Is that her? Or
I don't know.
She's the one that just goes off like a dirty Karen.
Okay, I'm thinking
Karen.
of somebody else. I'm thinking of the other. Who am I thinking? Who's the Congress lady
Get out of my effing shot. Remember, she said that to one of her staffers. That was right behind her. Oh, she's a terrible individual.
Yeah, well, so California has a jungle primary system, meaning that the top 2 candidates in the primary advance to the general election regardless of the party. The Republican candidates are overperforming enough that Democrats are worried that the 2 general election candidates would be Republicans. In order to consolidate the Democrat vote, one of the candidates had to drop out, but Swalwell refused. That's all the party leadership needed to start releasing all the dirt that they had collected on him throughout the years. They don't care about the victims, only that it was too stubborn. He was too stubborn to step aside, so he got the nod. And of course, Steve Hilton, who used to have that Fox News show, which was always this was back in Trump. I guess he was on back. I found him back during Trump's first administration, and I always found his monologues to be, quite insightful.
Yeah, they're objective.
Yeah, quite insightful. And so he's
got the British accent too, right?
Yeah, which you think that might be appealing to some of these woke Californians who are on the fence. But like, I want somebody that sounds smart. I, as your governor of California, will lower your taxes. I promise.
Oh, bollocks.
Yes. Yes.
Listen,
goes around saying the word bloody because over here we don't think it's as big of a cuss word as they do over there.
Yeah, it's the F word.
Yeah.
It's the F word, man.
Yeah.
I'll just say this about Congressman Eric Swalwell and his insufferableness. He admitted that his parents are conservatives.
Oh yeah, they watch Fox News all the time. He talks about it all the time. But it's his way of making snide little jabs.
And I don't want to make light of this. If these allegations are true, if the allegations that his former staffer made is true, this dude needs to go to prison.
Yeah. Some of the pictures I've seen today are absolutely. They're not AI pics.
The video on your screen here. This is the video of him with a sex worker, forcing his tongue down her throat. And you got to wonder though, who are the other people?
Why is it playing on a loop, Paul?
I'm sorry. Well, that's just Twitter. That's just X. Who are the other people in the room?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Who are the other? Because there's another video.
It might have been a gang bang.
Well, somebody that said, I'll file this away for some.
You're exactly right. And there's another video where he's he grabs her and there appears to be another sex worker in the background.
So this woman is allegedly a porn star.
Okay.
They said her name or something, but they don't know like her real name. They do their stage name, but I saw it in a post. I didn't save it. But all I can
second adult film industry reference of the show.
And this one was legit. I'm just being dumb. I was just being dumb on the first one.
That's true.
This one is like I was just like, I don't want to engage with this because then it's going to show you more of this. But it makes you think. When you think about all the stuff that Eric Swalwell and his insufferableness and how he's constantly he's the kind of guy that he's not as bad as that Indian guy or whatever his name is.
The eyebrows.
Kandahar or Sandahar.
That guy he gets slammed and he just keeps coming. Like he just ignores the fact that you slammed him, and that's a cultural thing. But I just want to say this about Eric Swalwell. It could not have happened to a nicer guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now,
this is karma.
Allegations aside, this guy's political career is now over. But I truly, truly, truly hope that if he is if these allegations are confirmed that there's a perp walk, that this guy ends up in prison. Because if girls go and they're talking about having drinks and they go to the bathroom and they come back and they don't remember anything after that, you know what happened.
You got Swalwelled.
Yeah, they got Swalwelled and put something in her drink, and I'm like, man,
dude,
that is
Katie Hill. All right, so I was confusing. Kate, is it Porter?
Yeah.
I was confusing Katie Porter, who was the "get out of my effing shot" girl.
Yeah.
With Katie Hill. Yeah, Katie Hill announces amid allegations because she was
Porter is the one who's now front runner for the Democrats. She's got had 13% or something like that as far as the breakdown in California.
Yeah.
Of support, and now that I guess they'll just rally around her, which is wild. Or they'll go to the. There's another guy that's in third place. It's a billionaire. I forgot his last name, but they'll either rally around her or him. But it's
I think she's tarnished, but I think it's gonna, they don't care about personalities, so they're not going to care that she's rude to her staffers or anything like that.
Look what Virginia did.
Yeah, of course. And so the thing about Katie Porter though is she's quick. She's quick. If you'll remember her questioning Starbucks CEO and all of these billionaires would sit in front of her, and she was slick with her graphs and showing, you have this person working for you and you pay them this much per hour, and here I pulled the actual cost of a house in that area or rent and all of that stuff, and the person was in the negative. And making that, I believe it was I think it was Starbucks, but made him go through what he's paying an employee versus what it would cost for them to live there. And I mean, it's not relevant, right? Because if you can't afford to live there working that job, then you have to get a different job. We all get all that stuff. But at the same time, she was pushing for, $30 an hour minimum wage, which is just ridiculous. But I'll just say this, don't underestimate her just because she's had, I can't stand her, but she's smart. And I think she's going to do really well in a debate.
Interesting. But anyway, so the news is that Eric Swalwell has resigned officially, right?
That's what she's. All right. Gone.
So he's gone. He's resigned.
New York Times is reporting it.
New York Times reporting
from the U.S. House.
From the House.
Yeah.
Okay.
Amid the sexual assault allegations and pending investigation from the House Ethics Committee, as you were
like I said, they were going to get rid of him.
Yeah,
him and at a bare minimum, and I say this as a bare minimum. I mean, he should have been. He was a national security threat. This guy.
Well, he's been. Yeah, he's been for a while.
Yeah, I mean, so.
Mike Johnson, first thing he did was kicked him off of that intel committee. But I was sitting there thinking, why the hell was he on it in the first place? After that Fang allegations came out, why in the world was he left on it?
This is a perfect segue, and I know you got to get out of here in about 13 minutes, Rob. But this is a perfect segue into Adam Schiff, because you had Swalwell and Schiff on the same committee back during the Russia collusion hoax and back during the phony impeachment. And by the way, I think this is also why Tulsi Gabbard. We had all these rumors about Tulsi Gabbard's next to go. She's the next to be fired. And I think it's because the deep state does not want her exposing what she exposed today, declassifying documents and essentially exposing the intel apparatus, the intel oligarchs that have turned their powers against the American people. So today, DNI Tulsi Gabbard exposes conspiracy. This is from the government website, dni.gov. Exposes conspiracy used by Congress to impeach President Trump. The Intelligence Community Inspector General Atkinson aggressively advanced a so-called whistleblower's narrative using a witness who co-authored the 2017 Russia hoax that was used as the basis for Trump's impeachment. Some of the bullet points. During his preliminary investigation into President Trump's July 2019 phone conversation with Ukrainian President Zelensky, former ICIG Michael Atkinson did not follow standard Inspector General procedures and relied upon politicized, manufactured narratives, only conducting interviews with 4 individuals: the whistleblower, the whistleblower's friend, who was a co-author of the January 26,
Oh my
2017
gosh.
Russia collusion hoax, and a close colleague of disgraced former FBI agent Peter Strzok, and 2 character references who had zero firsthand knowledge of the July 2019 phone call. Despite a lack of any firsthand evidence, IG Atkinson proceeded to take actions to weaponize the whistleblower process and exceed his statutory jurisdiction by ignoring Department of Justice guidance and relying on only secondhand testimony to ensure the whistleblower complaint was released to Congress, referred to the FBI, and leaked to the propaganda media. Then, House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence Chairman Adam Schiff and then Speaker Nancy Pelosi used this false secondhand narrative to create media intrigue and ultimately spark the basis to impeach President Trump in December of 2019. A few caveats to this. We can go back and we can watch a couple of things. Let me find this one. So this is now CIA Director Ratcliffe. Adam Schiff covertly conspired with the fake whistleblower Eric CIA Ramella. That's his name, Eric CIA Ramella, in an attempt to overthrow the sitting president, and this is in 2025. Tulsi just declassified the memos today. And I'm unclear. Is this? I think this is an old clip of Ratcliffe back when he was on the committee, or it could be one that's. It could be from today. I'm not sure, but take a listen.
I can tell you one thing that we've learned very clearly, and that is that the Inspector General for the intelligence community can provide no information about the contacts between the Hipsy majority and the whistleblower.
No, this is an old clip.
Yeah, that's old.
Okay, well, listen to this.
I can tell you one thing that we've learned very clearly, and that is that the Inspector General for the intelligence community can provide no information about the contacts between the Hipsy majority and the whistleblower prior to his involvement. So the only way that we'll be able to get that information is from the Hipsy majority themselves. They are fact witnesses in the same investigation that they are now running. Nowhere else in the United States of America can you be both a fact witness and the prosecutor or investigation in anything, much less an investigation to remove a president from office. It's entirely inappropriate. And Chairman Schiff should be disqualified from running an investigation where his committee members or staff are fact witnesses about contact with the whistleblower and the whistleblower process.
So they basically committed treason to do this. Here is Jonathan Turley on Adam Schiff.
It doesn't get much more serious than that. The chairman of the House Intel Committee doesn't have declassification authority over these types of documents. They are made available to Congress under very tightly controlled rules. This has been a source of tension for years. And members of both parties have gone out of their way to assure that this material would be closely held and not weaponized. Schiff was viewed as one of the most political chairs of that committee in its history. And this is a truly chilling account, if true. Now, when I first read it, frankly, I was taken aback because it's perfectly moronic to commit such a felony with a planning conference meeting with staff. That's not usually how things are leaked in Washington, D.C. What makes this different, Will, is that this was a statement made to FBI agents. The person who made this statement was no doubt aware that lying to FBI agents is not just a crime, but a crime that was repeatedly prosecuted during prior administrations, including the Obama and Biden administrations.
Right.
So making this statement puts you at risk. That's why someone's lying here and someone's a felon.
Okay, well, let's just for a moment.
And now he's a United States Senator from California.
Sure.
You know, Congressman Rick Crawford sat right there in Eric's table and told us about the crimes of Adam Schiff. And essentially he would go down to the skiff and receive these security, these classified briefings in the secured area, and he would just come out to the gaggle of reporters and just tell what he had heard. And he would tell it through his, partisan lean and not, any negatives on his side. Adam Schiff, if Swalwell, if I was listing the people to go, Adam Schiff is next. And I don't know why he has not been prosecuted with some sort of crime. And maybe this is what it's going to be leading to. Maybe Tulsi Gabbard is setting the table here for some sort of accountability from Pencil Neck Schiff.
You would hope so. I mean, I don't know if you got this grand jury in Florida we keep hearing about as we're all waiting for some sort of accountability. You would hope so. But DNI Tulsi Gabbard is doing her job. She is exposing all of these crimes. She exposed last year that Obama requested the intelligence briefing to be the intelligence assessment to basically manufacture the whole thing. Like, I want a report from you guys that says that Trump's a Russian agent, basically.
And she's essentially turning that over to the Department of Justice, right?
Yep.
And, I mean, I'm wondering if that, too, is also, a part of the initial ouster of Pam Bondi.
Will there be handcuffed escorts? That's my question now. I mean, all this stuff that she's coming out, like, all right, well.
We don't have a country if there's not.
When this stuff is confirmed, it's way worse than it's, hey, we're pretty dang sure this is what happened, right? Now it's confirmed and there's no arrests. I mean, I think that's the worst. I think that's the worst thing that we can do.
Yep. Yeah. I go back to what I've said. The longer if these people stay free, it means we're slaves.
And how does that teach the next generation of kids growing up in a society where, crooks have crooks have gotten away with it before. It's not that that's nothing new, but this is bad stuff.
Well, yeah, that's why I've said for a while, like, I'd be totally fine with getting any of these people on. You had to get Al Capone on tax evasion when the guy was a murderer or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, I don't really care. I mean, ideally, I would want them to be put in jail for exactly what they did. Just for sake of history and clarity. But Paul Sperry, this is what he says about what these new revelations are. That the documents reveal the anonymous whistleblower secretly met with Democratic staff of former House Intelligence Committee Chairman Adam Schiff prior to submitting his complaint. So they gamed this all out.
Okay.
Yeah. This was literally like, we are writing the script of how this is going to go, and we're going to use the media as a propaganda arm. And keep in mind, this happened after. When did this happen? This happened after Robert Mueller and have yourself a Mueller little Christmas.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
All of that was put to rest because Mueller cleared Trump of Russia collusion. Because the Mueller investigation was about covering up what they had done. It wasn't actually about, and yet half the country thought he was a Russian agent. The Mueller investigation, the Mueller testimony is a giant nothing burger. Mm-hmm. He's essentially an Alzheimer patient they're using as a puppet, foreshadowing what they were going to do with Biden. And as soon as that happens, as soon as the Mueller investigation is a nothing burger, they do this to try to keep it going, to have yet again another one. Now, Rick Crawford, you mentioned Rick. He's mentioned in this. Yet under direct questioning, the whistleblower, later identified by Real Clear Investigations as intelligence analyst Eric CIA Ramella, failed to disclose those contacts in interviews with IG investigators or on whistleblower forums, according to more than 350 pages of intel briefings Schiff classified as secret and locked up in a Capitol vault so he would never be caught. House Intelligence Committee Chairman Rick Crawford released the papers this morning after National Intelligence Director Tulsi Gabbard declassified them last week. Justice Department insiders say the documents factor into an ongoing grand jury investigation into an alleged grand conspiracy by former Obama and Biden officials to illegally target Trump in political espionage activities. Nonetheless, IG Michael Atkinson, then the intelligence community's top watchdog, did not question the whistleblower's political motivations, truthfulness, or credibility. So he's a traitor. He's a traitor too. I mean, why would we expect anything different? We're talking about the intelligence community, which is really code for a bunch of criminals.
Yeah.
And so the guy that is supposed to be the watchdog, right? And, we can go back to all these inspector general reports. They never actually do anything. Remember John Durham? John Durham was going to have this, we're going to get arrests. That never happened. So,
the audacity here is wild and so easily seen, because they never would have thought that Trump would have won again. So
exactly.
There was no fear for them. They can play this scenario out and get together and strategize and, probably crack jokes about what they were doing, because there was zero fear that this would ever come out. Because, of course, Trump's never going to win again. He's never going to be in politics again. We're probably going to get him thrown in jail over this.
We were in the midst of weaponizing the government, and Jack Smith. We got Jack Smith. We don't have to worry about any of this.
No.
It's incredible.
Yeah, and this was talked about ad nauseum. Hey, what are we doing here? How can our own government go after the leading candidate for president leading up to this in 2024? As soon as he announced in late 22, right? I guess it was November of 22. He announced that he was going to be running. And so as soon as he announced, that's when he was arrested. Like, he wasn't arrested prior to that.
Yeah.
And then they saw, Joe Biden's poll numbers tanking, and Trump announced, and I remember this specifically, he announced whenever interest rates shot through the roof and mortgages were like 8.5%. And, that's what I do in real estate. And so it was crickets. And that was right as Trump was announcing. So Biden's poll numbers were tanking. Trump enters the race, and then boom, here we go. The machine starts working against him. And we saw something just the most unprecedented. Well, all these indictments and a president was arrested. All of this stuff, and corruption in Fulton County and the Manhattan DA's office, and all of this, all of this corruption, but it was so multifaceted and so
coordinated.
It
was coordinated.
That's right. And we saw all that, and damn it, now we're almost, we're over a year into this presidency, and we haven't had that accountability. I pray that Tulsi Gabbard releasing all of this stuff is the start of that.
It's why they've been trying to get rid of her. I mean, can we say that? Like, these voices online, they're like, "Oh, Tulsi's next because Tulsi, Joe Kent worked in Tulsi's office, and because Joe Kent resigned because he, can't, he's basically a conscientious objector. Like, I can't do my job anymore because I disagree with what we're doing, and he's sounded the alarm saying, hey, this is not good. Israel's got too much influence, and everyone's upset with that. I mean, I'm not upset with it, but, people are. And then so they immediately launch into, oh, well, Tulsi's got to go then. Yeah. Tulsi's got to go. Tulsi is like the one person or one of the few that I feel like legitimately wants to hold the Intel oligarchy accountable.
Yeah.
She's showing that here. She showed it last year. She's showing it here. And I think she's vital. So, like, the whole thing is Rick Crawford, who is, for those of you watching nationally, Rick Crawford is the reason he sat where Eric was last year, and we're going to get him back on the show, is because he's our congressman. Yes. He literally, the chair of the House Intelligence Committee, the Permanent Select Committee, HIPSI, House Permanent, whatever, however you say it, is our congressman.
His local office is here in our town.
Literally, yes. See, Arkansas's 1st congressional district, which is, mostly, it's like, it's eastern Arkansas. So, I know Rick. We know Rick. He sat right here, had an honest conversation, and he didn't release this. He can't release this until Tulsi declassifies it. He is working as he worked with her on a couple of he worked with her last year when they finally released the report that showed that Obama ordered the Russia collusion hoax to be manufactured intelligence. So I know we like to talk about a lot of hopium, a lot of people, and I'm sure you guys in the audience are like, well, Paul's a borderline black piller. Yeah, I am sometimes, right? I'm a black pill bulimic. I try to call balls and strikes as I see them, and I know that all of this stuff, there's all these moving pieces that are going on with so much of what's going on. There's good guys, there's bad guys, there's people that are in the gray area. But this is a positive development that you have, somebody like Rick Crawford, for example, who is working to try to expose the crimes that have been committed. Will that mean that people are in handcuffs? It needs to, for the survival of this country, for the survival of our constitutional system. I mean, we talked to Jeff Younger the other day on the program, and he started talking about direct democracy. He said, I'm not a fan of direct democracy, but he said, fundamentally, the Constitution as it is right now, because it's not enforced, is an impediment to so many of the problems, fixing so many of the problems that we want to do. If you want to keep that system, if you don't want this next generation to start to be like, let's just give us a dictator, then these people have got to go to jail.
So Rick Crawford sat here and told us that he brought that to Tulsi, but obviously it's classified. So they were in the area, I guess, where he could bring this information to her. Yeah, because she, as the director of national intelligence, has access to everything that he has access to.
He said first that she asked him.
That's right.
I want to see this.
Yes.
And so then he said, here it is.
Here it is. And so it goes to show you how important that intelligence committee is in both the House and the Senate. And what we have is both of those are chaired by Arkansans, Tom Cotton and Rick Crawford. So Tom Cotton in the Senate, obviously, which further puts a highlight on why these midterms are so important, because all that can be found out.
Yeah, it's all going to get shut down.
Yeah, it's all going to get shut down. The Democrats are not going to want to talk about this. And if we go through these midterms and it doesn't end with Rick Crawford and Tom Cotton still the chairs of those committees, all of this goes bye-bye. And all that the accountability that we could have would be what we could get before November, or really, I guess, technically January.
That's exactly right.
I just pray that that's not what happens. I don't also want 2 years of chaos in his last term, because there's going to be impeachments and all of that stuff. I want this to be the start of accountability, and I don't want to have an end to that accountability coming this November.
Yeah, I agree. Rob, I know you got to get, man. We're going to take another break, reset, and we're going to do a Lindsey Graham watch. You're going to miss Lindsey Graham.
I'll listen in.
But we've got a Graham watch coming your way here in just a second. This is the Paul Herrell program, and we will be back here in just a moment.
The Paul Herrell program.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vive.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs, the near infrared bulbs, have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose. Right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil, and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. Right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vibe devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, so best wishes to Rob Spencer. I know Rob had to go, as he does Mondays around 5. So we even actually kept him, but we still got Eric with us. Eric Haynes, my friend, thanks for sticking around for a little bit longer.
It's been a great conversation so
yeah,
far.
I love it. I think it's really great. But it is that time where we have to we got to face the music. In this case, we've got to face the Lindsey Graham music. Here it is.
Senator Lindsey Graham loves New Wars.
It's time for Graham Watch.
This segment is called Graham Watch, and it's dedicated to him.
What's he saying out there?
We see you, Lady G.
I heard him saying something.
I just think he's singing.
Oh, yeah. So for this edition of Graham Watch, it's kind of a continuation of what we brought you on Friday. So Friday was a crazy news day, but it was a really good day for South Carolina Republican Mark Lynch. Mark Lynch, obviously challenging Lindsey Graham. We've interviewed him on this program. Mark Lynch is a Christian, an unapologetic Christian who says things like, you know, I'm a successful business owner, and God has always been at the center of everything I do. And that's the center of his campaign as well. And so that's really good. A stark contrast from Lindsey Graham. If you're a South Carolina voter, you have somebody who's an unapologetic Christian to somebody who is ambiguous on that matter at best, but at worst is, well, they call him Lady G for a reason. Okay. So really not even that, it's not even a difficult choice if you really stop and think about it. And yet, on Friday, another primary opponent of Lindsey Graham by the name of Paul Dans. Paul Dans is a guy that helped write the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025 plan, which, by the way, is a really good plan for the most part. The Project 2025 plan has proposals in there to ban pornography, like ban it, because pornography is a weapon that's been used against this country. It destroyed our families. It's destroyed marriages. And it is a terrible scourge on our population. That's just one thing. I mean, that's who. So that's who Paul Dans is. Well, Paul Dans patriotically dropped out of the race on Friday. He patriotically dropped out of the race because he said, I don't have a chance. Mark Lynch has the resources, meaning the money, because Mark Lynch gave himself $5 million of his own money, and people are donating to Mark Lynch, and he said, I'm going to endorse Mark Lynch. I'm dropping out. My name's not even going to be on the ballot. He waited to the last day until his name, so his name's not going to be on the ballot to take any of the votes away. So now you have a situation where Mark Lynch has a real shot at defeating Lindsey Graham in the primary on June 9th. So, of course, we covered this on Friday in a panic, and I'm just telling you, in a panic. I'm talking about I think the military-industrial complex that backs Lindsey Graham because he loves new wars. They went to President Trump and said, hey, this has happened. Now it's going to be, they're not going to have somebody splitting the vote, or as many people splitting the vote. I think there's some more people that are in there. But and so Donald Trump went on Truth Social and attacked Mark Lynch and attacked Paul Dans because Paul Dans was a guest on Tucker Carlson's show. This on Truth Social, on his own platform, this was met with a lot of backlash from people on Truth Social saying how could you do this. Obviously, online, it was met with a huge backlash as well, with people saying, look, like, I get it. Like, I'm one of these people. Like, I voted for President Trump 3 times. I criticize him when I think, when he posts what he posted, images of Christ or, depictions of, like, I criticize that. Support him when he does stuff good. But when it comes to Lindsey Graham, and there's no way I can, as an American who wants to put America first, back Lindsey Graham, a guy, walking around Disney with an aerial, bubble blower. And that's what's most recent. He could spend a lot more time at Disney if we can just retire him now on June 9th. So, no, I'm not backing Lindsey Graham because President Trump endorsed Lindsey Graham. And I think there's a lot of South Carolinians. By the way, in Pickens County, South Carolina, there's a viral clip of Lindsey Graham being booed at a Trump rally. This guy has been unpopular in South Carolina for a very, very long time. And now when he could be sent home and it could be a huge message to the D.C. swamp, we now have to contend with this endorsement gate where, President Trump is once again endorsing a rhino, which he has done many times. And it's kind of something that gets overlooked. But with Lindsey Graham, who is the poster child, if rhinos had a mascot, it would literally be this person on your screen right here, this caricature, this AI caricature of Lindsey Graham. So on that, go ahead, respond to that if you want to, because I got more.
Keep going, bro.
All right. So on that, for this edition of Graham Watch, we're just going to do this report. Okay, we've got a bunch of stuff. Just a flashback about Lindsey Graham and his record. Okay.
Yeah.
Aside from the fact that Lindsey Graham has always wanted a war with Iran, and now we have a war with Iran, and I pray that it goes. I pray that it goes. I pray that it ends. I pray that we don't have boots on the ground. But this guy was the other day talking about Iwo Jima and Karg Island. Iwo Jima, we took 30,000 casualties. 7,000 Americans died taking Iwo Jima, and he's saying, "Oh, the U.S. can do it." This guy is a disaster. He's a walking disaster when it comes to foreign policy. But he also wanted to shoot J6ers in the head. This guy was happy to pile on President Trump after January 6th, which was a hoax. January 6th was a Fedsurrection. And we all know that now. By the way, one of the reasons we know that is because Tucker Carlson did what Mitch McConnell did not want him to do. One of the reasons Tucker Carlson got fired from Fox News was because he took the J6 footage. We all knew it was a Fedsurrection back then. But he actually aired the footage of the guided tour of the Capitol, of them walking around was it Buffalo Horns man?
Yeah.
Walking him around like, oh, here you go, opening locked doors for him. Which raises obvious questions like, well, this doesn't seem like some sort of spontaneous insurrection. And then, of course, we find out in Trump's second administration, one of the best things that we found out about J6 in Trump's second administration is the plain clothed FBI agents that were on the ground, like 200 of them. So this is who Lindsey Graham is. This is who he was. Take a listen to this.
Yesterday, the Capitol of the United States was taken over by domestic terrorists.
Senator Lindsey Graham is calling for the prosecution of every person who breached the Capitol in D.C. during the pro-Trump riot Wednesday.
I'm calling for a joint task force to be assembled and spend all the time and money necessary to identify every person who breached the security of the Capitol, who occupied the chambers, who invaded offices and destroyed property.
Yeah, my question is about January 6th.
It wasn't peaceful. I was there. If it had been up to me, I would have shot some of these people in the head. Let me tell you why. They took over your Capitol. I don't care what the cause was. They destroyed the place.
Being with Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, Fanone described the assault officers faced. And Fanone writes Graham responded, "You guys should have shot them all in the head."
Senator Lindsey Graham, everyone. Also this, this was Trump in 2016. I really wish we had this version of Trump when it comes to Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham is a disgrace, a nut job, and one of the dumbest human beings. Donald Trump on this was during the election year in 2024 on April the 8th. So 2 years ago, just a little over 2 years ago, Donald Trump said this: "I blame myself for Lindsey Graham because the only reason he won in the great state of South Carolina is because I endorsed him." Derek Evans said, "Yet you endorsed him again. We the people support Mark Lynch." South Carolina is one of the most conservative and Christian states in America. And it makes absolutely no sense to send Lindsey Graham back to Washington, D.C. And so here I politely and respectfully disagree with the president on this. And I think the people of South Carolina do as well, because they never even see Lindsey Graham.
Yeah, it's up to them to vote.
It's up to them. They don't even really see Lindsey Graham except once every 5 years when he's going to be back in the state campaigning.
Yeah.
And he serves his big money donors, and a lot of them are tied to, people that benefit from forever wars. If you don't think Lindsey Graham wants the Iran war, President Trump doesn't want the Iran war to become the next Afghanistan or Iraq. I don't believe President Trump wants that to happen. Lindsey Graham does, in my opinion, in my strongly held opinion. Lindsey Graham wants this, and his donors want this conflict to spiral out of control. And so, based on all of this, Eric, it's just insane. I mean, it is what it is. This is your Graham watch. Last clip here. Last clip. Lindsey Graham.
Trump and I, we've had a hell of a journey. I hate it being this way. Oh my God, I hate it. From my point of view, he's been a consequential president. But today, first thing you'll see, all I can say is count me out. Enough is enough. Trump and I.
All right, so this was on the Senate floor January 6th. Said he was basically done. Count him out. So if Lindsey Graham can have that opinion then, I feel like the voters of South Carolina can say, we're going to respectfully disagree with President Trump, and we're going to vote for Mark Lynch. How do you see this?
I didn't think Trump's memory was that short. I don't know. This seems weird, this endorsement.
Well, let's just I think it's not just Graham, though. I mean, if it wasn't for the SAVE Act, John Cornyn would have already gotten the endorsement.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for the SAVE Act being this, the thing.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, I forgot to pull the ad, but I mean, John Cornyn's campaign is now cutting these really cringeworthy ads because Ken Paxton went on Tucker Carlson's show.
Oh, right.
And they're now tying President Trump's attack against Tucker to try to attack Ken Paxton. Who, by the way, today actually announced, Ken Paxton today announced, do I have any more on Graham? Oh, we got Lindsey. But Ken Paxton today announced that he is investigating Lululemon pants.
Ooh.
For having cancer-causing agents inside their clothes, inside Lululemon pants. That Lululemon pants is that the next slide? Hang on. Oh, I don't see it. I don't have it. But I did see it that Ken Paxton is investigating Lululemon pants. So, by the way, that's a big deal. Ken Paxton is really good about challenging Big Pharma and challenging the status quo and the whole MAHA agenda. I mean, Ken Paxton is a big guy with the MAHA thing.
Seems like he'd be great for the Senate.
Well, yeah, he would be. He would be fantastic. But there's a ton of stuff out there kind of in that MAHA movement about our clothes and about how much of the forever chemicals and things like that that are in our clothes, not just Lululemon.
This is what we have to worry about now?
Well, I mean, when it comes to our food supply being toxic and poison and everything else, the idea is that, well, the clothes have been made as cheaply as possible as well. What kind of, some people think that it's the, fire-resistant clothes, the chemicals they put on. Like in the 18th century, the leading cause of death of women was being burned to death. Because in the 18th century, they had, in these colonial homes, they had these massive fireplaces, and these women would cook over these massive fireplaces, right? Like with a trivet and everything else. Well, the clothes back then were very dry, and so if they tripped and they fell, they're going to just be engulfed in flames. And so it was like a leading cause of death back in the day, I believe, or at least I heard that. Maybe that's just maybe that's fake news. I don't know. But
I'm not going to discount you on that one.
I've heard that. I don't know where I heard that, but I've heard that before. Anyway, Mark Lynch, Lindsey Graham doesn't support the SAVE Act. I support the SAVE Act. Lindsey doesn't. Graham is Senate budget chair. He could put the SAVE Act into reconciliation tomorrow and ram it through the Senate, yet he won't. Why? Because he opposes Trump's agenda. This is a very smart play by the Mark Lynch campaign to bring this up. Very, very smart. And the reason is the same reason it's a smart play in Texas. Even though Trump's already given the endorsement. And by the way, Trump kind of Trump had already endorsed Lindsey, but Trump re-endorsed him when Paul Dans dropped out, and they did it because it was I believe the deep state. By the way, that's another thing we got to talk about. The deep state, we obviously know is real. We just covered it. Lindsey Graham is that. Lindsey Graham works for the deep state.
Oh yeah.
And so they had a little bit of a panic on Friday. I can just tell you. Trust me, they had a panic on Friday, which is why we saw all of that, which was why we saw the Truth Social posts. And it's unfortunate that this is where we're at, but I was talking to a guy at church about this, a good friend at church, and he says, man, I support President Trump, but and I can disagree with him here or whatever, but I voted for him, 3 times and everything. But he says, I've always thought this. When it comes to my local elections here in Arkansas, Donald Trump's endorsement means absolutely zero.
Yeah.
And just because because he knows the forces that are at play. The fact of the matter is, a lot of these endorsements are about the money, the RNC, the United States Senate fund, the United States House giant campaign coffers. And so a lot of this, quite frankly, is the way it works, and it's pay to play. And that's kind of the way it is. Yeah. But it's unfortunate for the grassroots to succeed now. For the true grassroots to succeed, you have to, in some cases, ignore President Trump's endorsement. And we'll see if South Carolina does that. I don't know. I don't know if that's going to actually happen. But okay, Eric, I know you've got to go now too, and I talked the whole time.
You did a great job.
Well, thank you.
Crushed it.
So
it was a great conversation today, though.
Yeah, man. I appreciate it, and I look forward to
a lot of stuff going on that we got to pray about, and God's in control.
Amen.
And all this stuff that comes out on a daily basis that we hash out and that we have our opinions about, it is what it is. But once we put all the cards out on the table, we all want what's best for this country. And I think we're all working towards that goal. Those of us that are, in this conversation and to our listening audience, we're all hoping for the best and trying to do our part, as little as that may seem. But we'll just keep our faith and keep our heads up and keep pushing forward.
All right, brother. Be safe.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you soon.
Senator Lindsey Graham loves new wars.
That concludes our Graham
This
Watch,
segment's
folks.
called Graham Watch, and it's dedicated to him. We see you, Lady G.
That concludes our Graham Watch, ladies and gentlemen. For today, maybe we'll have another one for you tomorrow. Who knows? The situation is fluid. So there's another story that I want to get to. By the way, you've got me for another half hour here on the show until we hand it off to Secret America. Sorry, I blanked there for a second. Until we hand it off to Secret America. So there's a former Cleveland Clinic medical director by the name of Dr. Dennis Nades, or Nades, or let's just say Nades. Dr. Daniel Nades breaks down, listen, this is wild. He breaks down in tears. I should have done this segment with Eric here as somebody in the medical community. Breaks down in tears apologizing to all his vaccinated patients It is. Maybe we'll do this next time you're on. We'll revisit this. But you guys got to hear this, because one of the things he says here, he says if somebody has strep throat and they come into the doctor's office and we give them penicillin, and then they call and they say, "Hey, I got my kid's got a rash." They're not treated badly. They're not shamed for having. It's marked in their chart. They're allergic to penicillin, and they're never given penicillin again. But he says for some reason, when it comes to vaccines, if you have a situation where somebody calls and says, "I had an adverse reaction to the vaccine," you are shamed by the medical community. You are called a vaccine denier. Listen to this.
So these are my big issues regarding vaccines, and these are the things that I'd like to highlight. Number one, there is no education in medical schools that I am aware of, and being an educator at the Cleveland Clinic Lerner College of Medicine and Case Western Reserve University, I am not aware of education around vaccines, their contents, safety records, informed consent, or the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program. We do not discuss that in 1986, Congress enacted legislation removing all liability from pharma related to vaccine adverse events. What are we taught about vaccines? We are taught to memorize the vaccine schedule. And actually, I'm going to be sitting for my family medicine boards this year, and I am sure that I will have to memorize that schedule again in order to pass that exam. We don't discuss that almost $4 billion with a B has been paid to vaccine-injured patients since 1992. For medical professionals, we expect fair balance, but vaccines seem to be absolved from that consideration. Number two,
they're absolved.
There appears to be a conflict of interest regarding...
Why would the vaccines be absolved? Because of the money. Because this is a gargantuan amount of money. In the 80s, they were given immunity. But going down the conspiracy theory road, which tends to always be right, these things that we're told we have to have are an excellent way to essentially treat the population of the world as as test subjects, as guinea pigs, as lab rats. Or, to go even further, to poison us intentionally. To poison us intentionally from these people that, remember the Georgia Guidestones that were destroyed? Some people say by a bolt of lightning. 1.21 gigawatts. A bolt of lightning allegedly destroyed the Georgia Guidestones, where they said that the ideal population of the world is under 500 million people. And so it's a very weird, the Georgia Guidestones. I mean, this is a real thing. You can look it up. So, the elites are obsessed with this idea, at least this is what they tell themselves. I just think they're evil people that want to murder. But they're obsessed with this idea of overpopulation, and that's a lie. The world is not overly populated. The real problem is underpopulation, as we're seeing that with collapsing birth rates. We don't have enough people on planet Earth, actually. And by the way, just on a 30,000-foot view, do you know why Jesus hasn't returned yet? One of the reasons why Christ hasn't returned is because he's not through saving souls. There are still people that have yet to be born that will come to a saving knowledge of faith in Jesus Christ to give glory to God for his amazing love, grace, mercy. There are still soldiers that have not yet realized that they are soldiers in his kingdom. That's one of the reasons. So take heart in that. We serve a great God. More from, again, this is Dr. Daniel Natus apologizing for vaccinating his patients.
Payments to providers for completing vaccine schedules. And a corollary to that, which would be number 3, patients are being dismissed from practices because of, quote unquote, vaccine safety concerns.
This is true.
If you bring up a question about a vaccine and you decide not to vaccinate your child, you may be at risk of being terminated from that practice.
It happened here in my home state of Arkansas. I know a friend who got a notice in the mail. You didn't vaccinate, so you were no longer welcome to receive medical care at this a pediatrician's clinic because the pressure is that severe.
Absolutely deplorable and disgusting. Number 4, and again to the Bailey family, I'm really sorry, but employers are forcing employees to receive the flu vaccine or face corrective action or job loss. And the fact that your dad was 6 months from retiring is... Number 5, there's a lack of informed consent, and I was one of those providers who didn't provide safety sheets before vaccinating. I would tell the parents, these are the vaccines today. We're going to give you 3 vaccines in one leg and 2 in the other. And then after vaccinating either the child or the adult patient, here's your information sheet. And again, to be completely transparent with you, I had no idea that there was even a mention of the compensation program or a telephone number to call. Absolutely deplorable on my part, and I apologize to my patients.
God bless this man for his public
Number 6, there's a lack of transparency regarding vaccine complications. And worse, you're being shamed as patients for suggesting that you were harmed by a vaccine. If I see a patient in the office and diagnose strep throat and give them penicillin, and either the mom or the patient themselves calls and tells me that they developed a rash, there is zero question. The chart now states they have an allergy to penicillin and will never be given it again. Why don't we believe parents and patients when they tell us they have had an adverse event regarding a vaccine? It doesn't make sense to me as a medical professional. I apologize for the being emotional.
No, it's perfectly reasonable. It's perfectly okay for you to be emotional. And there's other doctors. There's doctors here in my hometown that recommended the COVID vax and then told their patients to never take it again and apologized to them. Those are the good ones. I've often wondered, though, if the truth about COVID were to ever come out, and Anthony Fauci were ever to be truly exposed and arrested and prosecuted for things like remdesivir. The hospitals in New York famously came out at the beginning of COVID after treating their patients with remdesivir and were claiming that COVID was causing secondary kidney infections. That's terrible. The COVID is causing these secondary kidney infections. When it was the remdesivir, if you go look at the study that was remdesivir was used, that Anthony Fauci even cited as why it could be a therapeutic for COVID, remdesivir was causing massive kidney failure and death in the trial studies in the Ebola. It was an Ebola study trying to combat Ebola. Remdesivir was killing people even then, and that was the study he used. That very study was the one he used to say to hospitals, give your patients remdesivir. How many people walked into hospitals with COVID and never left because they were given remdesivir? A lot. So I've often wondered from a doctor standpoint, like if there's, because a lot of the doctors, unfortunately, a lot of the doctors are woke or they're liberals. And I've often wondered if it's ever dinner table conversation. Like when I say if it's ever dinner table fact, if it's just, it's as known as the fact that the sky is blue. If it's ever widely accepted what COVID really was and what the doctors participated in some cases, unbeknownst to them, and some others I think there's some psychopaths. But if doctors ever came to terms with what they gave their patients, what they were told to give their patients, specifically with remdesivir, you would have a lot more repentance like this, or you'd have people on suicide watch. If they really, truly understood this dragon machine. I've called it this for years. It was a dragon machine that was built under our very noses. You know, Ronald Reagan would warn about it. You know, socialism's coming, and they're going to use medicine. They're going to use healthcare as a way to get their foot in the door for socialism. He was right, but it was so much worse than that. It was like we had already, by the time he even said that, it was lost. And what they built was this disgusting machine that was turnkey ready. It was communism, and it was turnkey ready. And COVID happened. Anthony Fauci flipped a switch, and it was a top-down totalitarianism on all of our institutions. And it was run by a man, and it was run by a bunch of elites that knew exactly what they were doing. You couldn't have scripted it any better. During a presidential election, it was a way to remind us of how much we need mother government, how much we need the government. And Donald Trump was their key target, was the 2020 election, and mail-in ballots, and then, of course, you know, the voting machines obviously are rigged as well. But it was, they literally threw everything, including the kitchen sink, at the problem of American nationalism and American populism. And we still have people in power today who don't want to admit it. They don't want to admit what really went on, which was, they intentionally culled the herd. Across the world, but in America specifically, they intentionally culled the herd with remdesivir and then the vaccine. Where now myocarditis is a phrase all of us are familiar with, a word all of us are familiar with when we never even heard of the phrase before COVID. Hats off to former Cleveland Clinic medical director Dr. Daniel Natus. Hats off to you for your public confession and repentance. And hopefully this will be used to wake even more people up about what actually went down and what we were exposed to. What actually happened. Crimes occurred. Severe crimes. So last up, we're going to talk about a woman by the name of Rosaria Butterfield. For those of you who don't know, Rosaria Butterfield is a fantastic Christian author. Rosaria has this incredible testimony because she used to be an English professor, and she used to be a leftist, and she used to be a lesbian. And by the grace of God, who is rich in mercy and forgiveness, he saved Rosaria. Thanks to the Christian witness of her neighbor, a pastor, she eventually came to faith in Christ and is now married, and has been for a long time, married to a pastor herself, and she's a mom and a wife. She's a mother and a wife. And she's written countless books. Well, I don't know about countless, but she's written a lot of books. And she's been deep in the enemy's counsel and steeped in all of this LGBTQ, RSTLNE, woke sex religion. And she is a perfect anecdote to describing to Christians exactly what we need to be doing in combating this woke sex religion. And one of those things is calling out the wolves among the church who are trying to get us to not call sin, sin. She's really, really good at that. And so for the end of the show today, we're going to focus on her statements here. Melissa the Hopeful, the Homemaker, says, Rosaria Butterfield boldly sharing truth at an Answers for Women conference this weekend, apparently after eating a breakfast of grape nuts sprinkled with gunpowder. So this is the Answers for Women conference that was this past weekend. And we don't have the actual clip. We just have a cell phone video of it. But we're going to listen to it and see what Rosaria has to say.
Right? I mean, to ask the Holy Spirit to help me be courageous and to tell you that it's a sin to tell a lie, but it's also a sin to believe a lie. And so there is no such thing as a gay man or a lesbian woman or a transgender woman. And then, you know, you can fill in all of the different categories that come under the umbrella LGBTQ. And the reason is because in Genesis, where we have to start, we are given our identity. Our identity is in the image of God, bearing it as a man or as a woman. There are two kinds of people in the world, a man or a woman. A man who says he's a gay man is a man with a sin pattern that Jesus came to help set him free from if he will mortify it, repent, believe, go to war. It's very hard to do that. I'm not suggesting it's easy, but that is our job. And you know what? It's not just somebody whose indwelling sin is homosexuality who happens to have that call. It's everyone, because we are all born in the sin of Adam. And it is because of the sin of Adam that we have sin in our nature. And that, quite frankly, means that every person in this room needs to wake up every morning, drive 1,000 fresh nails into your choice sin, and do that before breakfast, and then do the same thing before lunch. Okay? And if you do that, Satan's going to get a little tired of you. But here's the problem. Homosexuality is the only sin pattern with a civil rights group behind it. And therefore, people who were deceived, as I was and Christopher, by the lust of our flesh, have like a cheering community behind you. And this is where you get the rub. You see, it used to be that the church was clear and the world was the world. But because we have wolves in shepherd's clothing, we have way too many young people who are leaving the true church and claiming, well, my same-sex attracted pastor told me it's not a sin to be gay. And, you know, we are to be wise as serpents and gentle as doves. I want to be gentle with the people who are trapped in the lie of LGBTQ, but I am not gentle with the wolves. And I'm going to tell you why. Not your mama, okay? I am not the mama of these fallen men. I quite frankly think they need to get a job selling insurance until they repent. And I am resisting singing the Liberty jingle to you because I'll save my oratory for later. But seriously, I do think that we need to have strong Christians reminding especially you, dear sisters, who have loved ones, prodigals, who are lost for now, that worldviews have consequences, bad ones have casualties. And if your sons and daughters, or husbands and wives, or grandmas and grandpas, if people you love are trapped in that way, you get to know how they got there. So the reason there should be no such thing as a same-sex attracted pastor is this. Homosexuality is found in the flesh. It's forbidden in the law. It's overcome by the Savior.
Amen. And yet, she refers to them as wolves. Notice what an interesting distinction. You know, it needs to be repeated. To be gentle and loving with somebody who's clearly struggling with sin, and this goes for any sin, but we'll specifically take the sin of the age, which is sexual immorality, which covers more than just homosexual lust. It also covers heterosexual lust, which is all over our culture. And you can make the the reasoned argument quite logically that if we hadn't had such loose morals when it comes to heterosexual lust, that homosexual lust wouldn't be here in its current capacity. I don't think you get the homosexual LGBTQ culture without being okay with massive divorce rates and adultery and everything else. Heterosexual adultery. Now, by the way, just by using I also say, this is my pet peeve, the fact that we even use the word homosexual instead of just sodomy or sodomite, it shows you that we lost a battle a long, long time ago. We've already caved to describing this in a way that is the most charitable, which gives us the acceptance and treating the plight of LGBT as the plight of blacks in the 1960s in the civil rights movement, and it's just really comical when you think about it. But what she says here about treating people struggling with sin with gentleness and kindness and love, but not excusing their sin, but understanding that it is a struggle and wanting them to come to faith in Christ, versus the wolves in these pastors that are trying to excuse same-sex attraction because the culture wants them to. Try to excuse the same-sex attraction as some sort of evangelism strategy and how evil and wicked it is. You can go to the easy examples of these woke mainline denominations that are husks of their former selves, that have the rainbows outside of their churches. They hang the rainbow flags and everything else, and you think of the verse, especially when you have parents bringing their children, to the lady pastor who now identifies as a man, and you think about the children, and you think about the millstone verse. It would be better for a millstone to be hung around your neck and thrown into the sea than to cause one of these little ones to stumble. But you also have people trying to push the envelope who are not so overt with the rainbow flag on the front of the church building that lets everybody know what kind of church, an apostate church, it really is. You also have people trying to be subtle with it, and they're trying to get away with. They're trying to make homosexual lust somehow not lust. So lust is wrong. All lust is wrong. Covetousness is wrong. And actually, I got this from Rosaria in one of her articles a long time ago, where she talked about how part of the sin of the LGBT, whether you're trans or whether you're just gay, is that you're coveting something that's not for you. So if you're, in her case, former lesbian, so if you're a woman and you're desiring another woman, you are coveting that which is not set aside for you. You're coveting something that is not God's plan for your life. It's not God did not create, you're a woman, God did not create another woman for you. So there's all kinds of sin and ways to describe this that, and by the way, the Bible speaks to the remedy for these things too. So it's really good to specifically identify this stuff scripturally as best we can. So Rosaria Butterfield doing the Lord's work at this women's conference, really good stuff. And I wanted to highlight it because she's calling out the wolves within the church, and that certainly needs to continue in a really big way. So I hope that was enlightening for you guys. It's good to see people speak out against the lies of the world the way they do. Real quick, I'm checking on a few headlines here before we go to see if we have anything else. Real quick here. Eric Swalwell did. We reported this earlier. Eric Swalwell has resigned from Congress. And we still have, okay, so this is what so we now have we first reported this at in the first hour from India Today, but now the Right Scoop has this. So let's go here, because let's end with the blockade, because this is a big deal. Gas prices, let me check what the price of gas is. It was that. Let me refresh here. So it's $91.85. Right Scoop reporting, China sends warning to U.S. over blockading their ships. China has sent a warning to the United States over the blockade of their ships, which they say are moving in and out of the Strait of Hormuz, and expected that to continue. China has signaled support for Iran, no surprise there, warned against interference after the United States announced a naval blockade targeting Iranian maritime traffic. Responding to the move, China's Defense Minister Dong Jun said Beijing was committed for peace and stability in a world that was monitoring the situation in the Middle East. Our ships are moving in and out of the waters of the Strait of Hormuz. We have trade and energy agreements with Iran. We will respect and honor them and expect others not to meddle in our affairs. Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz, and it is open for us. The comments came after the United States Central Command said its forces would begin implementing a blockade of all maritime traffic entering and exiting Iran ports from 10 a.m. Eastern on April 13th. CENTCOM said the blockade will be enforced impartially against vessels of all nations entering and departing Iranian ports and coastal areas, including all Iranian ports of the Arabian Gulf and Gulf of Oman. The U.S. forces will not impede freedom of navigation for vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz to and from non-Iranian ports, it added. Right Scoop notes this does set up a tricky situation. However, President Trump has made clear that the entire point of doing this is to clear the Strait of mines. Hopefully, China will not escalate this blockade into military action. Okay, so we're going to have minesweepers out there, but you do kind of wonder if China, you got to wonder what China's going to do. China's saying, look, we're going in. We don't care about your blockade. We're going in. We're getting our oil. We're coming out. We're going to act like this blockade isn't a thing. So now we have the potential for conflict between two superpowers in the Strait of Hormuz. So I continue to say this, and I want you to understand this is not a cop-out, because it's just easy to say, but just continue to pray. Pray over the situation. Pray for peace. Pray for President Trump. Pray for all parties involved, and pray for our men and women in uniform that this does not spiral out of control. That sees them sent to the Middle East in any sort of ground invasion, massive ground invasion for regime change, because the loss of life will be consequential, and I don't want that. I don't want our American soldiers to die. So continue to pray for that as it comes to mind. Please do. Also, real quick, we have, or we already told you that one, so you'll have to forgive me from that one. Eric Swalwell has in fact resigned from Congress, so that's a big deal. He resigns from Congress amid sexual assault allegations, and another accuser is now coming forward. This is quite the fall from grace. I don't think Eric Swalwell ever had grace in terms of political charisma. He was always just kind of a place filler, if you will, and he overstepped his bounds. He refused to get out of the governor's race in California, so the Democrat Party took him out with hidden blackmail. Like, that's the real story here. The Democrat Party took him out with blackmail because they did not like the fact that a jungle primary in California may benefit the Republicans. That's all the time that we have for this edition. Like, share, subscribe to this video. If you're watching on my YouTube channel, if you're watching from Lfa TV, thank you so much. Make sure you subscribe and share this video out on Rumble. We really very much appreciate it. Thank you to everybody at LFA, the LFA team, and we will see you guys tomorrow. God bless. We'll hand it over to Secret America.
The Paul Merrill Program.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I am Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling. And tonight we have a guest who doesn't just follow the story. She goes straight into the fire and exposes what others won't even touch. She's an investigative journalist known nationwide for uncovering corruption, exposing hidden networks of power, and bringing real receipts to the conversation. Tonight, we'll be diving into one of the most disturbing topics we've ever covered: allegations of state-sponsored kidnapping by Child Protective Services. This promises to be a very powerful conversation. Let's welcome Ann Vandersteel to Secret America. Ann, how are you doing today?
I'm great, gentlemen. It's awesome to be with you guys tonight. Thanks for having me on to have this conversation about this and a whole bunch of other stuff. It's going to be a fun show tonight. I love LFA. That crew over there is awesome.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they really are. We really appreciate you being on the show. Like we said, you're known nationwide for your investigative reporting. You're an excellent reporter. So, it's great to have you on here, and especially to talk about state-sponsored kidnapping, which we're going to, discuss in the second half of the show, because that's a very important topic. People don't realize how big of a business this is. It's not just something that happens once in a while. It's a very big business. And I personally believe it all started with Hillary Clinton and the act that she did in the 1990s. But we'll get to that. We'll all get to that. The first thing that we want to talk about, though, you've seen the Trump, I'm sure by now you've had to have seen the Trump AI photo that he put out here. I'm gonna try to pull it up on the screen real quick, because I want everybody to see this. To me, it doesn't seem like something that's that big of a deal, but maybe it's just me. But I also don't think that it's, something that he should put on there. I mean, all he does is give people, cannon fodder, as Jay likes to say. He just gives people cannon fodder. So take a look at this, everybody. This is the photo right here. And Ann, when you saw this, what were your first thoughts?
My first thought was, wow, that's really bold and audacious to sort of use the image of Jesus Christ with President Trump healing somebody. Now, of course, everybody, most people really love the president and they think he's doing a decent job. But in terms of healing people, that is just a little bit too much of a far reach for me, because there's really only one person that can do that, and that's Jesus. And Trump is not Jesus. He's our president. People love him, people don't, whatever, but he's not Jesus. And I think that was a little bit of a reach, even for him. I heard his comment today, and he thought he was representing the Red Cross. I really don't see the imagery of the Red Cross in there. And frankly, as someone, and I believe you guys probably are well aware of this, Red Cross was one of the biggest NGO rip-off money laundering organizations out there. So why you would even want to associate with that was sort of a major misstep, in my opinion, or he's just simply unaware. But that was rather shocking, actually.
It's, to me, though, it's interesting because the original post was done in February of this year, and it was by Nick Adams, and it says, that Trump is healing America, that America is sick and Trump is healing it. So Trump,
I get the imagery. I get the idea.
I can understand why he would think such a thing. And I will say that even though that was on there, I know he doesn't personally handle his social media. Now, he tells people what to say, but he doesn't personally type the stuff. So I will say that whatever he's going for, I mean, was it a smart idea? No, obviously it wasn't a smart idea. I mean, I understand why he wanted to do it, because America, he kind of feels like he is healing America that's sick. But was it a smart idea? No, I don't think it was a smart idea, because no good can come from it. The only thing that can come from it is more flames, more fuel for the fire, really. What do you think, Jay?
Yeah, listen, and just so you know, I am as MAGA as they come. Jack knows
he is.
This.
Oh, yeah.
I am. But I think the timing, just after, especially, he hit back at the Pope last night with his truth. And I didn't have a problem with him hitting back at the Pope and responding to the Pope's statements. I'm not Catholic. I am Christian. I didn't have a problem with that per se. I had a little issues with, he didn't have to bring the Pope's brother into it. He didn't have to say that Pope Leo got in there because of Trump, because he could deal with Trump. I think that was unnecessary. But I did think he needed to respond, because I think the Pope came out very strongly one-sided with the thing with Iran, and I don't think he came out as strong against Iran for certain things he could have. So that's a whole different issue. But I was looking at the photo, and somebody put something up. He looks like Pope Francis.
I was going to say, what does this look like to you?
Hey, that was the good Pope.
See, I think right here, though, not only is it part of healing the sick, like he thinks healing sick America, but I mean, I think it's also trolling the popes. I mean, I think it's got something to do with trolling the popes.
Jack, he literally put a photo. I think it was after Pope Francis. Was it after he passed away? He literally, there it is. I mean, he literally put himself as the Pope.
It's covering Ann. I don't want to cover it. If we're going to cover anybody, it's going to be Jay.
But no, he looks like Pope Francis in that photo.
He does. But look at this. People are comparing him to Jesus. He does not. Jesus has the robe on one side of his body. Okay. Right. But right here, the Pope has the thing on both. If you're telling, if you're asking me, looks like he's trolling the Pope.
Oh, it could be. It could be he's trolling the Pope. I mean, hey, you know what? At the end of the day, I get the idea. They were trying to get the idea across that President Trump's here to save the nation. And that's what I voted for him 3 times. I'm sure you guys all did too, to get the nation healthy again, to get accountability, to get people locked up. I mean, we finally got somebody who self-ejected, Eric Swalwell, today. That's awesome. But
we're going to talk about that.
That guy drug out in cuffs. He's a freaking menace to society.
My goodness. Yeah. No, you're right. And you're right. And yeah, we're definitely going to talk about that too. But I just don't understand. Okay, so first of all, you're right. There's no good could come of this, Jay, and there's nothing good that could have come out of this. So I don't see why you do it in the first place. Second place, it's tearing MAGA even more apart. Reds, I mean, the Christians, the Catholics, everybody's going absolutely insane. When Brillen Holland is saying something negative about Donald Trump, you know you got problems, because Brillen Holland wants to be Charlie Kirk. He badly wants to be Charlie Kirk. Let me show you guys something real quick, okay? If he is saying something negative to about Donald Trump, then we've got some issues. I've got the video, if I can just find it. It was right here just 2 seconds ago. Of course, when you need something, it's not there. Here we go. All right. I want you guys to listen to this because, like I said, he wants to be Charlie Kirk, so he's doing everything he can to do that. Take a listen to this.
All right, Trump just posted this, and I've got to admit I'm pretty frustrated. Faith is not a prop, and we shouldn't laugh at it being used as one. There's innocent humor, and then there's this. You don't need to portray yourself as a savior when your record should speak for itself. Comparing yourself, even jokingly, to Jesus, it undermines the very value that many of us hold dear. This hand's easy and...
All right, so I'm going to stop that because I got to say, it bothers me. Does it bother you, Ann? Because for me, I don't think he was portraying himself as Jesus. And for all the Christians and Catholics to immediately, just like the left, they knee-jerk react and immediately vilify him.
So here's what I think. Again, you said it in the beginning. President Trump doesn't post on his True Social account. He does occasionally. And I think one time he put up something about Bondi, being obviously openly frustrated about lack of arrest.
That was great. He had Chris
Farley
took the
keys of the car. Give me that cell phone back, Donald. You're not posting today.
Love it.
So you have people that are posting, and I know other people are posting for Trump because they put a video up one time that was basically excoriating General Flynn over election integrity. And President Trump and General Flynn are good friends. They talk all the time. Recently, President Trump signed the letter that Flynn settled with the DOJ. And then he called him and talked about it. He's like, hey, man, I can't believe you went through that shit, blah, 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 blah. So the point of the fact is he's clearly not posting on his True Socials. And when there is a dust up, somebody has to quickly brief him as to what's going on, show him the picture, and he has to come up with an off-the-cuff comment. And it's an unfortunate position to put him in, particularly when it becomes a distraction for what's really going on right now. We have this war. We have a blockade in Hormuz. You have, the Gulf of America now is just got ships coming from all over the world coming in, trying to get oil. There's a lot going on. You could be reporting, you could be spinning the whole war positively on American energy independence and the fact that we're now exporting more oil to help Europe and other parts of the world. And it's really painful for China at the moment. But instead, we're talking about this. And it's like, these are the kinds of distractionary things that it's like an unforced error. It didn't need to happen.
Exactly.
And I think Trump should really take a look at who's posting his social media. Because
unforced error is the best thing you could say right there.
Yeah, they did take it down, which is good. Yep. They did take it down once.
Good. I was actually looking for it. I didn't see it. I thought, my God, how long ago was
he did take it down? But it's like a tennis match, the unforced errors, you're going to lose if you have too many unforced errors. And lately there have been a lot. But I will say,
Jack,
this
one
is
second.
the original post right here.
Jack, I think this blows over, but go ahead.
All right, well, this is the original post right here. I just wanted to show it real quick for everybody to see. And it says, America has been sick for a long time. President Trump is healing this nation. This was February 4th of this year. It's the original post. Now, I will say Trump did change a few things in this post. For everybody that doesn't know that, Trump did change a few things in the post, but it's not anything that really matters. And people were wondering what that back picture was. Some people say it's Baphomet. Some people say it's this or that.
Right.
I know who it is. In fact, I'm going to show everybody who that picture was. Just got to, again, you got to find stuff when you need it. It's never there. But yeah, it's crazy. But no, he was the person that it wasn't. I don't think it was what everybody thinks it was, in the back. But people don't understand. See, when they see things like that, there was a thing I saw that had so many changes where it shows every little change. But the problem is a lot of those changes were done by AI. Like when you make the change, you know how AI changes the photo a little bit.
Oh, it's a nightmare.
It changes, like the symbols on the hats were changed from like military to something you can't understand. And that's just AI. That's got nothing to do with him in general. But a lot of people didn't realize that. And
maybe you
and
shouldn't put it up then.
Go ahead.
If you don't get it exactly how you're trying to, if you don't get that image the way you need it to be to portray what it is you're trying to say, you probably shouldn't post it.
Exactly. That's why I don't think it was him. I honestly don't think. I mean, he may have.
I don't think he did it. I think it was
I
his team.
Like
and,
I said, I think the biggest issue was the timing. It came out the same night he had the little back and forth with Pope Leo. And I think that added to it. Wait a minute, is he saying he's Jesus and he's more important than Pope Leo? I think that instantly that kind of set people off. And listen, religion, that's what happens when you mix politics with religion. Religion is. Did I lose you guys?
No, go ahead. So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No,
I was
okay.
letting you still
No,
talk. I was just showing this real quick.
No, I'm saying religion is such a personal thing to people. It's the thing that, I mean, you could have disagreements with politics at the dinner table with relatives, and that's bad enough. You bring religion, and it just takes everything to a whole new level. So I always think it's kind of dangerous. You're on a slippery slope when you kind of put any imagery out there that could be interpreted by people in different ways. So again, I'd stay away from stuff like this. And I love the president, and but I'd still stay away from it. But again, it's never boring. Let's put it that way.
So
No.
I'll say that this is the photo, and the thing in the back, the top back right there, that everybody's questioning what it is that was put on there. This is the only thing I could find. You see the picture right there?
Yeah.
The last pull. That's the only thing that I could find that measures up to what that is. And it looks like that. I mean, if you take a look at that photo right there, and then you take a look at the thing in the very back, you see the hands, you see the horns, that's what it looks like. Some kind of a demon creature, if you ask me. I mean, it's hard to tell everything, but that is what it is. Real quick, though, guys, for everybody in the chat, and Jay, if you want to go to LFA TV real quick, for everybody that's in the chat, I'm going to put up a poll because I just want to know, do you guys believe Trump went overboard with this Healing America AI photo? You type 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 for unsure. If you type unsure, I'm gonna be mad at you because nobody's unsure. Am I right, Jay? You have an opinion one way or the other.
There's some people in the chat right now. Nurse Jackie, 1776, very unhappy. I'm not going to read it on air.
So unfortunately, anybody that's in the chat right here, just type 1 for yes, 2 for no, and 3 for unsure. Do you believe Donald Trump went overboard with the Healing America
Ron
AI
BWA
photo?
says yes.
Say again?
Ron BWA says yes.
All right, we'll put a 1 there. That way we got Ron. You got it?
No.
2. Ken Oliver, 2.
Good. How many yeses do we have? How about that?
So far, just 1. Everything else is no. I wasn't offended. I just thought it was an unforced error just because.
No. You're right. You're right. And I wasn't offended either, but it was an unforced error. It was something that shouldn't have been done. So unfortunately, for some reason, okay, so it's registering. It's just not registering the yes, but at least we know at least one person said yes. So, but most people were not offended. But the thing is, on
Trump
online,
is the king of trolls.
on X, you would not know. You would not know that everybody thinks that they're not offended by that. People have gone insane.
That's interesting though, because it kind of plays into kind of things take a life of their own, and people, it kind of bubbles you where you're like, oh, everybody must say, it's interesting. I think is a mix. I think if you really ask people, do they think maybe it was bad timing? Like I said, do you think maybe he shouldn't have, maybe a little more discernment should have been put
into
this?
Everything.
I think that's the case, but I think this will blow over. I don't think this isn't something that's gonna fracture the coalition.
I have to disagree, man. These people, the Christians, the Catholics, the people that are heavily religious are very pissed off.
They're gonna throw
I went through all of this, man. They are pissed. And I'm sorry to say, I know MAGA, believe it or not, as much as MAGA wants to believe it, they are very easily fracturable, just like the left. Very easily fracturable. They all have their own ideas, and then when one person puts in one small thing, all of a sudden they're against them. Nobody is perfect. Nobody's
Right.
But Jay, you got to admit, if you look on the chat, if you look on X, that I would say half of MAGA is extremely pissed off about this. Most of them aren't going to get over it. I'm sorry.
Well, Ann, let me ask you, Ann, are we turning into a one-issue voter party here? I mean, we're allowed to have disagreements within certain things, but I'm starting to get like, what's wrong with you
turning into
guys?
a faction party.
Go ahead, Ann.
Listen, I'll tell you what's wrong. There's way too much information out there right now. There's way too many people pontificating on too many things, and at the end of the day, we're not focused on winning. We're not focused on actually fixing our elections. We're not focused on cutting with the waste, fraud, and abuse. And what it's showing is the federal government is so completely out of control, and they're raging, tyrannical morons out there in the district of corruption. It's literally a dumpster fire on steroids every day you're in DC. Yep. And finally, at least one person took the trash out today. Eric Swalwell removed himself. It was under massive pressure to do so. But we're at the point now where if like the governor's race here in Florida, I'm very focused on it because Paul Renner is going to exercise the 10th Amendment every single day that man's in office, should he become elected our governor, over Byron Donalds, who's taken money from AIPAC, who's taken money from the CCP. Proved that on Friday. Chris Gleason's done a hell of a job. He's running for Senate here in Florida. We don't have our eye on the ball on what really is important, which is reducing the size of this tyrannical bureaucracy in Washington, D.C., eliminating all agency government, and getting back to the very basics of what our founding fathers, penned out 250 years ago on parchment. We have totally we're now talking about all kinds of BS. And social media is great. Love it.
Too many distractions.
But it's way too many distractions. And we're focusing in on these little nitwit things. It's like, all right, another unforced error. But what's going on over in Iran? And General Flynn says, we're in the war now. We got to win it, and we got to get the hell out, and we got to come back here and focus on America, because we have a major fire inside our borders, and there's enemies inside the wire. I've watched them come across the border myself with the work I've done. We don't have our shit together at all.
The biggest thing that came out of this, though, I think the best phrase that came out of this conversation is unforced error. And I think what Ann said, and I think that explains it all. Not just this, but many things that have gone on lately. Not just unforced error, but those unforced errors add to the distractions. And it's just causing way too many problems. But we're already about 18 minutes in. And we're going to do the second half with the CPS thing that we were talking about. So I want to switch gears real quick, and I want to talk about Eric Swalwell. Okay, so we know that he's been accused. He's had many accusations of sexual assault by his former staffer. We know that even billionaire kicked Eric Swalwell out of his mansion, said he wants his $1 million back after the heinous sex allegations. There's a video that came out that showed him and another representative with what seemed like a prostitute in a hotel on the bed. We saw that it was him and another representative. And I also have some other interesting information. Apparently, and this is a report from the New York Post, I believe. Let me pull it up right here. Apparently, what's going on is, it's from the New York Post. Eric Swalwell is also in trouble for paying his illegal Brazilian live-in nanny under the table with campaign funds. Not just that, but take a listen to this. Okay, this is from an FBI report in 2017. Blank, and it's redacted, noted that Swalwell has been the source of a lot of leaked off information. And believe it or not, he had to be counseled. He had to be counseled by the House, I believe it was the Select Investigation Committee or however the heck you say it, the APSCI, had to counsel him on this because he had been leaking so much information. And these are all things that are all coming out at one time. What do you guys think about this?
Well, let's see. He was on the House Homeland Security Committee, and he's leaking information, and he was dating a Chinese spy, and he hired an illegal to clean his house.
Yep. And sexually assaulted all of his staffers, apparently.
And he sexually, exactly how much of that sexual assault slush fund in Congress is actually going to fund what Eric Swalwell has done. The guy
That's a
has
good
been a
question.
menace to society and to Congress and to our republic since the day he walked in office. Good riddance, please.
But
I hope
wait.
nobody hears from him again and deletes his X account. He needs to go away.
But don't you guys find this a little convenient that first of all, they need a Democrat to drop out of the race so they have a chance to win the governor's race. Because right now they're all splitting the votes, right? They're all splitting the votes. Swalwell wouldn't drop out. They needed him to drop out. He wouldn't do it. All this information comes out at one time, and then all of a sudden Pelosi and Jeffries grow a conscience and say, "Hey, you should resign." No. This is it's too convenient.
That's all this is, Jack, and this all this is. This isn't the Democrats finding their moral clarity or anything like that.
It's an op.
We had 2 Republicans at the top of the jungle primary, at the top of in California, which is how it works. We can't have that. We need to retain California. It's about retaining power, and they had this on the shelf on Swalwell, and they decided to pull it off because that's what this is all about. It has nothing to do with them doing the right thing for victims or anything like that. Or
how much information do you think they got on other people, Jay? I mean, if they got this on Swalwell, all this came out at once. Many different things. We're talking sexual assaults on staffers, paying illegals under the table. We're talking, leaking information. All of this came out in the span of the last 30 days. How much information do you think they got on all the other Democrats? Why do you think they all vote the same way?
They have a binder on everybody.
There's
a binder on everybody, and they pull it off the shelf when it's convenient. And
they do the J. Edgar Hoover. That's what they do.
That's it.
So why would anybody want to go to D.C.? Why would you want to put
idea.
yourself in that position?
Well, they're naive. They don't know that until they get there. Once they get there and the senior leadership says, hey, this is what we have on you. You get out of line, and it's going straight to the media.
I got to be honest. I would just never want to do it. You could look me up. I was a public employee my entire life. But my point is, they'll go after your family. They'll do anything to destroy you. Eric Swalwell was useful to them. He was this bulldog that would go on TV and bash Donald Trump on CNN, on MSNBC, and everywhere else. And then finally, his usefulness came to an end. He'll be useful now to get out of the race. That's what he's being useful for. And by the way, Tony Gonzalez, Republican from Texas, is retiring due to guess what? Today, sexual allegations of sexual misconduct.
I'm glad he's retiring, but that man needs to be arrested. Don't even get me started on that man caused a suicide. He's basically a murderer.
I know he did. Horrific, absolutely horrific. But this is what is attracted to go into public service in Washington D.C.
Yep.
These kinds of people. You don't get people you don't get people like you, Jay, that want to do public service.
But that's why,
that level.
No, and that's what you just said is so important. I'm not putting myself on some pedestal. What I'm saying, why would somebody want to subject themselves to this, or their families even more to this?
They got to have a serious issue with. They got to have a serious case of narcissism.
Yeah,
that's the
what
thing.
It is.
Power attracts the psychopathic, the psychopathy. If you have psychopathy, power attracts that kind of thing because then you have power over others, and that's what people that are narcissistic and that's what people that are sociopathic want, power over others.
Well, you get sociopaths is what you have in Washington D.C. in the District of Corruption. Absolute sociopaths.
Our favorite congressman, Tim Burchett, he says it best. He said, it's not a swamp. He said, a swamp is man-made. A swamp has certain things it does for the earth. It's a good thing. He says it's a sewer. That's sewer is man-made. He says it's not a swamp. It's a sewer. And he's absolutely right. It really is.
Oh, yeah.
Burchett's awesome. We need 435 Burchetts. Actually,
I know, right? And I wanted to let everybody know that Tim Burchett is coming on the show May 10th again. I think we've had him on the show a few times. He's been excellent, but he'll be back on May 10th. And real quick, I just want to pause for a second, guys, to just to say a quick word about our sponsor, who is absolutely amazing. It is Max Associates, the best USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. MaxAssociates.etsy.com. They really are the best. I mean, Jay, their prices are incredible. They get any order $20 or more, you automatically get 20% off. It's pretty amazing, and free shipping anywhere in the U.S.
Absolutely. My shirt that I ordered got here today. My wife is very happy.
Excellent. And all you have to do, you can scan the QR code in the top right up there, and it'll take you right to maxassociates.etsy.com. It really is the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel because they don't have the same old bullshit that everybody else has. Everybody else has the I Love New York shirt, stuff like that. No. If you want the good stuff, you go to Max Associates. So I just wanted to take a moment to thank our sponsor and just mention that because the sponsors are very important. And this one is one of the best, I think. Anyways, let's get back to what we were talking about. And Eric Swalwell, how great is it though not to have him in there anymore? Did he say, real quick, is he resigning immediately, or does it end after the term or something?
No, effective immediately.
Oh yes, that's wonderful.
Immediately.
That is wonderful.
He says, I'm going to read it to you right here. I am deeply sorry to my family, staff, and constituents for mistakes and judgment I've made in my past. I will fight the serious false allegation made against me. However, I must take responsibility and ownership of the mistakes I did make. I'm aware of efforts to bring an immediate expulsion vote against me and other members. Expelling anyone in Congress without due process within days of an allegation being made is wrong, but it's also wrong for my constituents to have me distracted from my duties. Therefore, I plan to resign my seat in Congress. I will work with my staff in the coming days to ensure they are able, in my absence, to serve the needs of the good people of the 14th Congressional District. Bye-bye.
Wow. I tell you, wonderful. George Santos was never, listen, I don't say what you want about George Santos, was never convicted of anything, and they expelled him right the hell out of there.
That's right. Yeah. They needed the seat. They wanted it.
Yep.
You are absolutely right. They did. They got him out of there and very quickly, but yet the Democrats left Bob Mendez in there until he was convicted and removed. I mean, what the hell is that? He was in there till he went to jail. They ain't going to let nobody go.
As we said, this is all about the California governor's race. That's it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's it.
They're going to make sure Newsom gets in there.
Oh, man. Ugh, God,
it's like that everywhere, though. It's like that everywhere, though. It's the same stuff here in Florida. It's the same stuff. Go on.
And his wife, and Jack, Newsom's wife is worse than Newsom.
She's a dingbat.
We talked about that. She killed her sister, apparently, with a golf cart. And
she's a dingbat. Have you watched her interviews?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. She even
she's
said
a Valley Girl dingbat.
Yeah, she ran over her sister with a golf cart and killed her. And she said that she went to San Quentin, and she said the people in San Quentin are just like me. Their murders were most likely by accident. That's exactly what she said.
She's brutal.
Insanity.
We can't have the first partner of the United States be that woman, because that's the first partner right there. You're disqualified.
Exactly. Murder for hire, baby.
No. Could you imagine? That would be unbelievable. No. Okay, guys, we got a few minutes left before we start talking about the CPS and the kidnapping that they do, the legal kidnapping, if you will. So I want to talk about real quick, and it's just going to be, a short and quick thing. Did you see there is a new website out, and it's really cool. This guy just made this, and it's called courtwatch.us. I'm going to pull it up right here for everybody to see. It's called courtwatch.us. It's a free public database. And this guy actually, this is the guy who did it, at Johnny FSE. He's the guy who created it. And basically what it is it's a free public database for American citizens who deserve safer communities. He says you can track which judges released defendants who then got rearrested, skipped court, or violated their release conditions, all public records. So what he's doing is he's putting together a database for 2024, 2025, and he's trying to get real-time data as well for any judge that has released somebody, who they released, how many of them that they released that either got rearrested or skipped bail. So you can tell which judges are the most lenient and the ones that are releasing violent criminals. And I think this is great. I think it's brilliant because we can hold judges more accountable if we have a database showing exactly with receipts who they're letting go and what these people are doing after they let them go.
I actually reached out to that guy because our foundation, we are, with what we're doing at American Made Foundation with respect to CPS, guardianship, and now we're looking into the veterans. It's the same playbook. It's the same judges. It's the same members of law enforcement. It's the same members of, you name the NGO, that are working together to steal your estate, either through stealing your child, stealing your loved one's, estate, and or the amount of money attached to you as a veteran. It's the same exact playbook. And we have already started to get a nest of different judges and law enforcement around the country based on the CPS cases. And so this guy, it sounds like he's even taken it much further. And that would be very helpful for what we're doing, because we're now filing federal lawsuits against Department of Children and Families. And we're not just going after them professionally. We're going after these people personally, and we're naming names because we're done with them. You can't make America great if they're destroying the American family. So you got to make the families great before you can make America great. And that's that's a big issue for me. So I'm thrilled to see this guy. I reached out to him on DM. I hope he reads it and gets back to me. I'd love to talk to him.
Hope so. Why wouldn't
It's
he?
an amazing looking website. Have you checked it out, Jay?
Yeah.
I just now found it. It's really incredible.
Yeah, you brought it to my attention. You sent me a message about it this morning. Didn't you?
I'm telling you, you're right. It's the dissolution
Who are you
of the
talking
new.
to?
Jack, didn't you send me that this morning?
Oh, I think, yeah. Oh, you know what? You're right. The judge. Yes, I did. The judge
You
website.
did.
Yep.
Okay. I said, that's how I heard about it because you sent it to me. I was like, holy cow, that is unbelievable. What great
Isn't
timing.
it
Because it's coming at
incredible?
a critical point for us with what we're doing.
It is. It'll help a lot. It really will. Jay?
No, it's saying the dissolution of the nuclear family is what's, I think, a
The goal
huge
for these
problem in this
people.
country.
Yep.
Right? Huge problem in this country, especially in minority communities. It's a huge problem. We see what happens. And when it comes to CPS, you referred to it as the largest child trafficking operation in the United States. Why do you say that?
Well, first of all, it's an 80, as of last year's numbers, is an $81 billion a year industry, and it gets funneled directly out of Washington, D.C. under the Health and Human Services Association under Social Security Administration money. It's called Title 4E money. Title -1, the V1V, Title 4E is the where the trough comes from, and that money gets distributed into all 50 states into their various CPS organizations. Some go by Department of Social Services, Department of Children and Families, whatever. They have different acronyms in all 50 states, but that money is what funds the judges. It's what funds the law enforcement. It funds all the NGOs. It funds your doctors. It funds your psychiatrists, your consultants, your guardian ad litems, whatever. All of these parasitic organizations that are attached to that money are there. When you read the incentive, when you read state legislation under DCF in your state agency, there is no incentive to reunify a family if they actually destroyed a family. But they start by destroying the families. And you probably know this, Jay, with hearsay. There's never any due process. There's no true evidence. And if you have anything as the victim here that's being accused, you're not allowed to present your evidence. You can't bring anything exculpatory into the courtroom. It's family courts. There's no jury of your peers. And they say we can't have it because these are minors and whatever. So all of the records get sealed. There is no way for you to interject and defend yourself. So what we're doing at our foundation is we're now taking this entire system apart. We're cutting the head of the snake off by filing federal lawsuits going directly after the institutions itself of the agencies in these 50 states. We've got a heck of a suit we're dropping in Massachusetts right now. It's got several plaintiffs in there, but they're all victims of no due process. They're all victims of being accused of something, including up to not even having proper warrants served, like as in they were never served and they got arrested in another state. So now you've got crossing state lines. Federal problems here. So it's this stuff has to end, and we're going to make it end if it come hell or high water. And none of these people scare me. They just don't scare me at all. It's time that these judges, these demons in black robes, are held to account and they're removed from office, including in the guardianship cases where you actually have judges and sheriffs that are taking property from people without notifying the next of kin in these guardianship cases. And
don't get me started on asset forfeiture. Forget not just the.
It's not asset forfeiture. It's actually theft. They're just out and out stealing.
Well, it's all asset theft, if you ask me.
Stuff.
But let me say. So we all know what kind of person Hillary Clinton is. Okay, we all know what kind of person she is. We know that, at least from this is just my personal opinion, that she has dealt in child trafficking, like in Haiti, in Romania, other places like that.
Laura Silsby.
Exactly. So let me tell you that she is the one that is responsible for the Adoption and Safe Families Act of 1997.
Right.
And what that does is it provides financial incentives to states for increasing, that's the word, increasing the number of adoptions from foster care. So basically, you get financial incentives to kidnap children from homes and then adopt them out to foster parents. So if you get incentives, financial incentives to get a kid, first of all, you're not going to give the parents due process. Why would you? That would just you'd have to spend money and you wouldn't get your money back. So you don't give them due process. You take their children, and then it actually says, believe it or not, it says mandated that states file for termination of parental rights when a child has been in foster care for 15 of the previous 22 months. That means if your child was in foster care for 8 months and then you get your child back, and then it goes out of foster care for 7 months, you've had them, then it goes back for another 7 months, they can terminate the parental rights. Even if you had a 7-month break where the child was with you and they take it back, they can terminate those parental rights because it's 15 of the 22 months, not 15 consecutive months. They are looking, I mean, that act was made by Hillary Clinton. Bill Clinton kind of forced that act for Hillary, and it was all about child trafficking. America, the American government, is the #1 child trafficking organization in the entire world, and all of that has to do with Hillary Clinton. It all started with her, if you ask me.
It started with her, and Biden became the largest child trafficker, international child trafficker, frankly, when he opened the borders. And, you know, a little bit of history on this, and maybe you guys do or you don't know it, but CPS originally started in 1924 by the International Social Services out of Geneva, Switzerland. And interesting factoid, and I learned this when I was covering a CPS case in 2018, 2019, a family that was from Arizona but moved to Geneva, Switzerland, had their kids taken. It's a terrible story. But the U.S. embassies you thought would have helped because they were American citizens, didn't. They have in every U.S. embassy, there's a division inside each U.S. embassy all around the world called the American Citizen Services Unit, ACSU. That essentially is your underground railroad for child trafficking around the world. And I've had conversations with various people that are very much in the know about this sort of information. They're like, absolutely, Ann, that's exactly where it all starts, because they get cover again in the government. And Joe Biden opening the borders, our American tax dollars funding the United Nations and all the NGOs, HIAS, Jewish Family Services, Catholic Charities, you know, UNHCR, IOM, all these organizations, all funded with your money, are importing people from all around the world over the border, including these children. And they get pushed right in. A lot of them get pushed right in the foster care system. And that's where the trafficking begins. Just because the child went from one foster care house to another doesn't mean they weren't trafficked. That is trafficking. It's what's happening to these children when they just get lost in the system is exactly what we're trying to stop. And you've got to stop the money. The best way to defang and defund and defang these people is to defund them at the top. That's why we're going after, you know, HHS. We're working with Moms for America, Kim Fletcher, the president. We sent her a proposal. She met with folks at HHS, the top levels, a few weeks ago. And we're talking with her again tomorrow because we've already written legislation that is now adaptable for all 50 states to get the state legislatures to basically defund CPS, but more importantly, raise the threshold for what what they must ascertain that's considered an exigent circumstance to take a child. They have to have irrefutable evidence that this child has been harmed before they can take it. 95% of the cases, and Jay, you may know this, and you probably do too, Jack, 95% of the cases of CPS, the children do not meet the legal threshold standard to be removed. So if you now cut that caseload by having powerful legislation by 95%, they don't need that money out of DC. So you cut the money by 95%. Now all those parasitic organizations that were sucking off the federal tit, it's gone. The money is gone. And so now you can really start to, and working with other organizations, Mary Flynn O'Neill's organization and others that are building, and this is what we're working towards, is building a closed loop where you have, you know, legislation, you've got loss, you've got litigation, lawfare, and then you've got protection for these families, building the organizations that have places for children who've been rescued from this to go get rehabilitated with their families and then reintroduced to society after education. And this is what it's about. We've got to do this outside the loop of the federal government. We don't want federal money. We don't want state money. We want to do this privately, and it can be done. And the churches have to be engaged in this entire process.
Yes. Okay. That's excellent. That's excellent. Jay, you got something to say?
Yeah, I was going to lead me kind of into my question. CPS, and I know because I've seen plenty, where yes, it's necessary sometimes to get kids out of a certain environment. I've been in these places, and I was going to lead to my question for you, and there's another two parts. First, like you just said, I think you answered it. You want to privatize this. You want to get the churches more involved. You want to take this out of the government's hands. Okay, good. Please elaborate more on that. Elaborate more on that. And another thing I want to ask you, in your dealing with this, what's the most horrific thing you personally encountered when you've been dealing with CPS?
Oh my God. Where do I even begin? I'd have to just go backwards in time. I mean, we have a family in North Carolina whose child was diagnosed with cancer. Homeschool, first of all, homeschooled family, lives on a farm. They grow their own food, eat organic, very healthy. Their one child was diagnosed with some form of cancer, and they went to St. Jude's. They went to a St. Jude's facility in North Carolina, and they immediately started taking treatment. And the parents at home were very vigilant about making sure the child was not having adverse reactions like loss of blood, hemoglobin, red blood count, red blood cell count, fatigue, vomiting, all the terrible side effects of chemotherapy. And when they would go in regularly for the blood tests, first of all, the child was doing exceptionally well, thriving, looked healthy, wasn't missing any school, all this kind of stuff. But more disturbingly was the blood tests were so good that St. Jude's was starting to accuse the family of not providing the child with the home chemotherapy treatment. So they were saying, if you don't get these, if these blood tests don't show that your child is in a worse condition, we are going to assume you are not giving them the treatment. So we're going to call CPS.
Whoa.
It's like, what? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's unbelievable.
Oh, no, it's horrific. And so the child, was dutifully taking the meds. So it got so bad, the family hired a nurse at great expense to come to their house every single day, make sure, give the child the medicine, videotape the dispensing of the medicine to the child, and submit this report every single night with the nurse signing off on it. And they still wanted to.
You're saying they gave the child the medicine even though the child was doing better?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because they said, if you don't finish the treatment, we're taking your child.
I'd have been fist fighting with that doctor. We'd have been fighting, Jay.
Oh, that's trust me. I mean, listen, I'm freaking. I'm a 2-time cancer survivor, and I was freaking out. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I have 3 children. You ever lay a hand on one of my kids, I'll freaking kill you.
Yeah, they're forcing you to put medicine to make your child sicker. So that way it looks like they're, wow.
Yeah, that was, how many children have been killed in foster care?
Oh my CPS. God. How many have been the sexual assaults in foster care off the charts?
Yeah.
Off the charts. I want to say real quick though, for everybody that doesn't know, the main reason that we're in the situation that we are now is we mentioned, the Adoption and Safe Families Act of 1997, but also, they've got the cash bonuses where states get thousands of federal dollars, usually $4,000 to $6,000 per kid, and even more for special needs for every adoption they push through, but no bonuses for keeping families together or for successful reunifications. There's also like vague neglect laws that give them like unlimited power. Most removals aren't for hardcore abuse. They're for neglect, which is super subjective. A messy house, parents arguing, missed doctor visits, poverty, even refusing certain recommended medical treatments like we talked about. CPS can show up from an anonymous tip from bitter exes, nosy neighbors, even mandated reporters. They don't need proof. All they need is a preponderance of evidence, Jay.
These are like, Jack, these are like red flag laws for guns almost.
Exactly. Right. You should hear the horror stories. Kids in the system. Listen to this. Kids in the system face way higher rates of abuse, sexual exploitation, trafficking than the general population. Some estimates say 60% or more of child sex trafficking victims have CPS foster history. Traffickers allegedly recruit straight out of group homes. Adoption industry profits, private agencies, lawyers, and adoptive parents, sometimes with deep pockets. They're the ones that benefit. They create a supply of available kids while demanding more removals. You got the social engineering angle, the elite ties. I mean, there's just so much that is, it's because you got law, which is the ASFA, plus state statutes, plus federal funding. It's all basically a self-perpetuating machine.
That's exactly right. There's no incentive to reunify the families. You talk about, mandatory reporters. Another family, 5 kids. This was national news. I'm sure you've heard about it. The Rivera family. They had a 9-month-old they took in for the well visit. Doctor said, "Oh, you didn't give the child his vitamin K shot when he was born." And the father said, "Well, for religious reasons, we don't want to." "Oh, you have to. You have to." "No, we don't have to do anything." "Well, if you don't do it, I have to report you to CPS." "Do whatever you have to do." He makes the report. CPS is banging on the door. They're like, "We're fine. We don't need you." They keep coming back. They come back with police. They don't answer the door because they don't want to be harassed. No. They finally leave the state of Massachusetts, go to Texas because they don't want to be harassed. And they get arrested by U.S. Marshals in Texas. And the parents are hauled out by gunpoint in front of their 5 small children. The kids are taken away. The parents are sent to prison for $2.5 million each in Texas prison for a month. And then they're extradited back to Massachusetts. Do you know that
sick.
yeah, I know. The husband is still under criminal indictment for kidnapping his own children. They dismissed the charges for the wife before Christmas, but the family law case is now finished. But the husband is still dealing with criminal charges. I mean, this is the insanity of it all. They have one hell of a case because this is the family that never got served a proper warrant. They just didn't get served, and they arrested for that.
You're right. And this is why people say that, this is why we can't have common sense. In America, you would think in 2026, common sense would say, okay, he's allowed to reject that. And, CPS, they'd call CPS. CPS would say, that's his right to do that. But in America, we can't have we can't have common sense laws or common sense actions because of corruption. Corruption is what stops common sense. And that's why we have you would think common sense in 2026 in America would say, yeah, it's his right to do that. He's a parent. The child's not in any danger of any harm. So we're going to leave him alone. But no, the corruption says we need to do whatever we can to get that child because we'll get a bonus of $4,000 to $6,000. That's why you cannot have common sense in America in 2026. It's because of corruption.
And let me ask you, and politics plays into it. What political party are you noticing is more accepting of what you're trying to do and trying to, advance your cause?
Libertarian.
I would say probably libertarian and real Republicans, not the rhinos, but real, real conservatives, people who value God, country, family, those kinds of people. I see in your chat, you've got people that are like WTF, they ruin people's lives. Hey, Michael, he's in the chat as well. I know him. He's facing Michael Castellero. Shout out to him. I put a video up tonight. I sent it to you, Jack. These three people are being railroaded by the SEC and the Southern District of New York. They want scalps, and they're basically fabricating a crime that doesn't even exist.
Really?
But
Did
this
you
is the
text it or
government
did you
we're
send me a
dealing
DM?
with. Huh?
Did you text it to me? You said?
I think I texted it to you. Or maybe I DM'd it.
I want to check that out. That is insane. That's crazy.
Yeah. You guys should have these guys on the show. Michael Castellero is great. He'll come on your show. But they're going to New York. They get on Wednesday. They have sentencing in the Southern District of New York for a crime they didn't even commit. But the courts are fabricating a crime that does not exist. I mean, this
Michael
is like
Castellero.
the okay.
Remember that, Jay. We're going to see if we can get him on here.
I'll write it down.
I'll connect you. I'll connect you.
We appreciate it, man.
No. These are real stories. This is Gary Gensler's SEC, and let's not forget who Gary Gensler was. Gary Gensler was the CFO for the Hillary Clinton for president campaign. He's the guy that basically okayed the checks through Perkins Coie to the Steele dossier. Hello, that guy. Yeah,
the corruption is unbelievable. The corruption in America. People don't realize how deep
the corruption
it goes.
in government. I don't think Americans are corrupt.
Well, no. I mean, when you say America, just like when you say corruption in Israel, you don't think Jews. You think the government. So when I say America, I don't mean the American people in general. I just mean the government. But I guess we could separate that. The government.
I've become really good about parsing my words because people freak out if you say Israel. It's like, no, I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about the government.
You got that right. You got that.
No, that is true. That is true for sure. The whole thing sounds like to me, and I always remember at work, bureaucracy, and they would say, "Don't come in on the budget. If you come in on the budget, you're not going to get that money next time. Go over budget every time. Go over budget. Spend the money." And that seems
actually say that.
This incentive does. It says, no, you got to go over budget. You got to bring kids in. You got to do this. You got to do that, or else you're not getting the money. And that's what you're trying to cut off. That's what you're saying, cut off the head of the snake, I think.
But you got to sue. Don't you have to sue to get like incentives like that struck down by the Supreme Court? Shouldn't there be like a law? Has nobody made a lawsuit against this specific ASFA act and gotten this incentive struck down?
Well, no, we're not attacking the federal piece of it. Connie regularly is. She is she was a barred attorney. She was disbarred for the work she's doing in CPS, just like they've attacked our attorney on the American Made Foundation board. Chris Burns has had his license suspended. And they haven't even had the hearing yet. Like they're already removing his license out of the federal circuit for a state disbarment. And he's being disbarred, and his license is suspended in the state of New Hampshire because he's the guy suing Sununu when Sununu had 9 people arrested, the New Hampshire 9 for praying in a state meeting. I don't know if you remember that case 3 or 4 years ago. He's the attorney of record there. He's the attorney of record on these federal lawsuits we're filing. And we published a book. You can get this on our website. We published a book on CPS pipeline. You can get it on Amazon and Barnes and Noble, but he helped write this book as well. And it talks about and breaks down the entire, if you know anybody that's being affected by CPS, This book is so valuable because it tells you everything you need to know, including ways you can protect yourself from ever getting attacked by CPS.
The CPS pipeline. Okay.
Yeah, this is a real problem. It's a real
One question I have
problem.
about, and glad you brought your book up, Jack. Just want to ask Ann real quick. What is the one thing from that book that every parent should know? One thing from that book.
The bonus chapter, chapter 11. I'll just leave it at that.
There you go. Yeah, that's a good way to create mystery there. I like that.
Read that. Look, this book is $10. $10 on Amazon.
That's
and
not
Barnes and
bad.
Noble.
Come on now, people. We can do it. We can do it. So, Ann, we've got about maybe 7 or 8 minutes left. Real quick, why don't you tell people a little more, about yourself? Because I did like a little, the introduction at the beginning, but I mean, you've done so much different work, so much investigative work. I mean, you've really become, this national figure. Tell people not only more about yourself, but where they can find you and any other things you'd like to say.
Well, gentlemen, first of all, thanks for the opportunity to be here. It's a blast. You guys are great.
We really appreciate
you know what?
you.
I'm just this everyday citizen that, picked up a microphone in 2015, frankly, when President Trump came down the escalator. I jumped on Twitter, didn't know what it was. Stumbled into a podcast, Your Voice America, launched my own show from there in 2017 called Steel Truth. Very, very successful, popular show for a long time. Got out of that and, got active with Dr. Zelenko's foundation before Dr. Z died. And, he was the guy who wrote to Trump and said, you need to use hydroxychloroquine. And so during COVID, and so, started the Zelenko Foundation and have now, repurposed it under American Made. We have a C3 and a C4 because while I really enjoy broadcasting, I find my time is better used on a daily basis advocating for people. And who knows, there may be a political future for me one day just here locally, because I believe that local action, like General Flynn says, has a national impact. So I've kind of grown through this movement. I've learned a lot, and I've met incredible people like you guys along the way that have picked up the daily slack of generating the news out there. My good friend Mel K does the Daily Show. She's great. But I also think that it's time, I can only preach about what the problems are and solutions. Now I got to get my hands dirty. And so writing books, doing documentaries, and engaging in foundational work where we're now trying to save children and cut the head of the snake off by suing the ever-loving snot out of these scumbags that are destroying families. And if we don't, I said, we don't get our families right, our country's never going to be right. It just won't matter. It just simply won't matter. We've got to protect Americans from the criminals that are in black robes, from the criminals in DC, and from the criminals in our state legislature. There's so few good politicians out there that have our backs. You could probably count the entire country on 2 hands. That's
why we have Burchett out here, because that's why we try to have him on as much as possible, because he's excellent. But Ann, tell people where they can find you. Like, say somebody has something about CPS or something specific that they would need to contact you or your website.
Yeah, just go to It's right here on the moniker, AmericanMadeFoundation.org. If you hit the contact us, you can reach me there. You can also go to my website, AnnVandersteel.com, and you contact me through my website, AnnVandersteel.com. I do public speaking around the country. I love being out in the field talking to people. I love going into crazy parts of the world. People know me going into the jungle with Michael Yon and other nutty places. It's just what I do because I'm unafraid. And that's where being out with the people is where the story's at. Sitting behind a studio was great. But I enjoy being in front of the people. That's just what I like. So,
well,
and I
if
like
you're
helping
going to
people.
run for office, I think you'd be great. And I think we
Definitely
need people like you to run for office. Along those lines, we talked
Not
a little bit about.
easy. I'll never go federal. I'll only stay.
I think
there you go.
local and state,
and Florida needs you, so definitely think about it.
I'm not leaving this state. I love Florida.
I mean,
Vote
we
for
just
Paul
had
Renner for governor. Paul Renner for governor. Chris Gleason for Senate in Florida.
You need to run soon because we just had a Democrat win. I think like the mayor of Boca Raton or something by one vote. It was one vote.
One vote.
A Democrat won the mayor. So we need you to get out there before these Democrats, because a Democrat had not won the mayor of that town for 35 years. Now all of a sudden a Democrat. So we need you to get out there and stop these Democrats that are coming in here.
Well, you know what?
Go ahead, Ann.
We should be asking, what is the Republican Party of Florida doing for this? The RPOF, that corrupt organization, it is literally run by criminals. This is just mortifyingly embarrassing that we have a Republican Party of Florida. They are in name only. Look what happened in Miami. You hadn't seen a Democrat mayor in Miami for 35, 40 years.
Yeah, it's around the same amount of time with this one. Yep.
Right. And this is what's happening right now. And it's happening everywhere. So whether people are pissed off at Trump or they're just thinking somebody else is going to do the job, or it's just the primaries, who cares? No, No, we never take our foot off the gas. Freedom isn't
Right.
free. You constantly have to be fighting for it. There's no like free pass. This is an age-old problem. We are literally fighting the devil and the demons that want to destroy and turn us into a Marxist socialist hell. And they're doing a pretty good job at this point because we're just not on the ball.
This is what Jack and I talk about all the time on this show. You could be unhappy with certain things going on with Donald Trump's administration, the Republican Party, especially the Republican Party. But we say all the time, you have to get out and vote. And even if it's a Republican that you might not be in love with, you cannot not vote because you cannot let Democrats.
We say, what's the alternative?
No,
I mean,
it's what you just said. It's communism. It's Marxism.
Yeah,
it's
if you don't vote, it's basically a vote for the other side. If you don't vote,
you have to get out and vote. If we turn out, we win. That's how I feel. And if we turn out, we win. And all the stuff going on, the fracturing we've seen within this coalition,
that's going to cause a big. We need to have Ann back on here because that's going to cause a big problem.
Listen, I want you to get Chris Gleason. I want you to get Paul Renner on because right now the only candidates that haven't taken either AIPAC or CCP money that are running of note right now is Chris Gleason and Paul Renner. You've got Byron Donalds taking major CCP money. You have Ashley Moody, who is in Senate, who's taken CCP money.
Oh yeah,
Paul Renner, no AIPAC, no CCP money.
We would love to have you on with them. You know, we'd love to have all three of you guys on at the same time. So that would be excellent. So I'll talk to you about that, Ann, after the show. Maybe we can get that going real quick, though, guys. We only got a couple minutes left, so I gotta say, make sure everybody that you guys. In fact, I wanted to show everybody real quick of our sponsor. This right here, we like to show different things like one product a day. Okay, and I love this right here. This is a shirt that says, "I'd much rather be an American than a Democrat." I love that. I mean, I absolutely love it. And I mean, I'm a right-leaning independent. You know, I lean more right, obviously, than I would left. But I love this. I'd rather be an American than a Democrat. And this is at maxassociates.etsy.com. maxassociates.etsy.com. You can just scan it right there. Go straight to it. The best USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Absolutely wonderful. And I want to thank you so much for coming on. You've been absolutely great. And after the show, I'm going to talk to, I'm going to try to contact you, see if we can maybe get Paul Renner and Chris Gleason on. That would be awesome. We'd love to have you back too. There is so much more to talk about.
You got it, guys. It's great to be with you. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you so much, Ann.
It was a pleasure to meet you, and good luck to you. If you ever do run for that office, please, we want to be the first to know when you announce.
Yes,
when you run for office.
We'll bring you on the show immediately, Ann.
Well, I'm working on something right now in my county. I'm going to follow the good lead of Jill and Scott Kiley and create my county as a Bill of Rights sanctuary county. So people will now know that they are fortified against any sort of ridiculous BS coming out of DC.
Excellent.
We got to take a stand, guys. We got to take a stand.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Ann. We really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too.
All right, Jay. That was great. Ann is wonderful. You know, you could tell she's really smart. She knows what she's doing. You know, absolutely brilliant. A great investigative journalist. So that was a lot of fun. We definitely got to have her back on. And Paul Renner and Chris Gleason. They would be great to have all three of them on. What do you think, Jay?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, listen, I think Byron Donalds is going to be very tough to beat. I mean, he's got the president's
You know what? We should have him on sometime too. Just because I mean, I like to have people of all different. You know, that's why we have different people on. Like when we had Roger Stone and Tim Burchett, just people of different thought processes. You know.
Yeah. No. Absolutely. I just think and what I wanted to get I want to get to is. Say it is Byron Donalds who's going to be the nominee for the Republican side in Florida. I think. Listen. He's got a good chance. It's very likely. Just like I said, he's got President Trump's endorsement. He's got a ton of money. And we know that money talks in these races. It's very hard to beat somebody with a war chest like he has. But the point is, if it does end up being Byron Donalds, Republicans, whether, and obviously sees it, isn't going to support him first. But someone like her, if it ends up being him, you have to rally around Byron Donalds. Or if it's the other one, if it's the person, Paul, that she supports.
Well, yeah, whoever ends up being the nominee, of course we have to. But that's the problem, Jay. With the fracturing, feelings cause problems. And believe it or not, Jay, no, I'm sorry to say it, but sticks and stones are not as bad as words anymore. Okay, words can never hurt you. No, nowadays in America, people are soft. They are soft. No, they are mentally soft, okay? Words hurt more than sticks and stones.
Anna's still with us, Jack. She just put in the chat. She put, ask Byron about the CCP money.
Oh,
yes, we would.
We got one more second, and you got something. let's bring Ann back in for 1 second. She's still here. What you wanted to say, Ann, real quick? Let me pull you up.
No, you have to ask Byron Donalds about all the CCP money he's taken.
We will.
It has been
We
proven.
definitely
There's
will.
a company called iGas. It's a Florida.
If we can get him on, we're going to try to have you on with him. We're going to try to get both y'all on at the same time.
Great.
Okay, we got to go.
Welcome to Flyover Conservative Podcast
But
with
Ann,
David and
thank you again
Stacey
so much
Whited,
for coming
where we
on.
break down current events and examine
Have a great
culture
day.
through the lens of conservative Christian values.
All right, Jay. You know, it was a great show. You know, Ann was
fantastic.
excellent.
We
and,
could have just had a conversation with Ann for
There's a lot of people that
we could have gone.
think
You
they
know
know what's
when you and
going
me
on.
first
There's a lot of
started,
people see
man,
what's
we gotta
going
go.
on.
I
A
ain't
lot
got
of people
time to
talk
talk
about
about
what's
this.
going on.
All
But
right, for Jay
not
Gatling,
a
I am
lot
Jack
of people
Dayton.
are actually on the
Thank you
front
for watching
lines
Secret America.
making things go on, making things
You've
happen.
been listening to
Today's guest
Secret
has
America.
impacted not just me, but millions of people around the world. Those are impacted by his work. Now, on the other side of it, there's the thousands of innocent lives that he's working to be God's hand to pull them out of the darkest spaces, the darkest environments that there could possibly be. I bet as we get into this, a lot of you are going to remember the first time you heard his name, the first time you heard of the movie that was made about his work, and then have you continued to follow, because we're in a world full of distractions and noises and an ongoing crisis, and you kind of move on from one thing to the next, to the next, to the next. And this is a guy that hasn't stopped chopping the same tree. He hasn't moved on. He is chopping the same tree and is doing what God's called him to do. We're going to get into a lot of stuff. I'm going to hear some stories that are going to blow you away today. Mr. Tim Ballard.
Welcome back.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. So good to be back with you guys. Thank you so much.
Well, okay, so for our audience to know, where are you standing right now? Because this is a big deal.
I'm in a very sacred place. Behind me is the tomb of the patriarchs. That's the burial place of Abraham and Sarai. And it's a very important place for both Jews and Christians. And we decided to come here just for this podcast.
I love it. I love it. That is amazing.
Raise the bar. I want to just bring people up to speed, and I'd love to have played the trailer here for it, but I'm sure every one of our listeners have seen it at least once, the movie Sound of Freedom, based on your real-life actual work. We were with Jim Caviezel at a showing in Las Vegas before it was distributed. They were still trying to find distribution, and Hollywood was kind of pushing and fighting on that. I remember talking to him, and talk about two impactful things. Mel Gibson told him that playing Christ in The Passion of the Christ, which we just watched over Easter again, would change not only his career but his life forever. And then he talked about the information he learned about how real the world that you had been operating in was, and how impactful that was on the trajectory of his life. The way that you couldn't unsee it, and there's more that he saw and more he became aware of than was even in the film. I just want to commend you for everything that you've done as being a part of all that. And I think there's a sequel coming out that's going to be coming up in the future. And then they've even made a kind of, because some people are like, well, that's fictional. It's a person, it's an actor. It's Hollywooded up. And then you've actually gone with cameras, and they made like, okay, let's just take the cameras. We'll show you what we're doing. And that's coming out soon. So catch people up on your work that's happened post Sound of Freedom. Bring them up to speed here.
Yeah, so you alluded to a very significant thing that happened. 5 years, Sound of Freedom sat on the shelf. Disney had it. Everyone turned it down. We don't know what was going on, other than the devil did not want the world to see this film. Yep. It broke out because one brave studio that brought you The Chosen, Angel Studios, took it on. 100 million people saw that movie, more than that now.
Wow.
And the elites couldn't stop that from happening, so then they took aim at me and my family. They came down on me. People inside the LDS church started it. They had a lot to cover up, and that's coming out. Check out Backfire, the excommunication story of Tim Ballard. They excommunicated me from the church with nothing, no trial, no evidence. They just defamed me. You wouldn't believe what these people did. And then they provided cover for all the traffickers, the bad guys, to come in with their lawfare. It was a coordinated hit. They came out with Vice News, pro-pedophile, anti-Christian news outlet owned by George Soros. People inside the LDS church, the PR department, lied to them about me, and started this wave of just absolute evil collusion against the fight against child trafficking. But we would not stop. We would not stop. And one of the reasons we know we won is because what they didn't want you to see, they didn't want you to see Sound of Freedom. But to your point, at least with Sound of Freedom, they had an excuse, a fake excuse. Ballard's not Caviezel. Caviezel's not Ballard. It's all fake. It was based on a true story, but fine. Let us show you something very real that's doing just as well as Sound of Freedom in certain markets. It's called Hidden War. It comes out in about a week or two. Angel Studios, again, putting it out. It's a docu-film. It documents a huge rescue operation, probably the biggest one I've ever led, outside of the one we did here in the Middle East in October. But we started the war in Ukraine. We went right into the war, bombs dropping, to look for child traffickers, and we found them. And we run through 6 countries, 3 continents. We end up in Latin America, taking down a child sex hotel, all from leads we got in the Ukraine war. It's a crazy story, all real, nothing recreated. These people will not win. The elites are running cover for child traffickers, and they're happy to do that because they have things to cover. And if we don't unmask the whole thing, we're not going to stop this, okay? And you know, sometimes hitting the traffickers and the pedophiles is sometimes just the branches. The root is the elites, the deep states, the deep churches, the deep institutions that are running cover for the traffickers. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want you to know what they've been covering up. And so this is a much bigger fight. It's the fight of the Lord is what he wants. I can tell you he wants more. He's the God, remember, that said, suffer the little children, they come unto me, and better than a millstone they hang about your neck. And that applies to all these people, whether they wear suits or whether they're traffickers on the border. It doesn't matter. They are all abusing children, and they know what their consequence is, and we know what it is, and we're not going to stop. We will fight for the Lord. He loves these children, and Hidden War is another left hook from Jesus in response to those who would even use his name to persecute and run cover for pedophiles. It's pretty sick. It's pretty amazing. But Hidden War comes out. Everybody should watch it. They have no excuse on this. Angel Studios in about a week or two.
I love that. And that doesn't make any sense, Tim, that somebody would say, oh, that's an actor. Jim Caviezel wasn't. I mean, that is the craziest thing I have ever heard. How many movies do you go to that the real life hero is the actor? I mean, I've never heard of that before in my life.
Then Jesus' death on the cross, you know.
Well, that was an actor doing that. I mean, that is
Caviezel
so
pretending.
ridiculous.
These guys are desperate. They are desperate. Remember, 5 years, a movie that did that well was shut down by every studio for 5 years. They could have made that money, but they would rather not make that money than have what we exposed. So that tells you how big this fight is.
Well,
and
so
they're
is
going to
Passion.
lie about anything.
So is Passion of the Christ, and you know the story with that goes back to Harvey Weinstein and a lot of people that wanted that shelved and put away. Going back on
That's
that
right.
movie. We have your link down below at tbfrescue.org. TBF Rescue, Tim Ballard Foundation Rescue.org. tbfrescue.org. It's on there. You're out on the ground doing these things because people that can't say, okay, hey, I can paint a house and fix a car and do the things I'm doing, and I'm going to help support you actually being there. You were actually on the ground in life-threatening situations over the last couple of days, and I want to get into that. But I want to frame your work for something. As I've been thinking about this, we were talking with Julie Green, and we saw you were on with her, and while you're doing it, like a missile got shot down by the dome.
David Sling?
David
Is that what
Sling.
they call it?
David Sling is the anti-missile weaponry they have.
That was
That's what they call it.
crazy.
I mean,
You're live and it was happening.
Like
right above us. Yeah, I was like, wow.
You're not just like
That was the second time
theoretically
we'd seen that. Yeah.
theoretically on the front line. You're actually on the front line with debris from missiles coming down while you do interviews. You kind of go. They talk about 9/11 a lot. The people who ran towards danger, any kind of a rescue worker, the people that run towards the problem are a special breed. You're the most special among them. And as I've thought about you, there's this poem I want to read real quick because it frames your work, because it's easy to be a keyboard warrior, living in Fort Lauderdale or something and be an expert on something you know nothing about and see something.
Salt Lake City, yeah.
Yeah, or Salt Lake City or wherever. Roosevelt, I think he did this in a speech in Paris for the first time, but it's called The Man in the Arena. Most people are aware of it. I just want to read it again because as you hear these words, it's Tim. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena with missiles being shot down over his head while he's still sitting there not blinking. I did that part myself. Whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs and comes up short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do deeds, who knows the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause. Man, this is you. Who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat. That should be on a T-shirt with your picture. That should be on a coffee mug with your picture. Like you symbolize everything about that poem that people have had in locker rooms and business offices and corporate boardrooms. When they read that, it gives them goosebumps and inspires them to be something more, to do something more. You are the something more. You are the doing something more, and anything that we can do to help keep you in the fight, going places others can't, is unbelievable. And I'm anxious to hear the stories of the last couple of days, how you're doing just exactly that.
Well, thank you guys so much. It means so much, and it's your audience and people like Julie Green's audience that keeps us going. We've been all over the world. We came back from a huge operation in the Caribbean. I came right from there to here. We've been in Brazil, Colombia, the U.S. We're working to recover these hundreds of thousands of children that were lost during the Biden administration. But this operation is one of the most sensitive ones. We came out here last August because in July 15th, something happened that was very underreported, almost not reported. ISIS in Syria attacked this beautiful Christian city and Druze city. The Druze are really just ancient Christians, if you dig deep into it and go talk to them. And ISIS had killed them under their mandate from what they believe is their religious doctrine. Okay, and unfortunately, they do get it from their original text. If we're brave enough to talk about the truth about political Islam, they attack these people, 3,000 people massacred, babies raped, thrown off roofs, women raped and then killed. Like the worst atrocities you can imagine. And I'm getting this feed live from people on the ground in Sueda. Sueda is the city, the Christian Druze city in southern Syria. 800,000 people there. And we had done this work before. We'd been in Iraq when ISIS attacked the Christians in Yazidis in the Nineveh plains in northern Iraq. So we had experience in this. And so we jumped on a plane and we just went out there just knowing that Jesus would tell us what to do once we got there, because we couldn't get into Syria. We worked with the Israeli IDF. They let us in. They let us in through the military gate. We got intel, helped on some rescues of some Christian and Druze babies out there. We ended up going back to D.C. We briefed Congress. Congress started supporting us. Ambassador Huckabee, who's just an amazing individual. I'm so grateful to God that he's here as the ambassador. And so they supported us. But what it came down to is we had to prove that they did create the U.S. government during this time set the conditions for a ceasefire between Jordan and Syria. They came together with the U.S. watchdogging it, and they made an agreement that there would be no more attacks by ISIS. And if there were attacks, then that would be a violation of the ceasefire, and then the U.S. government could come in with the Red Cross and support a corridor, a humanitarian corridor that would be able to open up the free movement of goods and people. We hope that corridor can turn into a free market zone, and there are big plans. But there was no evidence, true evidence, that they had been violating it every night, every day, and they were. So me and Matt Cooper, who you talked to, is sitting right here. Hi, Matt Cooper.
Hi, Matt.
So we did something, even crazier than anything you saw in Son of Freedom. We decided, and we felt the Lord blessing us. We jumped into taxis back in October, and we just drove through the city, through southern Syria, just as if we were just tourists. And we broke through the entire city is being besieged by ISIS. We got through, we got in, we got the intel, we treated the scene like a crime scene. We got all the evidence, and we can testify now to that. And then we had to get back out. That was crazy. We knew we really needed Jesus to come help us on that one, because we knew they would take us, and they did. On the way out, it wasn't so easy as it was on the way in. And they took us twice at two different checkpoints. And the second one was very, very scary. It was ISIS, the black uniforms. You got to understand, it's lawlessness in the southern part of Syria. It's like anyone can set up a checkpoint. It could be a Bedouin, it could be ISIS, it could be the regime. You don't know, and sometimes it's all mixed together. But these guys had black uniforms, AK-47s. They approached our taxi, they pulled us out, and we just surrendered to God, not to them, to God. and a miracle happened. A miracle happened. This black SUV comes ripping down the road. This guy jumps out. You've heard us call him, we don't know what else to call him, but we call him the Disney Prince hair guy because that's what he looked like to me. It's like, oh, it's like, I could almost hear like, you know, like a Disney theme song as he jumped out of the SUV and his hair was like
Prince Eric,
like David from like Prince Eric or something. And we're like, is this our executioner or is this guy going to help us? He's like, you two get in my car. And we could tell that the ISIS guys were like responding to him. And then Matt Cooper had this amazing idea before he got in the car because he saw the calm over the faces of these ISIS militants, and he got a selfie. We'll send it to you guys. You can look at it, and that way we captured all their faces. So when the calm ended, if this was like a Jedi or a Jesus mind trick, like these are not the drones we're looking for, kind of thing.
Yeah,
that could have died down, and like they'll remember we got your pictures, you know, because we still have an hour down the road to get back into Jordan. And this guy, luckily, was, to me, sent from God because he turned the car around and jetted back towards the border where we wanted to go back to Jordan. And he turns around, he gives us chilled Red Bulls and Bounty candy bars. I kept my candy bars. It's actually in my office under the framed picture of that Teddy Roosevelt quote that you guys just read. Someone gave that to me, and I thought, yeah. So that is there. And anyway, so we go through the Bedouin zone, and against our better advice, we're like, hey, do you want to go around like we came in? The Bedouins are dangerous. The Bedouins, at least in Syria, are not so much in Israel. It's a different kind of Bedouin group. But he took us. He said, no, we're fine. Like, this is crazy. These guys are just as dangerous. He rips through there. I put my headphones on. This beautiful song I'd never heard. I'm embarrassed that I haven't when I tell the story. Like, you never heard that song before? Apparently, it's like a really famous song in the evangelical community called "This Is How I Fight My Battles."
Oh yeah, it's a
it may look like
one.
I'm surrounded, but I'm surrounded by you. Someone just told me yesterday that the group that sings that is called Upper Room. If you go to on that same trip, I did a video of the Upper Room, the Upper Room in Jerusalem. Everyone should watch that video. I explained a lot of important things that have been going on since the Sound of Freedom. We go in there, the music comes on, and a brownout, a sandstorm begins, envelops our car. And Matt, you can attest to this. Even the Disney Prince hair guy's pumping the brakes. The sandstorm is so enveloping our car, and we can't see them, and they can't see us. And this guy, like as if he called it down, just like boom, boom. And the coolest part of the whole story of that, we'll call it the Exodus, the Matt and Tim Exodus. This guy starts talking Arabic into his phone. And we read it, and Matt reads it and immediately starts getting emotional. I get emotional. He says, I'm sorry about my brothers. I want to help you rescue kids, which told us, okay, he knows who we are. And he said, the problem is these guys don't understand the covenant. And my mind just went, because that's all I've been studying, is the end time covenant, this covenant that Jehovah makes everybody and offers to everybody, Jews, Gentiles, Muslims, atheists, anyone who will come take hold of his covenant. It's a very important message right now. So for him to say this, and we don't know exactly still who he is, but we will find out someday. He saved our lives. He saved our lives. And that night we made it across the border. By the way, when we got out of the Bedouin zone, the sandstorm ended immediately, and it was a blue sky, like no wind. Like, what was that?
It's like a cover or something. Truly, like covered.
It may feel like I'm surrounded, but I'm surrounded by you. That was it. He gave the theme song. He gave the theme song to the brownout.
That is amazing. Can you also share, Tim? Because I think I heard you say before you guys went on that you had a bunch of pictures with President Trump and different things like that you made sure were on your phone. Can you talk about that and why that's significant?
Yes, thank you. That is important. So we designed our trip. The U.S. had made the agreement with Syria and Jordan, again, that would trigger a response from the U.S. government if there were a violation of the ceasefire, right? So we that agreement was made, and then we looked at the calendar and like, okay, when are we going to go in to prove they're violating it? We knew they were violating it but we couldn't prove it until we got on the ground and became witnesses for this nation, the Jewish nation. And so we realized that President Trump was scheduled to fly into Jerusalem that Monday. He was there to make sure that the hostages got out of Gaza and returned back to Israel. So we timed our trip so we'd be coming home either the day before, the day of his arrival, and I was banking on the fact that I knew that these guys are scared of President Trump, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. They know he's not just talking; he's going to act.
Yeah.
So I worked in the Trump administration in 2017-18. I co-chaired the Private-Public Commission for Counsel to End Human Trafficking. So I had pictures of me and Trump in the Situation Room, in the White House, and so I front-loaded my phone with those pictures. And when the regime, so the guys who first took us on the first checkpoint heading out of Sueda, they took us for about 45 minutes. It was intense. They're yelling at us. I'm thinking if we go upstairs, that's probably like the water board room or something. Like we're just praying, staying calm. And I saw them look at my phone. I can't attest as to what they were looking at, but when I saw them look, and I thought they're looking at the pictures right now. I'm hoping, and their whole demeanor changed. They walked up to us. They start patting Matt on the shoulders. It's like, "Oh, we're so sorry. We made a mistake. You're free to go."
Wow.
And so it's like, okay, checkpoint 1 down. We have 8 more to go. And unfortunately, it was like a mile later, like the very next checkpoint. And it's like black uniforms. I'm like, I don't know if the left hand's talking to the right hand. I don't know if that same trick's gonna work. Jesus, what else you got? What else you got? Like that's as far as our little minds can go. Like we only got through one.
He sends out the Disney-haired prince to help you.
He sends the Disney prince hair guy to come in and some angelic figure in my mind, and then he, that night, the craziest thing is we're going through this, and we finally came up for air. We're in a restaurant in Amman, Jordan, eating hummus in this nice restaurant, and we're looking at each other like, what just happened?
Yeah.
And how are we sitting here eating hummus? And then the next day we're crossing the border in Jerusalem, handing over the evidence. It was very surreal, but that's what it's like when you just give it over to Jesus and like do all you can and know he's going to do the rest. You live a very surreal existence, and I'm happy to live it. It's kind of comforting.
That is beautiful.
And most people spend their life, they're at church, they're home, they're at work, they go to Texas Roadhouse for dinner. They're kind of in this flow, and it's that you have these stark breaks, like like the Sound of Freedom. The scene of you going into the camp. It's the big climax at the end, and there's like the guy with all the guns, and you're sneaking into the cabins, and then you pull out of that. Then you got to adapt to real life, and you're walking past people that are concerned about, the traffic or, what's going on.
Oh, it's so hard. You nailed it.
How do you bounce between those two worlds of this real reality, your life on the line, and seeing these things, and then, then sit and eat hummus and be like, blend in with everybody else, and they're, like it's normal.
It is very hard. It's a very weird thing, because you're back pretty soon, because how fast we can travel, you're back into regular life, and you're looking around, and it's depressing. And then you look at these idiots who are just cold-hearted fools who are like just constantly, they'll never stop accusing me of being a liar, or I've been accused of everything. And it's like you come out of these things and you have people like trying to stop you from rescuing kids. They don't even know why, by the way. Like, look at them, like bodies get possessed. I swear to you, you know this. I mean, we're not fighting flesh and blood, right? We're fighting principalities. We're fighting a spiritual war. And otherwise good people are just on the keyboard warriors, or people inside the LDS churches lying with impunity, thinking that it's in the name of Jesus Christ, by the way. It's nuts. It's nuts. And they can't even understand that they are working for the other side. And that's how chaotic the world is right now. And then just good people just walking around and, like you said, complaining about the traffic. And I was just hugging a little girl who had just watched her family be shot through the head, and she just barely missed. Like, that's her life. That's her reality. And then 3 days later, I'm in a different reality. And it's like, guys, if everybody would just turn to God and focus on what's important, and we can all be part of this light in these end times and make this covenant, like, we should all be fighting this, because there's no time for lukewarmism. There's no time for this middle ground of selfishness. Everybody needs to, I mean, the dark's going to get darker, the light's going to get lighter, and everybody is going to have to choose. On Isaiah 55, end time, Jehovah speaking through Isaiah, he says, attention, take hold of this covenant, make it or don't make it. Like, that's where we're at. The line is drawn. And there's not going to, it's time for choosing. Everyone's going to have to choose one side or the other. And we know that Jesus' side wins. So you should probably choose that side, but it takes effort. You can't be consumed in just a selfish world of just like, Texas Roadhouse and the Kardashians or whatever on TV.
Right.
Like, there's no time for that anymore. It's one side or the other, and everyone's going to make a choice. And I hope they choose the covenant.
That I agree 100%. Can you tell us, for some of us that may be new, you mentioned the Druze, but a little bit more about the Druze and kind of what's going on with them now, and how should we be praying, and what does that look like?
Thank you. Yeah, so the Druze have been around for thousands of years, and these are really interesting people. When we got in there, we learned who they were. I was used to working with the Yazidi people in Iraq, and I kind of thought that was the same thing. It's not the same thing. These people, I get in there, they say, do you know who we are? We're a lost tribe of Abraham. That's what they told me. We're a lost tribe of Abraham. And this is something I've studied for many years. I've published books about this theme. I didn't tell them that. I was just shocked at what they were saying to me. And they were saying all the things, they said, Messiah is Jesus. We know this. That's why they worship with the Christians out there. And it's like, who are you people? Like, I just felt this spirit about them. And unfortunately, even though we got the intel back, so many things are going on in the Middle East that everybody has to thread a needle on this. And the Druze are still, there's a tension on them, that's good, but we had to come back because the Druze are still being besieged. Like, we haven't established this humanitarian corridor yet. And we think there's a great opportunity. I just met with all the Druze this week, and they're talking to me what they want, because I just feel like I'm supposed to just witness for them and represent them. We have great people in Congress. We have a great ambassador here in Israel, and everybody cares about the Druze. There's 200,000 Druze people in Israel, too. They are IDF soldiers. They are in the Knesset. They love the Jews. The Jews love them. Like, and so the Jewish people, the state of Israel, is very much pro-Druze as well, but they're still being besieged. It's 5 days without bread right now. And we've tried airdrops, but we got to establish this corridor. And so we think this is a good opportunity. Why do we come out right now? Because a couple weeks ago, the ISIS attacked Sueda again, the Druze again. And this time the IDF struck back, which we were hoping they would do since July of last year, but they hadn't for political reasons. They took advantage of the fact that we're, I think, in the fog of war kind of thing, and they showed their true spirit that they want to protect them. They struck at ISIS, it pushed them back, and so we're thinking this is the time. Now's the time, as hopefully the ceasefire with Iran holds, and we can kind of help shape how this outcome unfolds, and hopefully in a net positive to the Druze people. Establish the corridor now that we are here. Trump has troops out here. He's got the mandate under the agreement to create the corridor. Let's create the corridor, and then let's evolve it into a free market zone, a security buffer zone, and get the Druze the freedom that they want and they deserve under God, to worship God freely and to live their lives and to be gathered, in their words, with Israel.
Amen.
Talk about everywhere you go. I mean, the common thread is, in Colombia, the Caribbean, you're now in Islamic nations, is the manipulation, abuse, and use of the most vulnerable, which is children. Yeah. Islam specifically, in its own writing, I'm not putting words in their book and their leaders proclaim free use of children. Muhammad had, I think, a 9-year-old wife, to start with. And then the other place you get a lot of resistance is the Mormon Church. There's been more coming out with this odd tie with Mormon charities funding Islamic terrorist groups, turning over facilities to become mosques here in the United States as that's unfolding. You seem to be in the crosshairs between these major religious movements, and the thing you wake up in the morning is, I'm protecting children, yet the Mormon Church and Islam seem to be the two things that are coming after you financially and physically.
Yeah, it's so bizarre. It's so bizarre to watch this. I had announced my run for the Senate at President Trump's request. I was in Bedminster in August of 23. and I announced on the Sean Spicer show I was going to do it. Didn't really want to do it. I like the freedom to be independent. I can be a better service to the U.S. government, I think, at least right now, in a place where I can be independent. I can go in this way, though, with that. I'm completely deniable. You know, like if I can't screw up politically the White House policy, I'm a humanitarian, but I'm here to serve. I'm here to help. I don't take money from them. I have to be independent. I gave a briefing to Congress, and this beautiful Christian congresswoman from, I think, South Carolina, came up to me after my briefing. This was between my 2 trips into Syria. She said, who do you work for? You work with State Department, CIA? I said, and I meant as a joke, but it came off like, no, actually, that's true. I said, I work for Jesus only, because there's no red tape, there's no deep state, and the retirement benefits are phenomenal.
Oh, that's so good.
She laughed, and I said, actually, that's true. It's not just a joke. And so we can just focus on the children. And that's what's so upsetting to me is people inside. I don't blame the whole church. I think there's good people at the top who are, I know this, are appalled that they did this to me and my family. But 3 weeks later, a nonprofit can't meddle in elections, by the way. That could be a crime, a federal election violation. So anyway, I announced that I'm going to run. And then 3 weeks later, Doug Anderson, the PR director, just comes out and lies about me. Says that I never did projects associated with them. I've done so many projects. I've published $4 million worth of books with them. And so it's such a joke. And they defamed one of the apostles who was a good friend of mine, saying that he cut me off. We talked to him the next day. He said, I didn't cut you off. These guys are using my name. And then he was dead a few weeks later. Like, what's going on? Something's going on that ain't good. But I can tell you that Jesus is tired of institutions. He talks about them all through the end time prophecies in Isaiah. That these people there's so much corruption in all these institutions that they use Jesus' name for their own purposes, and they violate his scripture. I mean, you know, Matthew 5, Matthew 18, come to your brother if there's an accusation. They did the opposite of that. They were proactively disobedient to Matthew 5, these people claiming to be the voice of Jesus Christ, his PR director and whoever else supported him. And they go and defame me to a pro-pedophile magazine owned by George Soros without even talking to me. How anti-Jesus is that? Yeah. Right. And so they have no problem working against the name of Jesus in the name of Jesus. That's a violation beyond any, like, it's so beyond. But the bottom line is, I know where Jesus stands on children, and he doesn't care about these institutions as important as they think they are, whether it's whatever religious institutions. I mean, the worst one, like you pointed out, you're absolutely right. I've studied those texts. Like, I've read the Quran so many times, and gotta be careful. I'm in a place where I got to be careful. Yep. But it's true what you said. Okay. You know, they, as part of their doctrine, that's what they teach. That's in there. You know, yes, he married an 8-year-old named Aisha. He was consummated at 9 years old. So everybody says we can do it. We can do it too. In fact, we should do it. And they are doing it. They're doing it everywhere in all these countries that carry that brand. And we have to stop it. You know, I know where Jesus stands on this. Again, suffer the little children that come unto me, and better that a millstone be hung about your neck, and on and on and on. He is not going to let these guys do this. He doesn't care who they are, by the way. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're wearing a suit and think you have an important position in a church, and you're lying and cheating and violating his words, and kids are getting hurt as an outcome. You're in such big trouble. You're in such big trouble. When this end times, gets to its outcome and Messiah comes back, and that goes with everybody. That's part of the covenant line. I'm telling you, kids are the number one thing. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. It's so important to understand. People can't comprehend why there's so many, like, Epstein Island stuff, and why there's so many people that want to be with children, want to engage in this wickedness with children. And the reason, to me, has become very clear. As Satan is real, his minions are real, his demons are real. They want to sit. He wants to sit in the throne of God. He cannot. He wants to punch God. He cannot. And so he punches the thing. He attacks the thing that he knows is most precious to God. The thing that more than anything else is in the image of God. And that is children. Yeah. That is an innocent child. And so the more Satan can influence people to attack children, whether it's direct violation, physical, mental, emotional, whether it's institutional, giving cover because you're afraid of PR, so you're covering up and making sure that kids' voices aren't heard. Okay, doesn't matter. You are facilitating Satan's plan to hurt the thing that's most in the image of God, and there are consequences for that are serious. Imagine Jesus, the Prince of Peace, speaking words that are mafioso. They are. better than a millstone be hung about your neck and you toss
Yeah.
into the sea. Like, this is the Prince of Peace speaking those words. He's making a point. He's making a point. Don't mess with my children. He's serious, and you should take him at his word.
On March 7th,
Exactly right.
you shared a post. It's about Tim Tebow's work. It's on your X, and I encourage people to follow you. It's at Tim Ballard on X, as well as make sure, if you're just listening, tbfrescue.org is your website.
We'll put it in the notes as well, so you have all this.
Struggling to wrap my head around this, Tim Tebow gave Congress a map with 338,000 unique IP addresses in the United States that have traded shared images of children being abused in the past 6 months. And nobody is talking about it. That's not the lead story on CNN and Fox every night. The IP addresses are listed on there. They can go knock, 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 and show up there for that. Why is we're going to stand before God at some point? I want to stand before. If I can't be you on the front line doing it, I want to fund and support you and be a part of making what you're doing possible. We spent a lot of time with Tim and making what he does possible.
Tim Tebow.
Yeah,
those are such inspirational figures. But there, I heard a pastor say one time about drugs. He goes, there is no 8-track tape cartel. It's because nobody's consuming it. Nobody wants the product. There are cartels, a movement for things that there's a demand for.
That's right.
There's a line in the sand. Are we for these things or against them? Are we just against it mentally, or are we actually standing against it? And why is America? We have the best founding documents, one nation under God. We're May 17th, President Trump is rededicating us one nation under God. But how can we be one nation under God and not bring the full force like we have on Iran the last few days up on those red dots that Tim Tebow put on the screen?
I'm going to start my answer quoting Dietrich Bonhoeffer in World War II. He said, "You've seen it. You can't say you haven't seen it. And to not speak is to speak at this point. To not act is to act at this point." And what Tim Tebow is doing, God bless him, that software I've used since the early 2000s. This has been going on since the early 2000s. We've had the technology to track and trace IP addresses, and literally it's the work of a day to get a search warrant and go knock it down. When I was using that software and doing that for 12 years in the government, we were only looking at 15% of those IP addresses, looking at them and then acting on those we can, because they're so numerous. You're right. Why on earth is that not the number one thing? The reason is because people don't know about it still. That's it. They don't. We in a republic, the people get loud, the government acts. And we're not getting loud enough. This is why I thank you for letting us talk about this and for supporting Tim Tebow and his efforts. We have to get louder and louder. And we're fighting something. We're fighting this amnesia, this spiritual amnesia, or even otherwise decent people just turn a blind eye. It's hard. You see one of these children, you hear one of these stories, and you superimpose I've done it so many times. I get it. It hurts. You superimpose your own child's face onto the kid on the screen, whether it's Sound of Freedom or Hidden War, and you just rather not look at it. But this is the line in the sand. Just go back to the covenant, guys. You have to engage this covenant with God. You can't. It's not a neutral thing. It's not not to speak is to speak. Not to act is to act. And we're all going to be condemned if we choose not to act, because it hurts. It's okay that it hurts. Let it hurt. As a Christian, your life is supposed to sometimes be miserable, and that's okay. It's okay because he makes up for it. He expects us to follow his example. Look at the apostles. He told them, you're going to get beat up, and most of you are going to be killed. During the Olivet prophecy, and they said, okay, that's okay. Right. It's okay. Let's do it. This it's okay to get hurt. I've been hurt so much, and I just let's go. Jesus stays with me. And by the way, when you get hurt and you go to him, he heals you pretty quick and puts you and advances you on the path. That's a cool concept. It's biblical and it's real. And so this is the covenant. The covenant's a proactive thing. It's not reactive. It's not just like, hey, yeah, I go to church on Easter and I say prayers before I go to Texas Roadhouse. That's not cutting it. That's not going to cut it. It's not going to cut it. You got to jump on the other side. You got to make the covenant. Isaiah 55, grab hold of it. And that means you engage it. And one way to engage this covenant, for sure, is to help rescue kids any way you can. Because it's the number one crime against Jesus right now is the violation and the abuse of his children, guaranteed.
No doubt about it. And something that was so encouraging, we absolutely love Julie. David said that earlier. You were on with Julie Green, and you talked about how her audience and ministry, how it supported you and how it has really helped to get to these children. And I think that's really important because sometimes we think, oh, I'm just giving a little bit. I don't know what this really does. But man, when you've got a group of people that come together, we can do major things with our finances. And we absolutely love Julie. We love her ministry. We love her audience. And I know that our flyover audience can do the exact same thing. We can all come together, link arms and be like, how can we help to save families? How can we help to save these children? So let's talk about how we can actually donate. So we can go to tbfrescue.org. tbfrescue.org. You can donate there to be a part of this. I mean, this is absolutely amazing. We don't have to be there on the front lines, but man, we can help to support what Tim and his team are doing to save lives. I mean, this is so important. Don't let this go, Flyover family. Don't say, oh, I'll get to it later. This is something we do
please,
right
guys.
now.
Yeah. We need help because we have been so active. The demand for our services is, like I said, we've been in like 5 countries in the last couple of months. If you're following us, and those resources go fast. We're very careful with them, but they go fast. And we need to stay here. We need to stay until this mission is done. We promise to go to the darkest corners of the earth. We've showed that. The light we bring is the light that they give us, whether it's prayers or resources. We need that resource to take into the places, and that we can't do without help. So please, if you find it in your hearts, please help us. If not, pray. But we have a big mission, and we got to go back to Latin America. We have a huge operation going on there right now, so we're jumping back and forth. We're working in the U.S. And guys, people say, well, how come the government? We can't. I just explained to you, we can't be attached to any government. We will not take government money, even if offered. We don't seek grants because we have to be independent, working for Jesus. No deep state, no red tape. We have to work for Him. And so we will not be attached officially to any government so that we can just do what He needs us to do without the deep states trying to stop us. And they will try to stop us. So help us stay independent so we can work directly for the Lord and get His work done.
Man, okay, so I remember hearing something about like 90,000 children, and then there's obviously hundreds of thousands more. But talk about that.
Yes.
I think that's important to know these numbers too.
Yeah, between 2020 and 2024, we know that upwards of 400,000 foreign children were brought through the southern border because Kamala and Biden opened the border for political gain. We know that. They thought all these foreigners coming in illegally would then vote Democrat. And they knew that. They knew that they were willing to do that, even though it meant that the blood of children would be on their hands. I know they know this. I briefed then Senator Kamala Harris in the Senate Judiciary Committee. They know damn well that what they were doing was going to lead to children being trafficked, and they didn't care. Politics over children is the name of their game, and that's a really bad thing.
Yep.
So now what do we have? President Trump came in, shut down the border, and that one move probably rescued more kids than any person ever lived in history because it took the wind out of the sails of the traffickers. But now we have this problem. The number one demand for child sex in terms of consuming and producing child exploitation material is the United States, unfortunately. So sad. And now they don't have to travel outside, and we don't have to catch them in Cancun or Puerto Vallarta or something, because the HHS under Biden literally became a child trafficking delivery service. They brought those kids in. Anyone could come down and check them out. It was literally more difficult to adopt. This is not hyperbole. It was more difficult to adopt a cat from a shelter and go down and take one of these foreign children and say, I'm your sponsor. Sign here. Just sign that you are the sponsor. Yes. The kids came across with I saw this with phone numbers written on their arms. They call a sponsor. Oh yeah. Well, what's your address? We'll send the kid to you. That's what I'm telling you. HHS, who took those children, became a child trafficking delivery service with your taxpayer dollars. Okay. This is a national sin, second only to the transatlantic slave trade. Truly, it's that bad. And we are now doing our best. Tom Holman is doing an amazing job, but he's taking all this heat from the left about, ICE is the Gestapo and blah, blah, blah. These guys are the ones going to find these kids. And they have recovered 90,000. I've been working with General Michael Flynn and also Bobby Kennedy, who testified before Congress several months ago and said it. He said what I just said. He said, these kids are being trafficked by HHS, and we got to clean it up. So we have a plan that we're moving along to try to identify these kids. I've met their families. They're grieving families in Latin America who are like, our kids got kidnapped. All the kidnapping rates went up in Latin America between 2020 and 2024. And they're like, where'd our kids go? And I'm telling them they're in my country. They're feeding the child sex demand in my country because of our leadership that let that happen.
It is a stain on our country for sure.
Such a stain. It's horrible. We still don't know. The world still doesn't know how bad it is. But we have to, in the restitution phase of our national repentance, we have to go and find these kids. And we intend to do that. And we are doing that.
Man. All right, Flyover family. Two things right now. One is go to tbfrescue.org, donate. Whatever you can give, donate. Ask God to multiply it. Say, this is what I have. These are my loaves and my fish. God, we just say, feed thousands, take care of these people. And then at the same time, pray. It's impossible to pray and for something not to happen. God is at work. Obviously, just hearing the miracles that you've experienced, just a little bit of what you've experienced is absolutely amazing, Tim. We just pray a hedge of protection around you. Truly, Psalm 91, hidden under God's wing as you are shooting arrows into the enemy's camp. And just as you are rescuing these children, protection over these children, that what was meant for harm by the enemy, God will use for good. And we are so thankful for you. Thank you again for your time, Tim.
Thank you guys so much. God bless you. Thank you to your entire audience. And I'll come back on anytime because I know that it's your audience that are the ones that are going to help us. I know I get, you're way more powerful than any other, the mainstream. I'm not even trying to get on this. It's you guys. It's people who love the Lord who are going to feel this and help us. So thank you guys so much for your part in this fight. We need you. Thank you.
The links to Tim and his work, his social medias, as well as directly to his website will be in the links down below in the show notes. If you're on Spotify, Apple, Rumble, wherever you're listening to this, go to the show notes below. If you're listening to this while you're on the treadmill or something else, please share this with someone, post this, text it directly to people you know that care about the things that you care about, and then be obedient to the pull that the Lord's putting on you. If there's nothing, don't worry about it. If you're feeling something, be obedient to it and lean into that. Be obedient and choose a side right now. This is a side that I want to be on personally. Tim, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. God bless.
If you had a time machine and you could go back to, say, 1930 and you had 1 ounce of gold or a $20 bill, both of those would buy you a complete men's suit, brand new, the shirt, the tie, the belt. Either one would buy you the whole thing. If you had a time machine and then you brought both of those resources into today, 1 ounce of gold could still buy you a full suit at pretty much any men's store in America. The $20 bill, it probably only gets you a handkerchief or a pair of socks.
How do you get the gold and silver? Well, it's very simple. We have a friend that we've known for over 25 years. In fact, his dad was a mentor of ours, and his name is Dr. Kirk Elliott. And the way that you connect with him is you go to flyovergold.com. It's a website that we set up to make it very simple. All you do is go there, fill out your information, and someone from Dr. Kirk's team will get a hold of you to answer all of your questions. Whatever you have, they can help you out. Or you can simply call 720-605-3900. Again, 720-605-3900 to set up that free consultation. Do it today. You will be so glad that you did.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
You heard the music. You know what time it is. It's time for an economic update with Dr. Kirk Elliott. Welcome back.
Hey, it's good to be with you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, as I was looking through the notes for the show, I kept seeing France on there. I'm like, what does France have to do with the United States?
I mean, France So sadly, France is similar to the United States in its debt levels. So their public debt is roughly at 115% of GDP. America's debt is at 100% more than that of GDP.
Oh, wow.
This is bad. And historically speaking, whenever a country's debt exceeds 100% of GDP, they cease to exist in time as that same form. So they go from a republic to a dictatorship, or democracy to a dictatorship, right? Something changes, right? So that's the danger. And America has never been over 100% debt to GDP until during COVID it got there, and now it's well above that, right? So the odds aren't on our sides outside of a miracle from God, right, to get us out of this debt spiral. I mean, we're at close to $40 trillion worth of debt. This is a problem, right? This is a problem. Well, France is ahead of us, right? So they've got this problem now where they've got this debt spiral, this fiscal crisis. They're having to raise taxes to try to get out of it, and French can't afford to live. They've got all of these austerity measures on their retirement accounts and saying, oh, France, we live in a great socialist nation, and you paid higher taxes your whole life so we can take care of you during retirement. And then Macron says, well, actually, you know what, we're going to have to increase your retirement age. And when we increase it, you're going to get less too. It's like, what?
Whoa.
I mean, that's when people are rioting and they're protesting. So here's the problem for France. Going back to the Maastricht Treaty, if you have debt levels that high, ultimately you get the boot from the European Union. So it's like, are they going to get kicked out of the EU because of their debt? So what do you start to do, right? You've got to shore things up. You've got to make sure that internally you've got assets to cover your debt. You've got to try to figure it out. You've got to make the people happy, or else they're going to get you revolt. So we've talked a lot about when countries don't trust other countries, they start repatriating their assets, right? So Germany has been repatriating its gold. They're bringing it home. They're bringing it home to roost because they don't trust the United States storing it. The United States has been repatriating its gold and silver. We talked about this last year, coming from I was going to say all corners of the earth, but then I'm going to make people who don't believe in flat earth mad. And so it's coming from all parts of the world.
Every direction.
Every direction.
You can't win. The earth is a sphere. No, it's flat. No, it's a sphere. No, it's flat. I mean,
Artemis has that crowd really twisted now out there.
Yeah, it's all totally twisted. So here's where we were bringing gold back. Why were we bringing it back? Well, because they're going to audit the Fort Knox. Well, Trump was going to back our currency with gold, right? Who knows what the real reason is, or they just needed to cover their short positions at COMEX. Regardless, it was coming here. Now, France is saying, we want our gold back. We want it back, right? So the story, the official story, which I don't think is the true story, is, well, we just need to exchange less valuable gold for more valuable gold. So we're taking this stuff because we want to have the highest quality in our storage vaults, and we're going to store it in Paris. Well, that's dumb. I mean, it's all like COMEX deliverable gold. It's all going to be, pure stuff. So what I think is happening is they're needing it home to shore up their own finances, because they could get kicked out of the EU because they're violating the Maastricht Treaty. And if this happens, the world politically is about to change, because they do not want to get kicked out of the EU. So what are they going to start to do? They're going to start massive tax hikes, because that's how socialist politicians act, right? So fast forward over to the United States. What do our socialist politicians on the left think? It's like, it's always raise taxes on the wealthy.
Yep.
I mean, you've had the governor of New York say, we've got to make changes in New York because people are fleeing to non-income, tax states. Like they're leaving Florida, they're going to Texas, they're going to Florida, they're leaving New York, right? So then you've got Jamie Dimon at JP Morgan Chase saying the same thing.
Yeah.
So now there's starting to be this revolt, and this is where I'm very happy about this news, is people are starting to leave these ultra blue states, right, where they're taxed out of their mind, going into places that are more economically free. I think France is about to have another French Revolution in the sorts of, maybe the way that we've been doing it hasn't been so good either. So as the world changes, as people see higher taxes, what do you do to protect yourselves? Well, you get out of the system. B, you start allocating into something that does very well during times of paradigm shifting moments like what we're seeing. And that's where gold and silver really actually do amazingly good, is times like this. Now, we have volatility right now, like we talked about on the last show, because of the war in Iran, that conflict. Nobody knows from day to day what's going to happen. Are we going to bomb? Are we going to not? Is it going to be over? Is it going to be extended? We don't know, right? But what we do know is that I will shout this from the rooftops constantly: geopolitical conflict, political conflict, uncertainty, turbulence, chaos, turmoil, change, low supply, high demand, inflationary pressures always cause tangible assets to go up. Gold and silver are a great way to allocate into tangible assets. People ask me all the time about copper. It's like, Kirk, I want to invest in copper. It's doing good too. It's like, do you realize it's like $14,000 a ton? Well, I mean, what are you going to do? Spend 28 grand and get a couple tons of copper put in your garage? Nobody invests in copper like that. Nobody. So why don't you do silver that you can actually store? Depositories don't store copper, right? And silver is a great proxy for copper because in the earth, they come from the same veins,
right?
In the earth. I mean, so the point is, you allocate into strength during the times that we're living in right now. All arrows are pointing towards gold and silver.
They're pointing towards real.
Yeah, for
and,
sure.
And that you can touch as the move.
That's exactly right. So Flyover family, you might be saying, how do I do that? What is the next step? It's very simple. You just go to flyovergold.com. There's a place you can fill out your information for a free consultation. That means put in your email, put your phone number, put your name in. They will get a hold of you to set up a free consultation, get all of your questions answered, find out what's great for you and your family. Also, while you're there, make sure you pick up the book, Thriving in an Economic Tsunami. It's absolutely free. It's written by Dr. Kirk. It's going to give you a lot of answers. It's going to be sent directly to your email. You have it right away. But do that today. You will be so glad that you did. Dr. Kirk, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Everyone is talking about this.
The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
As gold hit all-time highs already this year.
And get a free info kit on gold today.
It's called silver. Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, who we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver, he offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com to learn more.
All right, Flyover family. My name is Avery Whited. I'm the daughter of David and Stacy. I'm just moving in, so I had to get an order for my pillow and get the things that I needed. So let's look inside. I got some My Pillow towels, kitchen towels. I got some of their Giza sheets. Now, I've never actually been able to use them, but I've heard amazing things from my parents about them. And last but not least, something for Charlie. A dog bed. All right, Charlie, let's go put this in the dryer and fluff it up for you. Come on, buddy. Nice and warm and fluffy. Perfect for my little guy. Come here, Charlie. All right, if you want to get your own products, go to mypillow.com and use promo code FLYOVER to save up to 66% off.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.